At the tender age of 20, Lei Ting, clad in a blue delivery uniform, found himself seated upon the rooftop of a 30-story building in a certain part of the golden state of the White Eagle Nation. The solitary cigarette in his hand, having been drawn upon only once, now teetered precariously with a dwindling ash. His once bright and clear eyes now stared vacantly at the heavy door before him, pressed shut by an unseen weight. Behind that door loomed the specter of death and terror. Just an hour prior, he had been joyfully engaged in his work-study endeavors in the bustling metropolis of the Demon City, delivering meals with a sense of purpose. Little did he know that the delivery he was tasked with would lead him to the rooftop of an office building, threatening him with complaint should he fail to comply. Resigned to his fate, he ascended to the top floor, only to find himself in this bewildering place upon opening the door. In that instant, a wave of foreign memories surged through his mind, revealing a stark truth. This world was no longer the one he once knew. This realm was akin to his homeland, a habitable planet named Blue Star, vastly larger in size and home to over 2 billion inhabitants. Its technology surpassed that of his original world, having taken significant strides toward cosmic exploration, establishing experimental outposts on several neighboring celestial bodies. Initially, this should have been a beautiful planet. Yet, the present state of Blue Star was anything but tranquil. The signals they had sent into the cosmos, believing them to be friendly, had elicited a response one that was not celestial but infernal. Less than an hour ago, a voice, unfathomable and ominous, resonated within the hearts of all Blue Star inhabitants, proclaiming that their civilization's progress would face trials. A relentless onslaught of monstrous beings, akin to those found only in the realms of science fiction, would descend upon their world in increasingly formidable waves, accompanied by unpredictable natural disasters. In a twist of fate, the denizens of Blue Star would also receive certain privileges. Each individual would possess a personal storage space, initially modest in capacity, yet capable of enhancement. Should one be slain by creatures or adversaries, items within their personal space would be released. Furthermore, they would each acquire an attribute panel, rendering their physicality into data. By vanquishing these monsters, they could obtain resources for sustenance, combat, and personal evolution. The catch, however, was that all strategic weaponry missiles, laser cannons, starships would become inoperative, leaving only light weaponry and conventional vehicles incapable of leaving the atmosphere. Though Lei Ting wished to deny this absurd reality, the memories insisted upon their veracity. Is there still 5 minutes remaining? The burning sensation of a cigarette against his fingertips jolted him back to reality. Glancing at the time, he realized merely 3 minutes remained. With no options left, if I cannot return, then I shall confront these monsters heat-in. At the very least, I shall strive to survive until the last possible second. Overwhelming terror pressed upon him, driving him into a state of agitation. In an instant, fear morphed into a potent fury. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his wrath. Congratulations, host, for accepting the harsh reality. Within 1 hour the system is now activated. System has been fully loaded. The host may commence broadcasting at any time. At that moment, another voice echoed within his mind. System, is this truly the legendary system? Lei Ting was momentarily taken aback, but his heart raced with exhilaration. The quintessential system for Traversers today is finally my turn. Wait, what did it just say, broadcasting? Before he could revel in his elation, a thought flashed through his mind. Open the system panel. What does it say? Interdimensional broadcasting system. Low-dimensional universe ascension practical teaching demonstration version? What the hell is this? As Lei Ting grappled with his tumultuous emotions, a cascade of information manifested in his mind. System usage instructions? Suppressing his anger, he perused the system's guidelines, only for his expression to shift dramatically. It seems my understanding of this world has been woefully superficial. Oh great system, surely you can overlook my ignorance. It became apparent that this system was distinct and separate from that which others in this world possessed. Moreover, it was not a hindrance, but rather a formidable tool. Its audience was not from Blue Star, but rather from the world he had once inhabited. He would be able to connect directly with all social platforms from his original world, establishing a dedicated broadcasting room on each one. However, This would only be possible once his abilities have been enhanced. For now, he could only select one platform. These broadcasting rooms could not be queried or deleted, and even a power outage in the platform server would not affect them. Lei Ting held the highest authority over these rooms. The viewership numbers and generated popularity from his broadcasts could be utilized for lotteries, granting him access to items unattainable through stores or drops. Gifts from viewers would convert into equivalent points for purchasing goods from the system store. Both avenues would empower him further. Simultaneously, any items he acquired in this world could be sent back to his original realm through donations or lotteries, albeit with level restrictions determined by the broadcasting room's rank and the rarity of the items. The host has fully comprehended the system's functions and is awarded a novice gift pack, along with a chance for a free lottery. The free lottery will only yield items rated F or below. The spinning wheel commences. Countdown. 10, 9, 1, 0. Congratulations, you have acquired freight ability. Control of electricity upgradable. Seriously? Is it this haphazard? Can I draw for myself? Before Lei Ting could fully grasp the situation, the system had unilaterally utilized his free lottery opportunity. Freight ability? What does that entail? Control of electricity. Releases a current that can inflict damage on conductive materials, contingent upon the target's resistance. Can also generate electrical energy. The higher the current released within a short time, the greater the energy consumption. Once the stored electrical energy is depleted, replenishment or rest is required. With a single thought, the system promptly responded. It certainly appears impressive, but given its freighting, the limitations must be significant. Either the energy consumption is prohibitively high, or the damage is minimal. Lei Ting possessed enough awareness to understand that such abilities, marked by levels, were bound by certain laws, precluding any excessively formidable effects. Unless upgraded, as indicated in the description, that he casually opened the novice gift pack as well. Items obtained. Data scanning I1, rusty rebar 1, used safety gloves 1. What the heck? This is worse than what the system provided. What a stroke of bad luck. Gazing at the meager collection of items, worth scarcely a meal, Lei Ting erupted in frustration. A wave of guilt washed over him regarding the system. Luck, it seemed, could not be at its lowest, only worse. Rewards have been fully dispensed. Broadcasting is about to commence. Please select a platform and name your broadcasting room. Naturally, I shall choose the platform with the most users. Let's go with notes. The title shall be Rebirth in a Different World, Broadcasting the Apocalypse, Monster Slaying, and Ability Upgrades. Lacking any broadcasting experience and having seldom watched due to financial constraints, Lei Ting opted for a title that reflected his current situation. First mandatory task issued. Within 3 days, elevate the concurrent online viewership in the broadcasting room to 500 while obtaining 10,000 points in donations. Completion reward. Unknown failure penalty. System reclamation. Broadcasting room successfully created. The host may now access its contents. Engage with the audience to garner popularity and donations, enhancing your growth. Entering streamer self-management mode in the ensuing broadcasts. This system shall refrain from intervening in the host's actions unless deemed critical. All traces of the streamer in their original world have been temporarily erased. The decision to return to the original world will depend on the streamer's performance. Note: viewer popularity and donations must be authentically acquired. Any intentional data manipulation will result in immediate termination. With that, Lei Ting perceived a nebulous screen materialize before him, displaying his current image from multiple angles. Wow, this feels incredibly realistic, almost as if I am truly present. System, wait, did you just say I have a chance to return to my original world? Yet, no matter how he called out, there was no response. He was left to focus on the so-called broadcasting room. The setup of the broadcasting room bore no distinction from ordinary ones, featuring a series of functional buttons with a clean information bar at the lower left corner. While it indicated that the current broadcast was live, there was no interaction, as the online viewer count displayed a resounding 0. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse Fusion. The Emergence of the Abyssal Monsters. The first viewer. Time's up. Fusion descends. Commence. That indescribable sound resonated once more. The sky instantaneously transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Subsequently, numerous black. Lightning-like fissures appeared, opening like portals. Unfamiliar silhouettes leaped forth from within. Bang, bang, bang. Three thunderous sounds echoed. Three figures precisely landed on the rooftop where Thunder resided. Oh my goodness! What a stroke of bad luck! Thunder abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the heavy object obstructing the door, then shifted his gaze to the strange creatures, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a rusted steel rebar approximately 1.7 meters long. Taking a stride to hide behind the rooftop ventilation duct, trembling, he donned his protective gloves, gripping the rebar tightly. His gaze fixed on the monsters, paralyzed with fear. The three creatures stood at around 1.2 meters tall, their bodies exhibiting a bizarre crimson hue. Each bore a green head atop their heads, with pointed ears, elongated noses, protruding lips, and lifeless eyes, embodying a grotesque appearance. Their upper bodies were bare, emaciated, yet their bellies protruded slightly. The lower halves were draped in a skirt resembling thatch, concealing their private areas. With arms as thin as twigs, they wielded several short spears, crudely affixed with sharpened stones at the tips, reminiscent of the starving ghosts from ancient myths of his homeland. What on earth are these monsters? Thunder gazed at the creatures with evident disdain. Suddenly, a set of data materialized before his eyes. Low-level abyssal monster, the most basic cannon fodder of the demon race. Gregarious, swift, can be infinitely resurrected by abyssal sorcerers, possesses no special abilities. This line of text appeared abruptly in Thunder's view, affixed to the creature's form. Is this a monster introduction? He instantly realized it must be the data scanning feature gifted in the system's beginner package. However, while having information was beneficial, it held little relevance to his current predicament. He could not ascertain the true strength of his adversaries, the so-called lowest-tier cannon fodder versus himself, an ordinary human, who was truly superior or inferior. The unknown was the greatest terror. In the security room of a small community in Nanyue Province, Li Yuqian lounged in the air-conditioned space, languidly scrolling through short videos. The heat outside was unbearable. Even the delivery boys, who usually had a love-hate relationship with him, had sneaked in, and he could hardly be bothered. Expert Huang suggests many men in the country struggle to find wives, recommending the implementation of polyandry to resolve this issue. Haha, what a ridiculous notion. First, let us see what your family can contribute, and then we'll talk. Li Yuqian spat disdainfully, perplexed by such absurdity. He casually scrolled past. Expert Su recently stated, increasing the income of low-income groups is quite simple. Rent out idle homes or utilize private vehicles for extra income after work. I bought a watch last year. It's incredibly durable. Li Yuqian couldn't help but laugh in anger, cursing aloud. Though he worked as a security guard, he was not impoverished. In fact, several buildings in the community belonged to his family. He was merely guarding their assets. However, he maintained a sound moral compass and found himself irritated by the nonsensical, illogical drivel. After posting a series of comments akin to telegrams, he remained in a foul mood. Can't there be any entertaining videos? His fingers continued to swipe. Suddenly, a live stream with an extravagant title caught his attention. Rebirth in Another World. Live streaming apocalypse monster slaying, abilities upgrade, all in a shelter. If you don't like it, you can cut me. His initial impression, like that of most viewers, was that it was a gaming stream. Who is this title-obsessed individual? With such advertising jargon, I'll report you, and your stream will be shut down. He intended to enter and hurl a few insults to alleviate his irritation. With that thought, he clicked on the stream. Wasn't this supposed to be a game? Why is it on a rooftop? What kind of perspective is this? The image was exceptionally clear, even surpassing his 8K television. This was his first impression upon entering the stream. Old Lee has entered the live stream. Thunder, currently concealed behind the ventilation duct, caught sight of this notification. Previously, the stream had been devoid of viewers, making this entry particularly conspicuous. Welcome to my live stream. Strangely, the words materialized in Thunder's mind, and astonishingly, his voice echoed from the stream. My goodness, you startled me. I thought I was alone. Streamer, why are you playing hide and seek instead of gaming? Whereas the game mentioned in the title? Hurry up and reveal it, or I'll report you. Seeing that his assumption about the streamer being a title chaser was correct, Li Yuqian's confidence soared. Game? What game? This esteemed viewer, I'm not playing a game. I'm truly in another world. Thunder was momentarily taken aback by the response. Really in another world? Puffed. Li Yuqian laughed in disbelief. It's clearly a real rooftop scene. And now you tell me it's not a game, but an alternate reality. Not only are you insulting my character, but you're also mocking my intelligence. Right to my face. just as he was about to unleash a tirade of expletives regarding the streamer's family lineage. The scene suddenly jolted, coming to life. It turned out that Thunder had been so engrossed in interacting with this first viewer that he had inadvertently made a larger movement. The steel rebar in his hand clattered against the outer layer of the ventilation duct. Ding! The metallic clang, though not loud, resonated in the open space of the rooftop, amplifying its impact. The three crimson-skinned abyssal monsters perked up, their elongated ears twitching. Gigi, quack. They then fixed their gaze sharply on the source of the sound, right where Thunder was hiding. "Oh no! I've been discovered!" Thunder shrieked, abandoning any further interaction with the viewer, rising to flee. The live stream captured multiple angles, documenting both him and the three abyssal monsters. What the hell? You just claimed you weren't playing a game. Is this truly a game? The realism of the scene was astonishing. These three little monsters. Are they from a fantastical foreign game? Naturally, Li Yuqian observed the unfolding events, immediately captivated by the content on screen. "Streamer, why are you running? Go confront them. After all, it's just the beginning. If you die, you can always restart." He then witnessed Thunder dashing across the screen, using the ventilation duct as cover, attempting to escape. While the three little red monsters screeched, rushing toward him. As they charged, they quickly hurled their stone-tipped short spears. Whoosh, 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 clang. The short spears struck the ventilation duct, producing a crisp metallic sound. The constantly shifting camera angles, coupled with the close-up shots of the spears, made Li Yuqian feel as though he were right in the midst of the action. Chapter 3. The viewer guides me in slaying small monsters. Successfully achieving my first kill. Complete bird. This is a complete disaster. Thunder was desperately utilizing the ventilation duct to evade. Those cursed abyssal monsters wielded short spears as ranged weapons. He dared not pause. "Streamer, I have experience with this type of game. Listen to me. These little monsters typically lack significant offensive power and are quite timid, relying on numbers for victory. But don't be afraid. If you take down one, they will immediately fear you, allowing you to eliminate all three." At that moment, the lone viewer in the live stream began to bombard the chat with several messages, standing out starkly in the empty chat room. Is that how it works? Thunder, an orphan who grew up relying on social welfare in a care facility, had never owned a smartphone before college and had little experience with gaming. Thus, he was unfamiliar with this strategy. Yet, the viewer's confidence compelled him to trust the advice. "All right, I'll give it a try." Just then, the three little monsters had exhausted all 6 of their short spears. They screeched, charging forward to retrieve the weapons lying on the ground. "Come on!" Seizing the moment of their attack pause, Thunder burst forth from behind the ventilation duct, with the rusty rebar poised to strike. He aimed at one of the little monsters, puffed. By sheer misfortune, intending to stab the creature's body, he slipped, causing his aim to veer off and land a direct blow to its head. The rebar pierced through the creature's eye. A foul, green liquid erupted forth. Quack! That abyssal monster did not perish, but it wailed in agony. Grasping the he swiftly turned and seized the nearby trash bin, decisively expelling the contents within. Goodness! Is this game truly so exhilarating? He retched several times, yet produced nothing. Hastily, he flung open the door to the security room and discarded the trash bin outside. At that moment, familiar figures clad in yellow vests appeared before him. Good grief! The foolish son of the Li family has emerged. Run! These young men were responsible for delivering packages and meals in the area. They had a history of rivalry and camaraderie with Li Yuqian, and were well acquainted with him. Unlike other security personnel, Li Yuqian was genuinely pursuing them. Most of the time, he merely played pranks. Why is he ignoring us and going inside? Did he just vomit? Let's go check on him. It wouldn't do to have him suffer from heat stroke. These delivery boys were kind-hearted and quickly approached the entrance of the security booth, peering through the glass. "Li go. Are you all right?" To their surprise, he was engrossed in his phone, shouting enthusiastically and typing away. "Why are you all out there? Come in. I have something amazing to show you." Seeing his companions outside, he promptly opened the door, inviting them inside. The delivery boys, puzzled, stepped in. "Look at this game. It's newly released. Do you know where to download it? It's incredibly thrilling." He showcased the live stream to them, eager to glean information from their discussion. On screen, the first seduced demon was struck down by a thunderous blast. Squeak, quack. The remaining 2, just as he had described, were instantly taken aback, their hairs standing on end, forgetting about the short spear on the ground and their fallen comrade. They fled in terror. Are they really running? Thunder had also been momentarily startled by the bloody scene. But now, with life and death at stake, adrenaline surged forth, overpowering his nausea, seeing the foes flee as the viewer had predicted. His heart soared with joy. Haha, run. I shall pursue you. You cannot escape my grasp. The tides of fortune had turned. Indeed, one must not underestimate the youth. He drew forth a scrap of rebar, unleashing the speed honed through years of practice, and gave chase. The short legs of the seduced demon, especially in the confined rooftop space, could not possibly outrun him. He caught up with the second one, stabbing it from behind for a swift kill, sending its spirit soaring. Kicking aside the frail body pinned beneath the rebar, he continued his pursuit. The third met a similar fate, impaled into the ground. The demon's short legs and arms flailed futilely before it succumbed to death. Kill Seduced Demon 1. Earn Evolution Point 1. Kill Seduced Demon 1. Earn Evolution Point 1. Kill Seduced Demon 1. Earn Evolution Point 1. 3 system notifications echoed in his mind. Subsequently, 3 beams of white light erupted from the corpses of the small monsters, merging into his being. Wow, such a bloody scene, and it's still being broadcast? Ligue, is this person from our starving delivery crew? He is committing murder. We must call the police. Call your sister. Did you not see the name of the live stream above? This is a game. That outfit is likely a skin from within it. Having witnessed the entire ordeal alongside Liu Qian, the 3 delivery boys momentarily forgot about their deliveries, captivated by the authenticity of the scene. They began to indulge in their own imaginations. I don't know how I ended up here. It looks quite interesting, and I want to play, but the streamer is ignoring me, Liu Qian remarked. Ligue, share this live stream with us, so we can check it out later and see if anyone else knows anything. Sure, your group is large, and there are various talented individuals among you. I trust you will find a way to. Liu Qian nodded, sending the live stream to them. As the delivery boys departed to continue their tasks, he refocused on the live stream, attempting to capture the attention of the streamer. The strongly fried egg enters the live stream. Potato enters the live stream. The fiercest person from Liaobei, Fanda Yibiao, enters the live stream. At that moment, 3 notifications chimed as 3 more individuals joined the live stream. Oh my! Is it really this thrilling? A bloody crime scene. What on earth is happening? Is that a child's corpse on the ground? I can't believe it. I'm calling the police. This is outrageous. I thought it was merely, the host has received a gift worth 100 yuan. Converted into 100 points of credit. The host has earned their first points, and the system store is now open. At the same moment, 2 system notifications resonated in Lei Ting's mind. Has someone sent me a gift? The system store has opened? The unexpected delight left Lei Ting momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. His face lighting up with joy, he expressed his gratitude for the generous airplane gifted by Grandpa Li. He hurriedly thanked him in the live stream. No need to thank me, it's just a small gesture. The streamer works hard, and you also put in effort as the financial backer. Liu Qian felt a surge of pride, offering a polite remark. Although it was merely a small live stream with only 4 viewers, the vanity it stirred in him was no less significant. Observing Lei Ting's tone, he began to understand. This must be one of the strategies in live streaming, to satisfy the audience's vanity and provide them with a uniquely distinguished experience, which encourages them to contribute. If one were to directly ask for gifts, it would feel akin to begging, likely provoking discomfort and yielding the opposite effect. He could not afford to do that. He firmly noted this insight in his mind. Dear viewers, the item I just dropped is a brand new bottle of mineral water. It has a chance of dropping from any monster, and the drops are random and unpredictable, which is one of the game's unique features, adding an element of surprise. Let me show you that, he concluded, silently invoking the command to activate, tossing the card into the open space ahead. Boom! A cloud of green smoke erupted, revealing a fresh pack of 12 bottles of Wawa mineral water before him. The fierce one of Liaobei, Fanda Yibiao. How come it looks identical to the bottle of mineral water I have in hand? It even has a production date on it. Potato, is this really a game? I'm still dialing the number on my phone. It's utterly perplexing. The overcooked egg. I can only say that the streamer isn't lying. This game is indeed impressively well made. It's not like one could just casually toss out a bottle of mineral water like this in a magic trick. Grandpa Li has money. Link, streamer, quickly provide the link. If not, at least tell me the price. I'll send more gifts. The atmosphere in the chat room gradually heated up. Chapter 5. Changing the narrative to game. Yet you don't believe? Still sending gifts? This person is truly wealthy. In reality, a 100 yuan gift wouldn't even make it onto the list of gifts in the live stream. However, having endured hardships from a young age, running deliveries for a day might only yield 1 or 200 yuan. Thus, to him, it was indeed a substantial sum. He was tempted to comply. Yet, knowing his own limitations, he realized he could not provide the link. This money was destined to be earned through other means. Dear brother, we are currently in a confidential testing phase, so I cannot conveniently share the link with you. As you can see, our game boasts such clear graphics and realistic content that it undoubtedly surpasses all current games. If any details were to leak, it could lead to targeting, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Lei Ting could only weave a fib to brush over the matter. Upon hearing his words, the viewers in the live stream sighed, some visibly disappointed. The fierce one of Liao Bei, Fanda Yi Biao, sigh, it looks enticing, but if I can't play, it's rather pointless. I'm leaving. I am leaving. The overcooked egg. True, I might as well go watch a game. It's good to unwind. Potato. Everyone is leaving. What about the emergency call I was about to make? No way. Is it that pragmatic? They just up and leave. After managing to attract a few viewers, upon hearing that others were departing, Lei Ting felt a pang of panic. This simply could not happen. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind, and he quickly spoke up. Brothers, please don't leave just yet. I haven't finished my words. Allow me to share a thought, although we cannot provide the link at present. The boss has given me a task. If we can boost the viewer count and the audience responds positively, it may not be impossible to consider a trial opening. However, our boss is a tech enthusiast, uninterested in marketing and unwilling to spend on advertisements. So I lack the budget. That I kindly request your assistance, dear brothers, in spreading the word about my live stream, sharing it in your chat groups. The more people we gather, the easier it will be to negotiate. Let me reveal a little secret. If we can boost the viewer count to 100, I will petition the boss to initiate a giveaway. This giveaway will not be ordinary. Everyone will surely be delighted. Lei Ting employed every trick in his book. Grandpa Ali has money. Isn't that simple? I'll share it right away. I have 99 groups, all filled to capacity. The overcooked egg. Grandpa, are you serious? Do you have any study groups? I'm quite the studious person. The fierce one of Liao Bei, Fanda Yi Biao. Now that you mention it, I am somewhat intrigued. I'll help spread the word in our community group. Potato, no one else leaving? Then I'll hang up the phone. Thank you, dear brothers, for your assistance. I'll take a sip of water and rest for a moment before we venture down to explore other monsters. The fierce one of Liao Bei, Fanda Yi Biao. Drink water? Do we need to drink water in the game? Our game is remarkably realistic. It features fatigue, and one must even sleep at night. There's no other way. Lei Ting felt that he had told more lies in the past 10 years than he had today. It was truly a sin. Tonight, Beat the Tiger has entered the live stream. De Jiaoqi, who is Lai Wen, has entered the live stream. Kazik, Touching Eggs, has entered the live stream. Ling Enping Yuyan has entered the live stream. Just as Lei Ting took a sip of water, a few more individuals trickled into the live stream. This title seems a bit exaggerated. Let us see if it's just clickbait. And if so, I'll report it. Game live stream. I was watching a match. Why am I being recommended here? How come there are so many camera angles in this live stream? How did they manage that? What the hell? What is that? A corpse. Yuck. Wait. If I hadn't looked closely, I wouldn't have noticed. This live stream is truly grim. Hey 110, I'm here. As these individuals entered, Lei Ting felt a surge of happiness, but upon reading their initial comments, he instantly felt deflated. Helplessly, he stood up and reiterated the carefully crafted speech he had prepared earlier. De Jiaoqi, who is Lai Wen, a game? Are you sure this is a game? Take a good look at my profile. I am part of the Drunken Silver Sword game development team. You dare to spout nonsense. What game has been developed to this degree? This viewer immediately expressed skepticism with their professional background. Indeed, streamer, your face is so clear that even the few acne marks are visible. It's blatantly real. One must admit, the clarity of the live streaming equipment is commendable. Those who deceive for views deserve to be condemned by all. Keep lying. If this is a game, I'll stand on my head and eat excrement. Mark my words. With such provocations, the others who had just entered began to mock and jeer. After the previous wave of audience reactions, Lei Ting had mentally prepared himself for such situations and no longer felt the urgency to explain. Everyone, please remain calm. Grant me 10 minutes, and I will unequivocally prove it to you. With that, he stood up, no longer glancing at the screen. Actions speak louder than words. With his untrained streaming experience, confronting the audience head-on would not only fail to convince them, but also risk inciting their disdain. What he needed was viewership, not a battle of wills. Look at him getting all cocky. Brothers, let us wait a few minutes and see how this game unfolds. Bang. Lei Ting forcefully pushed aside the heavy object blocking the door, revealing the entrance to the lower level. The dark staircase resembled an entryway to hell. Waiting to devour its prey, he cautiously edged along the wall, descending carefully so as not to make a sound. The rooftop he occupied was over 30 stories high, and after descending several flights of stairs, he finally reached the first closed fire door. Based on his years of experience delivering to office buildings, this level was likely a maintenance floor and should be safe. However, adhering to the principle of caution, he crept closer to confirm. The live stream showcased close-ups, side views, and distant perspectives, presenting his actions from multiple angles. The initially rowdy audience was captivated by his demeanor, momentarily silenced as they watched intently. Just as his hand grazed the doorknob, a sudden disturbance erupted. Two chilling roars emanated from behind the fire door. Oh no! Lei Ting quickly pressed his body against the fire door, attempting to prevent whatever was inside from bursting forth. Bang! Bang! The relentless pounding, accompanied by hoarse howls, echoed from behind the door. What the hell? The force is tremendous. There are quite a few of them. I can't hold on much longer. Feeling the impact reverberating at the entrance, Lei Ting's thoughts raced. Retreat. With that decision made, he leaped backward without looking back, racing down the path he had come from. Crack! The sound of the fire door being smashed apart echoed behind him. Damn it! What kind of monster is that? Yuck! That is so disgusting. What the hell? Though he could not see it, the series of exclamations from the live stream informed him that whatever was pursuing him was no ordinary creature. Chapter 6. How to Cut a Zombie. The most formidable figure from northern Liaoning has come to impart his knowledge. Over the past few years, Lei Ting has honed his skills through part-time work, and he now possesses quite commendable abilities. He dashed back down multiple flights of stairs, with the sounds of pursuit trailing behind him still distant. When he sensed that the voices had receded somewhat, he paused and peered down through the gaps in the staircase. His clothing was tattered and stained with blood. His movements were uncoordinated, joints stiff, which impeded his speed. Drool dripped from his mouth, accompanied by meaningless howls. Occasionally, he would lift his eyes to gaze upward, which appeared clouded. Reminiscent of cataracts. Zombie, a flesh-and-blood creature mutated by the infection of the zombie virus, devoid of subjective consciousness, driven by an intense primal craving for flesh, possessing strength over twice that of an ordinary human. Slightly slower than an average person, poor vision but excellent senses of smell and hearing. There is a 90% chance that bites from their teeth or scratches from their nails will infect a victim with the virus, turning them into one of their kind. This group may generate mutated variants with special suffixes. Good heavens, it's a zombie. A fragment of information surfaced in his mind, allowing him to instinctively grasp these details. He voiced his thoughts aloud. A zombie? The kind often seen in farcical dramas? They do bear some resemblance. Are these extras hired by the streamer? A script, perhaps? It's possible. Nowadays, all streamers have their tricks. I was once deceived myself. Bro upstairs, elaborate on that. The viewers in the live stream, following Lei Ting's gaze, caught glimpses of the zombies' forms. However, uncertainty still lingered among them. Clearly, Lei Ting had no time to explain anything. He was strategizing how to navigate this predicament. There were 4 of them. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Ting counted 2 females and 2 males, each with different hair colors, likely locals. Based on the hints, I currently possess only speed to outmatch them. I must utilize my swiftness to separate them and take them down one by one. His mind began to formulate a plan. Just as he was about to act, he hesitated, recalling his previous interaction with the wealthy Mr. Li. The latter had advised him on how to eliminate those submerged demons, and he had succeeded. Much to Mr. Li's satisfaction. It had been a rather successful interaction. Should he attempt a similar approach this time? Engage with the audience. With this thought, he quickly spoke up in the live stream. Brothers, look, there are 4 zombies down there, the kind you often see in television dramas, but their speed is only slightly slower than mine. And their strength is double that of mine. I currently have a scrap steel bar, a pair of work gloves, and 6 throwing spears on my back. I would appreciate any experienced brothers to tell me how I can take them down. As soon as he finished speaking, the chatroom erupted with excitement. I'm in a bind here. Sounds good. Streamer, This script is solid. You even know how to interact with the audience, clearly putting in some effort. Tonight, we hunt tigers. What is there to fear? With so many weapons, I could take them down by just tossing them around. I'd go in directly. Kill the males and leave the females. Mr.L. I has money. 555, streamer, I beg for the link. Most comments were made in a teasing tone. Only the formidable figure from northern Liaoning, Fanda E. Biao, offered genuine advice. Fanda E. Biao, streamer. I noticed the zombies' speed is lacking. Climbing stairs is a struggle for them, which amplifies their weakness. Use the stairs to your advantage. Wait for them at the corners and throw the spears, even with 6. You can certainly injure or kill one, then create distance and target the one in front first, aiming for its legs with the long spear. Striking the head risks getting your weapon stuck, leaving you defenseless. This expert detailed the steps, and Lei Ting listened in astonishment. Potato. Wow. Big guy. You're quite experienced. Lingnan Peng Yuyin. What is the point of all this fighting? If it were me, I'd decharm the 2 women and have them help me fight. Everyone. All right? I shall heed the advice of the formidable figure from northern Liaoning, Fanda Yi Biao. He deliberately repeated the name aloud, grabbing 2 short spears from behind, which he had taken from the 3 submerged demons he had just slain. He realized they seemed to be made from the bones of some creature. Time to act. Observing the 4 zombies clustered below, he took aim and hurled 2 spears down. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 short spears flew through the air but returned without success. Everyone. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He retrieved the remaining 4 and threw them again. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the spears embedding into flesh echoed. This time, fortune favored him. 3 of the spears struck their targets. 1 pierced the leg of the foremost male zombie, causing it to tumble and trip the others behind it. The other 2 struck the neck and chest of 2 other zombies, inflicting severe but not fatal wounds. Boom. Ugh. Ah. The first zombie, having fallen, entangled the others in a heap. What a chance. In that moment, a gleam of determination flashed in Lei Ting's eyes as he decided to risk it all. He drew the scrap steel bar and lunged forward, targeting the legs of the zombies with a flurry of thrusts. Dark red blood sprayed forth with each insertion and withdrawal of the steel bar. The stairwell, designed to conserve energy, utilized motion sensor lighting, creating a horrific spectacle as the lights flickered in sync with his rapid breaths. My goodness, can someone tell me, is he truly going all out? Tomato sauce. He has definitely added some tomato sauce. I just bought a tomato beef stew rice. This defies logic. Holy cow, it splattered on my screen, but I can't dare to wipe it. The live stream lacked any filters to obscure the gruesome scenes unfolding. The viewers, unprepared psychologically, bore witness to a raw and violent confrontation up close. Lei Ting had no time to spare for such distractions. The brutality had ignited a primal rage within him. Initially concerned that the steel bar might become lodged in a zombie's bone, he heeded the viewer's advice to first incapacitate their legs. However, as he relentlessly pierced the zombies' legs, he inadvertently unleashed electric shocks. The tissues in their legs ruptured from the shocks, rendering them incapable of standing. Yet, driven by their instinctual thirst for blood, they crawled towards Lei Ting with their hands. Stepping back a few paces, he positioned himself on the stairs, achieving an advantageous angle from above. This maneuver slowed their crawling speed and effectively segmented them into a front and back formation. Thud. A powerful thrust penetrated the mouth of the first zombie. Emerging from the back of its skull, normal zombie killed 1, gained evolution points 3. Accompanied by the notification of his kill, a one-sided massacre unfolded within the stairwell. Chapter 7. Gifts received, mall opened. Tick, tick. In the dimly lit stairwell, the overhead motion sensor lights flickered in tandem with his rapid breaths. The light illuminated the bodies strewn about, the faint sound of liquid dripping heightening the horror of the scene. Leaning against the wall, Lei Ting felt a wave of soreness wash over him. A few minutes of silence enveloped the live stream. Mr.L. I has money. I can't believe it. The streamer is incredible. He single-handedly took down 4. Fanda Yi Biao. Not bad, though a bit rough around the edges. I'm in a bind here. Is this not really a game? Have we fallen so far behind? Which company developed this marvel? Lingnan Peng Yuyin. I believe it. If this isn't a game, there is no explanation for these zombies. Tonight, we hunt tigers. There is also the possibility that this is scripted. These are simply cinematic techniques. Streamer, Do you dare to go up and film a close-up? Seeing the chat room begin to waver, no longer as resolutely convinced that they were merely participants in a scripted performance. Lei Ting felt his strategy had borne fruit. Alright, but everyone should brace themselves. This game currently lacks any censorship or filter mode. It's all genuine physical interactions if anyone is psychologically affected by this later. I want to take responsibility. With that said, he slowly stood up and approached the pile of zombie corpses. The scene was a chaotic mess, blood and flesh intermixed. As a novice, he lacked control over his strength and angle. Relying solely on instinct to attack, the flesh had been thoroughly punctured and mangled. Holy cow! This scene is utterly captivating. If this were staged, the actors would deserve a hefty fee for their efforts. Heads severed and all. Streamer, I feel my heart racing. You might want to cover the medical expenses. Wow, brothers, look, these foreigners share a common trait. They're all missing their lower garments. Oh dear. Blind observer, you've uncovered a key detail. No wonder. 2 males and 2 females, emerging from the maintenance floor. They were likely partying inside. Slacking off during work hours, and doing it in such a novel manner. These foreigners truly know how to have fun. Goodness, with so many forbidden scenes emerging, this live stream might not last long. Apologies, everyone, but I must step away for a moment. I need to use the restroom. I'll return in half an hour. Same here. Noticing the flurry of comments in the chat room, Lei Ting paused for a moment, quickly turning his attention back to the 4 zombie corpses. Goodness, I was so preoccupied with the task at hand that I failed to observe closely. These 4 zombies are all disheveled, and they do not appear to have been bitten. Rather, it seems they were like this from the outset. This is quite something. Even Thunder is at a loss for words, and no wonder there are 4 zombies in what should be an uninhabited maintenance level. This explains everything. His mind raced as he contemplated how to address the situation. As everyone can see, this is one of the unique features of our game, known as the open world mode. This mode emphasizes a casual approach, devoid of a fixed developmental path, allowing everything to unfold as randomly as possible, mirroring the real world. For instance, the event before us is a random occurrence that he chastised himself for the fib, feeling a pang of guilt. To tell one lie is to weave 1,000 more. A truth indeed. This concept is splendid. When I play games, I detest those absurd designs that game companies mistakenly believe are clever. I concur with the previous commenter. The decision-making power should rest with the players. We, the players, are the ones footing the bill, so it is only right that we determine what is enjoyable. Streamer, you have successfully piqued my interest. Please share a link, as I too wish to partake. Weren't you just speaking of live streaming your foray into the unknown? Where did that bravado go? Be a man and step up. Indeed, I almost forgot about that individual. The chat history is too lengthy to scroll through. He has likely fled. That fool goes by the name Yikwang Naiwahi Ju, clearly a simpleton. Observing that the audience seemed to place their trust in him, Thunder exhaled in relief. Alas, our company's game is rather avant-garde, and it is normal for everyone to have questions. I will continue to showcase it through my live stream, and I do not insist on gifts. I would be immensely grateful if you could share the stream with others during your leisure time. Our boss has stated that if we do not reach 500 concurrent viewers within 3 days, I will no longer be allowed to stream. Side T once again promoted himself. Oh, the streamer has quite the demeanor. While others scramble for donations, you remain composed. I lack the funds to donate. My principle is to focus on companionship, not on monetary contributions. What did Jiao Chi Shui Lai win? Gifting streamer a plain one. At that moment, an animated plane soared across the live stream. Host receives a gift valued at 100 yuan. Converting to 100 points. Current mall points, 200 points. What did Jiao Chi Shui Lai won? Streamer, I was hasty and one-sided in my earlier remarks. My habitual thinking was too subjective. Your company's technology is indeed impressive, and I have followed you. XXXX has followed the streamer. XXX has followed the streamer. Did I inadvertently strike gold? Noticing the increase in points and the continuous notifications of new followers, Thunder felt a stir of excitement. Thank you to this generous gentleman, and to all the esteemed viewers present. By the way, I nearly forgot to showcase a new feature. Our game has a mall where various items are sold. Let me show you. With that, he summoned the mall system interface. The content of this system is at his discretion to display in the live stream, that if he wishes for everyone to see it, they can. If not, it can remain solely in his mind. The mall system is quite simple. The IT features a flat layout with icons representing products, alongside their prices and descriptions. Basic recovery potion, 20 points bottle. Restores stamina and mental energy every 3 seconds for 30 seconds, no cooldown. Basic healing potion, 50 points bottle, instantly heals non-lethal wounds, cooldown time of 10 minutes. Black iron shovel, 100 points each. An ordinary shovel, not enchanted, durability 99. Reinforced wooden shield, 100 points each, a shield treated for hardness, moderate defense, durability 99. Thin leather armor, 50 points part, made of synthetic leather, marginal defense, durability 99. Donkey meat pastry, 10 points each. Randomly shipped from Baoding, Hejian, Sangzhou, Hingyang. Thunder sorted the items by price from low to high and found there were quite a few, but he could only browse a limited number of pages. Mall items must be unlocked based on the host's strength or donation amount. Please refer to your personal attributes panel for specifics. Just as Thunder was pondering, the system's prompt sound provided an answer. Their S and attributes panel? I was completely unaware. He opened the attributes panel. Chapter 8. Has our streaming platform been hacked? Name, Thunder. Age, 19. Current system permission level, level 1. Current evolution level, level 1 15-100. Talent, electric control, F grade, can be upgraded. Stamina, 12. Strength, 10. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 11. Points, 200. Evolution summary. Upon reaching the designated value in evolution points, one may attain an evolution level increase, and upon leveling up, randomly acquire free points to strengthen oneself. Personal data is collected based on individual strengths. The average adult's data is rated at 10. Exceeding is a strength, while falling short indicates a weakness. Stamina affects endurance and recovery speed. Strength affects attack power. Agility impacts movement and evasion, and intelligence influences casting speed and energy recovery. This information appeared automatically in Thunder's mind. After observing, he found his attributes to be quite satisfactory, generally above the normal threshold. Oh, there are so many items available for purchase. So, does that mean one can simply pay to become stronger? Are you foolish? Did you not notice that it states above that you need to enhance your strength to unlock more? What is available now is hardly powerful. Didn't he, the streamer, just say that defeating monsters can yield items? There's no necessity to purchase from the mall. These are merely for emergencies. Their essay noticed that all items can be dropped. There are no hidden elements if you wish to avoid spending money. You can still become a formidable player by investing time. That is rather good, with multiple modes and strong choices, accommodating a wider array of players. The audience in the live stream began discussing the game's settings. A realization that thrilled Thunder. This indicated that this group had developed an interest in the content of the stream, and his efforts to accumulate followers were yielding results, just as Thunder's live stream began to gain traction. However, various platforms backends started to monitor him. The headquarters of Infu Company. The technical director was intently reviewing documents. The door was knocked upon, and several technical supervisors entered. What brings all of you here together? Has something occurred? The technical director sensed that something was amiss. Boss, an hour ago, the technical department received a report from a user named Yiquang Nai Wahiju, claiming that one of our live streams was showcasing bloody, violent, and adult content. The technical staff has already investigated, and indeed, there is a plethora of prohibited content. BY standard procedure. We should have directly banned and deleted the account, but after an hour of searching, we found no data information pertaining to this live stream, which is quite peculiar. One of the more seasoned technical supervisors stepped forward, handing the technical director a stack of analysis reports. What? Is this true? The technical supervisor frowned, took the report, and quickly scanned it. He then immediately turned to operate the nearby computer, entering the suspect live stream. Inside the live stream, a group of viewers was urging Thunder to continue hunting for monsters. Eager to see fresh content, the live stream was divided into several angles, showcasing both the streamer and the surrounding environment. The technical director witnessed a plethora of indescribable scenes, precisely where Thunder had been slaying zombies. Confirming the existence of the live stream, he promptly accessed the backend with his highest permissions. Upon investigation, he was drenched in cold sweat. Just as the technical supervisors had indicated, there were no traces whatsoever. What in the world? The technical director toggled between the live stream and the backend, employing various methods, yet found no results. Who was this skilled hacker causing us trouble? It doesn't seem likely. Recently, These hackers have been preoccupied with exploiting opportunities on the battlefields of Mao and Air Mao, unlikely to divert their attention to us. The firewall hasn't detected any bugs or infiltration traces. Everything appears normal and harmonious. If we cannot ban it, can we not restrict its traffic and notifications? Limit all other functionalities as well? That has been attempted. We set the stream's keywords to shielded content. Yet it remains unaffected, while other game streams have been blocked, causing streamers to flood our backend with calls. However, this particular live stream is quite compliant in terms of data, not forcefully pulling traffic. Nor has it set itself to a premium position, relying solely on organic growth. Currently boasting only a handful of viewers though, and regarding gifts, we have not received any share. Records show someone donated 200. The user was charged, yet it did not pass through our backend, and we cannot block other customers from tipping it. The technical supervisor's brow furrowed deeply, feeling as though he were caught in a bizarre tale. Enough of this. I understand now. Proceed to check if the data backups are intact, and for safety, create additional backups. Furthermore, ensure that those aware of this matter maintain confidentiality. Anyone who leaks information will be dismissed immediately. Please arrange for 5 employees with different IP addresses to enter the live broadcast room, disguised as viewers, to monitor the interactions discreetly. Ensure that everything proceeds normally, occasionally sending small free hearts to the other party to avoid arousing suspicion. Do not attempt to divert their attention or provoke them. Let things unfold naturally that I will speak with the boss. After the technical director finished speaking, he rose and left, heading straight to knock on the boss's office door. Brother, this is not a joke to be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang, the owner of Infu Company, fell silent for a few minutes, gazing sternly at the technical director. The technical director mirrored a similar look of helplessness, conveying his thoughts that at present. It appears that the other party poses no threat to us. That IT feels more like an experiment, a form of amusement that I understand that those of you in technology sometimes enjoy indulging in fanciful exploits to prove your worth. However, we are a publicly listed company, and the stakes are high. Every aspect is under scrutiny, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Let us alert the authorities and have the internet monitoring team handle it. At least we will have a case on file to prevent being caught off guard, and if the monitoring team can locate them, we will hand it over to Guijia for further handling. If not, we will have to accept the situation. Mr. Zhang, adhering to the principle of prioritizing the shareholders' interests, instructed the technical director to call the familiar captain of the monitoring team. Thus, he said, Captain Wang, the situation is urgent. Could you arrange for someone to assist us immediately? What? All right, I'll communicate with my boss. Thank you for your help. The technical director hung up the phone, his expression complex as he looked towards Mr. Zhang. What did the monitoring team say? Boss, they informed me that their monitoring system had already detected the live broadcast room due to the continuous appearance of prohibited words. The alert level on their end has been steadily rising and has just crossed the critical threshold. However, they are facing the same predicament as us. Their highest authority backend is unable to locate or ban the data from this live broadcast room. Consequently, they have formed a special task force and were just about to contact us when we called. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Chapter 9. The streamer plays in one life mode. Being cautious is quite normal. There was no one on this floor, so it was safe. Meanwhile, Thunder had already explored the 24th floor. This building was somewhat old, and not all floors were rented out. Most of the upper levels were locked and vacant, so he dared not bang on the doors and chose to search floor by floor. Gently, he opened a fire door just a crack and peered inside. A few meaningless howls echoed, confirming that there were zombies on this level as well. All right then, time to find another place. Retreat is wise. Thunder quietly closed the door, preparing to leave. Streamer, you're being too timid playing this game. What are you afraid of? Just save the game and go for it. Exactly, we want to see you slay monsters. Not play hide and seek. Passion, battle, scars, those are the true badges of a man. Right? You were quite brave when you stabbed those zombies at the unrestricted gathering earlier. I saw sparks flying from your steel bar. Oh please. Thunder was speechless, though he couldn't let it show. Only he knew that this was a survival game, not just a regular game. The baby's heart is troubled, but the baby cannot speak. Dear viewers, I forgot to mention that we are currently playing in one life mode, emphasizing realism. There are no saves or restarts, just one life. Once you die, that's it. My boss has given me strict orders. The ordinary monster respawn mode is too simple and unnecessary for testing, So I'm tasked with this that he insists on providing the most authentic survival and monster-slaying experience. Otherwise, we would be doing a disservice to the graphics and realism. Wouldn't you agree? Thunder realized that this live stream was genuinely a test of endurance, as a novice with little experience. After just a few hours of streaming, he could interact smoothly with the audience and even create engaging moments. Is there such an interpretation? Your boss has quite the imaginative mind. I like it. The logic is sound. Since the focus is on realistic visuals, physics engines, and monster slaying, death should follow suit. If one could respawn, there would be no fear, and anyone could recklessly kill monsters. Mr.Li has money. Send streamer a plain one. Streamer, I really want to play. Please request your boss to open a slot for me. My foot is infected, and who is Laven? Send streamer a plain one. Same here, count me in. I'm a professional gamer and can offer some expert advice. Potato, send streamer love one. Streamer, I am a student and have no money. Please send me a test account. Don't be ungrateful, and while you're at it, fill me with gold and godly gear. Everyone, rest assured. As long as the popularity rises, everything can be negotiated. Thunder quickly employed the age-old tactic of vague responses. It seemed as if he had said something, yet nothing at all. Therefore, everyone understood, right? The streamer cannot afford to be overly bold. My current identity is merely that of an ordinary person with slightly better physical abilities. Facing numerous monsters would surely spell doom. However, we have hacks that allow for upgrades. If I can stealthily defeat a few monsters and gain their evolution points, I can enhance my physical attributes and acquire stronger abilities, thus empowering myself. Thunder explained his thought process to the audience. Suddenly, as Thunder prepared to retreat, a cacophony of noise erupted from behind the fire door. Voices, are there people? A thought struck him. Instinctively, he cautiously opened a crack to peer outside. The interior was brightly lit. The apocalypse had only just begun a few hours ago, and the electricity was still functioning normally. Before him lay a spacious area, estimated to be several hundred square meters, with orderly arranged personal workstations. Shadows flitted about. Several figures, awkwardly swaying, were facing away from him, pursuing something in another direction. Get lost, you monsters! From that direction came cries for help and shouts of anger. Thunder realized they were speaking in English, and to his surprise, he understood. Streamer, are there survivors? I think I heard someone calling for help. Correct, I heard it too, but isn't the backdrop foreign? How can I understand it? What era is this? What game doesn't have multi-language options? The localization of your game is impressive, and the voice acting feels authentic. My child is too inexperienced. Oh, Thunder. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Thunder understood it wasn't just him hearing things. Everyone could comprehend it. He quickly realized that this was likely due to the system, which translated all languages into an understandable format for everyone. The monsters were drawn away by that person. I must see what's happening. Thunder initially hesitated, but after considering it, he felt it was necessary to investigate. First, as the viewers pointed out, if he merely avoided everything without engaging, the entertainment value would diminish, leading to loss of viewership and failing to increase popularity. Secondly, he needed to understand the current situations. If he could find others like him, it might yield unexpected benefits. Those unwilling to lose some would gain nothing. Everything was for self-improvement and survival. Oh, streamer, are you becoming braver? Exactly. A bit of caution is strategy. Perpetual timidity is useless. If you can clear this floor, I'll follow you without hesitation. This is a promise. Cut it out. Everyone else already following. Your support means little. Show us some gifts if you can. Seeing the atmosphere in the live stream ignite, Thunder realized he had grasped the key to maintaining engagement. No worries. Even getting a follow from the audience was greatly appreciated. Gifts were not mandatory. Everyone should act according to their ability. With that, he ceased to focus on the comments and quietly slipped inside. The floor was covered with synthetic carpet, making no sound as he moved. He quickly shifted to the opposite workstation, peeking out to observe the scene ahead. Before him stood around 10 zombies, surrounding a room and incessantly banging on the door. The door bore a sign indicating it was a restroom. Clearly, the noises that had drawn the zombies away were coming from there. The area outside the restroom was narrow, allowing only 2 people to pass side by side. Therefore, although there were several zombies, only 2 to 3 could reach the door, while the others crowded behind, creating a long front line. Excellent. It seems the other party has successfully drawn the zombies' attention and maintained a stable hold. Thunder navigated the gaps between the workstations, slowly moving forward, taking advantage of the fact that the restroom door had not yet been breached. He stealthily made some arrangements behind, He mentally rehearsed the plan and felt it was nearly ready. It was time to act. Chapter 10. Perfume attracts zombies. Thunder strikes down the female zombie, crawling on the ground. He quietly advanced forward. Goodness, after years of gaming, this level of tension and immersion is truly unprecedented. Indeed, the One Life mode is exhilarating. Quiet down, everyone. The streamer is about to make his move. It's begun. The audience in the live stream was captivated by his actions. Momentarily falling silent, with a horde of zombies less than 2 meters away, he sprang into action. Whoosh, 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 he hurled 3 bulging garbage bags, each secured with a heavy object, into the fray. Immediately after, he crouched down, hiding behind his workstation, awaiting the opportune moment. The garbage bags landed amidst the zombie group, drawing the attention of several of the undead. With a squelch, they instinctively extended their sharp claws and prodded at the bags, which readily burst open. A potent fragrance suddenly permeated the entire corridor. The nearest zombies began sneezing uncontrollably. Inside those bags was nothing but perfume. It is well known that many foreigners possess a distinct body odor, necessitating the use of copious amounts of fragrance to mask their scent. Thus, nearly every foreigner carries varying quantities of perfume. The office area is also stocked with potent air-purifying scents. Thunder had just collected these fragrances. Although the zombies lacked good vision, their sense of smell and perception were keen. He cleverly exploited this, launching perfume bombs at close range. These substances might not inflict fatal harm, but they could certainly disrupt the zombie's sensory abilities. It was time to act. Noticing the perfume bombs had taken effect, the zombies exhibited a brief moment of olfactory distraction that he sprayed himself with a generous amount of perfume to further confuse them. Then, he suddenly darted out from the side. With a ferocious thrust, he aimed a rusty rebar at the head of the nearest black-skinned female zombie. Thwack! The rebar easily pierced the back of her skull. The central nervous system took a devastating blow, causing the female zombie to convulse violently. With a swift motion, Thunder yanked the rebar free and delivered a forceful kick to her back, sending her crashing forward. Boom! The weight of this zombie was estimated to exceed 200 pounds, and the sound of her fall was thunderous. Thunder promptly executed a roll, retreating behind his workstation, positioning himself for both offense and defense. Oh! Roar! The zombies, clearly recently transformed humans, still boasted fresh blood and flesh. I feel you should be more cautious. We have no idea what's inside. Indeed, what if those inside have already been bitten and infected? The moment you open the door, it could lead to your demise. Let us first establish a password. If there are living beings inside, they should be able to respond. A password? Do foreigners have passwords too? Is it the king covers the earth tiger? Hearing the suggestions in the live broadcast room, Lei Ting found them quite reasonable. While he fought outside, what if those inside had indeed been bitten prior? After such a long duration, it's possible they have already mutated. Otherwise, with the commotion he just caused, there is no way they wouldn't have heard it. Caution was warranted. He dragged a few office desks over and barricaded the restroom door, ensuring that anyone inside wouldn't be able to rush out immediately upon opening the door. Then, using a scrap steel rod, he poked through the gap, creating a bit of noise. Hello there, fellow villager Ame. It is safe outside now, come on out. As he called out, he found that his words automatically transformed into a foreign tongue. However, he could understand it, while the language broadcasted in the room remained that of his hometown. This system as simultaneous interpretation was quite impressive. Unfortunately, there was no response from within. The monsters outside are all gone. Listen to the commotion. I'm a living person, he shouted again. Who are you? At last, a faint echo emerged from beyond the door. I am an upright citizen of Huagua. I heard some noise from your side, so I came to take a look that it's temporarily safe outside. Open the door and see for yourself. Silence enveloped the room. After a minute or two, the restroom door opened a crack, revealing a wary face. The appearance suggested a young woman, but her disheveled hair obscured her features, making it difficult to discern her true visage. What about those man-eating monsters? I've slain them all. Is it just you? Indeed. You can see for yourself. The ground is littered with their corpses. Noticing the other party's disbelief, Lei Ting pointed to the bodies on the ground. The woman peered through the door and began to feel somewhat reassured. Did you set up those tables outside? What are you planning? Just as the woman was about to step out, she realized that the makeshift barricade of tables and chairs had blocked her way. I'm sorry, but I must first confirm whether you've been bitten. If certainly, what he remains unaware of is that among them, there are several undercover agents dispatched by the note company. Joyful Coder, sending love to the Streamer X10. Streamer, is it really necessary to make it so realistic? Is there truly a fatigue system? Nonsense. They have stated that they aim to create the most authentic 16D all-encompassing physics engine. Even if you venture out to chop a tree, you would feel fatigued, wouldn't you? Isn't resting normal? Streamer, what was that dazzling electricity you exhibited just now? Could you enlighten us? By the way, I almost forgot. Did he mention supernatural abilities earlier? Seizing the opportunity during the break, Thunder decided to reveal a bit more, especially since he had been seen doing so multiple times already and would inevitably use it again. This is one of the gameplay mechanics in the game. As everyone has noticed, the backdrop of our game is set in a sci-fi realm, besieged by monstrous invaders. Consequently, these creatures will manifest in various races and species, ranging from weak to strong, each possessing unique traits and skills that in such circumstances, if we merely assume the role of an ordinary person, it is evident that the game would soon reach an impasse. Thus, the inclusion of supernatural abilities as a game feature was vital. These abilities can be acquired through external drops, treasure chests, or even spontaneously awakened, presenting numerous avenues for discovery. Allow me to show you something. With that, he gestured, and a card materialized in his hand. Blade Tracker Supernatural Ability Card. E-grade. Utilizing this card grants the awakening of the Blade Tracker ability. Ability effect. Fingernails can morph into sharp, blade-like claws at will, with hardness and sharpness comparable to ordinary alloys. Simultaneously, agility is increased by 50 points, and this ability can be upgraded using evolution potions. Current character can equip 3 supernatural abilities. With the increase in evolution level, more ability slots can be unlocked. Behold, this is the card I obtained from defeating that incredibly swift female zombie. This skill's level surpasses my electrical manipulation slightly, ranking at E-grade. Both monsters and human supernatural beings have a chance to drop such cards, and upon usage, one can acquire the respective ability once the break concludes. I intend to utilize this supernatural ability card to augment my own powers and subsequently venture out to challenge monsters to ascertain the extent of my enhancement. Chapter 13. Second Supernatural Ability. Wolverine Empress Dowager, Sishi version. Current remaining supernatural ability slots 2. Conditions for activation met. Successfully activated second supernatural ability. A wave of pain surged through him, akin to being pierced by needles or stabbed, causing him to drop the food in his hands and curl up in agony. This sensation, how could it be so intense? Thunder was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth, veins bulging that he was perplexed. The supernatural ability he had drawn previously elicited no sensation whatsoever, yet the disparity was staggering now. What just transpired? The streamer appears to be in agony. Oh no, the streamer failed to activate the supernatural ability. It's game over. Shut your crow's mouth. I haven't even qualified for testing yet. The streamer must survive. Not even Jesus can take him away, I insist. I am Jesus. Firstly, I have no intention of taking the SD Chapter 14. The crisis on the ceiling. The mice have transformed. Oh my. The boss upstairs seems quite experienced. Have you been trapped up there before? Get lost. I am a maintenance worker. Of course, I have crawled through the ventilation ducts during repairs. Oh, I see. So we are colleagues. I am a sewer maintenance worker. Is your sewer maintenance legitimate? No evidence, no proof. In the live broadcast room, the conversation quickly derailed. Thunder had no time to indulge their banter. The sounds grew increasingly close, and his eyes widened as he fixated on the ceiling. Boom, a tremendous noise erupted, and the louvered vent cover shattered in an instant. Oh no, a figure screamed, plummeting down along with debris from above. What the heck? Is that a person? With the lights off, Thunder could not discern the individual's features, but the remaining twilight from the setting sun outside allowed him to catch a glimpse. From the figure and the scream, he deduced that it was a human female. However, unable to ascertain whether she was friend or foe, he opted to remain still for the moment. Upon landing, the woman disregarded her pain and quickly scrambled to her feet, frantically searching the room as if seeking an escape. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, more crashing sounds reverberated from the overhead ventilation ducts. More of them? Thunder felt a chill run down his spine. Is this a park? Can anyone just waltz in? Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the sounds drew nearer, a chilling cacophony invaded his ears. In a way, a sense of foreboding surged within him. Boom, another deafening crash echoed from the shattered duct. Shadows cascaded down like rain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This haunting sound, like a death knell, sent shivers through everyone present, including the viewers in the live stream, causing their hairs to stand on end, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, that's a horde of mice? Oh my god, I am terrified of mice. Ah, goodness. With so many, even the black cat sheriff wouldn't stand a chance. I wonder if they carry the plague virus. I've heard modern mice aren't safe to eat. Yuck, you upstairs. What the hell? Game over. The broadcaster is about to delete their account and start anew. For the first time, I truly detest the high definition of the visuals. It's too clear. Yuck. Among the viewers, a team of online monitors continued to watch, including their leader, Zhao Xingnan, along with several female colleagues. Without exception, they all felt nauseated. Even Zhao Xingnan, usually serious and decisive, had turned pale. The fear of creatures like snakes and mice is an instinctive, inescapable reaction for women. You all think this is truly game footage? Zhao Xingnan asked, covering her mouth with a tissue. Keeping her distance from the screen, it's hard to articulate. It seems real yet unreal, but if it were real, how could there be so many terrifying mice? Several female colleagues voiced their opinions. Indeed, the mice depicted on the screen were not ordinary. Each one was no smaller than a domestic cat, with the larger ones resembling dogs. Their protruding, sharp teeth, menacing claws, and long tails made them appear formidable. The estimated number was at least 80, if not 100. Mutant mouse, infected by the unknown energy from the space-time rift, possesses infectious viruses with enhanced attack power and speed. Upon piercing flesh, there is a high probability of infecting the victim with the mutated plague virus, causing symptoms like mania, bleeding, confusion, and ultimately, death. The data scanning I provided the answer. That woman must have been fleeing from these mice earlier. Now cornered in the room, she was overwhelmed with fear and began to scream loudly. Attracted by her cries, the mice began to surge toward her. Unexpectedly, the woman, wailing in a soprano pitch, ran wildly, her target seemingly heading toward Thunder. No way. Don't come over here. Thunder's eyes widened in alarm. It was clear that hiding was no longer an option. Behind him was reinforced glass, and outside lay the 20-plus story drop. The room was effectively sealed off. He had become a turtle trapped in a jar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With a sudden misstep, the woman twisted her ankle, her heel breaking as she fell right before Thunder. In the process, she yanked down the curtain he had used to conceal himself. Now, their eyes met. Get away, blade claws. With no other recourse, Thunder felt his nails elongate instantaneously. The newly acquired talent of the blade tracker activated, propelling his speed to twice its normal rate as he charged toward the incoming horde of mice. Sizzle, sizzle, squeak, squeak. In the dim light, his claws flashed like lightning, swift and fierce. The oncoming mice were shredded into pieces, falling from the sky like confetti. Kill mutant mouse pup 1. Gain evolution points 2. Kill mutant mouse pup 1. Gain evolution points 3. Kill mutant mouse pup 1. Gain evolution points 1. The notifications of kills rang out, signaling the intensity of the battle. The scene was incredibly chaotic, too intense to behold directly. Fortunately, as the outside light dimmed, he refrained from activating night vision. The viewers in the live stream could only see blurred shadows, thus diluting the visual impact. Otherwise, it was likely that a significant portion of the audience would abandon the stream in terror. They are so fast. Though Thunder was dispatching the mice rapidly, his heart raced in his throat. He could not ascertain whether these mice bore any viruses, and if he were caught, he had no idea if the healing potions would counteract the poison. Therefore, he dared not take risks, opting to fight and retreat, using his speed to outmaneuver them. However, the sheer number of mice was overwhelming. The space on this floor was already cramped, cluttered with fitness equipment. Soon, the ground was nearly covered with blood and flesh, the viscous texture palpable underfoot. Oh no! Thunder inadvertently stepped on a piece of flesh, slipping and falling backward. Thud! His body landed on a treadmill, sending a jolt of pain through his shoulder. Damn it! He quickly pushed off with his feet, retreating and standing up again, barely lifting his arm to continue the fight. Yet, the pain in his arm grew increasingly pronounced. He had enhanced his speed, but his physical resilience was still that of an ordinary person. I'll fight you. As the horde of mice surged forward, Thunder gritted his teeth, seizing a scrap of rebar and slamming it onto the ground. Zzz! A bright current surged from his palm through the rebar, then into the blood pooling on the floor. Squeak! The mice, stepping into the blood, were electrified, pausing in shock, their bodies trembling. Come on! Thunder was now blinded by rage. With his other hand, he swiftly retrieved a shovel and smashed it against a circuit board on the adjacent wall. Then, he plunged his hand into the opening. Chapter 15. Slaying the Mutant Mice. A reunion with the woman. The fitness center consumed a significant amount of electricity, and the outlet's current was substantial. ZZ. The current coursed through Thunder's body, revitalizing his spirit, his body, enhanced with the ability to control electricity. Although not at a high level and capable of storing limited energy, could still utilize his body as a conduit to release electrical energy. One hand absorbed the energy, while the other released it through the rebar into the blood. Though there was some loss, the continuous flow of electricity allowed for sustained area damage. Squeak, 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 the mutant mice charged forth, only to be met with electric shocks, screeching and collapsing in droves. Bang. A loud explosion resonated as the fuse box finally succumbed to the relentless current, triggering a protective mode and tripping the circuit. Phew. Thunder exhaled a breath of smoke-laden air, surveying his surroundings. The area had quieted considerably. The mutant mice were now largely incapacitated by the electrical shock. Still wary, he propped himself up, grabbed the shovel, and went about delivering finishing blows. Kill mutant mouse pup 1. Gain evolution points 2. Kill mutant mouse pup 1. Gain evolution points 3, as the notifications chimed in. A warm golden light enveloped him, blossoming around him that he felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment, fatigue dissipating, revitalizing his entire being. Evolution points maxed. Evolution level increased 1. Current evolution level, level 20300. Received 5 free points. Remaining free points 5. A series of system notifications rang out, and he realized he had leveled up. His body had returned to its prime. The pain in his arm had vanished. Is this the sensation of leveling up? Not only did it grant points, but it also restored him to full health, mending his injuries. This upgrade felt like a timely rain, evoking a sense of exhilaration akin to escaping death. Total annihilation? The broadcaster's AV operation is refreshingly unique, clearing the minion line directly. The broadcaster is powerful. True men confront circuit boards head-on. Observing the streamer's expression, it appears to be one of sheer delight, prompting me to consider giving it a try myself. Prior to my amputation, I harbored similar thoughts. Lide is affluent, gifting the streamer a plain 1. With the Jiao Chi Shui Liwen, gifting the streamer a plain 1. Jean Wan de Lao Hu, gifting the streamer a plain 1.xxxx. Gifting the streamer hearts 10.xxxx. Gifting the streamer flowers 5.xxxx. Followed the streamer. Within the live broadcast room, the audience was momentarily subdued by the sudden onslaught of mutated rats, resulting in a lull in conversation. However, upon witnessing the might of Lei Ting, who vanquished the rodent horde, the atmosphere became lively once more. After all, rats are universally detested, regardless of gender. Following this event, nearly everyone clicked to follow the channel, and several early viewers generously presented gifts. Grateful for the support of the audience, Lei Ting implored them to share the live stream, as an increase in popularity would enhance the content's quality. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he prompted another round of shares. What is that? As he dispatched the remaining mutated rats, he noticed a cabinet in the corner quivering slightly. Come out, he commanded, delivering a swift kick to the cabinet. The door flew open, and a figure tumbled out in disarray. It was the woman from earlier. Seeing her ignited a surge of anger within Lei Ting. You thought escaping was inconsequential, yet you've brought upon yourself a multitude of troubles. Were it not for my prowess, you would have faced dire consequences. Please, don't eat me. My flesh is unpalatable, she whimpered, wrapped in a bath towel that she had pulled tightly around herself, her head buried within it. Trembling in fear. Enough? Open your eyes and take a good look. They are all dead. At the sound of Lei Ting's furious shout, her shivering abruptly ceased. She quickly raised her head, scanning her surroundings, the scene of carnage. With blood and scattered remains, coupled with the stench lingering in the air, nearly caused her to retch. Is it true? Are we saved? She exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. Thank heavens, I truly have a charmed life. Escaping death twice. In her moment of elation, she seemed to lose her composure, mumbling incessantly. Wait, is it you? Noticing the peculiar tone in her voice, Lei Ting felt a sense of unease. He yanked the towel from her head, revealing her face, which only intensified his ire. What a misfortune. You are the very same woman who cornered me in the restroom. Ah, it's you. She recognized him, panic evident in her voice. What of it? I do not know you. Turning to leave, Lei Ting dismissed her presence. Please, don't go. Don't leave me here alone, she pleaded, scrambling to her feet, still tightly wrapped in the towel, limping after him. Consider this a warning. Do not follow me. We are not acquainted, and this path is vast. We can go our separate ways. Raising his shovel menacingly, Lei Ting halted her pursuit. This woman dares to follow me, an unyielding specter. I am Lei Go. Resolutely straightforward. My aloof demeanor rivals that of a domineering CEO. Sigma Man, our paragon. Women only hinder Lei Ge's shovel-swinging speed. You pitiful men, destined for solitude. Is that a feminine tone? A lady? Perhaps. Come, let us be friends. Faced with Lei Ting's cold, blood-stained shovel, she quivered in fear and promptly halted. We are all merely seeking survival, and I implore you. Take me with you. I will pay you. If you can lead me to my parents, I can offer you a substantial reward. Though fear clouded her demeanor, the instinct for survival overpowered her, and she immediately resorted to bribery. Lei Ting, however, could not be bothered with her pleas. You still fail to comprehend the gravity of our situation. Outside, it is chaos, and your money will soon become worthless. Those devoid of foresight cannot hope to survive. Resolutely, he chose to ignore her, heading towards the debris he had used to block the breach. He intended to escape through that route, descending to the lower floors. Nightfall approached, and illuminating the area would be unwise that he needed to find a concealed refuge to weather the night and devise a plan. Please don't leave. It's perilous outside. When I fled, I saw a colossal creature, but there is no sign of it here. It must be lurking, waiting for us. As Lei Ting prepared to depart, the woman hastily pursued him, her voice rising in urgency. What? Her words prompted him to pause mid-motion. Are you suggesting those rats? Are there even larger ones? Yes, it's size da. Before she could complete her thought, terror washed over her, and she screamed. This is bad. Leaping into action, Lei Ting noticed her gaze fixed behind him, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Chapter 16. The Mutant Rat King. Southern netizens teach rat extermination techniques. Behind him lay the outer passage he had previously traversed, leading to a fire door that remained firmly closed. Beyond that was a vast expanse of glass partitions. He had shattered one of the glass panels to gain entry. Now, he was positioned precisely at that spot. Upon hearing the woman scream, he had no time to turn back. His instincts kicked in, propelling him forward in a desperate leap. In his haste, he inadvertently knocked the woman down as well, with a resounding crash. The obstruction he had used as a barrier was violently displaced by a tremendous force. Debris flew, striking him in the back. The heavy objects that had once served as a blockade were sent flying as if hurled by a powerful force. The impact left him in pain, but gritting his teeth, he utilized the momentum to roll across the ground, executing the time-honored lazy donkey roll, a technique renowned in martial arts for evading danger. A piercing shriek reverberated through the air, followed by a rush of wind. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Fueled by the assault, Lei Ting's fury ignited. He kicked a chair on the ground, propelling it like a projectile toward his assailant. Simultaneously, he rolled to the side, quickening his pace. The chair only managed to momentarily impede the oncoming threat before being shattered to pieces. Yet, that brief delay allowed Lei Ting to create distance. As night descended, the sky grew dark and ominous clouds gathered. Amidst the shadows, flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. Illuminated by the electric glow, Lei Ting finally beheld the true form of his adversary. Before him stood a mutated rat, towering to the height of a calf. Its powerful hind legs enabled it to stand upright, while its robust upper body was complemented by elongated forelimbs, the claws resembling short blades. This creature radiated a formidable presence, far surpassing that of its lesser kin. Its triangular head, adorned with protruding whiskers and menacing fangs, bore eyes that glowed a malevolent red, fixating on Lei Ting with a predatory glare. This creature was undoubtedly formidable. Mutant Rat King, Neonate, boss level. Each horde of mutated rats is led by a Rat King, the progenitor of all its mutated offspring, commanding their every move. It possesses rudimentary intelligence, can self-reproduce, and continuously generates descendants. Omnivorous, it harbors the plague virus, but possesses a remarkable resistance to it. The data scanning apparatus revealed the creature's information. Lei Ting furrowed his brow, rapidly contemplating his strategy. My goodness, the rats have evolved. Those foreigners truly have a knack for the absurd. This is not only is the Black Cat Sheriff ineffective here, but even the eagle would likely be outmatched. My tabby expresses no fear. Eager for a challenge, Streamer, you must hold your ground. If it devours you, I will surely have nightmares. I ride cockroaches to work. Streamer, I'm from the south, and our rats are about this size that I have experience. I ride cockroaches to work. Have you heard of the saying timid as a mouse? Rats are frightened by noise, their nerves are sensitive, and their hearts are small that if you continuously startle them, their hearts will race, leading to a burst from excessive blood pressure. I ride cockroaches to work. Let us see if this tactic works against that creature. At that moment, a series of comments from the same user captured his attention. A memory flickered in his mind. He indeed recalled seeing a similar strategy on a short video platform. Damn it. A dead horse is worth a living horse's effort. I'll give it my all. Rats are inherently cautious, and this rat king, possessing rudimentary intelligence, was evidently not as impulsive as its kin. The sight of the fallen corpses made it aware that its opponent was formidable, that it slowly crouched down. Positioning itself on all fours, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it surged forward, propelled by its mass and speed. The force of its leap bore down upon Lei Ting like a collapsing mountain. Feeling the oppressive weight, Lei Ting had no intention of bracing for impact that he swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the attack. Boom! The Rat King crashed into the ground with such force that it caused the earth to tremble. In a flash, Lei Ting thrust a piece of scrap metal toward the creature's crimson eye. Clang! The Rat King's forelimb shot out with astonishing speed, creating a gust of wind that struck the metal. Deflecting it away, the discarded steel rebar was forcefully struck off course, sustaining no damage, yet the impact left Thunder's hands tingling. Such immense strength. With a single blow, Thunder sensed the formidable power of his opponent. Engaging directly was futile. He would need to rely on speed to wear them down. Increasing his velocity to 3 times the norm, he gritted his teeth, swallowed a basic healing potion, and swiftly maneuvered behind the Rat King. The steel rebar darted forward like a venomous snake striking at the back of the foe's head. Whoosh crack! To his astonishment, the Rat King did not turn, but its tail lashed out like a whip. Directly striking the rebar, the impact was cunningly placed, sending a powerful shockwave through the rebar. Clang! Thunder's grip faltered for a moment, and the rebar was sent flying, landing some distance away. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, the Rat King's tail lashed out once more. Thunder hastily retreated, narrowly evading the assault. Damn, this creature has quite the repertoire. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something. Quick, plug in that socket over there. Play some intense, upbeat music. His gaze fell upon the control panel of the gym. It was well known that gyms were equipped with numerous speakers to play various music, either soothing or vigorous, to help members keep pace during their workouts. Huh, what time is it? You still want to listen to music? Is the Eastern gentleman so refined? The woman was momentarily taken aback by his shout, expressing confusion. Spare me your chatter. Hurry up and do as I say, Thunder yelled, dodging the Rat King's attacks. Oh, all right, I'm on it. She evidently realized that music might aid him in battle and quickly turned on the speakers. The familiar prelude began to play. This music. Quick, use the 2-section whip, hee hee ha. Martial artists must remember the benevolent, our invincible Thunder was momentarily stunned. This is not the song 2-section whip by Jay Cho, is it? How could it be playing here? He stole a glance back, only to see the woman swaying to the rhythm of the music. Clearly, she was also well acquainted with this song. Simultaneously, as the music played, the Rat King appeared startled, growing increasingly agitated. Chapter 17. Sonic interference. Lime in the eyes, electric shock to the head, authentic martial arts. Goodness, Jay Chou's fame has reached even foreign games. Is it really that surprising? Nowadays, elements from Huagua are everywhere abroad. That I heard he's coming. He's coming. He comes with gifts in a luxury store in John Bull country last time, and it left me utterly shocked. Indeed, I've even heard the most dazzling ethnic style here in the tropical grassland country. Streamer, did your boss pay copyright fees to Jay Cho? Using it without permission is illegal. The live chat was quickly filled with comments reflecting the influence of Huagua music, with everyone sharing their thoughts. Meanwhile, Thunder was keenly observing the Rat King's movements. The woman cranked the volume to maximum. The Rat King began to exhibit clear signs of agitation. This gym was quite expansive, with numerous external speakers hanging on each floor. When they all played simultaneously, the effect was staggering. The Rat King continually looked up, cautiously scanning the ceiling, clearly having identified the source of the sound. Spit. It opened its mouth, expelling a concentrated glob of liquid. Hiss hiss. That liquid accurately struck one of the speakers, producing a piercing, corrosive noise. Subsequently, that speaker fell silent. What the hell? This creature even has a long-range corrosive attack. Thunder's eyes widened in disbelief. However, he also noted that after expelling one glob, The Rat King did not continue, but instead waited several seconds before unleashing a second. It turned out this creature needed to accumulate energy and could not spew continuously. This was somewhat good news. Had it been able to unleash such corrosive liquid attacks without cooldown, he would truly be at a loss. Purchase sturdy wooden shield. Purchase thin leather helmet. Purchase thin leather chest armor. Purchase thin leather leg armor. Purchase healing potions. Seizing this opportunity, he spent all his saved points on equipment for emergencies. Although these were merely basic items, they were better than dying with unspent money. Now, as the Rat King targeted another speaker with its corrosive glob, thunder exerted force beneath him and surged forward. With one hand holding the shield and the other the shovel, he swung it like a blade towards the Rat King's exposed neck. Whoosh! Just as the Rat King finished expelling a glob of corrosive liquid, it sensed the incoming attack. Its blood-red eyes gleamed fiercely as it suddenly lowered its head, using its massive, brick-like incisors to intercept Thunder's shovel. Crack! The shovel was caught. Ha ha! You shall perish! Thunder's hands crackled with electricity, currents spreading outward. Zing zing, how could this be? To his astonishment, this electric attack merely caused the Rat King to twitch, inflicting minimal damage. The Rat King only felt a tingling sensation in its mouth, momentarily losing sensation and releasing its grip on the shovel point. One forelimb swung in retaliation, sweeping towards him. The distance was too short. Thunder could only raise his sturdy wooden shield, bracing for the impact. Bam! He was sent flying by the immense force. Damn it! I forgot about that creature's massive incisors. Its teeth are non-conductive. The earlier shock only splattered a minuscule amount onto the Rat King's lips. Failing to deliver the anticipated main attack, Thunder coughed up blood, quickly regaining his feet. This Rat King truly had weapons all over its body. Play music. Keep changing. Play more explosive tracks. Noticing that the intense sounds could draw the Rat King's attention, he called out to the woman again. Having witnessed Thunder's confrontation with the Rat King, she understood his intent. She dashed out from her hiding spot, constantly changing the songs. The continual shifts in musical style bewildered the Rat King. Further aggravating its mood, it emitted incessant squeaks, preparing to expel corrosive liquid once more. Perfect. Now is the time. Seeing the Rat King tilt its head to unleash its skill, Thunder suddenly hurled a package toward it. As the corrosive liquid was expelled, the package landed directly above its head, blocking the liquid's path. Boom! The package burst, releasing a cloud of gray powder that fell like rain. Squeak, squeak! The Rat King was blinded by the gray powder. Jumping about in a frenzy, it shook its head vigorously, attempting to rid itself of the powder. I can't open your eyes. Let me help you. Thunder picked up the discarded steel rebar and hurled it upward. Ding! Thud! The rebar struck the fire sprinkler head on the ceiling, causing water to gush down. His squeak, squeak, squeak as the water splashed into the Rat King's eyes, mingling with the gray powder. A plume of smoke erupted, causing the Rat King to writhe in agony. Earlier, the powder Thunder had thrown was freshly slaked lime, remnants left over from the gym's recent renovations. Thunder had noticed the bags of lime stacked in a corner earlier. At this moment, the lime reacted with the water, generating a substantial amount of heat and transforming into caustic slaked lime. This chemical reaction burned the Rat King's eyes, inflicting excruciating pain, watching it roll about in distress. Thunder wisely chose to retreat from its fury. Boom! The Rat King crashed into a load-bearing column, halting its frantic movements. Clearly, this collision left it somewhat dazed. Now is my chance. This time, Thunder chose to strike. He surged forward, leaping high, one hand wielding the rebar, the other the shovel, aiming for its head. Thud! The rebar and shovel successfully pierced its blurred vision. Perish! With the strike successful, he released the last of his stored electrical energy. Squeak, squeak! Instantly. Was the host just knocked out? I saw that woman calling out to him. Yes, indeed. Speaking of which, I also noticed that foreigner. He is quite striking, fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, though a bit disheveled, judging by visual estimation. His measurements should be around XXXXXX, with a margin of error not exceeding 0.1 centimeters. What the heck? Do you have some sort of pay-to-win vision up there? It's so dark out, and you can analyze everything with such precision? Nothing extraordinary, just a familiar sight. What are you bunch of fools rambling about? If anyone knows the host, hurry up and call to find out what's going on. It was so thrilling, and now it's just gone. I can't even sleep tonight. Can't you just follow him? If you do, you'd get notifications when he goes live. The viewers in the live broadcast room, having witnessed Thunder defeating the Rat King and being swept away themselves, found themselves in a state of helplessness as the screen went black. With no other options, they could only inquire on the public screen of the live stream, yet no one could contact him. In the special office of the note company, the technical director sighed and said, "How is it? Have you tracked down anything?" "No, there hasn't been any data from this live broadcast room at all. Everything that happened inside has left no trace." Sighing again, he lamented, "I've been in this industry for 30 years. I've seen all sorts of scenes. This is the first time encountering such formidable technology. If only we could find the person, I'd love to have a thorough discussion." Yes, we were all captivated by the unbeatable clarity of the visuals, the realistic combat scenes, and the various monster effects. Any one of them is top tier in the industry. If they desire fame and fortune, there are plenty of companies willing to invest that I don't understand why they would resort to live streaming. Other technical supervisors expressed their confusion. "Captain Zhao, have you made any progress on your end?" The technical director turned to Zhao Shengnan and her team from the cyber monitoring unit. "Not yet, but we'll head back to the bureau for a meeting to study this further and reconvene with you all tomorrow. Thank you for your cooperation." In response, they exchanged polite pleasantries before parting ways. The technical director headed off to report to Boss Zhang, while the cyber monitoring unit returned to the bureau. "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, here are the screenshots and videos I just captured from the live broadcast room. Please upload these to our database for comparison and see if this host appears in our records." Zhao Shengnan handed 2 USB drives to her subordinates, speaking sternly. "Captain, do you think could this host be a real person?" Her subordinates were taken aback by Zhao Shengnan's line of thought. "I am not sure. I just get the feeling that the visual experience is too lifelike. Even the most advanced rendering technology cannot replicate the analysis frequency of the human eye. Otherwise, it would create an awkward moment. However, after watching the live stream all afternoon, I didn't detect any such abnormality. In our line of work, we cannot overlook any possibility. Please get started on the comparison. It may take some time." "So I appreciate your hard work." Zhao Shenan explained her reasoning. Though her subordinates were doubtful, they understood that following orders was their duty, so they refrained from further questioning and got to work. "I feel so dizzy." Time passed, and Thunder finally managed to open his eyes with great difficulty. His mind was still a bit fuzzy, but he could manage to keep them open. Was he still at the gym? Outside, it was dark. Slowly, he stood up, realizing he was lying by the floor-to-ceiling window, covered with a few blankets. It was pouring rain outside. Looking out into the distance, the entire city appeared chaotic. Few buildings had their lights on, and there were plumes of smoke rising from flames that had just been doused by the rain. The streets were littered with vehicles that had collided in disarray, and it seemed many people had been crushed, though the force behind it was unknown. The streets were quiet now, void of any unusual creatures. Rain may wash away everything, but it could not erase the chaos of this world. Detected host attributes. Would you like to start the live stream? At that moment, the system's notification rang in his mind again. Huh. Isn't the live stream already on? Thunder was momentarily stunned. Responding with a question. The live stream can be activated or deactivated according to the host's needs. When the host loses consciousness, it is set to default off. The system rarely answered his inquiries. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought it was mandatory to be live streaming 24/7. Thunder let out a sigh of relief that to be honest, while he relied on streaming for income to enhance himself. The thought of his life being under constant observation was a bit unsettling. It was akin to the Truman Show. One could gain fame and fortune, becoming the most renowned star in the world. Yet without freedom, everything wouldn't seem so wonderful. Let us turn it on. I ended the last stream too abruptly and forgot to greet everyone. That would be quite impolite. Received. Live stream activated. Beep. The familiar multi-angle shots appeared on the screen. What the heck? What is going on? The host is streaming at midnight. Isn't that a coincidence? I'm enjoying hot pot and singing, and the host just shows up with some snacks. Follow to avoid getting lost. Fantastic. The host seems quite in high spirits. Are you enjoying the scenery? As soon as the live stream opened, dozens of viewers flooded in. Most of the audience who watched earlier had already followed him. However, it was late at night in Huagua, and many were resting, resulting in a lack of activity. Hello everyone. I apologize for the abrupt end earlier. We encountered a minor technical issue, but that's been resolved now. I just wanted to check if everything is functioning properly and to apologize. Thunder smiled as he spoke. Seeing the player's comments was a source of encouragement for him. In this unfamiliar world devoid of acquaintances. This live stream was his only connection to home. Let me show you the night scenery of our game. With that, He turned the camera toward the outside view. Wow, so realistic, it's unbelievable. If you told me this isn't the apocalypse, I wouldn't believe you. The newly released Cyber XX3078 doesn't have such stunning effects that it truly resembles a scene after an alien invasion. I am so envious. You bunch of pretentious dragon enthusiasts. If I really let you in there, you'd probably scare yourselves to death. Who said that? As long as the host opens testing, I'd be willing to live in there. The live stream chat continued with playful banter, warming Thunder's heart. Chapter 19. The beauty emerging from the bath. Disassembling the Rat King. I'll first go check if the Rat King dropped any loot for me. Thunder recalled the kill notification and hurried inside. Luckily, it was still there. The gym floor was soaked, the aftermath of the fire sprinklers. The bloodstains had been washed to the corners, but the towering corpse of the Rat King lay silently in place. Approaching, he reached out to search for loot on the Rat King's body, but as soon as his hand touched it, a glow began to emanate. Target confirmed as host's kill. Loot has been automatically collected into storage. Detected that this unit can be disassembled. Would you like to proceed with disassembly? 2 notification sounds echoed in Thunder's mind. Is this a new feature? He recalled the kill notification he had heard before losing consciousness. This Rat King had granted him 300 evolution points. He remembered that the evolution points required for his upgrade were exactly 300. Opening the system panel, he saw current evolution level 30600. Acquired 6 free points. Remaining free points 11. New feature unlocked. Item recovery. Indeed, his level had increased, and his free points had also risen. Moreover, he had truly unlocked a new feature. Item recovery. The host can recover dropped items from defeated monsters by mere touch. Simultaneously, based on data analysis, the defeated entity will be disassembled for recovery. This feature is excellent. No longer will he have to sift through piles of bloody flesh to find loot. But what is this disassembly? He attempted to select the disassemble option. Disassembly successful. Obtained. Mutated Rat King hide X1, tail X1, forelimbs X2, skull X1, meat X20, blood X20. A series of item acquisition notifications confirmed the functionality's effectiveness. Meanwhile, the corpse of the mutated Rat King dissipated into specks of starlight. Huh? Host, what are you doing? Are you exorcising the rat? Killing it was for self-preservation, and exorcising it is for compassion. The host seems quite nice. The viewers in the live stream, curious, inquired. Haha, it's not quite like that. My evolution level has increased, and I gained a new skill. I just tested it out. With that, he introduced the feature. By the way, whatever happened to that foreign girl you saved? I haven't seen her around. Yeah, I remember someone mentioning she was quite attractive. Host, can you show us? With the viewers' comments prompting his memory, Thunder realized he hadn't seen the girl either. What if she ran away? He turned to check the Rat King's entry point and found it blocked off. It seemed the girl was still there, having sealed it up. With that thought in mind, he stood up and began searching the gym. A soft rustling sound emerged from within a room. Was someone inside? Taking precautions, he quietly approached and gently pushed the door open. In the next instant, the atmosphere erupted. Before him lay a bathroom adorned with a row of lotus shower heads along the wall. A graceful silhouette stood within, showering with her back turned to him. The dim lighting obscured her features, revealing only a vague outline. Yet her proportions were nearly flawless, her rear view almost perfect. Oh my! He exclaimed, caught off guard, rendered momentarily speechless. Wow, who would have thought, in the dead of night, there would be such an unexpected surprise? This game doesn't censor anything. Aha! It truly pleases me. Streamer, I'm not sure, but it seems like there's an issue with your broadcasting equipment. The clarity isn't quite right. Perhaps checking it would help. This live stream room is a goldmine, blood, violence, and everything in between, yet still so enticing. Old Lee is wealthy. Sending the streamer a rocket X1. Old Lee is wealthy. Streamer, no. Father, I humbly beg for a share. Potato. Grandpa. It's me, the big guy. Give me the link so I can come protect you. In an instant, a pack of wolves revealed their true predatory nature. The few viewers in the live stream room flooded the screen with messages like snowflakes. Who's that? Oh my! Thunder's actions had startled the woman inside. She quickly noticed him, pulled the curtain shut, and cried out, "No, don't shout. You'll attract the monsters. I'm coming out. I'll be right there." With his face flushed, Thunder promptly shut the door and retreated, taking a seat by the floor-to-ceiling window. Feeling the heat on his cheeks. Hey, streamer, what are you doing? Why did you run at such a crucial moment? 5 streamer, are you a novice? With such a beautiful view before you, is this how you react? Who knows? Look at the streamer's face, red as a monkey's bottom. He must not have seen much action before. Exactly. If you won't show us, then why create such vivid and censored scenes? The visuals are tantalizing. Yet you refuse to share. Direct messaging is disabled. Oh, the pain. You have 3 seconds to return, or I'll rally everyone to unfollow. Streamer, we don't want to see nudity. No, not in that sense. We just want to strategize with you. What if that woman is a monster too? Exactly. If you take us to see, we can guide you on how to find her weaknesses and defeat her to progress. The live stream chat was filled with complaints and urgings. Thunder looked on in disdain. You wolves, do you really think this is just a game? Even in this apocalyptic world, we must maintain our principles. Such actions are absolutely unacceptable. Let's not discuss this matter any further. It must be a bug, and the tech team will fix it soon. Just then, the door to the room creaked open. A head peeked out, glancing around. Upon seeing Thunder by the window, the figure slowly emerged. The newcomer stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, slender and well-proportioned. Golden hair hung damply over her shoulders. She had evidently changed into a black tracksuit, wrapped tightly in several white towels for modesty before daring to approach. Oh my, this is even more provocative than before. The contrast from her earlier disheveled appearance is striking. Is that previous gentleman still here? I must bow to you. Your eye for beauty is exceptional. Streamer, without further ado, just send me the NPC modeling data, and I'll shower you with rockets. I want to commission a top-tier version. The esteemed one above, please share. The howls of the wolves in the live stream room reignited. Chapter 20. An opportunity to escape. Catherine Cavendish. Thunder had no time to dwell in the live stream room. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. That you're awake. The woman spoke first. Yes, you fainted earlier. I didn't know what to do. I noticed a medicine bottle beside you and fed you some. Thankfully, it worked. What? You were the one who gave me the healing potion. Thunder recalled his fainting spell. Without that medicine, recovery would have been difficult. I wasn't sure if it would help you, but thankfully, you're all right. The woman smiled at him. That earlier incident was unintentional. I just wanted to check for monsters. My apologies. Thunder awkwardly apologized for inadvertently streaming her. It's nothing. I believe it was unintentional on your part. The woman looked at him, smiling as if she didn't mind what had just occurred. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Take care. Wait, don't go. Upon hearing her intent to depart, the woman hurriedly called after him. Are you looking for an exit? Can I come with you? She quickly caught up that it's not very feasible with my current abilities. I can barely protect myself. Taking you along might spell disaster for both of us. Thunder maintained his principles, aware of his mission. This was no mere game, and he had to safeguard his own survival. You, how can you be so lacking in gentlemanly conduct? The world outside has changed so drastically. Shouldn't we help each other? The woman retorted. Help each other? But what can you do for me? I've saved you twice already. Without my intervention, you would have been devoured by zombies in the bathroom downstairs. Thunder countered. And those rat swarms you faced? I dealt with them for you. If you're searching for gallantry, you've come to the wrong person. I don't quite grasp that concept. He replied bluntly. He recognized her as the woman who had hidden in the bathroom during the earlier zombie encounter, realizing the door was stuck. She had climbed through the ventilation system, descending through the building. During her descent, she had encountered those mutated rat swarms, which had led her to this place in a panic. In truth, the subsequent troubles had originated from her actions. Everything happens for a reason. We're even now. You. Who says I can't assist? You're not from around here, are you? You're unfamiliar with this place, right? I am a local, born and raised. I know these streets well and where it's safest. If you take me along, I can guide you, and we can escape. What I mean by escape isn't merely leaving this building. It's about leaving the city. The woman rapidly laid out her cards. Thunder felt a surge of interest at her last statement. Exiting the building seemed manageable, but where to go afterward? That was the critical question. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he hadn't thoroughly considered his options. Her words piqued his curiosity. Are you serious? Of course. Hearing her confidence, Thunder pondered briefly. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to address some technical issues, so we will end the stream for today. See you all tomorrow. Please help spread the word about the live stream. A new feature will be showcased tomorrow, so don't miss it. Thunder typed a message in the live stream chat. What? Just when it started, you're ending it. What's your game, streamer? Childish. Need I say more? With a beauty present, what else could he be doing? Unbelievable. While we're here munching on instant noodles, he's enjoying himself. Unfollow. We must unfollow. Streamer, do you think we don't exist? We promise to stay silent, just don't end the stream. If it comes to that, I'll pay. New feature. What is it? Spill it. Or, I want tea sleep tonight. As discussions raged in the live stream room. Thunder had already closed it, ignoring the protests and frustrations of the viewers. All right, come here. I have a few questions for you that if your answers satisfy me, I'll consider cooperating. Thunder took a seat behind the bar, and the woman sat across from him. What is your role here? He inquired. Do you remember that floor above? She replied, of course. How could I forget? You were cornered by zombies in the restroom, right? Don't bring that up again. That entire floor is my company. I'm the owner of that office building. She exclaimed, her irritation evident. What? The owner? Thunder was taken aback. You nearly wiped out your own employees turned zombies? Our company specializes in a niche luxury perfume brand, performing well in White Eagle and surrounding countries. As she spoke, a hint of pride emerged, mentioning the brand's name. Unfortunately, Thunder was unfamiliar with it. Now it made sense why there were so many perfumes in the office area. She was in that business. Given that she could lease an entire floor, it seemed this woman was quite wealthy. I have a house nearby in Rocky County. On the rooftop of the house, a two-person helicopter was parked. As long as we can reach it, we can take off in the helicopter. Then, we will head to the nearby Karina Island to find my parents. They have private bodyguards and a yacht that can take us to safety. The woman's thoughts were remarkably clear. Clearly having prepared her words in advance, she spoke with pride. This declaration left Thunder somewhat astonished. If what she said was true, then this girl must indeed come from a privileged background, with a private plane, a yacht, and bodyguards at her disposal. However, could she truly be telling the truth? With such advantages at home, could it be that no bodyguard was assigned to her? Thunder cast a sidelong glance at her, skepticism evident in his gaze. What kind of look is that? Do you not believe me? My name is Catherine Cavendish, and now you should know, she retorted, her annoyance rising as she revealed her name first. I don't know. This was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Thunder had only been at this place for half a day. How could he possibly know who she was? Look, I have already planned the route on the map. Catherine, feeling helpless, pulled out her phone and displayed a local map for Thunder to see. You have a phone? Why not call for help? Or inform your family? Thunder inquired. Curiosity piqued. Don't mention it. I've tried. The network is fine. But the phone signal is gone. Nowadays, everyone communicates through social media, but my parents are not enthusiastic about that, so I can't reach them for now. Moreover, those platforms are currently unmaintained and will likely cease to function soon. The military did post a video earlier stating they are building an official platform for everyone to use in the future, but there's no news yet. Catherine sighed, her frustration palpable. Chapter 21, Mechanical Gopher. Basic Ability Enhancement Card. Thunder found Catherine's points credible. The inexplicable voice had previously indicated this sentiment. Moreover, it had been less than a day, and the various societal functions were still operational. Electricity, water resources, and the internet would take time to deplete. All right, let's rest for the night to regain our strength. At dawn tomorrow, we will set out. You promise to take me with you? Catherine exclaimed, her surprise evident. I'm not just taking you. We must cooperate, and you will need to contribute as well. Otherwise, regardless of your beauty, things may not turn out as you hope. Thunder replied earnestly. You think I'm beautiful? Thank you. But that's a public acknowledgement, Catherine said proudly. Your ego is quite substantial, Thunder remarked, suddenly remembering that she might not understand his jest. Just then, a series of sounds echoed. Catherine's cheeks flushed. Do you have any food? I've been hungry all day, and all I can find here is water. She looked at Thunder with a hint of embarrassment. Here, take this. Thunder tossed her 2 meat buns, each about the size of his palm. These are the cheapest items in the market. 5 points for one. This mysterious Eastern cuisine. Catherine took the buns, examining them with a hint of hesitation. But I've seen them in Huagua City, but never dared to try. Why? Isn't this normal food? Thunder was momentarily taken aback. They say it contains pork. I am a devout Christian, Catherine explained, visibly troubled. Well, then drink some water. Thunder had no time to waste chit-chatting with her and took a bun for himself. With its thin skin and generous filling, he bit into it, the aroma wafting up. In just a few bites, he polished off 1 bun, feeling quite satisfied. Gurgle. Catherine's stomach growled at that moment, and she swallowed hard. She discreetly removed the cross necklace from her neck and tucked it into her pocket. Can I have one? Weren't you just saying you wouldn't eat? Save your confessions for later. Survival is more important. Thunder tossed her 2 more buns. With each of them consuming 2 meat buns, their hunger was significantly alleviated. Where did you get that outfit? I remember you were wearing a dress earlier, Thunder remarked. Looking at her, I found it at the bar inside. It seems to be merchandise prepared for sale here. Catherine pointed in a direction that I'll go take a shower and change into some clothes. You should rest early. Tomorrow we need to fight for our lives. After Thunder gave her a brief nod, he found a set of sportswear and headed into the shower. Catherine, meanwhile, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window. Wrapped in a towel, gazing out at the torrential rain with a look of confusion and helplessness. After washing away the bloodstains, Thunder felt a significant sense of relief. He didn't rush out of the shower, but instead summoned his storage space to check the items within. There were several cards, all dropped after defeating monsters today. Among them, 2 silver cards stood out prominently. The first card depicted a colossal sci-fi-style mechanical gopher, surrounded by 20 smaller mechanical gophers. Mechanical Gopher Storage Card, a children's toy from Cybertron. Containing 1 giant mechanical gopher and 20 ordinary mechanical gophers. This unit shares vision with the user, equipped with various tools and weapons, powered by electricity, fuel, life energy, energy blocks, etc. in full energy status. It can be used continuously for 324 hours. And in energy-saving mode, it can remain on standby for 724 hours. A summoning card? Can it summon helpers? Thunder pushed aside the cabinets in the shower room to create a space. Inputting his thoughts, he dropped the card onto the ground. Boom! A plume of blue smoke erupted, and a 2-meter-tall mechanical gopher appeared before him, standing upright on its hind legs. Its design bore some resemblance to the Rat King Thunder had defeated earlier. Yet it was far more futuristic, squatting there like a kangaroo, exuding strength without a hint of lewdness. Its eyes glowed red, and its mouth was lined with sharp mechanical teeth. Its forelimbs were not claws, but a drill and a chainsaw. Its robust lower body had 4 wheels on the sides of its mechanical legs. The tail was a thick, spiked mechanical appendage topped with a triangular spike. Wow, is it really this impressive? Thunder reached out to touch the mechanical gopher, feeling an instant connection. Go. He attempted to control it with his mind. To his surprise, the mechanical gopher sprang into action. This was incredible. He now had a powerful ally. Afterward, he examined the remaining 20 ordinary mechanical gophers. These resembled regular mice, but their bodies were constructed from an unknown metal, with sharper teeth and claws capable of easily burrowing through soil. Moreover, these 20 mechanical gophers could be summoned individually. He could call as many as he needed. Thunder familiarized himself with their functions, instructing them to charge at the corner outlet. He then turned his attention to the second silver card. Basic Ability Enhancement Card. Can elevate any talent rank D or below by 1 level. Cannot exceed rank. An Ability Enhancement Card. Upon reading the title, Thunder's spirits surged. His 2 talents were currently rated F. The lowest level, the electricity manipulation, seemed impressive, but each use required a few minutes of rest to recover. Unless there was a nearby power source for quick replenishment, that IT could only shine for 3 seconds at pivotal moments. The Blade Tracker was slightly better, yet it still suffered from similar issues. After using acceleration, fatigue and stamina would plummet, necessitating constant consumption of recovery potions. Which to enhance first? After some contemplation, he decided to elevate the F-rank electricity manipulation first. The rationale was that the enhancement effect of the Blade Tracker was already at the limit of what his body could endure. Without a corresponding improvement in physical attributes, he would not withstand the higher costs. On the other hand, while electricity manipulation had decent damage, its usage frequency was too low that if it could be enhanced, it would undoubtedly provide greater assistance. Use. Basic Ability Enhancement Card successfully used. Electricity Manipulation F level upgraded to Electricity Assault E level. Electricity Assault E level increases the base effect of primary electrical damage by 100, doubles the electricity recovery speed, simultaneously allows the user to emit electricity up to 1 meter away with unchanged power, but consumes more electricity, which can be sustained through replenishment and continuous charging. Excellent. Thunder looked at the content description and felt the surging current within him. Just as he had imagined, he clenched his fist tightly, feeling the lethal potential of electricity grow even stronger. Chapter 22. First Lottery. Basic Attribute Enhancement Potion. Thunder conducted a preliminary analysis of the 2 silver cards, concluding that they must have been dropped by the Rat King. He had browsed the points market and saw nothing like them. However, The system had previously mentioned that monster drops were rarer than those in the system market, which was merely for emergency use and wouldn't feature overly rare items. To acquire valuable items, one would either rely on lottery draws or monster hunting. Recalling the lottery, he quickly opened the back-end data of his live streaming room. Popularity, 103. Over 100 points, gazing at the numbers before him. Thunder felt a deep sense of contemplation to eye in other live streaming rooms. Hosts boasted popularity in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why, then, did he only possess such a meager amount? Unbeknownst to him, the actual viewership of many streamers hovered only in the hundreds or thousands, with the tens of thousands being reserved for the more prominent figures. The figures flaunting millions were merely the result of investments made by MCN guilds to support their streamers and craft their personas through data bots. In contrast, Thunder's streaming room had undergone system certification, prohibiting the use of such methods. All his viewers were genuine, with a basic lottery draw requiring 100 points of popularity after a long day's toil. He had just managed to accumulate enough. Deeming it not in vain, he casually opened the lottery system, revealing a colossal spinning wheel adorned with a single pointer, while the rest was obscured by question marks. Current popularity allows for one basic lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? Yes, no. Upon inspection, he noted the presence of a medium lottery draw costing 1,000 points and advanced options grayed out, indicating they were temporarily unavailable. It seemed even the lottery required an elevation in his level. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. The wheel began to spin rapidly, gradually coming to a halt. Congratulations, host. You've won. Basic Strengthening Potion 1. Basic Attribute Strengthening Potion. Contains 40 points of strengthening attribute points, which can be freely allocated among 4 attributes, with each attribute receiving no more than 50 of the potion's total points. A potion for strengthening attributes, and 40 points, no less. This elicited joy in Thunder's heart. 40 points represented the total sum of attributes for an average adult, effectively granting him a substantial boost in physical prowess, while the points offered were not as plentiful as those from the bladed tracker. Their value surpassed that significantly. Firstly, it did not occupy a talent slot. Secondly, it bore no fixed attributes. Lastly, it imposed no usage limits. Exchanging 100 popularity points for an almost doubling of his physical values was indeed a worthwhile bargain. He clicked to use it without a moment's hesitation. After careful consideration, he decided to distribute the points evenly among the attributes, excluding agility. He needed to ascertain which enhancements would yield the greatest benefits to inform his future attribute allocation strategy. The attributes shifted instantaneously. Stamina, 12, 15, 27. Strength, 10, 15, 25. Agility, 62. Intelligence, 11, 10, 21. Remaining free points, 11. These 11 points were earned through leveling up and remained untouched for the moment. He then closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness within his body to attune himself to the changes. With a resounding impact, he clenched his fist and unleashed a series of powerful punches into the air. A forceful gust emanated from his strikes. Currently, his strength was akin to that of a professional boxer, though he could not compare to the likes of Tyson and other formidable beasts. Subsequently, he shed his clothing and examined himself in the mirror. Noting that the contours and definition of his muscles had become markedly pronounced, the stamina expended in his vigorous punches was rapidly regenerating, a testament to the enhanced effects of his newfound endurance. As both his physical resilience and vitality recovery had improved, next, he pondered how to test his intelligence. An idea struck him. Raising his hand, he conjured a swirling mass of blue-white electricity in his palm. He maintained this posture, continuously channeling energy into the electric sphere. When he sensed a strain on his body, he abruptly released it. It seemed he was correct. This attribute attack was indeed supported by his intelligence. He settled down, quietly reflecting on the transformations within him. This time, he detected a subtle energy fluctuation coursing through his body, akin to a fish swimming. It originated from his dantian, traversed through his veins, and ultimately returned to the dantian, completing a full circuit. This was likely the energy recovery speed influenced by his intelligence attribute. Given that his electrical energy was instantaneous, the effect of accelerated casting speed was not overtly apparent. Thunder cataloged these changes in his mind, gaining a clearer direction. He allocated all remaining 11 free points. The attribute points adjusted to stamina, 27, 11, 38, strength, 25, agility, 62, intelligence, 21, remaining free points, 0. The purpose of this allocation was foundational. The series of experiments he conducted clarified that merely enhancing one aspect was equivalent to fortifying a single slat in a barrel. The capacity of the barrel was ultimately determined by its weakest slat. While his speed was currently optimal, it was not sustainable, and he would quickly succumb to fatigue, rendering him unable to utilize his full potential. The same logic applied to his strength. Thus, he prioritized enhancing his stamina to augment his endurance and recovery capabilities. He believed that the next time he employed the bladed tracker, the effects would be even more pronounced. Having converted all his resources into attributes, he felt invigorated. The remaining cards in his possession were primarily material cards, pure water cards. Burger King cards, a dog-legged knife, a pot-lid shield, and other mundane items. He stored these in his personal space. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and he leaned against the window, gazing at the downpour with a distant expression. He and Catherine were both ensnared in their own helplessness and confusion, one outside, the other within. It was certain that this night brought a shared sense of despair and uncertainty to all of Blue Star. The following day, as dawn broke, Thunder awoke with a keen awareness. He checked on the mechanical drilling mice. Finding their power nearly replenished, he donned a black tracksuit, identical to Catherine's, the slightly fitted attire accentuating his height of 183 meters, rendering him even more pleasing to the eye. Stepping outside, he discovered Catherine wrapped in several bath towels, resembling a helpless little cat curled in the corner. "Hey, wake up. It's time to head out." He gently shook her. "Oh, don't disturb me. I don't want to go to work today." She flipped over, returning to slumber. Chapter 23. Catherine's Armory. Emergence of a temporary mission. "We must leave soon. The rat creatures will come," Thunder remarked casually. "What? Rats?" At this, Catherine, still half asleep, perked up at the mention of the sensitive word. Springing into action, she hastily consumed some food in preparation to depart. Thunder tossed her 2 meat buns. "Oh, we're really leaving now," she finally grasped, still somewhat dazed, realizing this was not her home. Your physique seems to have improved." As she munched on the buns, Catherine inadvertently glanced at Thunder. "Nothing much. I leveled up and gained some free points." Thunder replied candidly, as everyone in this world had undergone transformations. She would eventually find out. Level up? Free points? Catherine was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware. "Did you not hear that voice echoing in your mind yesterday?" Thunder was somewhat incredulous. Given the gravity of their situation, how could she have overlooked it? "Yes, but I thought it was just some prank," Catherine awkwardly admitted. Reluctantly, Thunder provided her with a brief explanation. "So, can I become as strong as you?" Upon hearing Thunder's account, Catherine's excitement surged. "Perhaps. Check your attribute panel and see if you possess any special abilities." Thunder guided her on how to inspect it. The result revealed her agility and intelligence were commendably high at 15 points, while the rest were rather ordinary, with stamina and strength even below 10 points. As for any special powers, she had none. This was not surprising, as his abilities were acquired through a free lottery draw and later through monster hunting, while Catherine had yet to slay a single creature. "Here, take these 2 weapons and see if you can wield them to prevent her from becoming a burden." Thunder handed her a dog-legged knife and a pot-lid shield. However, she struggled to walk with the knife in hand. Not having a weapon is quite problematic, Thunder thought. Feeling a bit exasperated, "I have weapons," Catherine quickly interjected. "Let's return to my office. I have a gun there." A gun? Thunder's realization hit him. They were in the White Eagle Nation, where nearly everyone possessed firearms. He simply lacked awareness due to living in the well-protected Huan Nation. "All right, let's go." Resolute, Thunder decided they should retrieve the gun first. With her means of self-defense, he would feel safer too. Navigating the corridor, they easily returned to Catherine's office floor. The air was thick with the acrid scent of dried blood, and several intact zombie corpses lay scattered, indicating no one or nothing had passed through. Catherine led Thunder to an office at the end of the hall, entering a password to unlock the door. This lavish private office was spacious, with a row of display cabinets lining the walls, filled with an array of perfumes. "These are our company's products. Impressive, aren't they?" Catherine proudly boasted, noticing Thunder's interest. "Can I take a few bottles?" Thunder suddenly inquired. "Huh? What do you want perfume for?" Catherine asked, puzzled about its useful. Thunder evaded a detailed explanation, as his intention was to host a lottery for his viewers and distribute gifts to boost his popularity. However, he has yet to find suitable alternatives for the other items. Surely, he wouldn't resort to entertaining everyone with a few zombies, would he? The perfume that Catherine possesses is evidently different from that of her homeland. Moreover, she claims her products are luxuries with commendable sales. Hence, gifting these would reflect a certain respect towards the audience. Well, they are merely samples, so it matters not. I have the formula stored away. Catherine did not inquire further. Instead, she opened a cabinet and retrieved a collection for him. Thunder meticulously stored them within his private space. Meanwhile, Catherine pressed a few buttons on the electronic lock affixed to the wall, revealing a hidden door. Upon entering, they found a lounge. Subsequently, Catherine opened another cabinet, unveiling an impressive array of weapons. There were conventional firearms alongside several futuristic weapons he had never seen before. Are these all guns? Indeed. What is this? He picked up a bizarre weapon that resembled a water gun and inquired, "Oh, this is the water energy conversion gun. It can infuse water resources, compressing them internally to launch water projectiles at foes. It operates quietly and possesses greater power than the older Glock series of police firearms, with the only downside being its relatively lower lethality." Catherine provided an explanation that it dawned on Thunder that the technology in this world surpassed that of his homeland. This was precisely why it had attracted the evolutionary trials of the indescribable, and this one, here is the light electric gun. Once charged with energy, it can emit electric beams. This is a non-lethal version. Capable of inducing paralysis, its rapid firing rate makes it hard to defend against, but its drawback lies in its inconvenient recharging, as it can hold only 5 energy beams at a time. These weapons cannot be found in stores. They are exclusively equipped by local police and military, and I procured them through connections. Initially, they were merely for my collection, intended for a few outings to the shooting range. Little did I know they would prove useful. Just yesterday, as I entered the company's front doors, before I could even reach my office, my colleagues had transformed into zombies, leaving me as the sole survivor. I was pursued before I could grab a gun. Otherwise, I could have dealt with them alone. If you need anything, feel free to take it. Catherine elaborated once more, subsequently storing these items as per Thunder's guidance into his private space. After contemplating for a moment, he selected a light electric gun for unforeseen circumstances. They set off. The two of them quietly departed the office building, weapons in tow. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Temporary mission activated. Escape this building before midnight tonight while in live broadcast mode. Mission completion reward. 1 free lottery draw. Mission failure penalty. Randomly lose 1 ability. What? A temporary mission. This sudden turn of events caught Thunder completely off guard. What is this now? However, the system paid him no heed, issuing the task, and promptly vanishing into silence. He reluctantly summoned the live broadcast panel. Within 5 minutes, the live room began to fill with viewers. Li Day has entered the live room. Potato has entered the live room. Liao Bei's fiercest Van De Biao has entered the live room. A mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared in the live room. What the heck? Is everyone awake? Thunder inquired curiously. Sleep? What do you mean sleep? Real men never sleep. They fight until dawn. Host, which time zone are you in? It's already dawn here, and we're having breakfast. Brothers, let us not get sidetracked. Let us condemn him. Have you forgotten the inhumane things he did yesterday? Right. It just dawned on me. Host, you beast. How could we assist you while you selfishly enjoyed the benefits? You are a sinner in need of redemption. Hand over the girl from yesterday, and we might spare your life. The conversation in the live room swiftly reverted to the events of his hasty broadcast the previous day. Chapter 24. A lottery for the esteemed audience, allowing Catherine to hone her skills. What's wrong? Let us go. At that moment, Catherine approached. In this world of Blue Star, people cannot see Thunder's live room. Catherine merely found it odd that he suddenly appeared dazed and came over to inquire. Oh my, this golden-haired beauty, a sight to behold. Waking up to this benefit. Wow, this appearance is quite enticing. Didn't they say foreigners have rough skin? This looks quite delicate. Look at those long legs. They're longer than my life. Host, you have a problem. You and the foreign girl are dressed in matching outfits. Host, no, father figure. I kneel before you. Let me participate in the test too if not. Just send me the modeling data, I beg you. Haha, a bunch of fools. Why are you still standing there? Screenshot it. The smart ones have already started recording. The foolish ones are still begging on their knees. In an instant, everyone in the live room noticed Catherine. She had approached directly, standing rather close to Thunder, and the system's camera zoomed in on them. Thunder realized that Catherine did not conform to the notion he had encountered online that Western women should only be admired from afar. At least Catherine's skin bore some delicacy akin to that of Eastern women, that a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, gradually reaching Thunder's nostrils. It was the distinct scent emanating from Catherine. "What perfume are you using? It's too noticeable. Try not to attract any monsters." Thunder wrinkled his nose and asked. "You?" Catherine was momentarily speechless, unwilling to engage further, and turned to leave. "But the host is the most straightforward man I've ever seen. Second only to myself. The host reminds me of myself 10 years ago. I was even more straightforward than him, and I've been single ever since, the last time I saw my first love." Her kid was already running around. "Haha, I'm better than the one upstairs. I saw my first love at a bar. We reminisced about the past, and had a delightful conversation, but she tearfully told me her parents were ill, and her siblings needed to go to school, so life was tough. I sponsored her a little to help out. Upstairs, is that your record? If there are no mistakes, sign it, pay the fine, and have your family or workplace come to pick you up." Thunder was quite at a loss. He had no idea what he had done wrong, yet the conversation had veered off into unexpected territories. That IT was still early, and their plan was to find a way to escape this building today. He urged everyone who hasn't followed to do so, and if possible, to spread the word about the live room. Shortly, they would hold a lottery, giving away some small gifts as a token of gratitude. Thunder recited the lines he had prepared for the previous night. These were all learned on the fly. There was no choice. The live room now concerned life and death, and he had to take it seriously. "A lottery? Is this the surprise you mentioned yesterday? What are the prizes? Could it be a testing qualification? That would be great." "What? Giving away testing qualifications? Only those who come to the live room today can get it. Spread the word. This game is about to enter internal testing. Hurry and get the brothers into the live room, or there won't be any spots left. The saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. And that's how it works. Soon, everyone would know." Thunder chose not to argue. The audience's enthusiasm was a positive sign for him. "Little Zhang, Little Li, thank you for your hard work. Here's breakfast for you." In the cyber monitoring team's office, Zhao Shengnan entered with some food. Last night, several subordinates had stayed up late conducting comparisons. "Thank you, Captain. The comparison results are in. We found a few individuals in our police alert database who resemble this streamer, but their ages and timelines don't match. He is likely just a character from a game model, not a real person." The subordinates directly reported the results of last night as comparisons. "Well, that was merely one of my speculations. You've all worked hard." The comparison results did not dampen Zhao Sheng'an's spirits. In their line of work, one must verify suspicions, ruling each one out meticulously without leaving a single clue overlooked. "Captain, take a look. That live room has started broadcasting again." Just then, someone noticed Thunder's stream and promptly reported it. "We want to head over to the info company for now. We'll observe from here and let them track it as well." Zhao Shengnan issued the directive. Going over would be futile. No one could track any information, and they would just end up staring blankly, creating an awkward situation for both sides. Secure the area, follow closely. Inside the building, Thunder and Catherine had already reached the 19th floor via the stairs. The previous floors were eerily silent, and they refrained from recklessly entering through the fire doors. Engaging in combat within the building was inherently disadvantageous and perilous. The spatial constraints were too great, making it easy to be surrounded by monsters. Adhering to the principle of completing the mission first before seeking further development, Thunder and Catherine tacitly chose to retreat. Suddenly, a faint sound reached Thunder's ears. "Stop." He quickly raised his hand, signaling for them to halt. This was a strategy devised by him and Catherine, a few tactical maneuvers concocted on the spur of the moment to prevent any sounds from escaping and alerting the monsters. Upon seeing this, Catherine immediately pressed herself against the wall, remaining motionless. He, on the other hand, quietly advanced to take a look, avoiding any gunfire. Crouching at the corner of the staircase, he slowly extended a mirror outwards. The mirror was taken from Catherine's office and was now serving as a periscope, allowing them to avoid exposing themselves and thus reducing the likelihood of being discovered. The mirror reflected the silhouettes of several zombies. Squatting on the ground, incessantly gnawing at something. It seemed that other survivors had also attempted to escape via the staircase but had failed to evade the pursuit of these creatures, meeting their demise here. There were 6 zombies, and after a quick assessment, he noted that none possessed special attributes. They were all of the ordinary variety. "You should practice on them. I'll provide cover," Thunder gestured to Catherine, signaling her to advance. All right. Catherine did not object. This had been previously agreed upon by Thunder and her. If she could not adapt to combat, he would not intervene. Moreover, Thunder had assured her that these ordinary zombies were not as fearsome as they seemed. With both hands gripping the water conversion gun, Catherine took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Her mind raced back to the sensations she had experienced while shooting at the range. Do not fear. They are merely monsters. Do not fear. If you do not kill them, they will consume you. Better to perish fighting than to die helplessly. With renewed courage swelling within her, she peeked around the corner. Aiming her gun at the head of the nearest zombie AT that moment, the creature remained blissfully unaware of its predicament, savoring its breakfast. With a soft pop, akin to a park air gun, a round water bullet shot forth towards its head. Chapter 25. The streamer begins to show off. Everyone stand clear to avoid collateral damage. The bullet struck the back of the zombie's head, instantly creating a gaping wound. Its body lurched and then collapsed. Lifeless. The effective shooting range of the water conversion gun was 80 meters, but its maximum lethality was limited to around 20 meters. Any further would result in mere flesh wounds rather than a fatal blow. Fortunately, in the stairwell, the distance between them was less than 20 meters, allowing for effective use of the gun, compounded by the lone noise it emitted, making it the perfect tool for a stealthy ambush. Meanwhile, the zombies, distracted by the scent of blood and flesh in front of them, failed to detect Thunder and Catherine's presence immediately. Targeting them was as easy as playing whack-a-mole. The other zombies looked around in curiosity, but, finding nothing amiss, returned to their grisly feast. Catherine inhaled deeply at the corner of the staircase, forcing down the rising nausea. This was her first time firing at a living target, although they had transformed into zombies. They still bore a resemblance to humans, weighing heavily on her conscience. Well done. Thunder clenched his fist, giving her an encouraging gesture. He had not anticipated her shooting accuracy to be so precise, hitting the target squarely in the head. She had clearly had prior experience with firearms, her fundamentals solid. Aha. The streamer has unexpectedly gained a long-range support shooter. Where can I find a beautiful and skilled girl like her? What kind of gun is she holding? Where did she acquire it? Did we miss something during yesterday's stream? The pace is astounding. Just yesterday, it was a brutal brawl with steel bars and shovels. And now she is wielding a weapon. Are there any shooting ranges in our country? I want to practice too. In case the apocalypse truly erupts one day, I wouldn't be utterly defenseless. Apocalypse? Zombies. Can they be eaten? If they can be consumed, they pose no threat. During the weapon acquisition segment, Thunder had not been streaming, so the viewers were unaware of this process. Encouraged, Catherine turned and fired again. But this time she was a bit too hasty, failing to aim properly before pulling the trigger. The water bullet aimed for the head missed and struck the zombie's shoulder instead. The struck zombie, confused, turned its head to inspect the wound, then looked up, locking eyes with Catherine. Ideally, Catherine should have immediately sought cover after firing, whether she hit or missed. This was the self-preservation instinct of a marksman. However, this being her first real combat experience, her composure faltered. Since the shot wasn't fatal, she thought to take another, and thus found herself in a tense gaze-off with the zombie. The zombie, though its vision was poor, had its attention drawn and soon recognized Catherine. Catherine screamed in terror. Her hand trembled, and she accidentally fired again. This time, the hasty shot hit another zombie in the back. That zombie also turned towards her. And soon the remaining zombies were drawn to the commotion, their gazes fixated on Catherine. With a roar, they abandoned their meal and charged towards her at the staircase corner. Catherine's heart raced. Her legs turned to jelly, and she could hardly stand, retreating on the ground. Sighing softly, Thunder brandished a knife in one hand and a shovel in the OT, clearly inscribed above. E-tier random ability card. What are you doing? His gaze towards Catherine was tinged with astonishment. What kind of luck is this? He could comprehend the drop of materials from slaying the first monster, as luck in such matters can be either non-existent or overwhelming. However, for her first card to be an ability card, and of E-tier no less, was rather extraordinary. To his knowledge, the highest drop from ordinary minor monsters is merely E-tier. They should be facing elite monsters or bosses by now. Is the ability card a guaranteed drop? Impossible. Yesterday, the streamer killed over a dozen, only to finally obtain one from a mutated zombie. Then why did this girl get one right away? And an E-tier at that. Is the game system biased towards appearance? Inhale a few breaths of luck. May it bless my civil service exam. In today's society, beauty is justice. Is it not permissible to offer some advantages in favor of justice? Look at that girl, so fair-skinned. It's reasonable for her to be lucky. Why didn't he, the streamer, choose a fair model back then? Ha! Get lost. We cherish streamers like this, pure Eastern gentlemen, the best bestowed by our ancestors. The reactions in the live stream echoed his sentiments. What is going on? Is there an issue with this card? After a prolonged silence from Thunder, Catherine inquired with curiosity, no problem. Why don't you give it a try? Later, check your attribute panel to see what talents you possess. Following his instructions, Catherine infused her consciousness into the card. The card emanated a radiant glow and merged with her body. All right, this talent is called Aromatic Mist, with the following effects. Aromatic Mist, E tier, upgradable, emits a unique fragrance from the body that can induce sleep and sentient entities. If attacked, the target awakens immediately, and verbal calls cannot rouse them. The effect lasts 15 to 30 seconds for a single target. When used on a group, it envelopes a radius of 5 meters for 10 to 15 seconds. The precise duration depends on the enemy's resistance. Skill cooldown time is 2 minutes. A control skill nonetheless. Thunder's gaze towards her was imbued with unabashed envy. So, how does this talent skill fare? Catherine asked. Quite well. It's tactical in nature, and when utilized effectively, it can be life-saving, Thunder elucidated. Catherine listened, appearing contemplative. My foot. Who is coming into the live stream? Qingzong Plateau Yalisu has entered the live stream. Blindly insisting on having a second child has entered the live stream. Lu Wanqi said good night has entered the live stream. Just as they were discussing talents, the live stream began to fill with viewers. First came several individuals with strikingly similar usernames, drawing considerable attention. My foot. Who is coming? Streamer. I've brought my friends to support you. Qingzong Plateau Yalisu, sending the streamer 3 luxury rockets. Qingzong Plateau Yalisu. Hello, streamer. I've heard your game is remarkable. Our names reveal we are all gaming enthusiasts, here to give you a boost. This individual wasted no time, immediately sending 3 luxury rockets. Thunder was momentarily taken aback. These were not the usual rockets costing a few hundred, but rather the grand rockets worth 3,000 yuan each. Even after a month of diligent work, he could not amass such an amount. Yet this person casually dispatched 3. Moreover, it was not merely a financial matter. Such extravagant items as luxury rockets would trigger banner notifications across the platform, piquing the curiosity of other viewers, who could then click on the banner to enter the live stream directly. This was often a method employed by Capital to boost streamers, rapidly elevating the stream's popularity. With this one gesture, Qingzong Plateau Yalisu became the top supporter. Wow, what a generous patron. The boss is showering luxury rockets without pause. This person is truly a big shot. Streamer, you better hold on tight. Don't let them slip away. Boss, do come check out my live stream sometime. I'm quite good at gaming too. The atmosphere in the live stream grew exuberantly lively. Ah, welcome, welcome. You are all too kind. I've only just started streaming not long ago, and I'm still learning. Thanks to all the viewers for your guidance and support, Thunder said graciously. Oh my, after a day apart. The streamer has become so eloquent. Just yesterday, they could barely speak coherently. One must always practice. Hee, such flattering words. Even I, who rarely donates and primarily provides companionship, feel a bit embarrassed. Let me send a few little hearts your way. We can teach you, but you must be earnest in your learning and cooperate. Like yesterday, with that bathroom siren, if you don't show us, how can we strategize for you? To the one above. Your calculations are audible even from the Nansha Islands. The live stream's atmosphere became instantly vibrant. Soon after, many more viewers joined. Clearly, the monetary onslaught had immediate effects. Thunder realized they had successfully captured this wave of enthusiasm, likely elevating them to another tier of viewership. The basic setup of the live stream was such that during the novice protection period, the system provided traffic boosts. If viewer retention was high and gifts plentiful, it would facilitate a progression to higher tiers of traffic. However, if the content faltered, failing to engage viewers, it would sink without a trace. In a grand conference room somewhere in the capital, a 10K ultra-clear giant screen dominated the front wall. A row of individuals sat below, all intently watching the content displayed on the enormous screen. The live stream of Thunder was unmistakably showcased. Boss, am I exaggerating? The visuals, the interaction, the engine. Wow, a bespectacled man remarked to the young gentleman seated prominently at the center. Indeed remarkable. The technical team just informed me that the current clarity is only the limit of our screen. It seems they can achieve even greater clarity. Just this alone, if we can establish a partnership with them, it would be immensely beneficial. Our group's cinemas and film companies could all be involved. The young gentleman stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes, we arrived late. It appears they just defeated a wave of monsters. Let us observe their combat scenes. They are bound to be even more stunning. The bespectacled man continued. All right, let us keep an eye on things. If it truly is as you say, we cannot afford to let this opportunity slip. Let us send a few rockets to familiarize ourselves, making future discussions more convenient. The young gentleman smiled, signaling for everyone to continue watching. Chapter 27. The Matron Spider Demon Nest, the capital's wealthy young Master Lin. This affluent individual is none other than Qingzong Plateau Yalisu from the live stream. The gentleman's surname is Lin, commonly referred to as Young Master Lin. He is the sole heir of a multi-billion industrial group in the capital. Unlike many other wealthy heirs who indulge in debauchery and idleness, he is a graduate of a prestigious institution with his own aspirations. After graduation, rather than joining his family's enterprise, he opted to venture into entrepreneurship independently. Though leveraging his family's resources, he has indeed carved a path distinct from that of his lineage. His investments focus on internet technology and the film industry, contrasting sharply with his family's industrial pursuits. Centering on the virtual realm, the individual, My Foot, who is coming, is the bespectacled man who serves as one of the heads of the gaming department under young Master Lin. He stumbled upon Thunder's live stream by chance yesterday and quickly recognized the business opportunity it presented. That very night, he reported to young Master Lin. However, Thunder had ended the stream prematurely, preventing immediate discussion. This morning, they arrived directly, sending 3 rockets. To Thunder, 3 rockets seemed considerable, yet to Lin, they were worth less than a pair of shoes or a shirt. Lin had initially intended to send more, but was persuaded by the bespectacled man, cautious of drawing undue attention and potentially inviting trouble. Thunder remained unaware that merely a day into his streaming journey, he had already attracted the interest of those with ulterior motives. This moment, he and Catherine were hiding on the 16th floor. The reason was simple. From this point onward, the path below was obstructed. The corridor was densely woven with strands resembling spider silk, rendering further passage impossible. But in the center of this web, a massive shadow loomed, indistinct yet menacing. The strands were evidently spun by it, creating what appeared to be a nest. Small dark figures scuttled about on the silk, each bearing a grotesque white face, creating a chilling visage. Moreover, some tiny winged entities flitted about, transporting flesh and blood offerings to the enormous shadow for consumption. What on earth is that creature? Catherine inquired, her face a mask of terror as they concealed themselves in the corridor. That it resembles a maternal nest-like creature. It continuously releases offspring that provide protection and sustenance, fostering mutual growth. Thunder explained that he had utilized his detection eye to ascertain the creature's details earlier. The maternal spider demon, a frontline unit of the fallen insectoid race, tasked with the production of vanguard cannon fodder. Its own movement speed is exceedingly sluggish, relying on its offspring for protection and sustenance. Its progeny includes the guard claw insect, the web-woven poison spider, and the venomous sting bee. Guard claw insect, a robust creature with a hardened exoskeleton, possessing 2 large pincers that exert tremendous biting force. Capable of mimicking its surroundings to become nearly invisible, it is responsible for the defense and relocation of the nest. Web-woven poison spider, capable of spraying and weaving toxic webs, allowing the maternal unit to navigate through a maze of spider silk. The webs possess adhesive properties and minute barbs, making escape impossible for any flesh and blood entities ensnared within, potentially leading to paralysis and other adverse effects. Venomous sting bee, an aerial unit that operates in swarms, communicating through pheromones to hunt from afar. It can launch collective attacks with its venomous stinger, inflicting a high probability of paralysis on its victims, rendering them immobile and vulnerable to being taken back to the nest for nourishment. This was the information he had gleaned. Merely reading through the dense descriptions made Thunder's eyelids twitch. The viewers in the live stream also witnessed this scene, urging him not to confront head-on. With a multitude of ants, even an elephant can fall. In this one-life mode, this was no trivial matter. Consequently, he turned back with Catherine, opened the upper fire door, and entered the floor, preparing to search for an alternative escape route. Be cautious. This is another company's office space. Their firm specializes in financial management and tax applications. And we have collaborated before. There are quite a few people here. Catherine explained. It must be said that having this local guide was somewhat advantageous. No one here. Following their usual protocol, Thunder took point while Catherine provided support from the rear. However, after Thunder had searched the premises for quite some time, he found nothing. This can't be right. Today isn't a weekend. They should all be at work. Catherine followed closely behind as the two of them stealthily ventured inside. This office floor was considerably larger than Catherine's small company, estimated to be at least over 4,000 square feet. The central hall was filled with workstations, while the walls were partitioned into numerous functional cubicles. Yet at this moment, not a single person was in sight. Let's take a look inside, cautiously, and see if we can find another exit. The duo advanced quietly. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from behind a tightly shut iron door. There's movement in there. You hide behind the pillar and provide cover. I'll go take a look. Thunder, wielding a sturdy wooden shield in one hand and a tactical knife in the other, stealthily approached the iron door. It resembled an aluminum alloy security door with an additional metal door behind it, offering formidable protection. Eric, hold on. Don't let the monsters outside discover you. Otherwise, we're all done for. A faintly audible sound slipped through the gap beneath the door. Someone's inside. Thunder crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground to listen intently. His enhanced attributes allowed him to perceive more acutely than before. Oh God, just kill me. It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. A man's agonized whisper echoed from within. Simultaneously, Thunder caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent of blood wafting from inside. Quick, fetch some bandages and medicine to staunch his bleeding. Otherwise, he will bleed to death. It was easy to say, but they were in a data storage room, not a medical facility. There were no such supplies here. Tear off a piece of clothing to apply pressure. Thud, damn it. Emily, what are you doing? I didn't mean to. Thunder realized that there were quite a few people inside. This room was originally a data storage area, likely the most fortified location on this floor. And thus they had taken refuge inside. Moreover, some were injured, clearly having suffered an attack. But where had the assailants gone? Shouldn't they have been lurking nearby, waiting to ambush? Thunder pondered. Just then, his eyes widened in shock as his body instinctively rolled backward. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted as a ferocious figure suddenly appeared beside him. The pair of glinting pincers lunged toward him with alarming speed. Fortunately, he evaded just in time, as the creature crushed a nearby water cooler into two pieces. Though he remained unharmed. Yet, the noise was deafening. Chapter 28. Defeating the guard claw insect and acquiring loot that I miscalculated. This damn thing can turn invisible. Thunder exclaimed in anger, relieved he had dodged. Before him stood a monstrous creature resembling an enlarged shovel beetle. Its body was a grayish-black, adorned with terrifying red spots resembling eyes, instilling dread in those who beheld it. With 8 legs beneath it, it exhibited remarkable speed. Its 2 large pincers, akin to scissor blades, could wreak havoc with ease. This creature was indeed the guard claw insect released by the maternal unit. IT had not retreated, but instead utilized its camouflaging ability to lurk nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This camouflage was not true invisibility, but rather a clever adaptation that altered its coloration to blend with the surroundings, a common survival tactic in nature. Crack, crack, crack. The guard claw insect, emboldened by its advantage, darted forward with astonishing speed, forcing Thunder to retreat continuously. Damn it, monster, look over here. Just then, several water bullets shot out from the side, striking the guard claw insect's carapace with precision, diverting its attention. It was Catherine, who had been hiding nearby, coming to Thunder's aid upon witnessing his predicament. Chirp! The guard claw insect emitted a chilling screech as it immediately turned to pursue Catherine. The water bullets that struck its exoskeleton caused minimal damage, merely leaving a few white marks. As the guard claw insect approached, Catherine quickly retracted her weapon, crouched down, and hid beneath a desk, executing a duck-walk retreat. This time, she had learned her lesson. If she couldn't fight, she would flee, prioritizing survival above all. This girl is impressive. She genuinely steps up when needed. The streamer hasn't wasted her time. Question: where can I find someone like her, beautiful and skilled with a gun? Get some rest. There are dreams of all kinds. Apologies, everyone, but I'm not feeling well and need to use the restroom again. Hey, you upstairs, enough already. N times a day, you did the same yesterday. And now again, you must have kidney issues. Let him go live, let him go live. The viewers in the live stream felt as though they were watching a sci-fi film. Damn bugs. Seizing the opportunity while Catherine distracted the guard claw insect, Thunder swiftly rose to his feet and powered forward. Boom, boom. The guard claw insect charged like a bulldozer, bulldozing its way through obstacles with its pincers. In doing so, it rapidly closed the distance between itself and Catherine. Bang! Catherine, with her impressive agility of 15 points, deftly maneuvered around to hide behind a massive support column in the center of the room. This pillar was one of the floor's structural supports, thick enough for two people to embrace. Crack! The guard claw insect, unable to halt in time, crashed into the support column, its pincers getting stuck against it. Despite its formidable jaws, it could not bite through the reinforced concrete structure and found itself ensnared, unable to free itself. Die. Thunder had also caught up from behind. With a fierce shout, he leaped high into the air. The shield came crashing down on the guard claw insect's head, pressing it down forcefully to prevent it from lifting its head, though the guard claw insect boasted high defense and attack power. It had a vulnerability. Its neck was fused with its body, allowing only lateral movement, rendering it unable to strike its own back. Now, with its head pinned against the column by Thunder's shield, the threat it posed diminished significantly. Only its 8 lower limbs continued to flail about in a desperate attempt to shake off its assailant. I can't kill you. Thunder pressed down with one hand while drawing out a spade with the other. Striking the junction between the head and body with the sharp edge, the tactical knife was sharp but lacked the hardness of the spade, insufficient to inflict damage on such a heavily armored foe. Chirp! The spade struck the guard claw insect, causing it immense pain as it let out a wretched cry that "I'll help." Catherine sprang into action, circling around to the rear of the guard claw insect. Grabbing the fallen tactical knife and targeting the joints of its lower limbs. Its lower limbs were not as sturdy as the junction of its neck and body. After a few slashes, Catherine managed to sever one limb. Although the knife had also sustained a small nick, with a hissing sound, a jet of green, foul-smelling liquid erupted from the wound at the junction of the guard claw insect's neck. "Get back!" Thunder bellowed, and Catherine understood, retracting her knife. Zing, 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 the steel spade plunged into the gap, unleashing a surge of electricity. Following last night's enhancements, he could now direct the current precisely. He channeled the electric current directly into the insect's nerve ganglia. Insects possess small brains, and within mere seconds of the current's entry, the guard claw insect ceased its struggles, reduced to involuntary muscle spasms, defeated the guardian clawworm, gained evolution points 3. It has perished. "I have acquired evolution points." Behind, Catherine exclaimed joyously. You also received evolution points?" Thunder was taken aback, as his own display indicated a similar gain. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned that this must resemble the team mechanism found in games. Both parties had simultaneously attacked the same target within the same time frame, inflicting considerable damage. Thus, it was presumed that both could receive evolution points. Phew, this creature is truly formidable. Thunder tapped on the creature's exoskeleton, producing a sound reminiscent of heavy metal. Alas, no loot dropped. Wait, I almost forgot. He suddenly recalled that he possessed a disassembly function. With a spirit of experimentation, he placed his hand upon the back of the guardian clawworm. Detected that this unit can be disassembled? Proceed with disassembly? Haha. It truly is possible. He promptly chose to disassemble. A flash of white light enveloped him, accompanied by a series of system notifications in his mind. Disassembly successful. Gained. Keratin exoskeleton 2. Complete claw 2. Fallen worm chitin 1. Items automatically stored in private space. Please check. In less than 2 seconds, he received the notification of successful disassembly. The corpse of the guardian clawworm on the ground dissipated into starlight. He swiftly beckoned, and a long, vertically oriented piece of gray-black shell appeared in his hand. Its length was approximately 1 meter, with a width of around 60 centimeters, resembling an ancient long shield. This was indeed one of the exoskeletons of the earlier guardian clawworm. Thunder summoned again, and a nearly 1 meter long, serrated jaw materialized in his hand as well. Chapter 29. Discovering survivors. Not quite good news, haha. This is excellent. Thunder held the exoskeleton, noticing several transverse blood vessels within. He inserted his hand, and the shell transformed into a primitive long shield that he waved the shield a few times, finding it surprisingly lightweight, even lighter than his sturdy wooden shield. Yet, its defensive capabilities were by no means diminished. Thunder drew his dog-legged knife and struck the surface several times, leaving not a single marked. He began to understand that parts from monsters did not necessarily need to be dropped cards. They could also serve as weapons. Here, take this for your defense. That he offered the shield to Catherine. Her performance earlier had impressed him. Thunder, a youth influenced by mainstream cinematic ideals, firmly believed that the foremost criterion for choosing allies was trust and loyalty. Your skills may be lesser, and your abilities may be lacking, but in times of crisis, one must not abandon their companions. Together, we can overcome great obstacles. That it was this spirit that allowed earlier generations to triumph over enemies equipped with vastly superior weaponry. This, for me, Catherine was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted it with delight. Indeed, this item boasts excellent defense and is lightweight, providing an added layer of security. You must protect yourself. I am counting on you to pilot us to safety. Thunder, in a jovial mood, jested with her. Fear not. We will surely make it out safely. I am confident. Catherine clutched the shield, brimming with happiness. AUV, what the heck? Watching someone livestream play a game, and yet I somehow ended up with a mouthful of dog food? Alright, so this is how it's played. Luring single folks in under the guise of gaming. You've got this, streamer. What a lovely girl. Reflecting on my past, I sold a kidney to buy an iPhone. Only for the recipient to say it was a gift for her boyfriend. Goodness, the person above is ruthless. Honestly, this game's freedom is astounding. Not only are there drops, but even the monster parts can be wielded as weapons. Truly impressive. Adoptive father, no. Grandpa, big brother, please let me participate in the testing. In the livestream chat, a flurry of comments erupted. Just then, a sudden noise came from behind them. The two swiftly adjusted their stance. On high alert, Catherine hid behind a shield, her other hand aiming a gun towards the source of the sound. Thunder mirrored her movements. Combat is the finest form of training, and their synergy had evidently improved. Please, do not open fire. We are not monsters. Upon noticing their readiness, a voice called out from the direction of the sound. Humans. Thunder observed that the door to the data storage room had swung open, with several individuals gazing at them anxiously. Outside the door stood two men. One was a tall black man, tightly gripping a fire axe, his expression tense. The other was an older Caucasian man, holding a vintage revolver. Who are you? The white man was the first to inquire, his tone betraying his anxiety. Hey, old James, it's me. Miss Cavendish, is that you? At that moment, Catherine called out. The armed man recognized her too. This gentleman is the owner of this financial firm, named Jonah James. Previously mentioned, the majority of the financial matters for companies in this building were managed by his firm, Catherine explained to Thunder. Recognizing familiar faces, both parties lowered their defenses and approached one another. The individuals who had been hiding in the data storage room also rushed out. Emily, quickly go to the infirmary and fetch a medical kit to staunch Eric's. The individuals upstairs are indeed wealthy. I aspire to work for 2 more years. Is the affluent gentleman in need of any accessories? I have an older sister currently studying at an art school. And I too. I have a younger sister who will come of age in 3 years. She can be reserved in advance. This is too competitive. Everyone is too competitive. It seems going to Thailand now would be too late, right? The live stream chat erupted in excitement. It is not uncommon to see such a large amount being gifted at once. But at this particular moment, it was undoubtedly overwhelming. The audience in the Thunder live stream rapidly surged from just over 200 to 500, with more joining continuously. In a typical live stream, the numbers would far exceed this. Starting with a regular rocket would naturally draw in some traffic, as those in the know would understand. However, Thunder's live stream has eliminated those factors, allowing only genuine individuals to enter his domain. The number of viewers in the live stream reached 500, and the total amount of gifts exceeded 10,000 points. The first mandatory task is complete. The host receives the reward. Portable Wormhole Generator 1. Primary Enhancement Potion 2. Primary Ability Enhancement Card 2. The total amount of gifts received by the host exceeds 50,000 points, unlocking the eligibility to purchase from the intermediate store. New mandatory task issued within 7 days. Increase the number of viewers in the live stream to 10,000 concurrent and receive 100,000 points in gifts. Completion reward. Unknown. Failure penalty. System recovery. Meanwhile, Thunder found himself deep in thought. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds interrupted his contemplation. How did so many people arrive all at once? Goodness, has the task truly been completed and a new task issued? Was it that generous benefactor showering gifts again? Thunder found himself momentarily bewildered. He had never seen so much money in his life. If he were to rely on his current income from part-time work, he wouldn't be able to save this much in 2 years without eating or drinking. This benefactor, you are being far too extravagant. He was momentarily at a loss for words to gain without effort. Receiving such a large sum without merit made a common person's heart uneasy. Thunder did not comprehend what he could offer in return. Qingzong Plateau Yalazuo. No need to be courteous, dear host. I simply wish to make friends that I am not concerned with money when making friends, for I possess far more than others. Lin Xiao casually typed this into the public chat. This is the most beautiful thing I've heard in my life. Wealthy gentlemen, I also wish to befriend you, not for money, but rather for a connection. Dear brother, do come visit my live stream. I am an art student, proficient in singing, dancing, and playing instruments. Those upstairs should quickly leave. Our wealthy gentleman does not entertain such invitations. Indeed, this live stream consists of Sigma males, true iron-willed men, with no interest in women. In an instant, a wave of flattery swept through the live stream chat that moment. Other streamers across various channels began to catch wind of the excitement. In the live stream of a certain beautiful streamer, Vivian, who marketed herself as a gaming host while engaging in borderline conduct, she expressed her gratitude for a large gift. Thank you to this fan for the big airplane. I love you. She was playing a game while flashing alluring smiles to those gifting her. Suddenly, a super rocket broadcast appeared on the live stream screen. Qingzong Plateau Yalazuo has sent a super rocket 1 to host Thunder. A lucky treasure chest has appeared in this live stream. Please go and claim it. Someone sent a super rocket. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Alas, my recent performance has been declining. It has been a week since I received a super rocket. I wonder when the guild will organize a boost to increase visibility. Vivian was not overly concerned, as super rockets were common for her. However, the subsequent scene left her somewhat astonished. Qingzong Plateau Yalazuo has sent a super rocket 1 to host Thunder. A lucky treasure chest has appeared in this live stream. Please go and claim it. Qingzong Plateau Yalazuo has sent a super rocket 1 to host Thunder. A lucky treasure chest has appeared in this live stream. Please go and claim it. Qingzong Plateau Yalazuo has sent a super rocket 1 to host Thunder. A lucky treasure chest has appeared in this live stream. Please go and claim it. The same full-screen broadcast appeared 10 times consecutively, causing an uproar in the entire live stream. What the heck? Which tycoon is showering gifts again? I need to check it out. Hee, another treasure chest to claim. Free stuff is a moment of joy, and the more, the merrier. This name seems to belong to Lin Xiao. I have some recollection of it. What? Lin Xiao? The one reputed as one of the 4 young masters of the capital? Isn't he usually very mysterious and low-key? Why is he so high-profile this time? I don't know. Let's head over and see what kind of peculiar live stream it is. In an instant, the number of active viewers in Vivian's live stream dwindled by over 100. Vivian began to feel anxious. Although she boasted of having tens of thousands of viewers, she knew well that the actual active count was merely in the hundreds. This was no exaggeration in recent years. The Cyber Information Security Department had dismantled numerous so-called water army bases, exposing this clandestine industry to the public eye. They lurked in the shadows, operating thousands of phones to provide convenience for those looking to purchase traffic for a fee. A live stream claiming to have over 100,000 viewers could sell only a handful of products after 2 hours of broadcasting in a discount shopping group of 2,000 members. There were only 2 real individuals, the group owner and a victim lured in. All of this was orchestrated by these individuals. With so many people suddenly leaving, Vivian's mood began to fluctuate. She could no longer enjoy the game. Additionally, upon seeing the mention of Lin Xiao's name, she suddenly recalled that she had heard a guild leader mention that Lin Xiao might indeed use this ID. Perhaps I should go take a look, familiarize myself with Lin Xiao, and see which vixen is trying to snatch business away. Chapter 31. Lottery for Perfume. Live stream popularity soars when she hastily finished her game and entered Thunder's live stream. She discovered quite a few familiar faces inside. Several borderline streamers she had privately compared with were present, along with a few small-time streamers from the gaming community. The room's population had now reached nearly 1,500. However, they were all unaware that the number displayed in this live stream reflected the actual count. Upon seeing this number, they did not take it too seriously. The top position on the leaderboard was prominently held by Lin Xiao's ID. Is this a gaming stream? Why is there no game footage? What are these foreigners doing? At that moment, others with similar questions also began to comment in the chat that I heard this is a gaming live stream. Where's the game footage? Why are a bunch of people just standing around in the dark? Yeah, this crowd isn't impressive. Only about 1,000 people. Our streamer has tens of thousands. Was that super rocket from this live stream? Is this just data manipulation? Haha, how ridiculous. So many gifts, and yet no one shows up. These comments came from fans of other streamers who had come to stir the pot. The live streaming world is akin to a jungle. With its own intricate rules, the competition is fierce, and when profit-driven motives spread, some resort to underhanded tactics. Inciting fans to clash and hurl insults has become a common occurrence, after the authorities intensified efforts and banned several influential streamers. This nefarious trend was suppressed. Now they dared not be so blatant, yet their subtle maneuvers persisted. Creating doubt among the audience is the simplest method. Newcomers, what do you know? This is a game, the most authentic game in the world today. All the individuals you see inside, including the host, are virtual game characters. If you ask how real it is, it's more genuine than gold. Why waste so much breath on them? If you want to watch, watch. If not, leave it. It's obvious they're here to stir the pot. I recognize those several accounts. Some of Thunder's loyal fans were incensed and began to argue with the provocateurs that a fierce exchange of words ensued. Escalating the situation, Thunder remained oblivious to this and had no intention of engaging in such disputes. System, please organize and mute all these related individuals. With that thought, the system executed the command automatically. This method was far more effective than the manual banning by the channel owner. Instantly, the live stream was filled with notifications of muted users. Those stirring the pot all found themselves in a black room. Catherine, wait for me. I need to use the restroom. Taking advantage of the crowd, he intended to fulfill the promise he made earlier about the lottery, hoping to further boost viewership and create a ripple effect. He knew that what he was about to do would undoubtedly be even more sensational than before. He walked to a nearby restroom and closed the door. The generous benefactor, holding the top position. Thank you for your generous gifts. To be honest, these points are quite useful to me. Dear viewers in the live stream, although I have only been streaming for less than 2 days, I have not forgotten your support. Did I not mention yesterday that I would showcase a new feature today? Since we have a good number of viewers, I will demonstrate it now. With that, Thunder retrieved 3 bottles of perfume from his private space. Here are 3 bottles of perfume, unique products from this realm. You likely do not have them in your reality. At this moment, I will present them as gifts in a lottery for everyone. With that, Thunder showcased the perfume in his hands. It must be said that the perfume designed by Catherine possessed a unique and sophisticated allure, clearly indicating its extraordinary quality. What does this mean? A lottery for gift items. The game has yet to commence. What is the purpose of the draw? Might it be that the streamer intends to distribute test accounts to the audience? Is this lottery merely a prelude? Oh dear, the gentleman above has articulated a valid point, enlightening me thoroughly. It must indeed be so. Haha. The streamer exudes confidence, and today we are fortunate enough to witness the testing phase. In the live stream, the viewers are indulging in their own speculations, while Thunder remains silent. Many matters, once concealed, cannot be hidden indefinitely. It is better to let things unfold naturally. I invite everyone to send the phrase rebirth in the public chat. I shall randomly select 3 individuals from the screenshots to receive gifts. Instantly, the screen is flooded with the words rebirth. System, please assist me by capturing the names of these 2 individuals. They are of importance to me. While the third can be chosen at random. Received, the system, adhering to Thunder's request for assistance in his streaming duties, complies. Stop. The screenshots are sent to a separate window in the live stream. Displaying. Li De Yu Qian, Qing Zong Gao Yuan Ya La Sa, Saintus Wei Weian. What on earth? This is too obvious. Aside from the last lady, the others are familiar faces. Li De Yu Qian, what? I won. Haha. Heaven has eyes. To the person above, I warn you, despite your handsome appearance, I will sue you for defamation if you speak such nonsense. I assure you, I have not engaged in any collusion with the streamer. Qing Zong Gao Yuan Ya La Sa. The innocent shall remain untainted. Detractors, begone. Do not obstruct my view. How infuriating. Am I not included? Impossible. There must be some hidden agenda. I am known as the Lottery Prince. I have never missed a draw. It makes no sense for me to be overlooked here. Now, let us extend our congratulations to these 3 fortunate individuals. At this moment, Wei Weian, still broadcasting live, is utterly stunned. Did I win? Surely not. I have yet to grasp the purpose of this live stream. That I merely wish to gain some recognition in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also won. Is this not a splendid opportunity? Securing a testing qualification and playing the game alongside Lin Xiao. What a fortunate turn of events. Everyone, Please do not wrong Wei Wei. As you all witnessed, this is my first visit to this live stream. I never expected to share this moment of luck with Lin Xiao and all of you. I am truly delighted. Thank you, streamer. She quickly regains her composure and begins to showcase her wealth of interactive experience. Since the winners have been announced, it is time for me to present these 3 gifts, Thunder states with a smile. System prompt. The items the host is about to transmit require the consumption of 60,000 points. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the transmission. What on earth? 60,000 points. Thunder's smile abruptly falters. The points required for item transmission are determined by the size of the items. The system, indifferent to his plight, delivers its cold response. System, you are truly a scam. You never mentioned this beforehand. As he gazes at the points he has painstakingly accrued over the past 2 days. Now seemingly slipping away, Thunder's heart aches. However, having spoken, he cannot retract his words. Would he forsake his integrity? Very well. Proceed with the transmission. I shall earn it back. Thunder grits his teeth in agreement. Whoosh, 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 with 3 soft sounds. 3 bottles of perfume vanish into thin air before the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 32. Gifts crossing dimensions. Are you all actors? What just transpired? Where have the gifts gone? Streamer, what is happening? When will the test accounts be sent? How can the game be downloaded? The audience in the live stream is bewildered, unable to comprehend Thunder's actions that I never mentioned a game test. It was merely an ordinary lottery. A simple gesture to share some small gifts with the fortunate. Thunder chuckles. Meanwhile, in the mundane reality, whoosh, 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 in the security room, where Li Yuqian is enjoying the air conditioning, Wei Wei is fixated on her screen. And Lin Xiao is in a conference room that a flash of white light suddenly appears before them, that a beautifully packaged box of perfume materializes abruptly in front of the 3. What the heck? They are all startled. Li Yuqian falls from his chair. Wei Wei nearly throws her mouse, and Lin Xiao takes a large step back. What is this? Upon realizing the objects before them, all 3 are astonished. Wei Wei's reaction is the most pronounced. She has had the least exposure to this live stream and is still broadcasting. Her reaction is visible to all her viewers. What is going on? Isn't that box the gift from the live stream's host? Are virtual items appearing in reality? No way, what is happening here? Little Wei, are you acting as a decoy? This is such an insult to the intelligence of the fans. You managed to pull off something so fake. Wei Wei's fans erupt in outrage. No, this is real. Wei Wei quickly clarifies, showcasing the perfume in front of the camera, simultaneously, in Thunder's live stream. Li Yuqian and Lin Xiao also speak up. Qingzong Gao Yuan La Suo requests to connect. A request to connect appears in Thunder's live stream that he knows that these individuals will undoubtedly have questions and readily accepts. A handsome face, exuding the charm of a domineering CEO, appears on the separate screen in the live stream. Oh my, it truly is Lin Xiao. He is even more handsome than the report suggested. There are so many people behind him. Is he in a meeting? The viewers are abuzz upon seeing Lin Xiao join the stream. Compared to the game streamer, Lin Xiao possesses his own captivating charm. Bro, can you explain what is happening? You've left us utterly baffled, and we still can't grasp the situation. Lin Xiao holds a beautifully packaged gift box, which contains one of the perfumes from earlier. Saintess Wei Wei requests to connect. Li Dai Yuqian requests to connect. Before Thunder can respond, 2 more connection requests come through. He decides to accept them all. Thus, a 4-way discussion commences. With all 3 holding a bottle of perfume, their expressions mirroring astonishment. What on earth is happening? Are they playing some sort of riddle? Are you blind? Look at what they're holding. ISNT that the gift the host just had in hand. No way, those are virtual items, right? How did they end up in their hands? Could it be that they all secured testing qualifications? Are all of them now in the game before our eyes? All right, enough with the speculation. Let us see what the host has to say. The audience is left in utter chaos. As you can see, the 3 individuals before you are indeed holding the perfumes that I had just shown. Each of these items is a unique creation from Catherine's perfume company, unparalleled in the world. As for how they came to be in the hands of these 3 friends, I must respectfully decline to clarify. What I wish to convey is that many wondrous events transpire within this live stream. The more attention you pay, the more novel experiences I shall present. Now, I shall conclude the lottery and venture forth to observe the outside world. Thunder offers vague responses to all inquiries before abruptly severing the connections. the live stream falls silent, with no further comments from the audience, all lost in a haze of confusion. Meanwhile, the three directly involved gaze at the items in their hands. Utterly at a loss, in the office of the Internet Monitoring Unit. Bang! Zhao Shengnan slams her hand on the table. I knew it. This live stream, this host, must be up to something. Her eyes glimmer with fervor, as if she intends to penetrate the screen and reach Thunder himself. Captain, what do you mean by this? Her teammates are taken aback by her sudden outburst. Can't you see? This is no mere gaming live stream. This individual is clearly a real person. No, not just a real person, but an enigmatic one. Her tone is urgent. Captain, this may be a collaborative performance on their part, a distraction. Indeed, the viewers in the live stream have been speculating that they form a team, with the boss being Lin Xiao, aiming to create a new flow of traffic for profit. Previously, internet celebrities have concocted scripts, claiming to have been abducted by aliens, only to be debunked later. The individuals involved were never even released. The team members share their opinions, continuing to believe Zhao Shengnan is overly sensitive. Sigh. It's futile to explain this to you. Keep monitoring. I must step out for a moment. With that, she grabs her phone and dashes out the door. Quickly arriving at the parking lot, she enters her vehicle and begins dialing a number. Xiaonan. A gentle and kind voice answers on the other end. My apologies for disturbing your rest, esteemed elder. Zhao Shengnan speaks with great humility. No worries. You must have urgent matters to discuss. Please proceed. The voice on the other end anticipates her intentions. Esteemed elder, I have been investigating a case involving a cyber hacker. But today I discovered thus. She recounts the entire saga to the person on the other end of the line. Oh, is that so? Please come visit. I would like to take a closer look. The voice on the other end is evidently intrigued. Very well. Zhao Shengnan hangs up the phone, starts her vehicle, and swiftly departs from the police station. After more than an hour of driving, she has left the city and is heading towards the suburbs. At last, she halted at the foot of a picturesque yet secluded mountain. Ahead stood a guard post, where several individuals resembling soldiers were on duty. Zhao Shengnan parked her vehicle and allowed the guards to meticulously inspect her with a metal detector before granting her entry. In a pavilion halfway up the slope, a middle-aged man with a tall stature, lustrous black hair, and a well-groomed beard stood. Upon recognizing the esteemed elder, Zhao Shengnan bowed in reverence. This middle-aged gentleman was indeed the one she had addressed with such honor over the phone, although he appeared to be no older than his prime. Why, then, did she refer to him as the esteemed elder? Chapter 33. Meeting the Ancestor, Divergence Among Survivors. Xiaonan. You have arrived, the elder smiled, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meditative practice, esteemed elder, Zhao Shengnan replied softly. My old man is quite bored alone. Your visit brings me great joy, the elder said, taking a seat on a nearby stone bench and beckoning her to join him. This is the video I mentioned to you. Please take a look, Zhao Shengnan said, placing a laptop on the stone table and opening a recorded video. The elder remained silent, watching intently, occasionally pausing or fast-forwarding. Everything depicted within, including the monsters and calamities, seemed undeniably real. I can sense a faint surge of spiritual energy emanating from them, he remarked after nearly 10 minutes. His conclusion resonating with certainty. Indeed, however, esteemed elder, I compared this individual within our resident information database, and he does not appear. What could be the explanation? She inquired further. I cannot provide an answer to that. This world is far more mysterious than we can fathom. However, I once encountered an ancient document in the Spiritual Regulation Bureau that recorded an incident. It detailed an encounter with an elder during the Republic of China era, who claimed to have come from the Jingguan period. One day, while gathering firewood in the mountains, he was enveloped in thick fog, and upon emerging, found himself in the capital. The Bureau later confirmed through special means that he had spoken no falsehoods. If we were to explain this young man's situation, perhaps the title of his live stream holds the key, the elder elucidated. Zhao Shengnan abruptly turned her gaze towards the title of Thunder's livestream, Rebirth in Another World, Streaming the Apocalypse and Slaying Monsters. Could it be that everything he initially claimed was indeed true? Why then had he refrained from elaborating? Zhao Shengnan pressed on. Perhaps he has attempted to explain, but no one believed him? Or is there some mysterious force preventing him from doing so? The absence of his information in your inquiry system, coupled with the connection to this world through his livestream, indirectly reflects this issue. Yet, These notions are too ethereal. Only those of us who have genuinely encountered the supernatural would believe. While others might dismiss him as merely seeking attention, transmigration or rebirth is not uncommon throughout the millennia of Huagua's history, the elder responded. Zhao Shengnan fell into contemplative silence. She herself was not an extraordinary individual and had limited exposure to such matters. It was merely her acquaintance with the elder that had afforded her this experience. Nonetheless, she found herself intrigued by the means he had employed to transport materials from his world, but I observed that the technological level of that world appears to surpass our own. If he could procure some advanced products or technologies from there, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance to our Huagua, the elder continued. Are you suggesting that we engage with him on a deeper level? Zhao Shengnan inquired. Indeed, but this matter is beyond what your bureau can assist with. I shall arrange for comrades from the Spiritual Regulation Bureau to form a special task force to take over. The elder replied with a smile. Esteemed elder, may I be assigned to this special task force? I wish to gain further insights into this area, Zhao Shengnan implored. Certainly, you have been closely following this situation. And you are quite familiar with the particulars that I was just about to seek your opinion, the elder said with a smile. Xiaolong, Xiaofeng. The elder called out seemingly into thin air. Two young figures of remarkable stature appeared beside him like phantoms. Xiaolong, please visit the Spiritual Regulation Bureau and report this situation, arranging for personnel to oversee it. Xiaofeng, accompany Xiao Nan to complete her transfer procedures, and then take her to find Lao Xing at the bureau. The elder efficiently delegated the tasks. Zhao Shengnan expressed her gratitude before departing. Meanwhile, Thunder had just finished shutting down the live stream when Catherine appeared before him as he exited the restroom. That I was just about to look for you. There's been a conflict on their side, and it's quite bothersome, she said. Thunder turned to see the elderly James arguing with several others. James was unwilling to abandon Eric, while the others insisted that taking him along would lead to certain death, resulting in a deadlock between the parties. These people have no conscience. Eric was injured to cover their retreat from the pincers. Catherine exclaimed in indignation. When disaster strikes, everyone looks out for themselves to eye in the face of life and death. It's hard to determine right from wrong. Your willingness to help others only proves your goodness. But if others choose to safeguard themselves, we cannot morally bind them. We must simply follow our own hearts. Thunder remarked casually. And what about you? If I were in danger, would you abandon me? Catherine questioned him earnestly. It depends on the situation, Thunder replied, sidestepping a definitive answer to her already ambiguous question. I have devised a plan for our escape. Let us proceed. Just the two of us? What about these people? Catherine asked. What do these people have to do with us? Everyone is merely trying to survive. We must each go our own way. Thunder stated, looking at her with a hint of confusion, that if you have a plan, could you perhaps inform them as well, so they might have a chance? Catherine suggested quietly. What on earth? Have you lost your mind? Are you suffering from a savior complex? Where did this reckless idea come from? Thunder retorted, instantly irate, and no, that's not what I meant. Catherine stammered, startled by his outburst. Fine. You can take care of them. I refuse to wait here for death. Anyone who wants to leave, come with me. Before they could finish speaking, loud arguments erupted from the crowd near the finance company. It turned out that the black man could no longer tolerate James's proposal and was ready to abandon the injured, inciting a rebellion. Those who sided with him constituted the majority. Only James and a seemingly unassuming girl named Emily remained, unwilling to abandon Eric. Look at you. You're worried about them, yet they're already at odds with one another. Thunder scoffed. Catherine found herself at a loss for words, her face alternating between red and purple, stinging with embarrassment. Everyone, follow me. Let us go to the rooftop and call for help. The military will be able. The utilization of the primary ability enhancement card has proven successful, elevating the electric assault from E grade to D grade. Electric assault, D grade increases electric damage by 200 on the foundation of primary electric damage effects, and enhances electric recovery speed by 200. Simultaneously, it allows the condensation of electric energy into electric orbs, which can be launched at enemies from a distance, inflicting damage. The farther the launch, the greater the consumption of electric energy, which can be replenished and continuously charged for ongoing use. The primary ability enhancement card has successfully upgraded the blade tracker from E grade to D grade. Blade Raider, D grade. Both hands can be reinforced into powerful alloy blades, significantly enhancing hardness and sharpness. Concurrently, Agility is elevated to 100 points, and the skill of Blade Charge is acquired. Blade Charge instantly bursts forth with speed, teleporting behind any target within 150 meters, with no obstacles allowed in between. And a cooldown of 10 minutes. This marks the transformation of Thunder after utilizing 2 primary ability enhancement cards before exiting the restroom. Presently, both of his talents have been upgraded to D-grade. Moreover, he has consumed the 2 vials of primary strengthening potion as well. Stamina, 38, 20, 20, 78. Strength, 25, 10, 10, 45. Agility, 102. Intelligence, 21, 10, 10, 41. Due to the limitation of the primary strengthening potion, which restricts single attribute enhancement to a maximum of 50 or 20 points. He primarily focused on enhancing stamina in the early stages, when attributes are not particularly high. The physical class excels in terms of endurance and practicality over the energy class. To fully exploit the continuous combat advantages of the Blade Raider, a robust physique is essential. This, in conjunction with the critical, decisive strikes of the electric class, forms the foundation of his survival, with a constant tripling of speed. After his stamina surpassed 50 points, he felt a significant enhancement in his recovery endurance, a triple speed. He found that he could sustain his movements without the need for the primary recovery potion. Relying solely on his passive abilities, he swiftly maneuvered towards the elevator shaft. What is the streamer planning to do? Taking the elevator? How elegant. Taking the elevator? Didn't I just hear that person mention a monstrous creature in the elevator shaft? Monsters elsewhere tend to swarm, but this elevator shaft harbors a solitary beast, perhaps easier to deal with. Who knows? Let's see how the streamer operates. All attention was fixated on Thunder. Upon reaching the elevator, he pushed against it with both hands, astonishingly prying open the elevator shaft door with his bare hands. Once opened, a pitch-black void appeared before him, resembling an entrance to hell. Whether he would succeed was contingent upon this moment. He withdrew a bag, opened its mouth, and began to sway it at the elevator shaft entrance. The potent stench of blood permeated the air. Inside was a fresh abdominal limb of the guard clawworm, severed by Catherine earlier. Thud, 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 thud. Soon, a series of rapid metallic clangs echoed from the depths of the elevator shaft. Growing closer, IT was coming. Thunder furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated towards the fire door, which remained closed. Boom! With a resounding crash, a menacing red lizard, fully armored and ferocious in appearance, emerged from the elevator shaft. Its length exceeded 10 meters. Resembling a vastly enlarged 4-legged reptile, akin to a prehistoric crocodile from the movies, exuding an aura of terror. Hiss! The creature flicked its long tongue, fixating its gaze on the bloodied morsel in Thunder's hand. Pursuing relentlessly, the fresh blood, particularly the scent emanating from the guard clawworm, which carried an essence of power, was irresistible to it. Come on, if you've got the guts, come here. Standing by the fire door leading to the stairwell, Thunder paused to allow it to approach. Roar! The red lizard, infuriated, propelled itself forward with all 4 legs, charging towards him at an astonishing speed. By the heavens, so swift, speed surged to 5 times. Thunder was alarmed and instinctively increased his speed to 5 times. Turning to flee, the lizard pursued him relentlessly. The chase ensued. A man and a lizard, each vying for dominance. They soon reached the corridor where the brood mother of the spider was located. Chitter, buzz, click. Thunder's expression hardened. After a brief absence, the 3 offspring birthed by the brood mother had multiplied to a staggering degree. Upon hearing the commotion, they swiftly sprang into action. The venomous stinging wasps, as aerial units, charged towards him at once. Get out of my way! Thunder brandished the chitinous shield, fending off the stings of the venomous wasps with vigorous swings. This shield, forged from the hardest carapace of the guard clawworm, was more than capable of withstanding their assaults. Thud, 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 thud. Behind him, the heavy footfalls of the red lizard grew increasingly distinct. He first tossed the bag of severed limbs towards the nest. Then, with a swift motion, several glass bottles reappeared in his hand. These bottles bore resemblance to beer bottles, filled with an unknown liquid, their mouths bound with cloth. They were newly acquired fire oil Molotov cocktails, purchased with his points from the shop. He in the live streaming room. The audience was abuzz with discussions about his recent performance. That he certainly has ulterior motives, someone mused, while others speculated about the sudden disappearance and reappearance of the streamer, questioning the skill employed. That IT was impressive. Remarked another, But the streamer was likely too anxious to notice my inquiry in the chat. How could one not be nervous when fleeing for their life? Even I felt a surge of anxiety just watching. Another chimed in. Let us petition for the streamer to open up testing. Meanwhile, Thunder had returned to the previous corridor. The air was filled with the incessant hissing of insects and reptiles emanating from the direction of the nest, indicating that the fiery lizard was engaged in a fierce battle with the nest's queen spider. With a flick of his wrist, a small mechanical mole appeared out of thin air to go investigate the situation. The mechanical mole stealthily advanced along the wall, relaying its perspective to Thunder, which was simultaneously broadcasted to the live stream. Streamer, are we seeing from the perspective of a dew? One viewer queried. What nonsense. Just look at the stream. That's a little mouse the streamer has summoned. Another retorted. Where did he procure such a delightful prop? It looks like a lot of fun, sighed another, lamenting the temptation to engage further. Before them lay a gruesome scene. Strewn with the carcasses of insect nests, the fiery lizard was ensnared in a web, battling fiercely against the colossal queen spider. The web had been torn apart in several places, and the lizard bore numerous lacerations. With swollen, darkly colored wounds marring its scales, its tail was significantly severed, a result of relentless assaults from pincers, venomous spiders, and wasps. Despite its formidable combat prowess, it was overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes. The initial wounds seemed negligible, but accumulated damage would soon take its toll. Suddenly, the fiery lizard opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of flames. The sluggish queen spider could not evade the attack, but it had its offspring to act as a shield. As a swarm of pincers rushed to absorb the brunt of the flames, the intense heat ignited the pincers, yet they displayed remarkable bravery. Charging towards the fiery lizard, now aflame, attempting to dodge, the lizard found itself ensnared by a web that shot forth from behind. Immobilizing its forelimbs in a frenzy of agony, the lizard writhed, eventually managing to dislodge the pincers from its body. However, another web ensnared its neck, tightening painfully as the queen spider exerted her formidable strength in a desperate bid. The lizard's flame-spewing ability recharged, allowing it to incinerate the web binding its neck and feet. With a furious roar, it seized the opportunity to charge towards the queen spider in a swift motion. The fiery lizard lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the queen spider's body and tearing at it with ferocity. The queen, in turn, retaliated with its long, sharp legs, piercing the lizard's flesh like spears. The lizard's offspring had already been decimated, and now it was a do-or-die situation. The two monstrous entities clashed violently, causing the entire staircase to tremble ominously. Gradually, the lizard began to sense something amiss as dark, purplish hues appeared at the sites of its injuries, accompanied by a noxious stench. The queen spider was undoubtedly toxic. Thunder hid in the shadows. Observing the unfolding chaos, the lizard recognized the danger, feeling the effects of the venom coursing through its veins, inducing a sense of weakness that intensified its assault, desperately striving to vanquish the foe before succumbing to the poison. Without the protection of its offspring, the queen spider's individual combat strength paled in comparison to that of the fiery lizard. The lizard swiftly severed two of the spider's legs and created gaping wounds at the junction of its neck and body. A horrid sound of corrosive liquid accompanied the lizard's anguished cries. The queen's attacks were not only venomous, but its bodily fluids were also highly toxic. The green, foul-smelling liquid that seeped from the lizard's wounds corroded its flesh. In no time, the spider was half mangled, while the lizard was in a similarly dire state, its body riddled with craters and one eye blinded. Minutes passed, and the sound of heavy bodies crashing to the ground echoed through the corridor. They were diminutive in stature, wielding rudimentary weapons such as short spears, diminutive bows, and blow darts, rushing forward with an uproar. These were none other than the first creatures encountered by Thunder, the minor abyssal demons. Upon sighting the unbroken bodies of their kind, they joyfully pounced upon them, tearing them apart and feasting upon their flesh and blood. Simultaneously, towering figures, twice their height, emerged behind them, red monsters brandishing crude bone staffs. With bizarrely crafted banners slung across their backs, exuding an air of eeriness, they relentlessly struck the small abyssal demons with their staffs, issuing unintelligible commands. The minor demons, battered and subdued, reluctantly abandoned their bloody morsels and chased after the direction in which Thunder and his companions had vanished. Chapter 37. The Elevator Escape. pursued by the abyssal sorcerers, move quickly. There are hundreds of abyssal demons below, Thunder exclaimed, as he observed the scene through the mechanical mole he had positioned beneath the corpse in the stairwell. It clearly revealed the new wave of abyssal demons. What? Were they not engaged in battle with the zombies on the other side? How did they end up here? Catherine vaguely recalled the words of the finance company staff. I don't know. Either they triumphed, or this is another wave. We have no idea how many monsters remain in this building, and their intelligence may not be accurate. Don't know. They are closing in, Thunder shouted, as he and Catherine ran while monitoring the mole's perspective to track the enemy's movements. There's no time. Get on my back. What? What's with the hesitation? The main force is right behind us. And I can't guarantee your safety. We must prioritize escaping. With that, he crouched down. Catherine blushed, but wasted no time in climbing aboard. Feeling the warmth of her presence on his back, Thunder, who had never experienced such intimacy, felt a shiver run through him. Hold tight. We're off. He fought against the overwhelming sensations and propelled himself forward, instantly increasing his speed. Catherine felt the scenery blur past her, and the wind howled in her ears. Before long, they reached the elevator shaft. Hold on. I'm jumping. Though the minor abyssal demons were small, their speed was remarkable. Thunder did not allow Catherine to descend and climb herself, instead leaping down directly. He fell freely for a moment before seizing the maintenance ladder to slow his descent. Then leaped again, repeating the process. This method proved far swifter than crawling. However, this was a trial for Catherine on his back. She dared not loosen her grip, clutching Thunder's neck tightly, her eyes shut in fear. I can't take this anymore. I can't even imagine how comfortable this is. That girl has an incredible figure. The streamer must have coveted her for a long time. But alas, he is all talk and no action. Now he has his chance. In such a masterful display of teasing. The streamer is definitely doing this on purpose. Today's broadcast has been filled with blows to us single folks, luring us in just to slay us. How shameless. Big boss at the top of the leaderboard, can't you do something about him? In the live stream chat, the majority of viewers were male, and such banter was inevitable. Some directly called upon the benefactor, hoping for Lin Xiao's intervention. How can I intervene? I message him, and he doesn't respond in the conference room. Lin Xiao and the others were equally engrossed in the spectacle. They had been exhilarated watching Thunder ambush the boss earlier. This grand production, previously only seen in sci-fi films, was unfolding before their eyes in astonishing clarity. Lin Xiao could not help but send 10 super rockets, drawing in hundreds more viewers at this moment. The real-time viewer count surpassed 2,000. This milestone marked a threshold, opening the doors to a new traffic pool, promising greater natural flow. Additionally, the income from the 10 super rockets replenished Thunder's earlier expenditure on transporting supplies. With a bit more effort, he would achieve his next mandatory mission goal. After all, this livestream belonged solely to him. Free from the platform's revenue-sharing rules that I'm not going anywhere today. I must reconnect with the streamer once he is free to finalize our plans. Lin Xiao was resolute, filled with determination to eye in the elevator shaft. Thunder and Catherine descended rapidly, losing count of the floors. Previously, this location had been occupied by the flame dragon lizard as its nest, leaving no other monsters within. Just then, a cacophony of the abyssal demons echoed from above. They had tracked them to the elevator shaft and leapt down without hesitation. Agile and nimble, they did not require the ladder. Instead, they sprang off the walls with deft movements, descending rapidly like characters from a novel, far quicker than Thunder's occasional grabs for the maintenance ladder. Disgusting creatures. Their speed surged to 8 times that of Thunder. He spat in annoyance and quickened his pace. Below, a glimmer of light began to emerge to at last. With a thud, Thunder landed firmly on the ground. Before him was the elevator car, now breached by a hole at the top, likely destroyed by the flame dragon lizard, which had fallen to the basement. Quick, let us get out. Thunder tossed the dazed Catherine into the elevator car before following suit. The elevator doors were wide open, revealing a dimly lit underground parking lot ahead. Let us go. He swiftly pushed Catherine out of the car. Swish, swish, swish. He then turned, hurling a multitude of Molotov cocktails into the elevator car. Instantly, flames erupted, and the temperature began to rise. Move, move, move. My car is over there, Catherine urged, leading him in a specific direction. Boom. Just then, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the elevator car. A group of minor abyssal demons, engulfed in flames, tumbled out. Their expressions were filled with agony. For anyone ablaze would surely suffer. Kill the abyssal demon. Gain evolution points 1. Kill the abyssal demon. Gain evolution points 1. Accompanied by the aroma of roasting flesh, several of the frontmost minor abyssal demons collapsed lifelessly. Thunder also accumulated some evolution points. You pathetic creatures dare to chase me. He spat disdainfully at the charred remains before him. Just then, from within the elevator car, emerged a few larger, enhanced abyssal demons. Wielding bone staffs and bearing flags, Thunder's electronic scanning eye immediately registered their information. Abyssal sorcerer, a member of the fallen demons, an outer member of the voodoo cult, capable of casting black magic shields for self-defense, as well as fireball attacks, can infinitely resurrect minor abyssal demons and cast various buff spells to enhance their attributes. Resurrected minor abyssal demons will not drop any items or evolution points. They were encircled by a faint black aura, protecting them from the flames of the Molotov cocktails. Raising their bone staffs, they muttered incomprehensible incantations. Then, a bizarre and terrifying phenomenon occurred. A surge of black light shot from the staff, merging with the charred corpses on the ground. Those minor abyssal demons, once deceased, flickered with black light and rose once more. They screeched sharply and charged at Thunder again. Chapter 38. Rescue arrives. Escape from danger. Swish. Swish, swish. This wave of minor abyssal demons continued their prior tactics, predominantly employing ranged attacks. The projectiles hurled at him were bone arrows, short spears, and poison blow darts. Thunder dared not confront them head-on, lacking any shielding skills for protection. He relied on his agility to evade and conjured a keratin shield to deflect the projectiles. Are you ready yet? The influx of abyssal demons from the elevator shaft grew increasingly overwhelming. He had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation, merely stalling for time until Catherine could get the car ready. Boom! Just then, a sleek pink sports car drifted skillfully to a stop behind him. Get in! Catherine had already rolled down the passenger window, calling out loudly. Get out of the way! He quickly tossed a few Molotov cocktails, pivoted, and leaped into the passenger window. Boom! With a stomp on the gas. The sports car shot forward. Goodbye. Thunder laughed heartily as he glanced in the rearview mirror, watching their pursuers fall behind. Boom! Suddenly, chaos erupted. Several massive fireballs erupted from the wall of flames created by the Molotov cocktails. Oh no! Dodge! He shouted, eyes wide with alarm. Catherine noticed too, sharply turning the steering wheel. However, the parking lot was anything but a clear path. It appeared others had attempted to flee from the underground garage previously, only to be devoured by the flame dragon lizard. Numerous wrecked vehicles lay haphazardly in their path. Catherine showcased her driving skills, narrowly avoiding several fireballs, but the clutter of cars ahead forced her to slow down. With a thunderous bang, the vehicle suddenly lost control. A tire had burst. Catherine screamed in terror. Damn it! Thunder felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Eye in the rearview mirror, several fireballs hurtled towards them. Curse it! Jump! Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Catherine by the arm, kicked open the car door, and leaped out with her in tow. They rolled upon landing, dissipating the impact, and came to rest beside an abandoned vehicle. Whoosh! An enormous explosion resonated as a fireball struck the sports car. The first projectile hit the rear tire, shattering it into countless fragments. The car lost its balance and immediately flipped onto its side. Whoosh! Another fireball followed close behind, striking the energy compartment. Boom! The sports car flickered with electric sparks and erupted into flames. My limited edition sports car, a birthday gift from my mother. Tears streamed down Catherine's face as she watched her beloved car reduced to scrap. Limited what? Edition what? Just run. With that, he crouched down. Catherine's cheeks flushed as she instantly understood his intent and leaped onto his back. Thunder hoisted her up, gathering his strength to nimbly navigate through the wreckage, ascending the hill around the bend. This maneuver rendered their attackers incapable of targeting them directly. Woo! The abyssal sorcerer raised his bone staff as the little abyssal demons scampered forward, pursuing them with astounding speed. Their specialty lay in their swiftness, effortlessly vaulting over walls and barriers. Most of them wielded ranged attacks, and even as Thunder created some distance, they continued their relentless assault. The duo weaved and dodged, narrowly escaping peril. Fortunately, Catherine had strapped her carapace shield to her back with 2 ropes, providing a defense against a wave of incoming ranged attacks. Otherwise, she would have been riddled with wounds long ago. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a pickup truck suddenly burst forth, blocking their path. Thunder furrowed his brow, instantly readying his shield in defense. "Get in the car." To his surprise, the window rolled down, revealing the unassuming figure of Emily, with old James seated beside her, and the driver was none other than the one-armed Eric Go. Thunder executed a swift back throw, tossing Catherine through the window into the pickup truck, while he himself flipped into the truck bed. "Let's move." Eric slammed the accelerator, and the rear wheels emitted a cloud of acrid black smoke as they shot forward like a cannonball. Behind them, the horde of abyssal demons emerged. A barrage of ranged attacks rained down upon the vehicle. "Get lost." Thunder stood firmly in the truck bed, using his carapace shield to deflect the incoming projectiles one after another. Despite having only one arm, Eric exhibited remarkable driving skills, skillfully maneuvering around all obstacles. Boom! Then, with a boost from a slope, they soared out of the underground garage. The vehicle soared through the air. A torrential downpour instantly drenched it. "Ha! We made it out." The cold rain did nothing to dampen Thunder's exhilaration, and he shouted with joy. "Temporary mission completed. You have earned a free lottery chance. Would you like to use it now?" The system notification chimed, signaling the completion of the task that I'll hold off for now and use it later. With so many people around, Thunder could not afford to be distracted, deciding instead to save it for another occasion. Woohoo! The other occupants of the truck were equally elated. "What a thrill! This is more exciting than my first date." "The streamer is incredible. We really escaped. Today's live stream was worth it. We fought from start to finish, such intensity. I didn't expect these foreigners to be so loyal. I thought they would have fled by now." Of course, there are good people everywhere, just as there are bad ones. That's how life is. That I can honestly say I've never encountered any good people. They all have girlfriends and ditch class to go on dates while making me help them out. It's outrageous. Sympathy for you. The viewers in the live stream chat erupted in cheers as Thunder and his companions emerged from the office building. The exhilarating battle scenes and the unfiltered excitement captivated everyone. Ching Hidebet Plateau Yalajuo, gifting streamer Supreme Guardian 1. Ching Hidebet Plateau Yalajuo, gifting streamer Supreme Guardian 1. Ching Hidebet Plateau Yalajuo, gifting streamer Supreme Guardian 1. A flurry of 10 consecutive notifications appeared as the top donor. Lin Xiao made his move once again. This time, instead of his previous super rockets, he opted for another type of gift valued at 10,000 hometown coins each, with 10 Supreme Guardians gifted, and due to the platform's inability to split the earnings. All were converted into Thunder's shopping points in an instant. He had accumulated an additional 100,000 points. Combined with the previous 10 super rockets and other scattered gifts from viewers, his total points had approached 200,000. Within just a day, Lin Xiao had bestowed upon Thunder an amount that would take a decade of hard work to save. It is truly unfathomable how the affluent view spending. The number of viewers in the live stream surged once more, surpassing previous counts. Initially around 2,000, it had now nearly reached 3,000 in other live streams. Factoring in inflated viewer counts, they would have undoubtedly surpassed the 100,000 mark. However, Thunder's livestream statistics were authentic, thus it remained as it was. Overnight, solely due to Lin Xiao's donations, he had upheld 2/3 of the livestream's popularity, and no wonder those top streamers desperately seek wealthy patrons. They truly generate substantial profit for the streamers. Chapter 39, The Suspended Shadow. Disturbing the zombie nest in the office of the chairman of the music note company, Boss Zhang seethed with rage. "What on earth are you doing? It's been 2 days, and there's not a single solution. Where has all the donation money gone?" The continuous influx of donations from the mysterious live stream had reached Boss Zhang's ears. To be frank, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even bother glancing at such a sum. His real concern was that the live stream not only persisted, but that all donations had bypassed their oversight, vanishing entirely. This was a matter that touched the very core of the company's operations. It implied that the team behind that individual possessed the capability to undermine their financial channels. If they grew bolder, their company could face significant turmoil. Should the shareholders learn of this, it would severely undermine investors' confidence, an outcome that would be catastrophic. "Boss, we have already contacted the Cybersecurity Bureau, and an investigation has been initiated," the technical director reported, his head bowed. Naturally, he bore the brunt of the embarrassment in this situation. An investigation. And then what? What progress has been made? "I need a solution, not a mere string of words." Boss Zhang's frustration escalated as he slammed his hand on the table. Ding dong. At that moment, The secretary hurried in and whispered a few words to him. What? Where is he? In the conference reception room. Fine, I'm on my way. With that, Boss Zhang stood up and swiftly exited, pulling the technical director along with him, who looked utterly bewildered. They arrived at the conference reception room, where 5 or 6 individuals were seated. One of them was the city police department's head of cyber safety and entertainment information, whom the technical director recognized. Director, why have you come in person? Boss Zhang approached to shake hands. Today, I'm here to introduce a few guests to you, the director replied. Everyone else, please step out. Just the 2 of you remain. After dismissing the others, the director introduced the individuals behind him. At the forefront stood a tall, middle-aged man with a beaming smile, an air of vitality, and an amiable visage that belied an underlying confidence. This is Director Ma Rulong from the capital's special department. And these are his subordinates. The supervising director pointed to the others. The name of Director Ma's department cannot be disclosed. Our city is merely here to assist, and they will coordinate with you regarding the specifics. One thing you must remember is that Director Ma represents the higher-ups' views, and you are to cooperate unconditionally, without concealment or negligence. Is that understood? The supervising director's tone left no room for doubt. Boss Zhang and the technical director, accustomed to dealing with this superior, immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. Hello, Director Ma, and greetings to everyone. They exchanged pleasantries as they shook hands. Captain Zhao? At that moment, the technical director was taken aback. Seated among them was an impressive woman with short hair, the very same Zhao Xingnan, the female captain of the city's cybersecurity bureau, with whom they had previously interacted. Hello, Director. It's good to see you again. This time, I've been assigned to Director Ma's team to assist them. Zhao Xingnan said with a smile that we are here to investigate the matter concerning your mysterious livestream. Since Zhao had the earliest contact, she was the most informed regarding the situation, which is why she was included in the team. Mysterious livestream. It turns out that several leaders have come for this matter. How wonderful. We have no means to address it, and can only report it to the national authorities. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhang's spirits were lifted. We are already somewhat aware of the situation. However, there are still some details we would like the 2 of you to assist with. Ma Rulong, without further ado, immediately began to delve into the main topic. The 2 parties closed the door and engaged in a discussion in the conference room for over an hour, with no one privy to the nature of their conversation. Later, upon returning, the technical director announced that the mysterious live broadcast room could be regarded as if nothing had happened, and everyone should proceed with their normal work. The individuals responsible for monitoring were reassigned to a certain enigmatic department. Meanwhile, Lei Ting and others rushed out of the underground parking garage and onto the street. Boom! Just as they emerged from the parking lot, a massive iron railing fell beside their vehicle. The tremendous impact created a significant crater in the ground, and the railing itself was twisted beyond recognition. What the hell? Who lacks manners and carelessly discards objects? What if it had hit someone? Emily, sitting by the window, nearly got struck and was infuriated, shouting profanities. Help! Is someone calling for help? At that moment, a frantic cry for help echoed above their heads. They looked up to see a crane designed for cleaning the building's exterior, swaying precariously in the wind and rain. About to topple. Oh my goodness, it's Smith and his crew. How could they know there was a crane there and not inform us? Eric, with his keen eyesight, immediately recognized that the individuals atop were the same ones who had abandoned them earlier. He began to curse vehemently. Emily and old James leaned out to take a look. Despite the heavy rain and wind, they could still discern the general outlines of the individuals. The crane was suspended at a height equivalent to 7 or 8 floors, caught in limbo. The reason being that the lifting cables above seemed to have malfunctioned and become stuck. It was likely that the number of people atop exceeded the crane's maximum capacity, triggering an automatic safety shutdown. These individuals had been fleeing towards the rooftop, never anticipating that their luck would lead them to discover the suspended crane on the outer wall. Had Lei Ting examined the area more closely, he might have found himself among them. Save us! There are countless zombies inside. They're about to break out. Oh God, I don't want to die. A cacophony of panic cries erupted, and the people on the crane retreated in terror. They gazed inside the building, where numerous zombies were crowding against the large glass wall, incessantly banging against it. Their eyes were fixated solely on the few living humans outside. Crash, with a deafening sound. The glass wall shattered instantly, sending countless shards cascading downwards. Chapter 40. The Berserkers and Hunters, the collapsing office building. Boom! Eric, an adept driver, had already maneuvered the vehicle beneath a canopy across the street from the building. Avoiding the chaos, no, get away from me. I have 3 high risks. You'll regret biting me. A horde of zombies surged from the building, leaping onto the crane suspended in midair. The already precarious crane was instantly overwhelmed. Resembling a honeycomb swarming with ants, visibly gaining weight, those atop had nowhere to flee and screamed in despair. Thud, thud. Zombies began to plummet from above, crashing to the ground, bones breaking and blood splattering everywhere. This is bad. Run, Lei Ting shouted a warning, and Eric promptly pressed the accelerator, speeding away. The zombies that had just fallen were not entirely dead. They crawled using their mangled bodies, inching toward the pickup truck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a series of bone-like projectiles shot out from the underground parking garage. Some targeted the pickup, while others struck the ground-bound zombies. The submerged demons had come to pursue them. Naturally, they could not reach the pickup truck. But the immobile zombies on the ground were far less fortunate, getting pinned down by the weapons. The submerged demons, with frenzied expressions, charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the grounded zombies. The zombies retaliated with teeth and claws. But the submerged with a speed that defied its massive form. It adjusted its body mid-air and landed steadily upon the ground. Bang! The earth split open, revealing a massive fissure. Immediately, debris began to rain down from the towering building behind. The intensity escalated. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the entire structure, starting from the 7th or 8th floor, began to shatter and gradually collapse. Chapter 41. The zombie creator, Eric the car god. The cacophony of the building's collapse was thunderous, shattering the previous tranquility of the streets and casting shadows of figures around on the adjacent skyscraper. Silhouettes of humans began to appear at the windows. They were the fortunate survivors who had hidden away since the apocalypse descended. At this moment, as the building crumbled, they witnessed the escape of Thunder and his crew in their vehicle, along with the monstrous horde that surged forth from the wreckage. Among them were abyssal demons, zombies, various reptiles, and rat-like creatures the size of dogs. Even more astonishingly, a swarm of flying creatures, resembling gargantuan cockroaches, burst forth from below and swiftly ascended to other buildings. That it was unfathomable that a single edifice could harbor such a multitude of horrors. Previously, the heavy rain had muted the outside world, allowing these creatures to conceal themselves. However, upon the emergence of a colossal beast, the other monsters wisely chose to flee to different structures. In an instant, the other buildings erupted with the chaotic sounds of panicked escape. Good heavens, what on earth is that? It appears to be at least 6 or 7 meters tall. Regardless of size, its speed is remarkable. Did you see how gracefully it descended the stairs? It resembles a massive hunk of flesh. It must weigh several thousand pounds. What is that creature? Do you know? In the live stream, viewers were captivated by the relentless appearance of monsters and the intense battles unfolding before them. The vivid imagery and surreal combat scenes continually rekindled their sense of wonder. That was the zombie creator. Thunder coldly articulated a few words. Zombie creator, clan leader boss. Each region's faction has one or more leader monsters responsible for the creation and dominion over their kind. This entity can continuously produce low-level zombies through incessant feeding, and the newly infected zombies also fall under its jurisdiction. Moreover, it can generate zombie evolution pheromones within its body, significantly increasing the likelihood of evolution among zombies influenced by its pheromones. He transmitted the electronic scanning data he had observed to a dedicated screen in the live stream, granting the audience a clearer understanding. Good heavens, so this entire horde of zombies is produced by it. It is the mother of zombies. Not necessarily a mother. Don't you remember? The story is set in the West, where there are more than just 2 genders. My brother upstairs makes a valid point. We are indeed quite envious of your wit. No wonder there are so many evolved zombies among this horde. They are influenced by it that your chosen difficulty is extreme. It's a matter of life and death. And the monsters are so formidable. I had no choice in the matter. I too am a passive victim in this scenario. 555 Thunder gazed at the barrage of comments with tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Just then, an unforeseen twist occurred. The colossal zombie creator, inexplicably, fixed its gaze upon their pickup truck. That it emitted a high-pitched roar, seemingly issuing a command to its minions. Roarak, the nearby brutes and hunters responded with furious roars of their own. Subsequently, they charged forward, advancing towards the pickup truck. What the hell? Thunder, seated in the truck bed, watched in horror as the monstrous horde approached, his pupils dilating in shock. Step on it. Step on it. Those damned creatures are targeting us. As soon as he uttered those words, the occupants in the front cabin felt a chill run down their spines and turned their heads sharply. Why are they chasing us? We don't even have much syrup. Wang Defa, what on earth is happening? Oh my goodness, I'm so scared. Panic erupted among the group. Mr. Thunder, hurry and get in. I'm going all out. Eric's urgent cries filled the air. Do you have a plan? Hearing this, Thunder swiftly flipped over the side of the truck bed and climbed through the window. Everyone, buckle up. Hold on tight. Ladies, get down. Eric shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The foreigner seldom wore a seatbelt. Earlier, when they escaped from the underground parking lot, Eric hadn't insisted on it. The others, uncertain of his intentions, hurriedly complied with his commands. Crack, with a sharp sound, he kicked open a panel at his feet. Revealing a red circular button. Slap, he stomped on it with force. Boom, the exhaust pipe of the pickup erupted with a deafening roar, and an orange flame shot forth from it. Whoa, a powerful thrust propelled everyone forward. Fortunately, they had all buckled up, their bodies jolted but securely held in place. The pickup truck surged forward with a speed unmatched by its make, racing ahead. The rain poured heavily outside, and the speed was exhilarating, leaving the occupants with a blurred view of their surroundings. Yet, Eric seemed impervious to the chaos, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle with one hand, deftly avoiding obstacles. Later, I learned that you had just arrived here. Without a fixed job, surviving by helping others with repairs, you refused payment, ultimately agreeing only when asked to take on the company's repair work. Over the years, I have asked you once before, and now I wish to inquire again. Who exactly are you? Old James inquired with great curiosity. Haha, Old James, you know, I am merely an ordinary person. I do not. Boom, just as Eric was halfway through his sentence. An unidentified attack struck from behind, directly hitting the rear of the pickup truck. An enemy attack. Damn it, my jet propulsion system is malfunctioning. The crowd gasped in shock, hastily turning to look behind. However, there was nothing but emptiness. Not a single figure in sight. Quack in the sky. Thunder was the first to detect the adversary's presence. A shadow streaked across the sky. Two bird-like figures with wing-like appendages soared above, emitting eerie cries. The attack was coming again. The adversaries glided through the air with their massive wings, relentlessly pursuing. As they chased, their mouths flickered with a yellow-green glow. Suddenly, a spherical object the size of a basin hurtled towards the pickup truck once more. You shall not touch my vehicle again. Eric's face twisted in anger as he swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel in an S-shaped path to evade the attack. The pickup truck's jet propulsion system had been damaged, leaving them to rely solely on their driving skills to escape. Damn it, we're too far away to scan for the enemy's information. Thunder's electronic scanning, I also had a distance limitation. At that moment, the enemy was airborne, and he could not capture their information. Oh no, the fuel tank is leaking. We are running out of gas, Eric anxiously exclaimed as he glanced at the dashboard of the pickup truck. Sigh, I told you to replace that vehicle long ago. Who still drives a fuel car in this day and age? Old James lamented. Do not speak ill of my old mate. Eric retorted, stop bickering. What are we waiting for? We need to think of a solution quickly. Emily shouted, her forehead slick with sweat. We must find cover to conceal ourselves, Catherine suggested. Cover? Quickly, over there. At that moment, Old James pointed towards a location. It was a sign depicting a locomotive, the subway station. The group immediately grasped the implication. Will that work? If we go underground and it's filled with monsters, we'll be trapped. Catherine frowned. There's no other choice. We'll take it one step at a time. Once inside, let us hope those two monsters will retreat. Thunder made the decision. The subway station was underground, and they hoped the monsters would lack interest in the subterranean realm. All right, brace yourselves. Eric pressed the accelerator again, and the pickup truck emitted a roar as powerful as a bull, surging forward. However, their speed was diminishing. Behind them, the two monstrous birds had already begun to lower their altitude, preparing for another dive attack. Boom! At the critical moment, the pickup truck plunged into the descending staircase of the subway station, but a yellow-green spherical attack narrowly grazed the roof of the pickup truck. Zing zing, the spot where the attack had brushed against emitted a corrosive sound. How foul! This wretched creature's attack is corrosive and seems toxic. Everyone held their breath. Get out of the vehicle. The roof had already begun to corrode, with liquid gradually dripping down. The group hurriedly exited the vehicle. Eric retrieved 2 toolkits from the truck bed, one strapped to his back and the other slung across his body. "What are you doing with those?" "Escaping is our priority," old James asked as he ran. "These were left to me by my father," Eric replied tersely, leaving old James momentarily speechless. "Hurry, get down, they are closing in." Thunder shouted anxiously from the rear. The few in front sprinted for their lives, dashing past the ticket barrier and into the subway station. Boom! At that moment, the 2 bird-like monsters also swooped down. Thunder's electronic scanning eye finally deciphered the enemy's information. Winged demon, a specially evolved zombie, formerly human, but after being infected, their gene lock was disrupted, resulting in unpredictable transformations that created a variant zombie with special abilities. Capable of flight, can attack with acidic breath, has a hardened beak, sharp claws, and immense wing power. Damn it. So this is also a zombie. Thunder stared at the 2 grotesque creatures before him, at a loss for words. Chapter 43. The Ling Adjustment Bureau's attention, subway station pursuit. The 2 monsters possessed human heads, bird-like beaks, and arms transformed into bat-like, membranous wings. Standing over 2 meters tall, they had a wingspan of nearly 4 meters. Their gaunt bodies were covered in feathers, with long legs akin to those of a female athlete, and their feet bore 4 clawed toes, 3 pointing forward and 1 backward. This half-human, half-bird form was profoundly unsettling. What kind of bird is that? It looks quite unique. If I had one of those birds, it could take me flying. Very well, you lot are quite amusing. You're quite the catch. What scientific basis is there for this so-called evolution? Hey, are you daft? This is practically a sci-fi movie. Why are you seeking basis? Have you lost your mind? The live stream audience erupted in discussion upon witnessing the emergence of this new monster. Meanwhile, in a secluded independent villa in the old world, a large screen within a conference room displayed the content of Thunder's live stream. The screen's clarity surpassed even Lin Xiao's exorbitantly priced 10K display. You lot, keep a close watch on everything that appears in this live stream, including all the monsters and the abilities of those individuals, as well as any other supernatural phenomena. Ensure that we record and compile everything once the broadcaster concludes. We must not overlook a single piece of information. Have the 3 viewers who received gifts been contacted? Ma Rulong, seated at the head of the conference table, instructed his subordinates. Report, Director, comrades from other regions have already approached them. And we expect results shortly. Excellent. Notify me immediately upon receiving results. Xiao Zhao, do you have any questions? Ma Rulong's keen eyes immediately caught Zhao Xingnan's hesitant demeanor. No, nothing. Zhao Xingnan quickly denied. Haha, it's normal to have questions if you haven't interacted with us before. The old man instructed me to guide you. Feel free to ask any questions directly. Clearly, Ma Rulong had received the old man's directive and was quite courteous toward her. May I ask? Director, why are we recording this information? Zhao Xingnan, not one to beat around the bush, inquired directly. Because it is one of our pathways to acquiring supernatural powers. All that occurs here has either already transpired or is currently occurring in some unknown space or time. Understanding and documenting these events will aid us in our future development of spiritual energy, M. A. Rulong replied calmly. Development of spiritual energy? Zhao Shangnan was intrigued upon hearing this term for the first time. Just like this. With that, Ma Rulong blew a smoke ring, which floated down to the ashtray on the table, covering it, before tightening and slowly drifting towards his hand. What is this? Zhao Xingnan's eyes widened in amazement. Familiar, it's essentially the same nature as that kid's electrical energy in the live stream. You can refer to it as a supernatural phenomenon, or as abilities, superpowers. The Ling Adjustment Bureau, fully named the Bureau of Spiritual Energy Incident Investigation and Management, is responsible for such events. All official members of our bureau possess these abilities to varying extents, M. A. Rulong stated with a smile. So how is this ability obtained? Can others possess it? Zhao Shangnan asked excitedly. We, the veteran members, are naturally endowed with it. For whether others can possess it, I cannot disclose that. You can inquire with the old man later. He instructed that if you are interested, you may discuss it with him. As you are his kin, and it would be more fitting for him to address this matter with you. M. A. Rulong relayed the old man's message. All right, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us focus our energies on this live stream and organize the data that I will see if there will be an opportunity to converse with this broadcaster. With that, the idle chatter ceased, and everyone returned to their tasks. Goodness, This place certainly appears to be far from pleasant. Thunder rushed down into the subway station, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Debris, refuse, bloodstains, shell casings, and the remnants of unknown entities littered the ground. It was evident that this location had also experienced a fierce battle. Thunder, over here. In the distance, Catherine called out. Thunder quickly turned to see them all scrambling into a subway car that had ceased operations. He hastily maneuvered his way in. Let us move forward, descend from the driver's cabin, and then we can run along the tracks. The subway train is blocking the way. Hopefully, it will buy us some time. Catherine explained. The five quickly pressed onward. Snap! Ah, someone is pulling me. Suddenly, a noise emanated from beneath the adjacent seat, startling Catherine and causing her to kick and thrash about in alarm that a blood-soaked man was hiding below. Reaching out to grasp Catherine's ankle. Help me. The individual was gravely injured, his gaze vacant, clearly in the throes of a fleeting moment of clarity. What transpired here? Are there monsters? Thunder inquired hastily. Just then, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from behind. Two winged demons charged into the subway station with an air of invincibility. Their wings flapped violently, akin to a tempest, exhibiting immense power as they smashed through the ticket gates with a kick of their talons. They sent obstacles flying before striding into the station with their heads held high. A piercing screech erupted from their mouths, resonating like a demonic symphony, seemingly both a display of dominance and a taunt to their prey. Sending chills down one's spine. Silence, Thunder exclaimed, hastily attempting to cover the man's mouth, only to realize he had already drawn his last breath, his eyes remaining open in death. Thunder gazed into those unblinking eyes. A tumult of emotions surging within him. In this moment, perhaps death was a form of liberation. He gently placed his hand over the man's eyes, closing them for eternal rest. Unexpectedly, even though they made no movements. The two winged demons immediately locked onto their compartment as their target. This is bad. We've been discovered. Thunder quickly recognized the danger, shouting, "Run!" The other four sprang to their feet, racing towards the cockpit. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening crashes echoed as the winged demons used their formidable wings to smash open the already sealed subway doors, bursting inside. Fortunately, their towering stature and the evidently aging subway cars limited their movement. They could only stand awkwardly, their heads bent forward, unable to fully extend their wings. This limitation caused their pursuit to lag slightly. Chapter 44. The Fragrant Mist, a deliberate ambush. However, the fervor of the hunters for their prey was not to be deterred by such minor obstacles. Moreover, they had come at the behest of the zombie creator, and they would not relent until their objectives were achieved. Boom! Boom! Thus, they clawed and pecked with relentless ferocity, akin to bulldozers, forcibly carving a path as they pursued their quarry. Damn it, the cockpit is locked. Eric's furious shout rang out ahead. Let me. Catherine quickly stepped forward, retrieving an item from her personal space and aiming it directly at the cockpit's glass. It was a weapon resembling a shotgun. Yet it required no steel pellets or iron projectiles. Instead, it utilized compressed gas for its attacks. Its close-range power was tremendously potent, capable of delivering an internal shockwave effect, as if the target had been struck by a heavy hammer. This device was often employed as a breaching tool and was considered contraband. Catherine had acquired it through connections and had never used it until now. Boom! A shot rang out, causing Catherine to nearly lose her grip as the barrel of the weapon recoiled violently above her head. The effect was equally impressive. The reinforced, bulletproof glass of the cockpit door quickly fractured, numerous cracks spreading across its surface, indicating it had sustained internal damage. This suggested that the glass was not sourced from some mysterious Eastern power. Boom! Gritting her teeth against the tingling sensation in her arm, she raised the weapon and fired again. Crash! This time, the glass shattered completely, raining down shards. Emily promptly crawled through the gap and pressed the button to open the cockpit door. Whoosh! With the subway's power still operational, the cockpit door swung open instantaneously. The group hurried inside, quickly shutting the door behind them as they leaped down from the subway. Boom! Behind them, the winged demons had caught up, attacking the now closed cockpit door with kicks and pecks. Unfortunately, such physical assaults were futile against the fortified metal door. Spit! A foul, yellow-green corrosive venom was ejected onto the door. Sizzle, sizzle, the sound of corrosion echoed as the cockpit door began to dissolve gradually. It was only a matter of time before they breached it. Ahead, Thunder and the others had already escaped the train, running a few paces before halting upon hearing the commotion behind them. Thunder suddenly stopped, scanning the surroundings before fixating on the winged demons wreaking havoc on the door. No, we cannot just run away. If they break through that door, without the subway car as a barrier, we will have no chance of escape on these tracks. We must eliminate them here. Upon hearing Thunder's words, the others halted as well. I understand your reasoning, but I feel we might not be their match. Emily and old James spoke with tremors in their voices, though they were not yet on the brink of collapse. Dio, you have a plan? I am willing to cooperate. Count me in. Eric remained relatively calm, and Catherine showed no signs of retreat. You all wish to fight alongside me? Thunder inquired, looking at them intently. Haha, without you, we would have been devoured by the monsters back in the office building. Eric replied with a hint of humor. The others exchanged glances, resolutely positioning themselves beside Thunder. Though, how fortuitous it seems these individuals were not saved in vain, understanding the need to unite with the streamer. Indeed, with that one-armed man's driving skills, had they fled first in the underground garage, the streamer might have had a more challenging escape. In this apocalyptic scenario, I have experience. Establish a shelter, stockpile supplies, and wait it out. While others engage in bloodshed, I can leisurely enjoy a vacation. Where did you acquire such experience? XXXX Apocalypse Survival Game. Have you not played? It's immensely entertaining, but incomparable to the streamer's experience. I am merely waiting here for the streamer to launch the test, so I can be the first to try it out. You speak as if it were true thus? How does everyone feel about this? All right, no problem. Good. Split up. Meanwhile, Thunder and his companions had briefly discussed tactics and were beginning to implement them. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the two winged demons violently breached the cockpit, emerging into the open. They immediately spotted Thunder's figure standing on the subway tracks ahead. Come here, you scoundrels, Thunder taunted, gesturing provocatively. Gore, perhaps this gesture possessed a primal power, as its effective humiliation resonated with all creatures. The two winged demons visibly seethed with rage, flapping their wings and soaring towards him. Freed from the constraints of the subway car, they had ample space along the 4 subway tracks to stretch their wings. Zing, zing, zing. Just as they took flight, a series of faint sounds emerged from behind. Several water-based projectiles struck one of the winged demons, successfully diverting its attention. The marksman was none other than Catherine, who had been concealed in a maintenance alcove beside the subway track. As the winged demon soared past her, she sprang into action, firing at one of them and drawing its IRET this juncture. The other winged demon remained unscathed, its focus still on Thunder as it continued forward. Meanwhile, the demon that had been attacked swiftly turned around, charging towards Catherine. Thus, the two winged demons found themselves separated, one pursuing and the other retreating. Gore, the pursuing demon, now closer to Catherine, displayed a cruel glint in its eyes, its beak opened wide, resembling a black abyss, as it bore down on her. Such a diminutive insect dared to resist its might. It intended to employ the most brutal means to crush her bones and flesh, chewing her to shreds before swallowing her whole. Teaching this insignificant creature a lesson in humility. The flicker of fear crossed Catherine's eyes, but it quickly transformed into determination. She parted her lips slightly and exhaled a cloud of pink mist towards the demon. Fragrant mist. Activate. The pink vapor rapidly enveloped the demon, rendering it dizzy and drowsy. Its wings faltered, and it descended to the ground, staggering a few steps forward. Thud. As consciousness faded, its legs buckled, and it knelt before collapsing, its head drooping to the ground, wings spread wide, with zzz's floating above it. Thus, the once menacing winged demon succumbed to a deep slumber under Catherine's inaugural use of her innate skill. Chapter 45. Treating the winged demon as chicken. A sour, yet stimulating experience. Well done. The others, who had been anxiously concerned for Catherine, erupted in exhilaration upon witnessing her success. However, they remained hushed, fearing that any sound might awaken the slumbering demon and nullify their efforts. In truth, their worries were unfounded. This skill was unaffected by sound, only ending prematurely through direct attack. Oh my, this young zombie possesses remarkable physical prowess, collapsing into slumber at a moment's notice. What? Such privileged treatment. A lovely lady's lullaby service? I find myself in dire need of this service. As a university student, I struggle to awaken during the day and find rest elusive at night. Please provide me with the contact information of this enchanting lady to facilitate my medical application. You sly one, your schemes are so audacious that even I, in Antarctica, can hear them. Such hard control is extraordinary. A remarkable skill for one-on-one combat. If this lady were to wield a high-damage weapon, wouldn't the opponent be vanquished in a single strike? It is improbable for there to exist such a bug-like ability. Did not the streamer demonstrate this previously? It was noted that its effectiveness is contingent upon the opponent's resistance. Should the opponent possess high resistance, wouldn't it simply be rendered ineffective? You lot, are you genuinely discussing the game? Is this a forum for game discourse? This is a grand live broadcast. Isn't the focus on the lady's commendable bravery? Were I in her position, I would not dare to confront the monster head-on.it is merely a game. Why take it so seriously? I shall just slide past. The audience in the live stream continues to engage in animated conversation. Meanwhile, time is of the essence. Catherine's hard control has a variable duration, and Thunder is hastening his actions. Blade Rush. Thunder makes the first move, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind the flying winged demon. Thud. Thud. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoes. Thunder's hands transform into lethal blades, plunging into the nape of the creature's neck. Allow me to administer an electric therapeutic massage. The combo continues, as electricity surges through his arms and is rapidly released. Crackle. The flying winged demon convulses under the electric shock, its movements slowing. At that moment, the ever-watchful old James makes his move, wielding the air compressor gun borrowed from Catherine. Bang. He charges forth and fires directly at the body of the flying winged demon. Oh dear, yet he evidently underestimated the sheer recoil of the weapon. Though his shot finds its mark, he himself is knocked to the ground. The air compressor gun tumbles from his grasp. Rolling away. Allow me. Bang. Emily promptly takes his place, seizing the air compressor gun, and dashes to the feet of the flying winged demon, raising the weapon for a shot. Despite her petite stature, standing beneath the demon, her aim fortuitously strikes true, hitting the creature in its lower region. The evolved zombies are beginning to differ from their ordinary counterparts. With enhanced abilities, they have developed a sense of pain, albeit with a remarkable capacity for endurance. Being young, Emily possesses a slightly better physique than old James. After firing twice, her arm begins to feel numbed. At this juncture, Catherine has arrived at her side, and the air compressor gun discharges 2 more rounds. After sustaining 5 shots from the air compressor rounds, even though the flying winged demon is robust, it is evidently gravely injured, a yellow-green fluid oozing from its elongated beak. Take cover. Simultaneously, a chilling roar reverberates. Eric charges forward, wielding a diesel chainsaw, its throttle fully engaged. This was one of the items he insisted on bringing, a relic from his father. With a running leap, he swings the chainsaw in a wide arc, bringing it down forcefully upon the demon's elongated neck, akin to that of a duck or goose. Delicate yet crucial for its agility, a colossal berserker approached, gripping 2 trembling Westerners, and reverently presented them to the creator of the undead. Please don't eat me, they wailed in terror. Yet, the creator of the zombies paid no heed to their pleas. With a swift motion, one was seized and unceremoniously shoved into its maw, followed by the other. Both consumed whole in a matter of moments. Minutes later, the creator began to convulse violently, its abdomen writhing as a circular outline emerged upon its surface. The shape writhed, gradually moving up to the creature's throat. With a sudden heave, it expelled a spherical, blood-red object from its gullet. The object, encased in a layer of flesh-like membrane, pulsated as if it were a heart. Though its rhythmic beating quickly ceased, the membrane began to contract and reshape. And within a mere minute, 2 new zombies materialized before it, nearly human in form, yet entirely crimson and devoid of facial features. The creator had birthed 2 new breeds of undead, in obedience to the King's command. Terrifying events unfolded as these newly spawned zombies demonstrated the uncanny ability to speak. Roar, the creator bellowed, prompting the 2 zombies to bow before it. They then immediately turned and sprinted away, vanishing around a street corner. Well done. Excellent teamwork. I'm tempted to join in. In a luxurious conference room in the capital, Lin Xiao was captivated by the spectacle. This game must be mine. Let us shower the streamer with gifts. Just as he was about to instruct his assistant to send a bounty of gifts, his secretary abruptly interrupted, disrupting his enthusiasm. What? Someone is looking for me. Did I not mention that I have important matters today? and shall see no visitors? It's someone from above? They insist on meeting? Lin Xiao's irritation began to rise, but upon hearing his secretary whisper a few words, he managed to suppress his burgeoning anger. Very well, lead the way. With that, he turned and followed his secretary out. In another conference room, two casually dressed individuals awaited him. Mr. Lin, we are from the Spiritual Regulation Bureau, and we need your cooperation regarding a matter. Here are our credentials, along with a cooperation investigation document from the National Security Department. The woman, youthful and seemingly akin to an ordinary university student, exhibited a surprising proficiency in her duties as she presented several documents to establish her identity. Spiritual Regulation Bureau, National Security Department. Lin Xiao was perplexed, utterly unaware of how he had become entangled with these unfamiliar entities. I need to make a phone call. Please, go ahead. Lin Xiao picked up the phone and dialed. Uncle Wu, two individuals claiming to be from the National Security Department and the Spiritual Regulation Bureau have arrived. Are you familiar with these two departments? What? All right, I understand now. I didn't say anything, merely confirming. Rest assured, I shall cooperate fully and know how to maintain discretion. The haughty Lin Xiao exhibited unexpected respect towards the person on the other end of the line. All right, I apologize for taking up your time. What is it that you require my cooperation with? After hanging up, his tone softened considerably. Mr. Lin, it concerns a mysterious item you obtained during a live stream, correct? The other party inquired. Yes, it's a bottle of perfume I won in a lottery. Would it be possible for us to take a look? Of course, I'll have someone retrieve it. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. Once our investigation is complete, and if there is no danger, we will return the item to you. It's the least I can do. A similar encounter was transpiring concurrently with Li Yuqian and Wei Wan. Chapter 47. Lin Xiao's thoughts. Leaving the subway station, boss. We brought the item. Good. You all may leave now. The arrival of these two comrades must remain confidential. Understood? Yes. Lin Xiao dismissed his secretary, leaving only him and the two representatives from the Spiritual Regulation Bureau. Here it is. The item I won from the live stream. Mr. Lin, please wait outside while we inspect this location. It won't take long. Understood. Lin Xiao exited the conference room and stood guard by the door. Inside, the woman raised her arm, revealing a watch-like device on her wrist. She pressed a few buttons, and a mesmerizing blue light emanated from the watch, scanning the perfume bottled. Unknown energy residue detected. Unknown virus carrier detected. No unknown technological factors detected. Testing complete. This item poses no harm. The data feedback from the watch allowed the two to breathe a sigh of relief. Despite their apparent tension, their concerns were not unfounded, as there had been troubling incidents recorded by the Spiritual Regulation Bureau. Fortunately, this time was not one of them. Mr. Lin, we have completed our assessment of this item, and there are no issues. It is now being returned to you. Additionally, please refrain from disclosing our visit to others. This information is classified. All right, safe travels. I want to see you off. Lin Xiao stood by a large window on the upper floor, contemplating the departure of the two individuals. He then retrieved his phone and dialed. Cousin, what do you require of me today? A melodious voice answered on the other end. Haha, is it wrong to miss my beautiful, lovely, wise, and generous cousin? Enough of that. Just tell me directly, or I will hang up. Haha, don't hang up. I can't hide anything from you. I'll be straightforward. I have a bottle of perfume and need your assistance in testing its composition. Perfume? What makes this perfume so important? Are you giving it to a girlfriend? Stop joking. I'm sending it over now. We can discuss it further when we meet. Lin Xiao hung up, instructing his assistants to continue monitoring the live stream as he drove off alone. In a certain CBD of the capital, Lin Xiao entered a towering office building and made his way to a lavish office spanning several floors. Mr. Lin, President Liu is waiting for you in her office. A young and attractive secretary had been waiting at the door for some time. It's fine. I can find her myself. Lin Xiao declined the secretary's offer and navigated his way to an opulent office, where a group of stylishly dressed and beautiful women were engaged in discussion. My dear sister Lin Xiao greeted the stunning woman seated at the head of the table with a playful flourish. Make yourself comfortable. We're in a meeting and can't be bothered with you right now. Lin Lang did not even glance at him, continuing her discourse with the other women. Haha, I won't take up much of your time. I just want to show you something, and then I'll leave unfazed by the cold reception. Lin Xiao was well aware of his cousin's temperament, having grown up together. This perfume, could you evaluate its commercial value? If it has potential, Can you analyze its formula for reverse engineering? Lin Xiao placed the lottery perfume he had won from the stream onto the table. The instant he did, the attention of all the women in the room was drawn to it. What brand is this perfume? What material is the packaging made of? Crystal or diamond? It's hard to tell. Why does the liquid inside shimmer? It exudes a dreamlike quality. These women, evidently connoisseurs of luxury goods, had not even opened the bottle. Yet they discerned its exceptional nature from its exterior alone. Cousin, where did you acquire this? Indeed, the perfume had piqued Lu Linlong's interest as well. You all can investigate it. Once you have results, let me know. And we can discuss further. Lin Xiao left them with a hint of intrigue, departing with a flourish and leaving the beautiful women to commence their examination. Here's a task for you. Locate the other two recipients of the perfume, no matter the cost, and gather them for me. I have use for them. Upon returning to his car, Lin Xiao promptly called his secretary to assign the new task. This live stream is becoming increasingly intriguing. After ending the call, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Xiao's eyes. Why is it so silent here? It shouldn't be. Within the subway passage, a group of 5 had traversed 4 or 5 stations. Despite the bloodstains and signs of struggle along the way, no trace of human presence was found. Instead, numerous articles of clothing and bags littered the ground, containing identification documents, bank cards, mobile phones, and cash, all suggesting that nothing truly valuable had been lost. Something feels off. We cannot proceed further in this subway station, Thunder declared. There isn't enough space for maneuvering below, and the exits are limited. If we encounter too many enemies, we risk being trapped here. The others concurred with his assessment. They had descended merely to escape the pursuit of the winged demon, but now that the threat had subsided, it was prudent to return to the surface. Furthermore, the subway did not extend to the location of Catherine's home in Luoxian. Ultimately, they would need to cross a bridge over the strait to reach their destination on the opposite side of the bay. This is XX Station, positioned at the edge of the city. I recall there being a sports arena, library, and science museum nearby. It's getting late. Should we find a place to rest? The night is fraught with danger. After a brief discussion, the group deemed it a reasonable suggestion. Click, click. At that moment, a cacophony of clattering metal resonated through the subway tunnel ahead. Hush, silence. With his heightened senses, Thunder immediately discerned that something was amiss. He swiftly gestured to his companions. The members of the small team, all seasoned in battle, though tense, remained composed as they stealthily made their way toward the subway exit. Thunder unobtrusively deployed a mechanical drilling mole, instructing it to conceal itself beneath a trash bin, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Their movements proceeded smoothly, leading them outside the subway station. The torrential rain continued to pour unabated, having persisted for an entire day and night without the slightest sign of cessation. Inside the station, the water had already begun to backflow. Just as Thunder took a few steps forward, he halted abruptly, his face etched with astonishment. What is it? What have you discovered? The others, aware of his detection abilities, quickly inquired. This is bad. We must leave quickly. Thunder refrained from offering a direct answer, instead urging them in hushed tones to hasten their departure. The gravity of his expression illuminated the seriousness of the situation, prompting them to flee swiftly. Just as they vanished into the curtain of rain, tremors reverberated through the subway station, as if an army of thousands was erupting from the depths, heralding greater terror upon the world. Chapter 48. Dividing the Spoils. Custom Weapon Evolution Card. This place is splendid. Emily, how did you come to know of it? The 5 individuals found themselves within an independent 3-story building, nestled in a corner of a small park. Shrouded by flora, the area was spacious, devoid of any other structures. I used to work part-time here on weekends. This property belongs to a wealthy individual who, rather than seeking profit, aims merely to please his mistress, leaving this place as a gift for her. However, they went on vacation abroad last week, thus it is temporarily closed. Emily rummaged through the storage room, producing several towels to dry off the rainwater. This establishment served as a combination of a bookstore and CAF. The first floor featured a hall adorned with charming tables and sofas, allowing patrons to enjoy the picturesque view of the park while savoring their coffee in a cozy ambience. The second floor housed a reading room, furnished with tables and an array of books. The third floor was an electronic reading room, partitioned into cubicles, each containing a light computer. The power remained operational. Yet no one dared to illuminate the space, wary of attracting unwelcome attention from the outside. All the windows were securely shut, and the curtains drawn, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Let us share the food and water we have. Thunder retrieved the resource cards obtained from their earlier encounter with monsters. So this is what a resource card looks like. How fascinating, Emily exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Alongside Eric, old James, and the recently defeated Smith. They had been compelled to seek refuge in the data storage room when the apocalypse first struck, never having engaged in combat. Thus lacking any loot, they consumed the bottled water and bread from the resource cards. The tension that had gripped them for a day began to dissipate. Thunder also temporarily shut down the live stream. Even the audience required a moment of respite. Furthermore, he sought a semblance of privacy. Yearning not to be under constant surveillance. By the way, I just eliminated those 2 winged demons and acquired 3 cards. I haven't had the chance to examine them yet. Now seems the perfect time to see what they are before we distribute them. With that, Thunder produced the 3 cards. Luck seems to be on our side. We have 3-tiered resource cards, Thunder remarked with a smile. 1 bronze card and 2 black iron cards, the items within the black iron cards. While the lowest tier should not be underestimated, they differ from the ordinary resource cards, which are uniform in white and yield a hodgepodge of equipment and supplies akin to those in the real world. Often lacking in potency. In contrast, the tiered resource cards, even the most basic black iron tier, possess unique attributes. For instance, we have just unearthed a spear that appears quite antiquated. Crusader's Spear, black iron tier though it may seem aged. Its combat prowess is formidable. It enhances piercing damage and ensures that every retraction of the spear proceeds smoothly, unimpeded by the flesh of foes. Such a seemingly ordinary black iron spear not only amplifies damage, but also possesses a special effect. Who among you wishes to wield this spear? Thunder inquired. For us, perhaps you should keep it. After all, we owe our victory over those monsters to you. Old James quickly declined. Do not speak that way. Our triumph over those creatures was a collective effort. Everyone contributed. It should belong to whomever is most suited to wield it, Thunder asserted resolutely. The youth's readiness to both take and relinquish was commendable. And thus, the spear was ultimately entrusted to old James, who was accustomed to long weapons due to his farming background. Crusader's rapid-fire crossbow, black iron tier. This weapon comes with 20 wooden bolts. Easy to load, and compatible with various types of bolts. It enhances shooting speed, and the bolts possess a tracking function for ease of retrieval. Next was a ranged weapon, its dark bolts compact, accompanied by a pouch filled with additional bolts. This one is for me. I was on the archery team in school and know how to use it. To everyone's surprise, Emily took the initiative to claim this weapon. What prescription are your glasses? Can you even see your target? The group regarded her curiously. Since their first encounter, she had worn a pair of thick, black-framed glasses that made her appear rather dowdy. These lenses are non-prescription. I am not actually nearsighted. I wear these glasses for a reason that I cannot disclose. Emily lowered her head, visibly embarrassed. Is there more to this? Once they confirmed that she was indeed not visually impaired, they consented to let her use the crossbow. Finally, they turned to the bronze card. Upon activation, it revealed not a weapon or equipment, but an item. Custom Weapon Evolution Card. Evolves an attack-capable item to bronze tier. The effects are unknown. Custom weapon? Who shall we assign this to? Observing the description, the group exchanged glances, momentarily stumped. Eric, how about we give this to you? Thunder suggested, glancing at Eric. The look of surprise crossed Eric's face. Clearly not expecting to be singled out. Your chainsaw has surely been damaged by the corrosive liquid from that winged demon, hasn't it? You mentioned it was one of your father's heirlooms? With Thunder's remark. The group finally noticed the chainsaw resting beside Eric, its surface marred with rust, the blade worn down. During the skirmish with the winged demon, the yellow-green liquid it expelled had proven corrosive. Although the chainsaw had severed the demon's head, it had sustained significant damage in the process. Use this to enhance your chainsaw. It might just remedy the situation, Thunder suggested with a smile, glancing at the group. Everyone wore expressions of agreement. But Catherine has no weapon. As a man, I can make do with any weapon. Eric hesitated awkwardly. You need not worry about me. I have several firearms in my private space, even if I were to lose my weapon. Thunder will protect me, won't you? She turned to Thunder, who pretended not to notice her gaze. Very well, then thank you, everyone. Eric was reluctant to accept, yet the sentiment tied to his father's heirloom made it difficult to refuse. Quickly, give it a try. Amid the group's encouragement, he affixed the card to the chainsaw's handle that a gentle hum resonated, and a faint glow enveloped the chainsaw, transforming it entirely. Chapter 49, Corrosive Demon Chainsaw. Official forum before their eyes. All the rust vanished, leaving the chainsaw looking rejuvenated, its hue a striking yellow-green. Its size had notably increased, and the blade's tip morphed into a sharp, dagger-like point. The grip extended, allowing for a single-arm grasp akin to a gauntlet. Corrosive Demon Chainsaw. Bronze tier, a new product amalgamating corrosive energy with the souls of the Hell Demon clan. The IT possesses cutting, piercing, and cleaving capabilities, inflicting corrosive effects upon enemies. When a target is slain, it can absorb their soul to mend its own wear. The effects are astounding. Eric gazed at the fierce weapon, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, my friend. With this, your combat prowess will be formidable. You need not worry about damage anymore. Old James patted his shoulder, grinning widely. The group shared in the joy of their enhanced combat capability. Thank you all. Eric secured the chainsaw to his arm, discovering it to be surprisingly light and effortless to wield. With their provisions shared and hunger satiated, their spirits lightened. By the way, Thunder, what did you see at the subway station? Catherine inquired. A horde of skeletons, countless in number, stretching far beyond sight. In those moments, we ran swiftly. Had we continued along the subway tracks, we would have encountered them head-on this juncture. Thunder's expression grew grave. Skeletons. Upon hearing this, both Emily and Catherine turned pale. Women, by nature, are particularly sensitive to such matters. The mere mention of their substantial numbers intensified their fear. Where, then, shall we seek refuge? A profound silence enveloped the group. There is a holographic terminal upstairs. Let us ascend and examine the information, suggested Catherine. While we were hiding in the office building, I checked my phone, and the network was still operational. Many individuals have been posting messages online. Perhaps we may glean some information. Her words. The group immediately perked up. They decided to proceed to the third floor's electronic reading room, where they activated the holographic terminal and began to browse. Thunder observed that this terminal differed significantly from the computers of his homeland. Its primary design resembled a small projector. Once activated, a holographic screen of approximately 30 inches materialized before him. There was no need for a mouse or keyboard. Gestures sufficed, or one could wear a headset akin to headphones, featuring several circular touch points, enabling control through brainwaves. Emily informed him that this device was known as a brainwave receiver. Thunder attempted to use it and found it remarkably simple and convenient. He resolved to procure a few for their space, as they could prove invaluable later. Upon activating the terminal and following Emily's guidance, he accessed a site akin to a forum, purportedly created by the officials of the White Eagle Nation. The White Eagle authorities had also suffered immense losses, with even their cataclysmic weapons and starships rendered inoperable. It appeared that the Supreme Commander had relocated to a concealed military base. The site appeared somewhat chaotic, yet its functions were relatively intact, featuring sections such as missing persons notices, online instant chat room, video and media zone, monster information, and official news releases. He sequentially clicked through the sections. The missing persons notices section was straightforward. It contained numerous individuals who had lost contact with their loved ones, hoping for reconnection, while also requesting assistance from those who might have seen them. Some had successfully located their relatives, while others continued their search. With information being constantly updated, the online instant chat room section was a cacophony of chaos, filled with numerous submenus and personal chat rooms, each labeled with its respective content. Some sought missing persons. Others shared their experiences, and even a section for emotional support, leaving Thunder bemused at the frivolity of it all. He quickly exited, while Emily, donning her headset, engaged enthusiastically in conversation within the video and media zone. The majority of content consisted of netizens' recordings of escape scenes and battles against monsters, all related to the apocalyptic scenario. Thunder discovered intriguing footage. The apocalypse had only just begun. Most individuals chose to evade danger, resulting in their limited encounters with others. However, given the world's vast population, there were certainly skilled individuals. Some, contrary to the general instinct, took the offensive against the monsters. Thunder stumbled upon a particular clip depicting a snow-covered forest. While it was summer in Golden State, the White Eagle Nation had snow in its northern mountainous regions bordering the Beaver Nation, where the altitude remained perpetually frosty. The footage appeared to be captured from a towering fir tree, with the videographer likely hiding among the branches. Below, a brawny man, reminiscent of a bear and clad only in body hair, battled a pack of creatures. Though termed animals, their resemblance was merely superficial. They possessed the form of wolves, with long fur and formidable fangs that jutted out like daggers, presenting a terrifying sight. Their tails were not furry but rather fleshy, akin to a lizard's, adorned with sharp, bony protrusions. The wolf pack, comprising 5 or 6 swift creatures, encircled the bear-like man, relentlessly attacking. The man's speed was evidently inferior, yet his defense was formidable. Despite the claws and bony tail striking him, he bore no wounds and countered with lethal efficiency, dispatching 2 wolves in rapid succession, prompting the remaining pack to retreat into the snowy expanse. The man triumphantly raised a wolf carcass above his head, roaring in victory. The video bore the title, "Monsters? Merely My Dinner." Upon inspecting the uploader's details, he discovered the videographer hailed from the northern borders forested state, a child whose father was the one slaying the wolves. They had fortuitously escaped the large-scale urban assault, encountering only a few monsters. The child noted that his father seemed to have undergone a transformation, exhibiting enhanced physical prowess and strength. From this, Thunder gleaned valuable information. The distribution of monsters appeared correlated with population density. Areas with higher populations attracted a greater number of monsters, and vice versa. He silently committed this insight to memory. Subsequently, he perused the other videos in this section and noted the staggering diversity of monster types captured by humans, each reflecting local characteristics. Western nations showcased monsters influenced by their cultural styles, while Eastern nations mirrored this trend. In addition to the amateur footage, the majority of uploads were from evolved individuals, beyond the earlier, bear-like man. He observed various other enhanced beings. Some displayed incredible speed, darting through city streets, snatching provisions from supermarkets while evading pursuing monsters. Others demonstrated precise marksmanship, occupying advantageous positions and eliminating several small monsters with each shot. There were those capable of transformation, morphing into animals, weapons, or even vehicles. An array of extraordinary abilities. Some wielded magical powers, launching fireballs, ice shards, and rock projectiles to assault monsters, albeit requiring intermittent rest to recover. Others exhibited mastery of melee weaponry, employing card-generated arms to engage in direct combat with the monsters. Yet, these individuals, while appearing formidable, also faced the highest mortality rates. Thunder witnessed several such warriors engulfed in battle, ultimately cornered by monsters and meeting a grim fate. Some possessed the ability to modify objects, using their skills for survival or combat. He observed one individual piloting a crude, modified robot, sheltering within its frame, impervious to monster attacks while delivering notable damage. The most awe-inspiring were those with summoning abilities, capable of calling forth various entities, beasts, magical creatures, weapons, and more. These individuals adeptly coordinated with their summoned allies, offering both offense and defense, ensuring safety and peace of mind. It became evident that they were not alone in their awakening. Many others outside their group had also developed extraordinary powers. This news was undoubtedly a boon for humanity. As their collective strength grew, so too would their ability to combat the monsters. In this section, Thunder also encountered an official announcement expressing hope that those who had awakened their powers would report to designated official shelters across the states for registration. The authorities promised to provide sanctuary for these individuals and their families, contingent upon their compliance with future directives. Essentially, it resembled a conscription order, akin to mercenary enlistment. This was the first instance Thunder had encountered the term shelter. He then accessed the monster information section, which was currently quite sparse. The officials aimed to encourage individuals to upload any encountered monster information to assist others in familiarizing themselves with potential threats. The intent was commendable, yet given that most individuals prioritized evasion, the available information was limited, primarily contributed by evolved individuals. After contemplation, Thunder registered an account and uploaded comprehensive details about the monsters he had previously encountered. Utilizing the brainwave editing feature, though he harbored no fondness for Westerners, he recognized that this was a shared catastrophe for all humanity. Internal conflicts among humans could be set aside for the time being. Remarkably, his contributions alone surpassed the combined information of the entire section. "Commander, please come and take a look." In a fortified underground stronghold in the White Eagle Nation, within a command center bustling with military personnel, a female soldier addressed another woman seated atop an elevated platform. The latter, youthful with delicate features and sharp contours, bore a serious expression. Her name was Scarlett Bruce, the head of this division responsible for the operation and maintenance of the official forum. Simultaneously, they also serve as the mouthpiece of the White Eagle Nation, aimed at disseminating official information and gathering external intelligence. Scarlett Bruce, despite her youth, has ascended to the head of this department, a privilege afforded by her father's political stature. Her father is the acting president of the White Eagle Nation. The former president, Biden, met his untimely demise during the onset of the apocalypse, having accidentally fallen from the stairs of Air Force One during a strategic evacuation. Her father, Wayne Bruce, has temporarily assumed the responsibilities of the presidential office. However, since he has not undergone a formal election or congressional appointment, he cannot yet be termed the official president, though his authority remains undiminished. Scarlett herself is an exceptional graduate of a prestigious global institution, entering the Government Information Department immediately upon graduation, thus possessing sufficient credentials. Just moments ago, within the forum's Monster Information section, an individual uploaded numerous detailed monster profiles. Let us take a look. The female soldier, following her instructions, accessed the information uploaded by Thunder. The Thunder livestream not only broadcasts live, but also boasts screen recording and screenshot capabilities. Consequently, he extracted several video clips and images, enhancing them with his own annotations. The system's professional multi-angle filming techniques, coupled with impeccable clarity, rendered the presentation remarkably professional. However, Thunder remained vigilant, employing obfuscation techniques to disguise his lightning abilities, rapid camera transitions, and any revealing identifiers, including his IP address. With the system's expertise, he undoubtedly left no trace of his identity for the adversary. Judging by the filming angles, this individual must be the one behind the camera. He has battled countless monsters single-handedly and emerged victorious. This person is undoubtedly skilled. Scarlett gleaned several insights from her brief observation. Can we trace their posting location? Regrettably, no. The other party has clearly taken precautions. The footage has been processed, and the posting location has been disguised, making tracking impossible. Is this individual also a technological expert? Quite intriguing. Are there any other valuable pieces of information? Currently, no. Commander, we only know that the registered name is pronounced as Lay. Lay? That reveals little. Many individuals adopt this as their online alias. Attempt to contact them via private message on the forum and see if they are interested in joining the military. Understood, Commander. The private message has been dispatched, and I will inform you immediately upon receiving a response. Additionally, let us issue a forum-wide announcement regarding their information, encouraging others to observe and learn, thereby increasing their visibility. Scarlett swiftly issued a series of commands. Unbeknownst to Thunder, his benevolent actions have caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Chapter 51. Notice to all citizens. No feast lasts forever. This moment, Thunder is perusing the official announcement section. The contents herein are solely released by the White Eagle Nation, with no rights granted to others for usage. The most prominent title reads, Notice to all citizens. Essentially, it conveys that the world has descended into chaos, teeming with monsters. Everyone should take refuge, stockpile provisions, and avoid unnecessary movement. However, the official strategic weapons have become ineffective, and with insufficient personnel, they cannot provide effective assistance. Everyone must fend for themselves. Simultaneously, the White Eagle authorities have indicated that they have established contact with the State Guard teams, creating temporary shelters led by the state military. Those capable may seek refuge in these locations for better protection. Thunder scoffed at these proposals. He was well aware that the White Eagle Nation operates under a federal system, where its states function akin to member nations, each possessing its legal framework, military and diplomatic protocols. When interests align, they unite. However, when disputes arise over resource allocation, they fragment, each governing independently. Thus, the information released by the authorities seems to shift the burden of responsibility onto the states. These states vary in wealth and power. Stronger states boast better military capabilities and resources, able to protect a greater number of individuals. In contrast, weaker states often struggle to tend to their own, let alone assist the general populace. Consequently, many have voiced their discontent on the official forum. Meanwhile, Thunder also encountered several warning messages in this section, advising against placing trust in so-called private shelters. These purported private sanctuaries vary widely in quality, making it challenging to discern the genuine from the fraudulent. Some are indeed established by individuals in distress banding together for mutual support, while others are orchestrated by unscrupulous opportunists, luring the unsuspecting with enticing yet false promises, only to imprison them and coerce them into servitude. Even in the apocalypse, malevolence persists. Thunder committed this information to memory. Just then, a notification chimed in his earphones. A private message. Following the sound, he opened a private message within the platform. From the official source, Thunder paused, realizing that it bore the official insignia. Curiosity piqued. He read the contents. He quickly comprehended that his published information had caught the attention of the authorities, who were keen to recruit him. This could indeed serve as an alternative route, albeit he currently held no interest in engaging with them. Thunder noted the communication address, but refrained from replying. He was not inclined to establish any connection with the authorities. He understood the adage that human intentions are often concealed. Once entangled with the military, one finds oneself in deep waters. After a cursory glance, he found no other valuable information. He initially sought to ascertain whether he could connect with Eastern nations in this world, only to discover that the current network only supports the White Eagle's domestic satellite intranet. However, there were whispers that the authorities were striving to establish contact with other nations, hoping to unite in confronting the impending apocalypse. "How splendid! I've contacted my sister," Emily exclaimed joyfully. Noticing Thunder's gaze, she explained with a smile that it turns out she has a younger sister, Ashley, who is finishing high school back home. Despite her sister's youth, she possesses a keen intellect. At present, her sister is hoarding supplies in their family's basement, managing to stay relatively safe. The others also powered down their light brains, exchanging insights on their experiences online. Eric shared that he is an orphan with no children, though he has a respected teacher living well in the countryside. Old James, meanwhile, enjoys a harmonious family life with his wife, 2 sons, and a daughter, residing on their rural farm where resources are plentiful and safety is assured. Through their discussions, they realized that their loved ones were all situated in the same region, not too far apart. Catherine also managed to contact her parents, who are adequately prepared and safe as for Thunder. He mentioned that he was merely traveling and had no family in the vicinity, nor could he return to his homeland for the time being. "What are your plans moving forward?" Old James was the first to speak. Upon learning about his family, anyone would feel compelled to act. He yearned to reunite with them. "I also wish to find my sister," Emily murmured softly. "My teacher may require my assistance," Eric added as for Catherine. She remained silent, but Thunder understood her intentions at this juncture. Complications arose. The directions of Eric, Emily, and Old James aligned, while Catherine's intentions diverged. Thunder, too, leaned towards forming a group with her. This inevitably led to the prospect of parting ways. There is an old adage in our country: no feast lasts forever. The mere fact that they could gather in this apocalypse is a stroke of fate. In such tumultuous times, family undoubtedly takes precedence. Thus, let us pursue the paths we each deem fit. Thunder concluded decisively. The group fell into a momentary silence before nodding in quiet agreement. Although their acquaintance was brief, they had shared life and death experiences, thus forging some bond. "Let us first add each other as friends on the forum, then plan our routes," Emily proposed. They exchanged friend requests, after which Emily retrieved a detailed map from the bookshelf. "Our current position is here." Eric pointed to a location on the map. To the east lies the Inner Bay Bridge, beneath which is the Inner Bay Sea. Beyond the bridge to the east is the outer island area of County Low, the direction that Catherine and Thunder intend to head. Our destination, however, is inland to the north, requiring no bridge crossing, as we can proceed directly along the Inner Bay line northward. Thus, we shall part ways at the Inner Bay Bridge. Eric, well versed in the terrain, promptly provided an analysis for those present. They concurred with his assessment. "Catherine and Thunder, you will need to secure a mode of transportation to cross the bridge, or perhaps a boat to navigate beneath it. And upon reaching the opposite shore, rejoin the main route. As for us, a simpler approach would suffice. We can procure a boat and head north along the Inner Bay Sea, reaching Mining State, from where we can access Old James's farm and then devise further plans." Eric swiftly laid out the course of action, seemingly having contemplated this strategy in advance. "Eric, what were you doing before?" Faced with Eric, who seemed to know everything, Old James once again posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Chapter 52. Eric's Past, a Sudden Change. Eric fell into his habitual silence for a moment. 10 years ago, I worked as a mercenary abroad. When I first met old James a decade ago, I had just returned from my service. With those two simple sentences, Eric refrained from elaborating further. The others were not foolish, naturally understanding the implications. No wonder he possessed such remarkable skills. It turns out he truly had the capability. Wow, a mercenary. What a mysterious title. It must have been quite an adventure, right? The carefree Emily excitedly inquired. No, it was not fun at all. It brought me nothing but painful memories, alongside a few skills. Upon finishing his words, Eric moved to the window, peering through the cracks at the pouring rain outside, his gaze lost in thought. Did I say something wrong? Emily asked nervously. No, child, he is merely bidding farewell to the past. Old James reassured her with a gentle pat on the head. The night was cool as water, and the heavy rain foretold a sleepless night. They spent the night in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, Thunder opened the live stream. Today marked their departure, and his streaming career could not be halted. Oh, where is this place? The decor is quite nice. Has the streamer acquired a luxurious mansion? Streamer. That's not fair. I thought you only closed the stream at night, but it seems you were working hard even then. Why not stream? 9494. I'm a college student and a cultivator. With a trace of celestial energy within, I don't need sleep, so I can help you gain popularity for free. How wonderful. Snuggled up in bed watching the stream. Life is blissful and carefree. So many people this early. Don't you all have work or school? Thunder remarked, surprised by the influx. Work? What work? Skipping work is far more comfortable. I'm a student. Whether I attend school is my decision. Not even Jesus can control me. Do you think you can? The person above, so impressive. Streamer, don't you know? Your live stream video has been recorded and transformed by others. It's trending across various platforms. You should go claim the copyright. What? Transform. Thunder was taken aback by a comment in the chat. He was astonished that even a struggling streamer like him had garnered such attention. Unfortunately, he couldn't connect to the internet back home. So he couldn't verify the situation. No worries. As long as they enjoy my stream, I am happy. What copyright? I am no celebrity. If they enjoy it, they can transform it as they please. If it brings joy to others, or even some income. I am delighted. Thunder said with a smile. Vision. Did you see that? What is vision? This is vision. The streamer is generous. Looking at the streamer's demeanor, in ancient times, he would surely be a prime minister. The public chat was immediately flooded with praises of vision and generosity. Enough about that. Let me update you on yesterday's events. Thunder briefly summarized the progress of their group from the previous day, while also explaining their imminent departure. Streamer, why are you the only one here? Are your teammates still asleep? Hurry and wake the girls. We want to see beauties. Catherine is truly beautiful. She has the air of nobility. Emily is not bad either. She reminds me of my first love. Some curious individuals inquired that I'll go wake them. It's indeed time to set off. With that, he headed to their resting area. Last night had been a bit chilly, and everyone had gathered in the third-floor electronic reading room to rest. This room, being the smallest, retained heat better. Oddly enough, despite it being summer, the temperature was quite low. Catherine, wake up, he first called out to Catherine, who stirred groggily, her face reflecting confusion. Get yourself together. I'll go call the others. Thunder, disinterested, moved to Emily's side. Wait, something feels off. Suddenly, his expression turned grave. Catherine, come here, he quickly called out. What is it? Catherine walked over, still dazed. They all seem to have high fevers and are in a state of unconsciousness. No matter how much I call, they won't wake up. Thunder said coldly. What? Hearing Thunder's words, both Catherine and the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Indeed, they are burning up. Catherine attempted to touch Emily's forehead and body, finding them scorching hot. The others were the same. Thunder checked on Eric and old James, confirming the same. Could it be that they caught a cold from being drenched in rain while fleeing yesterday? Catherine pondered. Unlikely. Both of us were also caught in the rain. Yet we are fine. Moreover, Eric's physical condition does not suggest he would easily fall ill from a little rain. Thunder analyzed. I'll give them a healing potion and see if there's any effect. With that, Thunder purchased 3 healing potions from the shop and administered them to the 3, after quietly observing for half an hour with no results. It seemed that the healing potions only worked on injuries. Their condition likely required medicine. Upon hearing this, Catherine immediately searched downstairs, but found nothing. What to do? They can't keep burning like this. Otherwise, it could damage their brains, Catherine said anxiously. Look here. Returning upstairs, she saw Thunder pointing at a location on yesterday's map while speaking to her. This is a community hospital. They should have some fever-reducing medicine. I'll go there to look for it. You handle them with some warm water to help cool their bodies down physically. Wait for my return. Thunder expressed his thoughts. This is it too dangerous. The hospital is several streets away. Catherine was more worried for his safety. If I go alone, it should be fine. That we can't just watch them suffer like this. Can we? Thunder's words left Catherine in silence. Streamer, are you on some kind of quest? If not, why bother? Just leaving would suffice. They're just NPCs. What does it matter? The person above? You have no idea. These individuals have been with the streamer for a day. Clearly, there's a quest involved, and there might even be rare rewards. They must be saved. The viewers in the live stream were fervently discussing. Thunder found himself in a dilemma. Now telling them this is not a game would lead to disbelief. He opted for silence. Stay safe. Don't open the door for anyone. I'll take Emily's phone and contact you through the forum later. With that, Thunder took Emily's phone, climbed out the window, and quickly vanished into the storm. Chapter 53. Rainy Night Escape, Skeleton Soldiers, and Zombie Dogs. Esteemed viewers, I am no saint, as long as it feels right. We've come together for a brief moment, soon to part ways. It's better to make the most of it. Gathering some medicine serves dual purposes. I can use it for myself later. And it also provides me with some closure. Thunder briefly shared with the viewers in the live stream. What the streamer said makes sense. Like when I broke up with my ex, it was a good parting. Later, I became her brother-in-law, and we all got along well. What the heck? The person above, you're showing off, aren't you? Listening to you all brag is killing me with laughter. Reactions in the live stream varied. But most supported Thunder. Perhaps it was because they didn't see his current situation as real life. Thunder was currently lurking around the corner of a building, quietly observing the situation across the street. On the road ahead, a pack of zombie dogs had just run past. Luckily, the heavy rain masked human scents, preventing his presence from being detected. Monsters were becoming more frequent. This was his instinctive feeling. Previously, the monsters had randomly appeared on the streets and in buildings. However, as people began to flee and hide, the streets grew desolate, and the monsters followed the fleeing crowds into the buildings, resulting in a surprisingly sparse population on the streets. Everyone feared that once they were out in the open without cover, they would become obvious targets, making escape difficult. Yet, just moments ago, he had spotted at least 3 different groups of monsters traversing the streets. Moving from one building to another, clearly searching for survivors, suddenly, he felt a gust of wind. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Whoosh! A white arrow suddenly embedded itself in the spot where he had just been hiding. He had been discovered. What is that? Bone. He quickly retreated into a nearby hallway, glancing back. That thing was unmistakably a white bone arrow. Could it be them? A foreboding thought surged through Thunder's mind. Whoosh, 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 crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds erupted from behind. Once again, several bone arrows whizzed through the air. Indeed, it was them. This time, Lei Ting had a clear view. Pursuing him was a squad of monsters composed entirely of skeletons. Their pale, cracked bones were armed with weapons such as bone swords, bone shields, bone bows, and bone axes. Glowing, ghastly green flames flickered in their eye sockets. Though they emitted no sound, the clattering of their jaws echoed ominously. Akin to hellish specters. Damn it. How did they discover my presence? Lei Ting was taken aback. The zombie dogs that had just passed by failed to sense him. Yet these skeletal beings could. Consequently, he continued to ascend the staircase of the building. Sprinting upwards, the structure was not particularly tall, standing at only 5 or 6 stories. Soon, he reached the rooftop. Kicking open the rooftop door, a sprawling expanse of buildings unfolded before him. Time to move. He took a running leap. Vaulting effortlessly from one rooftop to the opposite one, the entire maneuver was as fluid as flowing water, smooth and flawless. The continuous battles had honed his physique, allowing him to exploit his advantageous attributes. While that jump was at least 15 meters, the streamer must be a superhero. The world triple jump champion barely reaches 19 meters, and the streamer is just doing a regular jump. Impressive. Haha, it's all out of necessity. Being chased by a horde of skeletons makes anyone quick. The viewers in the live stream found amusement in watching him flee. In a way, they're coming after me too. Initially, Lei Ting thought that after leaping to the opposite rooftop, the skeletons would cease their pursuit. To his surprise, they seemed relentless, following him as if they had nothing to lose. Moreover, despite being mere skeletal frames, they were surprisingly agile, leaping considerable distances. While not all managed to jump across, a few were able to grasp the eaves and claw their way over to go tumbling down. Enraged, Lei Ting seized a flower pot, shards of tiles, and other debris from the rooftop, hurling them at the advancing skeletons. Thud, thud, crack, crack. The heavy objects struck the airborne zombies with precision, sending them plummeting to the ground, where they crumpled into heaps of bones. Then, something bizarre occurred once more. The scattered skeletal remains began to autonomously gather, reassembling themselves. The reconstituted skeleton soldiers then scaled the exterior wall as rainwater pipes, resembling Spider-Man in their agility. What the hell? This is outrageous. Lei Ting was infuriated. Indeed, these monsters possess their own peculiar traits, making them quite troublesome. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the long-range skeletal archers arrived on the scene. They drew their bows, and bone arrows flew once more. Ding, ding, ding. Lei Ting raised his horned shell shield, successfully deflecting all incoming attacks. Fortunately, the chitinous bug shell shield proved highly effective, easily withstanding the barrage of bone arrows. Lei Ting was not unwilling to flee. Rather, he aimed to exhaust his adversaries from this distance. The gap to the next rooftop was greater, and he needed time to gather momentum for the leap. Without hindering the skeletons, he would have no time to prepare and would struggle to reach the opposite side. Roar, roar. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The skeleton soldiers that Lei Ting had downed caused such a commotion upon impact that they attracted the earlier horde of zombie dogs. Gore. With a ferocious growl, they lunged at the fallen skeletal remains, eagerly gnawing at those not yet reassembled. The hardness of the bones was no match for the dogs' teeth, which tore them apart with ease. Haha, well done, good dogs. Here's some bones for you. Lei Ting watched from above, laughing with excitement. With shield in one hand and shovel in the other, he continued to knock down the skeleton soldiers attempting to climb up. The zombie dogs below feasted on the remnants he struck down. Their cooperation was seamless. Gradually, all the melee skeletons that could leap over were dispatched by Lei Ting. The only regret was that he did not gain any evolution points. Perhaps the system deemed the final kills were not his. Time to collect some interest. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Lei Ting could not allow his efforts to be in vain. He gathered all the bone arrows from the skeletal archers and stored them in his private space. Farewell. With a casual wave, he vanished into the pouring rain. Chapter 54. Special Medications. A gift from the female streamer Yahoo! Amidst the torrential downpour, a swift silhouette darted across the rooftops. Lei Ting seemed to have discovered a new frontier. Growing increasingly addicted to the thrill, he had even devised a new tactic if the distance between floors was too great. He would initiate a jump, and upon reaching the apex, he would target an objective and unleash his blade surge skill. This effectively constituted a double jump, allowing him to effortlessly cover vast distances. Thus, he sprinted onward, leaping across several streets. Ahead, the silhouette of the community hospital materialized before him. Whoosh, clack. Another flawless double jump landed him securely atop the community hospital. He then cautiously opened the door to the stairwell. Stepping inside, the stairwell was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. He removed his raincoat and stowed it away. This raincoat, purchased from the marketplace, was crafted from an unknown material that caused rainwater to slide off without a trace. Unfortunately, items bought from the marketplace could not be transported back to his home world. Otherwise, Lei Ting would have prepared some for the viewers in his live stream. However, securing a set for his fellow teammates was still feasible. To be safe, he decided to send in a rat to scout ahead. This time, Lei Ting was cautious. With tools at his disposal, he would not do everything himself. The mechanical mole swiftly vanished into the corridor. The live stream began to display the perspective of the rat. The interior of the community hospital was a complete mess. Papers and medical supplies littered the floor, yet there were no signs of a struggle. No blood, corpses, or other common remnants could be found. Could it be that no one had been here? Lei Ting was somewhat astonished. However, upon reflection, it was plausible. Only the third day of the apocalypse, even if everyone were to vie for resources. Food, water, and shelter would take precedence. Medical supplies, while crucial, might not be the first thought for the average person. Moreover, Most community hospitals in the White Eagle Nation were private institutions, divided into for-profit and non-profit categories. Non-profit hospitals dominated, followed by for-profits, with public ones being exceedingly rare. This particular facility was a non-profit private hospital, consisting of only 3 stories in total. The limited space meant that medical supplies and capabilities were quite average, with staff only working a couple of hours a day, resulting in minimal foot traffic. Thus, the current state was not entirely unexpected. Deploying 4 more mechanical moles, he accelerated the search. Lei Ting had previously tested his ability to control multiple rats. However, doing so consumed considerable energy. Should an enemy infiltrate the area, it might be challenging to notice. Nevertheless, he could handle 5 without issue. With 4 additional rats dispatched, the entire community hospital was thoroughly scouted. The conclusion was clear. Indeed, there was no one present. Excellent. Lei Ting hurried inside. He had already located the pharmacy through the moles and headed straight for it. The supplies were sparse, consisting only of standard medications, all labeled in foreign script that Lei Ting could not decipher. He decided to take the entire medical refrigerator as well. Exhaling the fever medication proved ineffective for them. However, this particular drug is quite rare. A specialized remedy for leukemia. Typically, it would only be found in large hospitals, making it unlikely to appear in community clinics, Catherine remarked. What? Leukemia can be treated with medication. Isn't a bone marrow transplant required? Thunder asked, momentarily taken aback. Bone marrow transplants are a method from years past, with a success rate of only 60-70. This drug was developed 2 decades ago and has undergone over a decade of clinical trials, only recently being applied to the general population, boasting a success rate of approximately 90, Catherine explained. Thunder recalled that the technology in this world is indeed more advanced than that of his homeland. Although he couldn't ascertain the exact degree of advancement, I have a friend whose child was cured using this drug, which is why I am somewhat familiar with it. It's likely that this community hospital has patients requiring it, and they may have requested it in advance from higher authorities, but the patient never got to use it. Poor soul, Catherine contemplated, concluding that this was the only plausible scenario. Goodness, this is a treasure. Thunder quickly secured the medication along with the low-temperature storage box that I found it. These are all antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs. Let us have them try these first. Catherine hastily located the necessary medications from a pile and administered them to the 3 individuals. The outcome would soon be revealed. Although Catherine's expression remained somewhat tense, there were no other options available to them. St. Vivian gifted Streamer a firework tube 1. Streamer, can you see this? Just then, someone in the live stream suddenly began showering gifts. Upon inspecting the username, it turned out to be Vivian, the female streamer who had previously won the perfume lottery. What does she want from me? Chapter 55. The young sister, so understanding. Streamer, would you mind sending me a private message? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Vivian sent another message in the chat. It's not convenient. If you have something to say, please say it in the chat. Thunder declined her suggestion, unsure of her intentions, especially with so many viewers watching. Haha, little sister Wei is at a loss. Our brother Lei is a model of a steadfast man. Comrade Wei, do not attempt to erode our comrade Lei with sweet words. Whatever tricks you have, bring them on. I am not easily swayed. If the person above is making too much noise, I could report you for disturbing the peace. Seeing the chat filled with banter at her expense, Vivian's face flushed crimson. Clenching her teeth, she decided to go all out. Streamer, I want you to buy me a bottle of the specialized leukemia medication. Is that possible? No matter the cost. Finally, her inner desire overcame her pride as Vivian made her request. What? You want that? Thunder was momentarily stunned by her words. The chat erupted in disbelief. Haha, little sister Wei. Are you trying to create a dramatic moment? The streamer is playing a game. Can he really send you medication? 9494. I guess the last perfume giveaway was just for interaction, but this is going too far. Exactly. Where would there actually be a specialized leukemia medication? That's a medical conundrum that many nations have yet to solve. How could a gaming company have a solution? No one believed her. They all assumed it was a joke. Message me privately. After a brief silence, Thunder added her to his private message list. Others could not message him unless he permitted it. Hello, streamer. I'm Little Wei. On the other end, Vivian's voice came through. Little sister Wei, do you know something? Thunder skipped pleasantries, getting straight to the point. I'm not sure, but after I won that perfume, someone from the Spiritual Regulation Bureau approached me. They even examined the perfume and confirmed it was genuine. Later, Lin Xiao even sent someone to buy my perfume. That's when I realized this live stream room must have some issues. However, I haven't spoken to anyone else about it. The people from the Spiritual Regulation Bureau warned me not to discuss it with others. Thunder asked only one question, and Vivian divulged everything. Clearly, she was no fool and had pieced together some clues. The Spiritual Regulation Bureau? What is that? Thunder was taken aback. He had never heard of such an organization. You don't know? They introduced themselves as. Vivian recounted what the representatives had told her. Such an organization exists. Have they already taken notice of me? Thunder gathered a rough understanding from Vivian's fragmented words. Nonetheless, he felt no need for concern. After all, he was in this world, and others couldn't harm him. On the contrary, he wished they would find a way to break through the barriers of this world and bring him back. Having powers is wonderful, but nothing surpasses the importance of a peaceful and safe world. The torment of having to sleep with one eye open is incomprehensible to those who have not experienced it. Thank you for sharing this information, but as they advised, let us not spread it to others. It's for your own good. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Why do you want this leukemia medication? Thunder inquired. Well, on her end, Vivian sent several photos to Thunder via private message. Upon opening them, he saw hospital report forms and various CT scans. There was also a picture of a young girl. Her head was completely shaved, and she appeared frail, yet her eyes still radiated innocence and a sunny disposition. This is my sister's medical report. She suffers from a hereditary condition passed down through generations in our family. Vivian's tone was filled with sorrow. This illness has a family history, with no predictable onset. My sister unfortunately fell victim. Our entire family has undergone testing for a suitable match, but none were found. The reason I started streaming was to earn money to find a matching bone marrow donor. In recent years, I've made money, but a suitable match has yet to be found. Watching her suffer like this, I sniffle. As she spoke, Vivian began to cry. Thunder did not expect to encounter such a cliché storyline, reminiscent of a soap opera. He initially thought it would be a tale of a gambling father, a sick mother, and a sensible younger brother. But he never anticipated that she would have medical documentation. That he stared at the reports and images multiple times, but being no doctor, he could not comprehend them. System, please analyze this. Is what's written here true? With no other options, he had to seek the system's assistance, scanning data and analyzing heart rate and brainwave information. The probability that the subject is not lying is 99. Remarkably, the system responded, "Oh, it is indeed true." Thunder fell silent. Catherine, how should this leukemia medication be taken? How soon will it take effect? He directed his question to Catherine. 1 pill each time, 3 times a day. Effects should be noticeable in about 1 to 2 weeks. Why do you ask? How much is left in this bottle? About enough for a few more doses. The dosage has been clinically validated over the years. Catherine confirmed. Understood. Thank you. On the other end, Vivian felt her heart sink as Thunder remained silent for an extended period. It seemed she had indeed been too naive. Just then, a private message notification suddenly lit up. She quickly opened it to find a voice message from Thunder. I've inquired about the usage instructions for this medication. Please note the following. I will send it to you, but you must gift me 100,000 worth of gifts. Let me clarify, I'm not seeking your money. It's just I have my reasons, and you're clever enough to understand, right? Thunder said somewhat awkwardly. He had consulted the system, and the cost to teleport the medication was indeed 100,000 gift points, and it had to be gifted live by the streamer, not drawn from his previous balance. Saint Vivian. Gifted streamer the Supreme Guardian 1. Saint Vivian. Gifted streamer the Supreme Guardian 1. Saint Vivian. Gifted streamer the Supreme Guardian 1. As soon as Thunder finished speaking, the chat exploded with activity. Vivian swiftly sent 10 Supreme Guardians, each worth 10,000, without batting an eye. Whoa. This girl is quick to act, Thunder thought, realizing she truly needed the medication. The viewers in the live stream were equally shocked by the sudden flurry of gifts. Wow, little sister Wei, are you out of your mind today? Streamer, come out. Did you two strike some secret deal? Shocking, in plain sight. A woman gifts a male streamer 100,000. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? I'm so envious that I could bite my back teeth. Why isn't at me? It's scripted. It has to be scripted. I'm reporting this. Lin Xiao, hurry out. Someone is trying to take your top spot. In an instant, Opinions were flying in every direction. Ladies and gentlemen, refrain from making wild guesses. Nothing has transpired. Sister Xiaowei is merely seeking to secure the broadcasting rights from me. Henceforth, her live stream will also feature broadcasts of my games, and that is all. Thunder had already conferred with her regarding the narrative and additionally requested her assistance. What? Broadcasting rights? Does Xiaowei wish to stream this game as well? Isn't she the host of that shooting game? Can she really stream other games? The viewers in the live stream remained somewhat skeptical. Greetings, everyone. The host speaks the truth. My exclusive broadcasting agreement has already expired. Thus, I am free to stream other games. This collaboration is with the host, and I am grateful for their assistance. Wei Weiyan, being seasoned in these matters, smoothly followed Thunder's lead that it seemed something was amiss on their end. Suddenly, Thunder switched the camera to the trio of feverish individuals. They have recovered from their fever, exclaimed Catherine joyfully. That's splendid. Thunder replied, equally elated. My head feels quite dizzy. Before he could finish, Eric surprisingly began to awaken. What miraculous remedy has acted so swiftly? The two were taken aback and hurried over to check. To their astonishment, Emily and old James simultaneously regained consciousness as well. What is happening? Why do I feel so weak? The three shared the same reaction. Something was off. This should not be a mere fever. Thunder and Catherine exchanged glances, sensing an underlying mystery. They recounted the previous events concerning everyone's fevers. Do you feel anything unusual in your bodies? Thunder inquired. Unusual? Not particularly. Wait. This is... Just then, Eric let out a startled cry. His previously severed left arm was undergoing a transformation that it was visibly regenerating before their eyes in no time. A complete metallic arm materialized before him. My arm. What has happened? Eric exclaimed, repeatedly inspecting it. The arm shimmered in a silvery metallic hue. Appearing almost liquid yet distinctly metallic, this sensation felt eerily familiar. Thunder pondered. What on earth has happened? That arm resembles the T-1000 from Terminator. Indeed, it does seem recognizable. Liquid metal? Upon noticing the viewers' comments in the live stream, Thunder suddenly grasped the implication. Could it be? Eric, open your attribute panel and see if there are any changes, Thunder urged. Attribute panel? Yes. Emily and old James, you should check as well. Eric and the others were momentarily stunned by his words. However, during their earlier casual conversation, Thunder had given them a rough overview, so they had some understanding. Thunder, are you implying? Catherine quickly connected the dots. Precisely, I suspect they have not merely caught a cold or fever, but have awakened their evolutionary abilities. Previously, on the forum, he had encountered someone stating that abilities could be awakened autonomously, not just through combat, although the lack of video or images had left him perplexed. In hindsight, it seemed highly likely that I have gained a new talent skill. Moreover, my strength and endurance attributes have each increased by 20 points. Eric was the first to notice the discrepancies in his attribute panel. So have I, but mine are in agility and endurance. Emily chimed in. Mine is an increase of 40 points in wisdom. Old James added. Just as I suspected, Thunder and Catherine exchanged knowing looks, confirming their thoughts. This is splendid. You have all awakened your evolutionary abilities, Catherine exclaimed joyfully. Evolution? The trio responded, initially in shock, followed by elation. The evolution not only granted them talent skills, but also significantly enhanced their physical forms. However, Thunder pondered, why did I gain an additional 50 points in my talent while you received only 40? Who knows? Regardless, a mere 10 points is inconsequential. We are all quite satisfied. The trio remained in high spirits. Could you kindly demonstrate your talent abilities? Thunder and Catherine, filled with curiosity, were eager to learn what they had acquired. Mine is liquid metal arm, Eric explained. Liquid metal arm. E-grade. The left arm is composed of liquid metal, capable of transforming into any tool or melee weapon, and can detach to attack before returning. This substance possesses good high temperature and impact resistance, but poor low temperature resistance. As Eric showcased his arm's capabilities, it morphed seamlessly between drill bits, spears, swords, hammers, and other objects, creating an impressive display. When not in transformation, it appeared as a normal arm, even mimicking the color of human skin, rendering it indistinguishable from the ordinary. Wonderful! Eric, you have regained what you lost. Everyone rejoiced for him. Mine is mental control, old James revealed. Mental control, E-grade through brainwaves, forcibly control a sentient being's body, compelling it to act according to the controller's will. The controller cannot act during the control period. Maximum control duration is 1 minute, varying with the target's brainwave resistance and the number of consecutive controls, with immunity to control after 3 consecutive attempts on the same target. Cooldown period is 3 minutes. A powerful control skill, distinct yet complementary to Catherine's abilities. Thunder summarized, as for mine. It's rather peculiar. It's called soul enslavement. Soul enslavement, E-grade by exerting one's willpower. Forcibly enslave a monster, making it a permanent aid. Only one target can be enslaved at a time. The weaker the target's soul strength, the higher the success rate. Current talent level cannot enslave humans or boss-level monsters. This was Emily's talent skill. Yours seems to be akin to a summoning skill, appearing quite formidable, yet it feels more like a late-game ability? Thunder admitted, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 57. The initial experience of abilities. The misfortunate Emily. What is going on? Host, I have a foreboding feeling. Have you all stumbled upon some fortunate occurrence? Are you skipping chapters? The delivery room brings good news. Everyone has evolved. Goodness, so one can gain abilities merely from having a fever. Farewell, it's raining outside. Damn it, it's hailing outside. I dare not venture out. The audience in the live stream became aware of the unfolding situation. Although treated as a game, the visuals felt exceedingly real. Instilling a sense of immersion, shall we test the effects of our skills? Emily proposed excitedly. Do you still feel any abnormalities in your bodies? Thunder inquired. The group affirmed they felt no abnormalities, brimming with vitality and in far better condition than before. Very well, it's essential to familiarize ourselves with our talents, otherwise we may flounder when the time comes. Given their unanimous agreement, they proceeded with action. To prevent their secret base from being discovered. They all climbed out the window. Subsequently, Thunder led them to the area where they had previously encountered skeleton soldiers and zombie dogs, hiding on the second floor of a building. Shortly thereafter, a squad of skeleton soldiers marched by in formation. The unit composition appeared quite complete. At the forefront were several shield-bearing and axe-wielding defensive skeletons. In the middle were a few ranged skeletons armed with bone bows and quivers filled with bone arrows. At the rear were skeletons wielding heavy weapons such as two-handed bone axes, bone hammers, bone swords, and bone spears. What is that? Thunder focused his gaze and noticed additional units among the ranks. They resembled canines. Entirely composed of skeletal structures, flanking the skeleton squad. In total, there were 15 units. While somewhat numerous, they could still be attempted. Thunder, having previously battled them, knew their attack power was considerable, yet besides the frontline defensive skeletons, the others had low defense. As long as they avoided being overwhelmed, killing them should not be overly difficult. Thus, the group began to strategize. All right, pay attention to your movements. I will draw the aggro, and then you can engage. Thunder readied himself, shield in one hand and an electric gun in the other, stealthily advancing. Bayou. After getting close, he fired 2 shots at the leading target. Crack, crack. The skeleton soldiers, lacking vocal cords, emitted only the sound of their jaws clashing. Several skeleton dogs, the fastest of the bunch, charged at Thunder. He turned and fled. In a flash, he reached the upper floor. Prepare. A warning call sounded as the skeleton dogs burst through the door, creating distance from their skeletal comrades. On the second floor, Catherine stood by the window, casting aromatic mist towards the human skeleton squad below. This time, it was a group version. In an instant, the entire rear squad of skeletons fell into slumber. Unable to provide immediate assistance. 3 skeleton dogs confronted Thunder and his companions. Mental control. Old James, hiding in a corner, unleashed a brainwave. My body has transformed into this skeleton dog. He soon realized he could switch perspectives between himself and the skeleton dog. It was only then that he realized he had successfully seized control of the skeletal dog's consciousness. Let it bite. Old James gleefully commanded the skeletal dog to lunge at another one. With this, the enemy's numbers dwindled by 1 more. Take this. Eric was the first to charge forward. His current appearance was quite imposing. His left arm transformed into a massive liquid metal hammer, while his right arm wielded a bronze weapon chainsaw. With a hammer in one hand and a saw in the other, he exuded an air of authority. Bang! With a single strike, a skeletal dog was sent flying, crashing against the wall. The chainsaw swung down in a decisive arc, severing the skull of the skeletal dog. Its head rolled on the ground, attempting to crawl back to its body for reassembly. Go to hell. Eric, having received the directive from Thunder, knew he had to crush the enemy's skull. Otherwise, the skeletal soldier would continuously reconstitute itself. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as a ghastly green soul flame erupted. The remains of the skeletal bodies instantly shattered into bone fragments. Skeletal dog killed. Evolution points 20. The long-awaited kill notification rang out, indicating success. In merely 10 seconds, Thunder had also dispatched a skeletal dog. Now, only the skeletal dog controlled by Old James remained. Withdraw your consciousness. Let it go, Thunder shouted, and Old James promptly relinquished control, allowing the skeletal dog to return to normal. Wait, I want to enslave it. Crack, crack, Emily shouted from the side, only to be met with the sound of two bones shattering. My apologies. I killed it too quickly and forgot about your request. The group felt awkward, having completely overlooked Emily. Come, let's go help. We'll leave one for you at the end, they assured her. Hurry, they've awakened. All the hatred is directed at me. Catherine screamed as she hurriedly withdrew. Thud, thud, thud. 3 bone arrows struck the windowsill where she had just stood. The frontline troops had already surged into the stairwell, only to discover that the assailants had retreated to the rooftop. The skeletal soldiers quickly followed suit. Ahead, the iron door leading to the rooftop swung open. However, such rooftop doors are typically small, allowing only one person to pass at a time. The skeletal squad was forced to line up in a single file to get through. Here they come. As soon as the first 2 skeletal soldiers armed with double-handed weapons rushed in, Eric darted out from the side. His left arm transformed into a shield, while he equipped Thunder's horn shield in his right hand. Transforming into a dual-shield warrior, he effectively blocked the door leading to the balcony. Consequently, the 2 skeletal soldiers that had already ascended to the balcony were cut off from the rest of their squad, left to fend for themselves. Bang, bang. The skeletal soldiers behind continuously assaulted Eric's shield. However, the cramped conditions of the stairwell limited the number of skeletal soldiers that could attack the shield to just 1 or 2, leaving the rest jostling for space. They couldn't even break through the defense. Get them, the group on the balcony shouted. The 2 skeletal soldiers felt like lambs to the slaughter, sensing imminent danger. One was swiftly controlled by Old James. Becoming a traitor, the others quickly surrounded the remaining skeletal soldier, dispatching it with ease in under 5 seconds, its soul fire shattering into nothingness. Don't forget to leave me one. Damn skill. It takes 10 seconds to cast, Emily exclaimed in frustration. She had just attempted to cast the enslavement skill on another one, only to find that it required a full 10 seconds to complete that SA result. The group had annihilated the skeletal soldier in less than 10 seconds, leaving her empty-handed. Chapter 58. Enslaving the skeletal archer. The principle of soul enslavement. Eric, let a few more in. It's not enough to fight, Thunder shouted, and Eric immediately understood that he moved the horn shield aside, creating a narrow passage. Crack, crack. Instantly, several more skeletal soldiers surged in. The group rushed forward. Thus, the cycle continued, and soon only 3 skeletal archers remained. They belonged to the ranged units they had hidden away until the end, making them the last to face the group. Leave me one, Emily preemptively exclaimed. The group dispatched 2 of them, leaving Old James to control the final skeletal archer. Quickly, use soul enslavement on it. Emily, upon hearing this, hurriedly cast her skill. The 10-second casting time swiftly elapsed. The target's will is strong, resisting your soul enslavement? No way. Emily was taken aback. Her first attempt to cast the skill had failed. Fortunately, this skill had no cooldown, and she immediately tried again. Resistance? Is the success rate really this low? Emily began to doubt herself, unsure if it was merely bad luck or if the skill inherently had a low success rate. She tried 5 times in succession, but to no avail. I can't do this anymore. My control time is about to end, Old James warned. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletal archer broke free from control, instantly regaining its senses. Get lost. Eric's left arm morphed into a hammer, striking the archer's arm to incapacitate it from drawing its bow. Then, with 2 more hammer blows, he reduced its skeletal frame to nothing but a head attached to its torso. Thus, while the skeletal archer remained alive, it was rendered incapable of resistance, spiraling helplessly on the ground. I'll hold it down. You try again. Eric's arm transformed into a fork, pinning the skeletal archer to the ground. All right, I refuse to believe this luck. Emily took a deep breath, her face flushed with anger. She cast the soul enslavement skill once more. Soul contract established. Skeletal archer enslavement successful. To her surprise, as soon as the skill was completed, she received a notification of success. How did it succeed so quickly? Happiness arrived too swiftly, leaving Emily momentarily dazed. I think I might understand now. Thunder approached and said, your skill description states that the weaker the opponent's soul, the higher the success rate, right? Can we infer that when the monster is at its peak, its soul strength is also at its strongest? However, after you've beaten it half to death, it will enter a weakened state. Therefore, at that moment, both its body and soul should be at their weakest. This way, when you cast soul enslavement on it, the success rate should correspondingly increase, right? Upon hearing Thunder's words, everyone suddenly realized the truth. It really seemed to be the case. Next time we encounter other monsters, we can try this out. Emily mentally noted. Can this skeletal archer still be useful with its limbs broken? Catherine inquired. Certainly. I just observed that after I enslaved it, it retained its skills. This skeletal archer has one basic attack and 3 skills. The 3 skills are bone reconstruction. This unit is composed of interconnected skeletal parts by soul power. If any part is severed, it can reassemble itself. If the severed part is devoured or destroyed, it cannot be reassembled. Charge shot. A single target shot that charges for 1 to 3 seconds. The longer the charge time, the higher the attack damage. Bone resurrection. Flesh units killed by skeletal soldiers can be resurrected as skeletal soldiers if their bodies remain intact. The newly resurrected unit is considered a kindred skeletal soldier. Each skeletal soldier can only resurrect 1 new skeletal soldier. These skills are quite impressive. The group was delighted after hearing her explanation of the skeletal archer's abilities. The stronger their units, the better. I understand the last skill now. Thunder clapped his hands, suddenly recalling I hadn't seen those skeletal dogs before. When I went to fetch medicine for you, I encountered several zombie dogs, and we had a chaotic battle among the 3 factions. Later, I fled, but I suspect those zombie dogs didn't leave. Instead, they engaged in a skirmish with these skeletal soldiers. Afterward, those zombie dogs were likely defeated, and they were resurrected into skeletal dogs using the skeletal soldier's bone resurrection skill. Upon hearing Thunder's explanation, Emily's eyes lit up. Thunder, are you implying that I might be able to utilize this skill to resurrect another type of skeletal soldier? She asked excitedly. Theoretically, yes. Thunder wasn't entirely certain, but his instincts told him it was true. That sounds simple enough. Let us see if we can find a flesh unit to eliminate, allowing Emily to test that skill. Catherine said with a smile. The group's recent collaboration had effortlessly dealt with a small squad of skeletal soldiers, greatly boosting their confidence that a single person can move quickly, but a group can go far. Perhaps we can experiment next time. It's getting late, and we need to set off today. Emily felt too embarrassed to ask everyone to do anything else for her. Everyone had already heard Catherine mention how Thunder had delayed their time to find medicine for them. Now, it was already afternoon, and if they didn't set off soon, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Ever since receiving news about their loved ones, everyone had grown increasingly anxious. All right, let us set off first. If there is an opportunity along the way, we can experiment then. These items are for you, to be stored in your personal space for future use. Lei Ting retrieved 4 sets of items and distributed 1 to each of them. Inside each package were a black raincoat, a layer of armor shield, a powerful flashlight, 5 Molotov cocktails, several bottles of purified water, and some packaged food. Most of these supplies were procured by Lei Ting using points from the marketplace. Due to an increase in rewards over the past few days, his marketplace level had risen, allowing him to purchase additional provisions for a few teammates. Wow, Lei, are all these for us? Exclaimed one of them. Everyone says that men from the Eastern Huagua are particularly generous and considerate, and it truly seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I am much older than you. If there is a chance to visit my home next time, I shall introduce you to my sister. Emily said with a smile that my daughter is about your age. You are most welcome to visit us, old James added, patting Lei Ting on the shoulder with a grin. The playful banter among them significantly alleviated the atmosphere of impending separation. Chapter 59, Rainy Night Retreat, Resurrection of the Bones. This survival in the apocalypse, Omai has somehow turned into a matchmaking event, of course. One must gather good cabbage into the basket first. Otherwise, what remains are only rotten leaves. Who would want that? By the way, the streamers have all awakened their evolution talents. They look quite impressive. Indeed, I particularly fancy that liquid metal ARM.its like cosplaying as the Terminator. The summoning type is the best. Having an extra helper increases tactical options, and one can also launch surprise attacks. It's quite comfortable. The control type is also excellent, making PKs convenient as one can directly incapacitate the opponent. I still prefer the streamer's electrical abilities. Magic is always in demand. Each version brings forth its own magic gods. The streamer is a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts that's even more exhilarating. Launch the client. Streamer, I want to play. I love playing. The audience in the live stream, witnessing their experimentation with skills, eagerly expressed their thoughts. The torrential rain had persisted for 3 days. The drainage system in Jinju Street had begun to show significant signs of incapacity. The manhole covers on the streets were now continuously experiencing backflow of rainwater. In some lower-lying areas, rainwater had even begun to inundate the first-floor shops and elevated structures. That we must leave today. Eric surveyed the surroundings and deduced, given that Jinju is near the sea and often suffers from flooding. The drainage system is maintained annually, ensuring optimal functioning. However, even under such conditions, internal flooding and backflow were now evident, indicating that the system had been overwhelmed. The rain showed no signs of abating. If it continued into the night, it could lead to rising tides flooding inland by tomorrow. At that point, the streets would undoubtedly be submerged, making escape impossible. Upon hearing his analysis, everyone nodded in solemn agreement. Following this street would lead them to the coastal flood control dike, from where they could find a boat to escape to the sea. Eric pointed out the route to everyone. They donned their black raincoats and vanished swiftly into the curtain of rain. In the real world, at a provincial tertiary hospital in a first-tier city, in the hematology ward, and Xiaowei entered wearing simple clothing and a bare face. "Mom, you should take a rest. I'll stay with my little sister," she said as her weary mother sat up upon seeing her eldest daughter. "Sister, you're here." Her younger sister, and Xiaowei exclaimed joyfully. "Then you chat with Xiaowei for a bit. I'll go get you both some food," their mother said, stepping out of the ward. "Xiaowei, do you trust your sister?" And Xiaowei asked, her heart aching for her understanding sister. "Of course. You treat me the best," Xiaowei replied earnestly. "Mom said the money for my treatment was all earned by you. Once I'm better, I'll study hard and earn money so that you and Mom won't have to work so hard anymore." And Xiaowei's eyes welled with tears. "That I found a special medicine for you to try. But you must promise me not to tell anyone, not even Mom. All right?" Her sister nodded, placing her absolute trust in her. And Xiaowei retrieved the special medicine Lei Ting had given her and poured out a measured dose for her sister to take. "Take this for 3 days, then I'll take you for a checkup. Remember, this is our secret, okay?" The younger girl readily agreed. And Xiaowei felt a mix of anxiety and hope, though it was somewhat risky. Her experiences with Lei Ting's miraculous abilities and the people from the Spirit Adjustment Bureau had greatly bolstered her confidence in him. "Please, may heaven cease to torment us," and Xiaowei silently wished. "Be careful, don't linger in battle." Meanwhile, Lei Ting and the others were entangled with a horde of monsters. During their retreat, they inadvertently stirred a hidden nest of magical insects, resulting in a swarm of offspring pursuing them. Eric, wielding a liquid metal shield in one hand and a magical chainsaw at full power in the other, positioned himself at the back of the group to hold the line. He drew the attacks of the offspring towards himself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. Behind him, Catherine fired continuously with her water balloon gun. The torrential rain provided an almost limitless supply of water balloons, which, although less powerful than electric or compressed air guns, still managed to penetrate the defenses of the venomous bees and spiders. Old James controlled a guard pincers insect, working alongside Eric to fend off the relentless onslaught of monsters. Emily had truly become a crucial output point this time. Her skeleton archer not only had sharp attack capabilities, but also employed the skill of resurrection. From the pile of monster corpses, it revived a skeletal pincers insect. Bone pincers insect, revived through necromancy from a guard pincers insect. Retains the hardness of its skeletal structure from its living days, and possesses skills of group taunt and bone shield. Group taunt. The bone pincers insect emits a soul tremor, attracting enemies within a 3-meter radius to attack it for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Bone shield. Casts a layer of bone shield, reducing incoming damage by 50 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This bone pincers insect appeared as a skeletal frame devoid of flesh, looking rather imposing. Its attack power was not particularly high, but it served as an excellent meat shield. Emily wielded a long-range crossbow, and her servant was also a ranged skeleton archer, making her long-range assault capabilities formidable. With that meat shield ahead, her own safety was significantly enhanced. Thus, with Eric, a powerful controlled pincers insect, and a bone pincers insect, they formed a trio of shields. No offspring could breach their defenses to attack the ranged output behind them. At last, Lei Ting was relieved from his half-hearted role as a meat shield. He activated his blade warrior mode, both hands transforming into metallic spikes. Utilizing his incredible agility, he darted around the team. While others engaged in indiscriminate attacks to weaken the monsters, he focused on delivering the finishing blows to the injured creatures, ensuring their demise. As a result, their synergy improved, effectively staving off the tide of the mother nest's offspring. As they fought and retreated, the sound of crashing waves echoed from behind. "Catherine, you're quick. Go see if there are any boats nearby." Lei Ting called out to Catherine. Catherine acknowledged and promptly raced towards the flood control dike. The others retreated to a scenic platform atop the dike, occupying a high vantage point to hold their ground. Catherine scanned the shoreline for signs of boats, but found none. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a row of houses nearby. These houses were close to the water's edge and featured a long wooden dock extending into the water. Catherine recognized it at once. An indoor dock for boats, designed for sheltering vessels during storms. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed toward it. Chapter 60. Treasures in the dock, beating the rascals with a thud. She kicked open the door of a dock that was completely empty. After kicking open 4 or 5 more doors, she finally spotted a massive vessel before her. Its design resembled the hovercraft from Uncle Long's movie Red Zone. Catherine was overjoyed and dashed onto the vessel. "Ha! The key is still here." After a quick inspection, she found that the boat had been well maintained. She quickly removed the key and exited, realizing she couldn't operate it herself and needed to find Eric to see if he could. Just as she left the hovercraft, several shadowy figures stealthily entered. "Oh ho, look at this! Who would have thought there was such a treasure here? We might have hope for the island." Upon entering and spotting the hovercraft, the newcomers erupted in excited, peculiar shouts. They wore brightly colored clothing with a variety of hairstyles and colors, adorned with an assortment of weapons such as baseball bats, steel rods, and kitchen knives, with some even brandishing guns. "Damn it, that woman took the key out," exclaimed a wiry man resembling a monkey as he climbed onto the hovercraft to inspect it, cursing loudly. "What, stupid Tom, did you check thoroughly? Of course, in such a confined space. How could I possibly be mistaken? Damn it, I was just a moment too late, allowing her to escape. Fear not, she has taken the key and will undoubtedly return shortly, likely to seek out her companions. Let us remain here, ready to ambush them and seize everything. When the time comes, we shall transport them all to the island as offerings to the boss. Ha! Splendid. The women are yours, while the men are mine. Everyone will have their share." A lewd, flamboyant man, clad in a tattered biker jacket and sporting a mohawk, grinned as he spoke. Catherine dashed forward, catching sight of the figures ahead. "I've found the boat. Stop fighting and let us go." Upon hearing her shout, the others exchanged quick glances and altered their approach to combat. Thunder swiftly produced several Molotov cocktails, hurling them at the swarm of insects. Flames erupted instantly, creating a barrier of fire on the ground. Although the flames did not inflict significant harm upon the adversaries, the ignited oil floating atop the puddles served as a formidable obstruction, granting them precious time. "Let us go." With a call, they hastily retreated. Thunder and Emily's skeletal archers covered their rear, targeting the poisonous bees that dared to cross the fiery barrier. Meanwhile, Thunder took care of any that had slipped past, too close for comfort. Through their coordinated efforts, they successfully exited the conflict zone. Ever since Thunder activated the automatic item collection feature, life had become significantly easier. It was a pity, though, that the bodies could not be decomposed. Ahead lay the entrance. Catherine charged in, kicking the door open. Emily, old James, and Eric followed closely behind. Hello AV-8D Sharp Rees, however. As they entered the dock, several long guns and machetes were aimed directly at their heads. "Who are you?" Catherine fumed, taken aback by the ambush from these ruffians. "Wow, what a beautiful girl. That face, that figure. I can hardly contain myself." A scruffy thug, dressed in a tattered motorcycle jacket and sporting piercings, approached with a lecherous grin, brandishing a baseball bat and lewdly thrusting it towards Catherine. "Get lost." With an explosive burst of rage, Catherine unexpectedly kicked the thug in the chest, sending him flying. She had awakened successfully. Although her primary attributes were agility and intelligence, her physical prowess had also seen improvement. This unexpected kick caught everyone off guard. The other ruffians were left stunned as the thug slammed against the dock wall, producing a resounding crash before sliding down, blood oozing from his mouth, his breath now a mere whisper. "Tom, are you all right? Damn it, this woman is no ordinary foe. Grab your weapons and take them down." Only then did the others realize the gravity of the situation and prepared to engage Catherine and her companions. "Stand aside." Eric sprang into action, wielding a shield crafted from liquid metal in one hand and a horn shield in the other. With a swift turn, he not only deflected all incoming bullets but also used his shield to knock the surrounding thugs to the ground. My body, why won't it obey me? Old James also joined the fray. Seizing a heavy-set thug with a shotgun to eye in the thug's terrified gaze, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the other ruffians. "Why are you shooting me?" The remaining thugs trembled, pointing unsteadily at the heavy-set man, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the realm of White Eagle Nation, where gun control was lax and gunfire was a common occurrence, old James felt no moral burden in unleashing chaos. What has happened here? By the time Thunder arrived at the dock, the battle had long concluded, leaving a scene of utter destruction. Although the ruffians appeared numerous, none were awakened evolvers. They were merely ordinary individuals, many of whom had been drained of their strength by drugs and leaves. "A bunch of unknown scoundrels attempted to insult us, but we swiftly dealt with them," Emily answered first. "There's one who is still alive." Eric seized a lightly injured thug, lifting him effortlessly. "Speak. Where are you from? What are you doing here?" Seeing his companions dispatched in mere moments, the thug trembled, paralyzed by fear and unable to respond. With no patience for idle chatter, Eric transformed his liquid metal arm into a dagger, plunging it into the thug's thigh. This method was commonly employed during interrogations, as the thigh was rich in nerves, ensuring excruciating pain with minimal effort. "Please, I'll talk. The thug was drenched in cold sweat, his defenses crumbling. We are from the Black Skull Gang, planning to acquire a ship to go to Devil Island. Encountering you was purely accidental. Please spare me. I'm just a lowly thug." Tears and snot streamed down his face, clearly terrified. "What? Devil Island?" Upon hearing the name, Eric and the others exchanged knowing glances, clearly aware of the place. Only Thunder remained perplexed. "What is going on? What kind of place is that?" "It's a small island located about 11 nautical miles off the coast of Gold State. The island is surrounded by water on all sides, with only one gentle slope for access. The other 3 sides are steep cliffs rising hundreds of meters above sea level, making it extremely perilous. Due to the lack of fresh water, no residents inhabit it. Half a century ago, it was repurposed into a prison for the most heinous criminals. Its original name has long been forgotten, and everyone now refers to it as Devil Island, a solitary isle that houses a legion of fiends." Old James explained to Thunder. 11 nautical miles is about 20 kilometers. No wonder they need a large vessel. Ordinary boats cannot reach there. "What are you planning to do there? Is something significant occurring?" Eric pressed on, capturing everyone's attention. Indeed, they had not considered the implications. What would normal individuals seek in such a treacherous place? We received orders from the boss to go retrieve someone. The boss's brother is on that island. He informed us that something seems to have happened, and the prisoners have taken control. That we were instructed to find a ship and go to the island to retrieve him and a few others. If we fail, the boss will kill us. He, like you, possesses super abilities. The thug bled profusely from his thigh, his face pale with fear. Super abilities? Are you referring to evolvers?" The group exchanged glances. "Who is your boss? Where is he currently? What are his abilities?" Thunder inquired further. He was not seeking conflict, but rather gathering information for potential future encounters. "Our boss is Gavin White. His brother is George White. Currently, the boss has taken over a 6-story shopping center in the city center, with several hundred followers. Inside the shopping center, there are also many customers being held captive. It contains a large marketplace and cold storage, so food and water are still relatively adequate. We do not know what the boss's abilities are. But he has 4 powerful subordinates, each with their own abilities. One is incredibly fast, another possesses immense strength, one can conjure fireballs, and the last one is a mystery to us. That we are merely lowly thugs." The thug's eyes glazed over, and he divulged everything, collapsing into unconsciousness. "Let us go. The storm is intensifying. That if the tide rises, we'll be in trouble," Catherine stated, leading the way to the hovercraft. Eric, meanwhile, disposed of the thugs by tossing them into the sea. The others watched in silence. "Does anyone know how to operate this hovercraft?" Catherine inquired. "I do." Naturally, it was Eric who responded. "The fuel is sufficient, and all maintenance is up to standard. Everyone, take your seats. We're departing." The group hurriedly found their places as Eric maneuvered the hovercraft slowly out of the dock. As soon as they exited the building, relentless icy rain began to batter the vessel, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous. Fortunately, the hovercraft was not like a yacht with exposed sections. Its cabin, including the cockpit, was fully enclosed, ensuring excellent insulation. With a thick cushion of air beneath, it boasted remarkable stability, gliding effortlessly over the sea and traversing flat terrain without issue. "I'll take you two across first," Eric announced as the hovercraft navigated the inner bay, parallel to the bay bridge. "Look, on the bridge," suddenly, Emily shouted. The group peered through the glass, gazing at the bay bridge, where numerous cars were gridlocked. Several vehicles had even crashed through the guardrail, their half-bodies precariously hanging over the edge, swaying dangerously in the wind and rain. "Is someone shouting something?" Catherine inquired, pointing to a specific location. Following her indication, indeed, beneath the bridge on one of the supporting pillars, there was a small platform, likely intended for electrical maintenance. A handful of men and women huddled together, shivering from the cold, continuously waving their hands in this direction. The wind and rain were so intense that it was impossible to hear anything. Above them, on the bridge deck, a throng of zombies was gathering, clawing and gnashing their teeth at those below. "What should we do? Should we rescue them?" Emily, the most timid among them, looked on with compassion and turned to ask. However, before anyone could respond, the individuals on the maintenance platform had already begun to leap down. "Oh my God! We must hurry and rescue them." It was unacceptable to stand by and watch as they jumped. Eric prepared to steer the boat in their direction. Suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted. A small, boat-like creature shot up from the water with alarming speed. Its jaws opened wide, and in an instant, those who had jumped into the water were swallowed whole. "River crab! What on earth is that?" Even the usually composed Eric was taken aback. Cursing vehemently, he immediately accelerated the boat. Attempting to flee, they were already inside the creature's belly. What hope was there for a rescue? "What the hell? That's a massive fish." "Streamer, send me the coordinates. I'm on my way." "Are you out of your mind? We're in a game. Even if it were real, it's in a foreign country. Go ahead. I dare you." "Why can't I go? Last time, a fishing buddy posted about a big catch in Spain, and I flew out overnight. It was worth it." "Oh my goodness, you were the one who was featured in the news for going fishing abroad. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Just a humble fisherman. My surname is He. Here is my contact information. Let us go fishing together sometime. It's quite therapeutic." "What are you all rambling about? Fishing? How do you intend to catch that? With a crane? It could swallow several people in one gulp. We anglers never go home empty-handed. If I can't catch anything, I'll at least drink some seawater to make up for it." Thunder also caught sight of the enormous silhouette, which resembled a fish. Yet, such a colossal creature, amidst the dark and raging sea, made one feel utterly insignificant, amplifying the terror within. The sonar indicated it was pursuing them. It was incredibly fast. "Damn squid. Everyone, brace yourselves. I'll see if I can shake it off," Eric shouted fiercely, his expression graved out on land. He had absolute confidence in his driving skills. However, out here at sea, where the fish reigned supreme, and with the hovercraft being outside his expertise, anxiety crept into his heart. Boom! The great fish surged forward, revealing its dorsal fin above the water, slicing through the waves with the precision of a steel blade. Closing in on them. Chapter 62. The Razorfin Sturgeon. Battle at Platinum Coast. Splash. A massive spray erupted from the water. The great fish leapt once more, crashing through the waves, and bore down on the hovercraft. "My goodness, what on earth is that monstrosity?" Although the light was dim, the group could vaguely discern its shape. Its overall form was fish-like, flat, and streamlined, measuring approximately several meters in length, with an unquantifiable weight. Yet, its elongated snout protruded like a deadly blade, its teeth sharper than those of a shark. The fish fins on its sides were broad as wings, aiding its gliding after surfacing. The dorsal fin resembled a knife fan, shimmering with the light of the water. Its unusually long, flexible tail was adorned with sharp bone spines. It was a creature both grotesque and fearsome. Thunder's electronic scanning eye activated instantly. razor-fin sturgeon, a product of marine pollution mutation. Enhanced by void energy leaked from spatial fusion, transforming into a new species. This creature's body is as hard as iron, immune to water-based attacks, possesses high resistance to fire and physical damage, but is vulnerable to electric and toxic attacks. Good heavens, this is too formidable. In midair, it had already adjusted its stance, tail up, snout down, and its sharp bone spikes aimed directly at the hovercraft. Under the influence of gravity, it dove down with tremendous force. ILL dodge. Eric's driving skills were indeed exceptional. Though not his forte, he handled the craft adeptly that he had anticipated the attack and swiftly turned the steering wheel. Splash! A torrent of water sprayed high as the monstrous fish plunged dramatically into the sea. The hovercraft maneuvered in an S-curve, deftly avoiding the creature's assault. Well done. The group erupted in cheers. What is it planning? Thunder had been observing the creature. He noticed the monster was still pursuing them, albeit at a reduced speed. Its entire upper body was now visible, revealing its fierce jaws and teeth. Simultaneously, a blue-white light began to coalesce in its mouth. This is bad. Get out of the way. An ominous premonition arose. Damn creature. Eric had been attentive, instinctively yanking the steering wheel to change course. Just then, a blue-white water arrow shot forth from the creature's mouth, aimed directly at the hovercraft. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the water arrow grazed the side of the hovercraft, shattering the protective railing and sending it flying. Fortunately, the craft itself sustained no significant damage that we can't continue to tangle with it like this. In the water, it has the advantage, and we 1T outrun it. Damn it! Lure it ashore and confront it. Even a clay figurine has some fight left in it. The group, previously focused solely on escaping, was now incensed by the creature's aggressive demeanor. All right, ahead lies the Platinum Coast Beach. Let us head there and draw it in. If it dares to come ashore, we'll take it down. Catherine, resembling an irate cat, was filled with rage. She couldn't swim and feared falling into the water. Understandably furious, Eric remained silent, maneuvering the hovercraft with increasing speed towards the opposite shore. At this moment, the hovercraft had traversed the inner bay and was nearing the renowned tourist landmark of the Golden State, Platinum Coast Beach. The Golden State, a coastal city, was divided into the mainland and offshore islands by the Golden State Bridge. The offshore islands were picturesque, with exorbitant housing prices and complete amenities, typical of a wealthy enclave. The coastline there was meticulously maintained, featuring a vast expanse of soft, fine, off-white sand, hence dubbed Platinum Coast Beach. Boom! The hovercraft landed on the beach like a tank. The three high-powered propellers continued to operate, allowing the hovercraft to traverse the sandy terrain. Eric guided the craft further onto the beach, steering it onto the internal road before finally stopping. Let us go, let us deal with it. The group, fueled by anger, quickly disembarked from the hovercraft and gazed out at the in the murky light. The waves rose and fell, intermittently revealing the creature's head among the surf. It was observing the small figures on the shore. Yet both sides maintained a safe distance, refraining from engaging. Let us do it this way. I'll lure it. As per usual, Thunder, the fastest, was tasked with drawing the creature in. The others spread out, forming a surrounding circle. Speed increased to 5 times. With acceleration propelling him, Thunder zigzagged towards the shoreline. In one hand, he wielded a stun gun, while the other remained free. Spit, spit, spit. As he entered the attack range, the monstrous fish made its move first. Its mouth glowed ominously, launching a series of water droplets the size of baseballs in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The droplets struck the sandy beach, exploding into sprays and creating sizable craters in the ground. Judging by the force of the attacks, although not as destructive as the previous water arrow that could annihilate vehicles, a direct hit on a person would surely result in broken bones and near-fatal injuries. ILL dodge. I'll dodge. I'll dodge. 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 Thunder skillfully evaded the barrage of attacks, simultaneously executing his signature move. He extended his arm, channeling energy into his middle finger, palm facing upward, while the other fingers remained clenched. Drawing energy from his core, he unleashed a powerful roar. Come at me. This taunt, imbued with an almost universal law-like power, was infallible. Roar. The creature let out a deafening roar, leaping out of the water toward Thunder. Boom! Thunder swiftly dodged, causing sand to fly as he successfully lured the creature ashore. Splash! Splash, splash. Once on land, the creature maintained impressive speed, utilizing its sturdy pectoral fins for support and propulsion. Its enormous tail, reminiscent of a serpent's, writhed side to side, providing agility for direction and leaps. Lure it closer. Eric had retrieved a massive chain and cable from the boat, along with a metal anchor he had discovered, and began sprinting towards the creature. Thunder continued his zigzagging approach, advancing on land. Suddenly, the creature halted its pursuit and abruptly turned around. It seems that it intends to flee back into the sea. Chapter 63. Each exhibits their skills. Joining forces to slay the monstrous fish. In no way. It wants to escape? Everyone was taken aback. Had this creature gained sentience? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several sounds of slicing through the air suddenly came from the side. Directly aimed at the creature. It turned out to be Emily, who had been hiding nearby. Springing into action, she summoned her skeletal archers, who in turn summoned a skeletal pincer worm, positioned on either side. She and her skeletal archers had already spread out. She shot at one eye, while the skeletal archer targeted the other, their efforts synchronized. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as all the arrows fell to the ground. The monstrous fish had used its side fins to continuously flap, deflecting all incoming attacks. Though it had successfully blocked the assault, it had also momentarily halted its escape. At this juncture, the skeletal pincer worm bravely lunged forward. Blocking the creature's path, its massive pincers snapped toward the creature's prominent bony spikes, attempting to sever them with sheer force. Naturally, this was a rather ambitious endeavor. The bony spikes of the monstrous fish were its most crucial weapons and the hardest part of its body. The pincers clamped down as if attempting to cut through steel, failing to even break the skin. Instead, it enraged the creature, which flung the pincer worm away with a violent sweep of its bony spikes. Fortunately, the pincer worm's defense was commendable, and the sandy beach effectively cushioned the impact, preventing it from shattering into mere bones, although it had not inflicted any significant damage on the monstrous fish. Emily had bought enough time. Fragrant mist. Catherine rushed over from the side, directing a pink mist toward the monstrous fish that had just tossed the pincer worm aside. The creature's eyes gradually filled with confusion, and its movement slowed, but in an instant, its body began to tremble as if it were struggling against a powerful urge to succumb to slumber. Hurry! Its resistance is too strong. It won't hold for 5 seconds. Catherine was alarmed and hastily attempted to retreat. Suddenly, the creature's gaze sharpened. Whoosh! The fish's tail swept horizontally. Even though Catherine had already retreated in advance, she was unfortunate enough to be caught by the gust of wind created by the tail, sending her entire body flying. Thud! A mouthful of fresh blood was forcefully expelled. Whoosh! A figure darted forward, catching her midair and landing steadily. It was Thunder, who had arrived just in time to assist. Quickly, the healing potion. Swallow it. He immediately produced a basic healing potion and thrust it into Catherine's mouth. She struggled to swallow it, her spirit waning, and it was evident that she had lost her combat prowess. The moment she had fought through her injury had not been in vain. Eric had already dashed to the side, launching his cross-shaped iron anchor with great force. Whoosh! This time, the monstrous fish was in a dazed state, having just regained consciousness, and its attention was diverted by Catherine, failing to notice the iron anchor flying from the other side. A sharp sound echoed as the anchor struck true, piercing deep into one of the creature's eyes. Roar! The monstrous fish let out a heart-wrenching howl, its awareness returning as it thrashed violently. Consequently, the anchor only sank deeper. Its fin structure was not as flexible as a human's fingers, rendering it unable to precisely extract the anchor. Eric swiftly wrapped the chain attached to the anchor around the supporting iron frame beneath a lifeguard tower on the beach. The creature tugged at it, but could not pull it free. Its eyes pained by the strain, making it too frightened to exert force. Now's the time. Thunder assigned the temporarily incapacitated Old James to tend to Catherine, swiftly joining the fray. Old James had previously attempted to use his mental control skill, but found it ineffective against the monstrous fish. Its size and attributes were undoubtedly formidable, while his skill level was insufficient, making it understandable that he could not exert control. Thunder swiftly dashed to the chain, grasping it tightly. Die! A torrent of electricity surged forth without restraint. Bright white lightning raced along the chain, reaching the creature's eye. Given Thunder's current electrical intensity, he clearly could not directly electrocute it. However, targeting a vulnerable area like the eye would yield some effect. Bang! A sharp sound rang out, and liquid splattered. The monstrous fish's eye was instantly obliterated by the electric shock. Roar, 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 roar. Any creature suffering an eye injury experiences excruciating pain, and the monstrous fish was no exception. Thrashing even more violently, Daiti was as if a tornado had ravaged a parking lot. Plowing through the surrounding lifeguard towers and the sandy beach, IT desperately yearned to flee back to the ocean. But how could the others allow it to escape? Eric's liquid metal arm dropped the segment. This segment transformed into a sharp spear, aimed at the other eye of the monstrous fish, and was hurled with force. Whoosh! This time, it struck its target with precision. The other eye of the creature also burst into fragments. Eric swiftly reverted the spear back into liquid metal, retracting it into his arm. Step back? Let me handle this. Speed boosted to 8 times. Thunder accelerated once more, his body becoming a blur as he dashed to the side of the monstrous fish's now hollowed eye. Allow me to present a physical storm of ideas. He rapidly threw several dark orbs into the eye socket. Blade Rush. Then, in a flash, he activated the Blade Rush skill and swiftly distanced himself from the monstrous fish. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions erupted from within the creature's head. A plume of black smoke billowed forth as the monstrous fish let out a wretched cry. Yet, the sound was drowned by the roar of the tempest. Its entire body trembled violently before collapsing to the ground. Kill the sharp-finned sturgeon. Gain evolution points 800. Dropped item. Automatically stored in private space. The successful kill notification chimed out. A warm yellow light enveloped everyone. This time, including Thunder, everyone leveled up once again. How delightful. The complete restoration effect from leveling up healed all their fatigue and injuries. Catherine gradually stood up. Aside from feeling slightly unwell mentally, all her physical injuries had been resolved. Wonderful. We defeated it. Emily exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Goodness, such a monster is merely an ordinary creature, not even a boss. The ocean is indeed far more perilous than land. The others slowly approached the monstrous fish. Their expressions filled with reflection. This is not a place for conversation. We should leave here promptly. Thunder moved forward and began to dissect the monstrous fish. Then, along with the others, they quickly retreated to the ship. Chapter 64. Parting Ways. Farewell to the Jianghu. Is everyone all right? Old James inquired with concern, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he had been unable to contribute. Everyone had leveled up, so there were no significant issues. Given the dangers posed by sea creatures, do you still intend to travel by sea? Thunder expressed his worries. Emily and old James, being experienced, turned their gazes toward Eric. I believe we should take the water route after all. While the waterway may present the possibility of encountering formidable monsters, it certainly does not have the same limitations as the land routes that I previously researched. The path, traveling by land from here to the center of Mining State, is entirely mountainous and hilly, winding through terrain that would take 3 times longer than the waterway. Moreover, the coastline is lined with beaches and scenic views. With our hovercraft, if danger arises, we can land to evade it, essentially providing us with an alternative route. Eric articulated his thoughts, which resonated with the others. Very well then, we shall part ways here. Once we reach our destinations, let us check in and communicate via private messages on the forum, Thunder declared. All right, you all stay safe. It's been a pleasure getting to know everyone. The 5-member team embraced one another. The moment of departure had finally arrived. Take care of yourselves. Thunder and Catherine stood on the beach, watching as the hovercraft vanished into the dark sea, feeling a sense of melancholy. Oh no, in the rush earlier, I forgot to gather the loot for distribution. Thunder slapped his forehead. Haha, never mind. It's too late to pursue them now. We'll deal with it later. The two chatted as they hastily left the beach at a seaside vacation villa along the Platinum Coast. This place was part of a whole with the nearby 5-star resort hotel. Thunder and Catherine navigated around some sensitive monsters and found refuge here. Night had fallen, and they decided to rest here for the night, planning to act once dawn broke. The weather was too harsh in the wild. Quite chilly, and visibility was poor, making it entirely unsuitable for action. That I've surveyed the area. There are some survivors hiding in various buildings nearby. The resort hotel likely harbors monsters, the entire structure suffused with a heavy sense of danger. But we are far enough away that we should be fine if we proceed cautiously. Earlier, I also spotted some scattered minor monsters and set up some warning measures around. For tonight, We'll stay in the basement area, as it should be safer. Thunder shared the situation of the surroundings with Catherine. He had thoroughly scouted the area with his burrowing mouse, and he felt confident. I have visited this place before. It is approximately a 20-kilometer journey from my home that we can only travel by land, as my residence is situated atop Mount Hollywood Bifuli, inaccessible by water routes. Catherine briefly shared her situation. All right, Thunder responded casually. Are you this calm? My house is on a mountaintop. Catherine was somewhat taken aback by Thunder's lack of reaction to her words. What do you mean? What's wrong with the mountaintop? Aren't there houses on mountaintops by the seaside? Thunder was momentarily stunned. Are you from another planet? Have you never heard of Mount Hollywood Bifuli? Catherine discerned that he was genuinely unaware. No, I haven't. Is there something wrong with the mountain? Thunder looked utterly bewildered. Haha. Well, that's no longer an issue. I'll check the forum for any updates. Catherine suddenly broke into a smile, steering the conversation in a different direction. Thunder appeared utterly confused. Host, did those teammates really leave? Isn't it easier to accomplish things with more people? I thought everyone was cooperating quite well just now. Isn't it supposed to be an open-ended storyline? Can't we play however we please? I suspect the host wants to challenge themselves with something difficult. You youngsters are so naive. Isn't it delightful to share a world with such a beautiful woman? Why bring along 3 extra light bulbs? Oh my, the big boss has analyzed it thoroughly. Truly impressive. If it were me, I would have left that bespectacled girl behind. The rest don't matter. Just the 3 of us living well together is far better than anything else. Wow. This person is even more insightful, thinking even further ahead. Only inexperienced youngsters would want everything. Those with experience understand that health is paramount. The viewers in the live stream were eager to take action, as they realized there must be connections behind this broadcast. Moreover, it was quite solid. Numerous instances of bloody and violent scenes had occurred yet remained uncensored, which was truly astonishing. It is well known that current online platforms enforce strict safety management. Not only are the platforms conducting self-checks, but the internet regulators are also directly connected. If a broadcasting room is found to be in violation, the platform would hastily shut it down. If they don't, and the regulators come to seal it, the platform would face hefty fines. The minuscule traffic generated would hardly cover the penalties. Yet, this live stream faced no repercussions. Naturally, everyone was inclined to continue. Xiao Zhao. How's the situation? Have you made contact with the other party? In the Special Operations Office of the Spiritual Regulation Bureau, Ma Rulong inquired of Zhao Shengnan. Director, I have made contact, but I couldn't reach them. Their private messages are closed, and ours cannot be delivered. Moreover, they don't check the bullet screen often. Even our messages go unanswered. Zhao Shengnan appeared somewhat embarrassed. To her, this had initially seemed like a trivial matter. But unexpectedly, it had remained unresolved. I see. Then it seems we must resort to unconventional methods. Rulong exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling as he spoke. Director, do you mean? Others turned their attention to Ma Rulong. I had a premonition that this situation might occur. Therefore, I had already reported it to the higher-ups. Since this is the first time we are encountering such a situation, the headquarters has agreed to allocate a special fund for us. Ma Rulong explained. Funding, specially designated? The other team members were somewhat puzzled. This time, we shall learn from the wealthy and play the role of the top benefactor, Ma Rulong stated with a grin. What? His response left everyone present momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting we give this streamer a tip to attract their attention and then establish contact? Zhao Shengnan asked. Precisely. That is the essence of it. Ma Rulong continued to smile. Is it worth it? They haven't revealed their value yet. Zhao Shengnan quickly questioned. No, they have already demonstrated their worth, and it holds significance for our entire nation and people. This matter is proof of that. Ma Rulong's expression suddenly turned serious. He gestured, and a small box appeared on the conference table. What is this? It seems to be some kind of medication. Other team members began to whisper among themselves as they gazed at the box on the table. Indeed, this is a type of medication exhibiting remarkable efficacy against leukemia, surpassing all current treatment methods available. Ma Rulong stated solemnly. What? The crowd was instantly shocked. You rookies are still too inexperienced, fixated on monitoring the streamer. You overlooked such a crucial detail. Ma Rulong slammed the table and stood up. You all remember when that female streamer, and Xiaowei, gifted this streamer 100,000 gifts. The crowd quickly nodded in acknowledgement. But wasn't that just the agency fee for broadcasting the game? One team member questioned. Are you gullible enough to believe everything they say? Have you lost your wits? What did they teach you at the Spiritual Energy Development Academy? You lack even a modicum of vigilance. That was merely a smokescreen. They engaged in a private transaction involving this item. Ma Rulong held up the vial of medication, but I sensed something was amiss that day. So I arranged for someone to monitor in Shaowei. Ultimately, it was discovered that she administered this mysterious medication to her sister suffering from leukemia. After only a few doses, her sister's test results showed remarkable improvement. And even the doctor deemed it a miracle. I personally approached her, and she was initially reluctant to divulge the information. However, after I promised to transfer her sister to the 4th Military Hospital for follow-up treatment with the best doctors, and assured her that I wouldn't take her medication, she finally disclosed the details to me. I then obtained this vial of medicine from her, along with a finished pill, which has already been sent to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute for confidential study. Just now, the Research Institute called me, confirming that the efficacy of this medication indeed far exceeds that of our world's current options. Furthermore, most of the raw materials in our world have substitutes, making it feasible to replicate 80-90 of it, presenting us with a substantial opportunity. Consider this. If this medication can be successfully replicated and mass-produced, how beneficial would it be for our citizens? What tangible benefits could our country exchange with others as a result? Ma Rulong slammed the table again, casting a serious gaze around everyone present. Hearing this, the crowd felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Rendered speechless, they could only admire the wisdom of experience. They had assumed it was merely a trivial matter for garnering views, not realizing it entailed such significant implications. Ma Rulong's words pierced through their arrogance, swiftly bringing them back to reality. You are all prodigies, endowed with talents that set you apart from others, a divine blessing, but not a reason for pride. That I hope you can learn from this incident and become more mature and meticulous. The meeting concluded, and each individual was instructed to submit a report. Xiao Zhao, come with me. Ma Rulong finished speaking and left without looking back. Zhao Shengnan hurriedly followed in a state of panic. In Ma Rulong's office, Zhao Shengnan gazed at the woman before her, then glanced at Ma Rulong, feeling somewhat perplexed. Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Lu Xiyu, sent over to assist us. The newcomer appeared to be in her 20s. With alluring waves of hair cascading down her shoulders, her makeup strikingly vibrant, dressed in the attire of a chic urban woman, exuding a remarkable aura, though she appears to be of similar age to you. She is a veteran of the Spiritual Regulation Bureau, having joined at the age of 10 and amassed 15 years of experience. Her rank is equal to mine. Ma Rulong smiled as he introduced her. Oh, my Director Ma, please don't jest with me. You are the seasoned veteran of our bureau. I hardly deserve such praise in your presence. You must be the little sister of the Zhao family. As mentioned by our ancestors, truly a figure of grace, rivaling any man. Lu Xiyu smiled as she approached, engaging in casual conversation with Ma Rulong before turning to Zhao Shengnan, taking the initiative to speak. Indeed, the ancestors have instructed that you should guide her more. Ma Rulong said with a smile. Zhao Shengnan was completely bewildered, entirely unaware of the circumstances. That I must attend to another task shortly, so I will leave this matter in Director Lu's capable hands. You will assist her as a deputy. Learn well. Understood? Ma Rulong instructed Zhao Shengnan earnestly. Zhao Shengnan was left in the dark, merely nodding in passive agreement. All right, you may leave for now. I will bring Director Lu to meet everyone later. With that, Ma Rulong dismissed Zhao Shengnan. In the office, only Ma Rulong and Lu Xiyu remained. Senior, is the situation over there very urgent? Lu Xiyu's expression suddenly turned grave, completely devoid of her previous allure. Indeed, both parties have been engaging in some covert maneuvers, and one can only fear that a spark might ignite a greater conflict. Alas, it seems I must once again venture forth to rectify that messy situation. A faint smile of bitterness graced Ma Rulong's face. Director Ma, your capabilities are exceptional. Naturally, you are the first choice in such matters. Lu Xiyu remarked with a smile. I leave this to you, but do not underestimate this live streaming room. Although this young man cannot return from the other world, I have a premonition that his value over there is far greater and could bring about significant changes for our country. Therefore, do not perceive him merely as an ordinary psychic. Treat him with the utmost seriousness. I implore you. Ma Rulong spoke earnestly. I would prefer to remain here and observe how far he can advance. But that is not the will of the higher-ups. Haha, he added. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lu Xiyu then shifted the conversation to Zhao Shengnan. What is the specific situation regarding this young lady? I too am uncertain of the details. The ancestor merely instructed us to allow her to familiarize herself with the operational style of our psychics, claiming it would be of future benefit. Her psychic abilities have yet to be activated. Theoretically, the younger one is when activated, the greater their subsequent achievements. However, the ancestor stated that she is an exception and instructed us to refrain from concerning ourselves with this matter, as he has his own plans. Ma Rulong conveyed all he knew to Lu Xiyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyu pondered for a moment and expressed her understanding. Subsequently, Ma Rulong introduced her to the other team members and entrusted her with the leadership of the Special Operations Group. He then hurried back to the capital city that very night. Chapter 66. The Infinite Refill Cola Cup. The Water Repellent Night Pearl. Thank you, esteemed viewers, for your support. It is getting late, so I encourage everyone to rest early. Good night. Thunder greeted the audience in the live stream before concluding the broadcast. The viewership had surprisingly neared 4,000. Checking the live stream data, Thunder felt a surge of joy. The current popularity level was sufficient for 3 intermediate lotteries. Should he save up to accumulate 10,000 points for a series of 10 intermediate draws, or should he simply try his luck with a single draw? This dilemma left Thunder in a quandary. By the way, I recall that during my escape from the office building, I was awarded a free draw. The situation was too urgent then for me to utilize it. Perhaps I should try a free draw now? If the outcome is unsatisfactory, I shall simply forego further attempts today. Thunder mused, maintaining a cautious stance regarding his luck. System, initiate a free draw. Free draw in progress. 10, 9, 8.0. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Infinite Refill Cola Cup 1. Infinite Refill Cola Cup. After finishing a drink, simply utter the phrase, free refill, and the cup will automatically refill with delicious cola, with the option to add ICE.A as expected. Tonight's luck is rather dismal. Thunder's face was marked by a frown, though he understood that free items often lack value. This was exceptionally disappointing. Previously, he had at least drawn a basic enhancement potion, which was quite a valuable item. This time, however, he received this trivial item. In a peaceful era, it would be a marvel for gaming at home. But in the present circumstances, what utility does it serve? It cannot enhance combat prowess. Am I to defeat monsters with cola? With no choice, Thunder reluctantly stored the item in his private space. Fine, my luck is poor today. It's best not to tempt fate, he repeatedly chanted to himself, forcing down the urge to draw again. Yet, the gambler's psyche took hold, and he felt discontented with his loss. Just one more? Just a single draw. Win or lose, it will be settled. With the stakes already laid, he felt it would be a waste not to try. Finally, he managed to convince himself. Otherwise, he feared he would not sleep soundly that night. Give me an intermediate draw. Intermediate draw initiated, deducting 1,000 popularity points from the host. Intermediate draw in progress. 10, 9, 8.0. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Private Space Expansion Card LV11. Private Space Expansion Card LV1. Upon use, the host's current private space will expand tenfold. The next expansion will require a higher level card. Aha! The gamble has paid off. At last, Thunder managed to recover a bit. He quickly closed the draw page, fearing he might be tempted to draw again. The gambler's mindset is relentless. After winning, one seeks more, and after losing, one desires to recoup losses, an endless cycle. Fortunately, this time he had managed to suppress his desires. This prize arrived just in time. Thunder needed to gather drops and real-world materials while also dismantling monster bodies, and his previously gifted private space had become exceedingly cramped. Now, this expansion alleviated his immediate concerns. He then examined the recent drops. During the retreat, he had slain part of the insect army and obtained several cards. Upon review, most were white weapon and equipment cards, along with resource cards. This was normal for common monsters. However, he was particularly interested in what the monster fish had dropped. After rummaging through, he found a bronze card. Water Repellent Night Pearl. Bronze level, a bag-placed item that does not require equipping. Simply storing it in the private space activates its effects. This item grants the bearer the ability to breathe underwater and move as if on land. Additionally, it emits light at night, illuminating a radius of 20 meters around the bearer. Oh ho! This item is quite impressive. Thunder felt a surge of excitement. Although this item does not directly participate in combat, It grants him the ability to fight underwater. Moreover, it serves as a free light source, alleviating concerns about illumination during outdoor camping in the wild. Light, often taken for granted, can bring boundless warmth and strength when one finds themselves in darkness. Thunder carefully stored it away and continued his inspection. Among the materials he had dismantled, he discovered various other items. Judging by their shapes, most were obtained from the monster fish. The most prominent was a long spear-like object, alongside several enormous fish bones. Spines, fins, scales, and flesh. The spear-like object appeared to be its protruding jawbone. Thunder took it out for inspection. It measured approximately 3 meters in length. Tapering from thick to thin, it was reasonably lightweight, yet remarkably sturdy. With a sharp point at the tip, he attempted to tuck it under his arm. Instantly feeling like an ancient soldier wielding a lance, he considered whether it could be modified with a grip for effective mid-range attacks. Next were the numerous fish bones and spines. Each measured at least over a meter in length. Despite some curvature, they felt quite similar to throwing spears when held. Excellent. He now had options for ranged piercing weapons. Following this, he examined the fish scales, each the size of a palm, boasting exceptional hardness and flexibility while being lightweight. Thunder tapped one, producing a crisp, melodious sound. He pondered whether he could locate a blacksmith to process them into a form of light armor. Then he spotted a long, slender, flexible object, measuring over 10 meters. This must be the sinew from the monster fish. Thunder tugged at it, discovering its remarkable elasticity and flexibility. This could be combined with the bones to create a bow and arrow. Likely quite effective. Thunder's thoughts gravitated towards cold weapons. Given the current circumstances, they were more practical. The sheer number of monsters often meant they appeared in swarms. The noise from using firearms could easily attract more foes. Furthermore, Thunder sensed that existing non-drop firearms in this world were less lethal than the cold weapons obtained from monsters or their bodies. It seemed to impose a restriction, compelling everyone to engage in combat with monsters to acquire their weapon drops. Rather than relying on existing firearms for battle, he planned to cook some of the fish meat for consumption, as it seemed edible. As for the fish fins, their utility remained unclear. The fins were divided into several parts, including a pair of side fins, a tail fin, and a dorsal fin. They had a membrane-like surface, interconnected by cartilage, forming a cohesive whole. Thunder could not conceive of their utility at present, so he stored them for the time being. Chapter 67. Nightmares and Unknown Fears. Thunder, I just contacted Emily. Their journey has been smooth, having completed more than half of the distance without encountering any monster attacks. They are currently resting in a secluded spot. Catherine announced as she entered, raising her phone towards Thunder. Thunder was aware that the network in this world relied on communication satellites launched by various countries into outer space, allowing for signal reception unless in a jamming zone. That unknown energy had not disrupted the network signal. This was indeed good news. Thunder genuinely felt elated for them. Though their time together had been brief, the character of each had been validated, and they had truly become friends. Moreover, I have also contacted my parents, and they are safe at present. We should reach Hollywood tomorrow, and then fly home to reunite with them. Catherine's spirits were evidently high. It was understandable. Amidst chaos, the reunion with family is an unparalleled joy. All right, just lead the way. With a faint smile, Lei Ting chose not to elaborate further. By the way, Lei, you mentioned you were here for a vacation. Don't you worry about your family and friends? Catherine inquired, noting his impassive demeanor. While others expressed fervent excitement upon reuniting with loved ones, he remained largely indifferent throughout the journey. I'm an orphan. Having grown up in an orphanage, with no family to speak of, besides, the internet doesn't connect everyone globally. I have friends I can't reach either. Lei Ting quickly articulated his rehearsed response. Catherine observed him, unable to glean much from his expression, and decided not to press the matter further. You should get some rest. We need to rise early tomorrow. For safety's sake, the two settled into a small room within the quaint vacation house. As midnight approached, a tempest raged outside. Crack, roar, ugh. Various cries echoed from all directions. Lei Ting jolted awake, only to find himself enveloped in a thick fog. The surroundings were shrouded in obscurity, with numerous shadowy figures flickering in and out of sight. Where am I? What has happened? Catherine, where are you? Panic seized Lei Ting's features as he grappled with the suddenness of his predicament. Suddenly, a female figure emerged from the mist, her voice laced with terror as she fled. Trailing behind her was a horde of bizarre creatures. Catherine, recognizing her by her attire, Lei Ting realized it could only be her. Yet her condition was evidently dire. She stumbled, her body marred by wounds. Blood cascading from her injuries onto the ground. Help me, as she ran. She extended her hand toward Lei Ting, her face etched with despair. What happened to you? Lei Ting hastened his pace, reaching her side to support her. I want you dead. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The once feeble Catherine's eyes glinted with malevolence, her face contorting into a horrific, twisted grin as she erupted into maniacal laughter. What? Lei Ting barely had time to react before she seized his arm. Her once delicate and fair hands morphed into grotesque, claw-like appendages, gripping his arm with a vice-like hold. You are not Catherine. His eyes widened in fury as he summoned his strength, delivering a swift kick that sent her flying. As the creature was hurled away, its sharp claws grazed his arm, causing blood to trickle down. A wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering his arm increasingly in a tightness gripped Lei Ting's heart as he could no longer afford to focus on rescuing others. He seized Catherine by the arm and sprinted away from the hotel with fervor. Buzzing at that moment, the dark violet glow emanating from the towering structure of the resort hotel flickered increasingly rapidly and conspicuously. It felt as though something was beckoning me from there that I must approach. Circles of dark violet radiance, rippling like waves, surged forth from the hotel as their epicenter. The nearest survivors, caught in the throes of confusion and yearning, wore expressions of bewilderment on their faces, their speech devolving into incoherence. It was as if the edifice were a gateway to paradise, guiding them back to Eden. Damn it. Surely, this is no good. With a look of sheer horror on his face, Lei Ting swiftly retreated with Catherine, his gaze grave. The oppressive aura emanating from the building sent his heart racing. What on earth is that? At that moment, Catherine glanced back in terror, exclaiming in fright. A horde of ghostly dark violet figures burst forth from the hotel, their arms flailing as they pursued them. What the hell? They can fly. What in the world are those things? Lei Ting's scalp prickled with fear. However, they were still at a distance. The electronic scanning eyes couldn't yet discern the specifics of their foes. Look, there are cars ahead. Catherine quickly pointed towards a nearby parking lot. It was a scene of utter chaos. Yet a few vehicles were haphazardly parked. Hurry, let us split up and see if any have keys. The two immediately separated, searching through the cars with open doors. These vehicles must have belonged to those fleeing. Their owners either perished or abandoned them in haste. Over here. It didn't take long for Catherine to call out to Lei Ting. Found one. Lei Ting rushed over to join her. A motorcycle? Can you ride it? He stared at the vehicle before him, momentarily taken aback. It was a vintage trike, the kind with gears rather than a twist throttle. It seemed to have crashed into a tree. With minor damage to the front, the owner clearly had a zest for life, as evidenced by its cool paint job. I know a bit. Let us give it a shot. Catherine turned the key and mounted the bike. Clutch in, throttle wide open. She stomped on the pedal. Vroom vroom. After a flurry of attempts, the motorcycle still refused to start. We have to go. They're closing in on us. Lei Ting anxiously watched the approaching monsters, who were getting closer by the second. So close that he could now scan their details. Phantom bloodbat. A flying mutated beast, altered by unknown energy. Its body has undergone immense transformation, increasing in size several times while acquiring various new offensive abilities. Viral collective. This unit houses thousands of different types of viruses and can inflict random negative effects on enemies through its claws and teeth, potentially causing death outright. Blood-sucking attack. This unit can drain the blood of flesh units through its fangs, healing its own wounds while inflicting harm on adversaries. Ultrasonic detection. This unit can emit ultrasonic waves to detect and track objects, summoning allies for support. Chapter 69. Director Wolf emerges for instruction. I have research on bats. Beep. Detection indicates the broadcaster is engaged in combat, suggests starting a live stream. Just then, a system notification rang out. Live stream? Lei Ting glanced at the system time, realizing that his rest period, combined with the previous escape, had nearly brought dawn. Judging by the timeline, the viewers were likely already having breakfast or starting their workday. Start live stream. Since the system had prompted him, he readily complied. Sofa, bench, floor. What the heck? How is everyone so swift? Just a little feature called reservation. What is the broadcaster up to? Enjoying the scenery with a beauty on a rainy day. What a refined taste. Catherine, Are you riding a motorcycle? So you're also a bike enthusiast? Let us plan a mountain ride together sometime. Men, after all, always notice beauties first, even with 4 camera angles in the live stream. Their gazes were uniformly drawn to Catherine. Good morning, esteemed viewers. I don't have time to chat right now. I'm in the midst of fleeing for my life. Lei Ting shot out this line before turning his attention skyward. Fleeing for my life? Has the plot progressed? Didn't we already find a temporary shelter yesterday? What the heck? I just realized. Is that dark figure flying in the sky the monster the broadcaster mentioned? It can fly? That complicates things. What kind of monster is it? The audience had also noticed the dark shapes appearing in the sky, growing larger as they approached. Lei Ting shared the information he had scanned onto the live stream screen, allowing the viewers a direct understanding of the creatures. What the hell? You call that a bat? Goodness, that head is bigger than an eagle's. Thousands of viruses. That's insane. If that thing bites the broadcaster, he'd be introducing hundreds of viruses into his system, and it drains blood, uses sound waves. It's invincible. Broadcaster, do you still think you can escape? Observing the information on the screen and glancing at the bloodbaths merging with the night, it truly resembled a scene from a Western horror film. Boom. Vroom vroom vroom. It started. Get in the car. As the enemy closed in, Lei Ting braced himself for battle. Suddenly, a roar from the exhaust pipe reached his ears, accompanied by Catherine's delighted cheer. Ha. Well done. Lei Ting's figure flickered as he leapt into the sidecar. Let us go. Catherine twisted the throttle, and the trike shot forward like an arrow. Ha ha. Luck is on our side. This vehicle has been upgraded with a powerful engine. Feeling the wind whipping past them, Catherine shouted in exhilaration. Lei Ting also noticed that under her control, the trike was indeed quite fast. The phantom bloodbaths were still in pursuit, but they were being distanced by the trike. Just then, a strange sound wave enveloped them. Ah, my head. It hurts. Catherine grimaced in pain, exclaiming. The motorcycle nearly lost control, veering off course. Luckily, she gritted her teeth and managed to steady the handlebars, flooring the throttle, further accelerating the bike. The distance between them and the enemy had been sufficient. It was only the residual effects of the sound wave that had affected them. Ahead lay a straight straight in a similar series of maneuvers. Several items were procured. Subsequently, he dashed towards the roadside. With a swift thrust of his blade, utilizing a displacement skill, he surged into the cargo bed of a nearby tricycle. What were you up to? Catherine inquired while driving. I just recalled some advice from a friend of mine, remembered a few things, and since I was nearby, I went to gather them, he replied. Keep driving forward. I'll see if I can shake them off. With that, Thunder turned around, and with a flick of his thought, a bright orange package appeared in his hand. He opened the package and retrieved several items, holding them in his grasp. This is... Catherine caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, her eyes instantly lighting up. Chapter 70. Luring monsters into the room. Clever use of the rescue package. Was that what you went to fetch? Catherine asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, this item is incredibly useful against them, Thunder declared as he extracted a slender cylindrical object from the orange package. It was a powerful flashlight. Watch closely. Damn monsters. Thunder brandished a flashlight in each hand, aiming them at the pursuing blood-sucking bats. The powerful flashlight illuminated the scene, casting a brightness akin to that of a miniature sun. The bats were suddenly enveloped in light, instinctively sensing discomfort and agitation. They immediately altered their course, attempting to evade the glare of the flashlights. As a result, their pursuit slowed considerably. Haha, it's indeed effective. Seeing the 2 flashlights diminish the foe's speed, Thunder and Catherine were elated. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Although the bats had slowed down, they showed no signs of retreat. They continued to take evasive routes, persisting in their pursuit. Haha, I played with that as a child. It really works. The effect is there, but it won't save us. Director Wolf, please continue to provide guidance. In the live stream, the audience eagerly called upon Director Wolf for further advice. Director Wolf, streamer, see if there are any enclosed structures nearby. Try to lure them there. The effects will be much better in a sealed room. Director Wolf was indeed still present and quickly provided his guidance. Got it. Thank you all. Thunder instructed Catherine. Look around. See if there are any sturdy buildings nearby to lure them into. What about over there? Catherine replied, glancing around as she drove. The headlights illuminated a road sign ahead, which read, Sightseeing Cruise Ticket Office, accompanied by an arrow pointing to an adjacent road. Let us head there. We'll draw them to the ticket office. Catherine promptly turned the steering wheel, racing towards the ticket office. They arrived at the entrance of the ticket office, where further riding was impossible. Without exchanging unnecessary words, the duo instinctively disembarked and dashed into the ticket office. Let us proceed according to our earlier plan. Thunder commanded, and Catherine nodded, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, Thunder stood at the entrance, wildly waving his flashlight towards the sky. This time, he intentionally did not aim at the blood-sucking bats, but rather acted as a beacon to lure them in. The swarm of bats screeched wildly, becoming visible as dawn approached, their forms growing clearer, with mouse-like heads, sharp fangs, and bat wings. Their entire bodies were a ghastly shade of crimson. Unlike ordinary bats, their skin was devoid of any fur. Leaving only a smooth, glistening surface, they appeared as grotesque, hairless rodents, evoking a sense of revulsion. Oh my, that is so hideous. I feel my sanity points dropping just by looking at it through the screen. Yikes, I was just eating pig trotters. Youngster, is the environment that good? Eating pig trotters so early in the morning. Those bats are so large. I wonder how they would taste if roasted. Winky face. Oh, great deity above. You can even think about eating that. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? The live stream audience shared similar expressions of disgust. The blood-sucking bats also took notice of Thunder, who was waving the flashlight as the daylight grew. He quickly stowed away the two flashlights and crouched down, adopting a signature pose. Come here, you fools, he unleashed a taunt as if wielding the power of the laws. This tactic had proven effective time and again. The bats, displaying a cruel demeanor, accelerated towards him. Thunder promptly turned and dashed into the ticket hall. The ticket hall was not large, measuring around 200 square meters. Directly opposite the entrance were two glass windows labeled ticket countered. In the center was a row of stainless steel benches for temporary waiting, and around the periphery were closed windows fitted with stainless steel barriers. The only two exits were the main entrance and the ticketing area for entering the cruise. Upon entering, Thunder swiftly made his way to the ticketing area. He quickly retrieved 3 bright orange packages from his system backpack. Laying them out in a row, with a swift motion, he dumped the contents onto the floor. Just then, the blood-sucking bats surged through the open door. Attack! Thunder shouted, and the bats lunged towards him. Simultaneously, a series of loud crashes echoed as the entrance's rolling shutter descended. Completely sealing off the entrance, it turned out that Catherine had been hiding around the corner of the ticket office, not entering, but coordinating with Thunder to lock them inside this moment. Thunder also sprang into action. He covered himself with several stainless steel benches and lay low on the ground, then pulled the spring mechanism and tossed out several cylindrical objects. Those cylindrical items, once thrown, began emitting a thick, yellow smoke. These were smoke bombs intended for maritime rescue. Earlier, Thunder had collected the rescue emergency kit from the lookout tower, which contained powerful flashlights, rescue smoke bombs, and signal flares. He had now scattered these smoke bombs throughout the ticket hall at various angles. The smoke quickly enveloped the entire ticket office, and all ventilation openings had been sealed by Catherine, within the enclosed space filled with swirling smoke. The blood-sucking bats began to exhibit signs of distress, flailing chaotically like headless flies. The show is far from over. Thunder grinned malevolently as he retrieved 3 recording amplifiers from his backpack. These devices were typically used by lifeguards at the beach to amplify their voices and warn tourists of safety. Thunder had earlier pilfered these as well. He adjusted the volume of the amplifiers to the maximum and began playing pre-recorded warning messages. Swiftly, he placed the amplifiers in different corners of the room, covering them with stainless steel benches. Stoop must open Buddha, please, egg cheong si. A series of dissonant voices echoed throughout the hall. This was the finishing touch, yielding immediate results. The blood-sucking bats, already disoriented by the smoke, were further thrown into chaos by the cacophony of sounds. The windows and other surfaces shattered as these headless flies collided with them, yet the outer steel-framed windows held firm, preventing their escape. Thunder, let us go. Seeing that their objective had been achieved, Catherine shouted through the window to Thunder inside. Thunder understood and quickly raced towards the ticketing area. Just then, several disoriented blood-sucking bats inadvertently collided with his direction. In their dazed state, they noticed Thunder preparing to flee, baring their fanged mouths ready to bite. Fools, you're seeking your own demise. Thunder, who had been startled awake in the middle of the night and had already been running for his life, felt a surge of anger boiling within him. Die! A long spear-like stinger materialized in his hand, aimed directly at the open mouths of the approaching bats, plunging straight in. The stinger, derived from the large fish he had previously encountered, proved surprisingly sharp. With a single strike, it pierced through the bat's head. The bat, not immediately dead, emitted frantic screeches, its body convulsing and spasming involuntarily. Simultaneously, it released a distress signal, prompting other bats to flock towards its location. "Come to me. You'll all be sent to hell." Driven to a frenzy, Thunder had no intention of fleeing now that he aimed to leverage the advantageous terrain and eliminate them all. With a swift motion, he retracted the stinger, revealing a massive fish fin in his hand. This fin, too, was derived from the large fish, constructed from robust cartilaginous structures and sharp scales, its tip as sharp as a blade. Thunder swung it with great vigor, akin to wielding a colossal guillotine, exuding an imposing presence. Slicing through the air, the sound echoed as the vampiric bats lunged at him, only to be cleaved in twain by the razor-like fins. Innards, organs, and limbs scattered across the ground. Kill the phantom vampire bat. Gain evolution points 100. Kill the phantom vampire bat. Gain evolution points 90. Kill the phantom vampire bat. Gain evolution points 110. Dropped items have been automatically collected into the system backpack. Please check that a continuous series of kill notifications resonated, yet Thunder paid them no heed. Focusing intently on his onslaught, the terrain hindered the bats' abilities, rendering their once prized guerrilla tactics ineffective, further compounded by the smoke and noise that disoriented them. Utilizing the terrain, smoke, and sound amplification, Thunder dispatched them one by one in less than half an hour. The area fell silent of bat activity. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was grazed by one bat's claw, leaving a small wound. Fortunately, he acted swiftly, slicing away the affected flesh to halt the spread of any potential virus. He then consumed a healing potion, staunching the bleeding. The injury was not severe. Disassemble. This entire process had become second nature to Thunder. As with fluid movements, he dismantled each bat. "Thunder, move quickly. More bats are coming." At that moment, outside, Catherine issued an urgent warning. Boom! Thunder burst through the ticket booth, charging out. With a swift thrust, he landed in the sidecar of a tricycle. Catherine was already poised, revving the throttle as they sped away. Director Wolf is incredible. The skills taught have indeed aided the streamer in dealing with these bats. Having culture makes a difference. Unlike me, who can only say wow. Incredible. Respect and condolences. Director Wolf. Thank you, brothers, but I merely shared what little I know. The streamer's prowess is truly commendable. In the live stream, viewers watched from beginning to end as Thunder annihilated the bats. Coupled with the streaming system's multi-angle shots, it was crafted into a cinematic experience akin to a 3D blockbuster. What the hell? Why are there still so many? Is that cursed place a bat nest? Taking advantage of Catherine's driving, Thunder turned to glance back in the distance. A dark cloud loomed on the horizon, composed of countless bats. Wait, something feels off. What is that? Suddenly, with keen eyes, Thunder discerned something unusual among the swarm of bats. He vaguely noticed that at the forefront of the bat formation, there were several monstrous shadows that appeared distinctly different. Due to the distance, he could not see clearly, but he could barely make out that their forms diverged from those of the bats. Resembling the previous flying-winged demons instead, had they allied with the zombies? Thunder found himself perplexed. Damn it, they're still pursuing. What shall we do? Catherine, glancing through the rearview mirror, caught sight of the vaguely visible horde behind them. Thunder felt momentarily at a loss. The number of bats far exceeded the previous count, and with no useful items at hand, he doubted he could confront them head-on. Wait, they've stopped? Just as Thunder pondered. He noticed that the swarm of bats had halted above the ticket hall they had just fought in, ceasing their pursuit. Descended? Had they entered the ticket hall? What could they be planning, from a distance? Thunder observed that the monstrous throng had indeed not followed but had instead invaded the ticket hall where the battle had taken place, leaving him in a state of confusion. They haven't followed? Excellent. Whatever their intentions, survival is paramount. Catherine had no time for such contemplations. She pressed the accelerator, and the tricycle vanished swiftly into the storm as the gates of the ticket hall slammed shut behind them. They were violently breached, collapsing to the ground. Several tall, imposing figures appeared at the now open entrance, a faint mist wafting out. Wind. One of the figures waved a hand, conjuring a small whirlwind that cleared the smoke within entirely. My little darlings have all perished, a slender silhouette spoke in a beguiling voice, her tone eerily calm. Victoria, your abilities are far too feeble. The Valencia family's reputation has been tarnished by you. Another lithe figure stepped forward, addressing the previous speaker with a teasing tone. Fiora, if you wish to challenge me, I shall gladly accept. The alluring voice dismissed the taunt. Enough of this meaningless quarrel. There lie clues left by our adversary. The tallest figure interjected, raising a hand that a small whirlwind lifted a chunk of dark, decaying flesh, hovering silently before them. Chapter 72. The night visitor delivers. Once more the light gradually brightened, revealing the figures more clearly. 3 tall humanoid beings, 2 women and 1 man, dressed in opulent black and red attire, complete with neck scarves and polished shoes, exuding a noble aura. Their appearances were striking, undeniably handsome and beautiful, yet their pallid skin lacked any hint of color. They all stared intently at the object before them, silent. That object was, unmistakably, a piece of rotting flesh left behind by the one who had slain their little darlings. From it, I sense a powerful and surging male vitality. The golden-haired woman, resembling an exquisite android, inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent by her voice. It was clear she was the earlier alluring one. Victoria. She extended a pale, slender finger towards the decayed flesh, lightly touching it. The flesh dissipated into a wisp of green smoke, which Victoria inhaled eagerly. This contains an intense electrical energy. Such a sensation is utterly delightful. I shall capture him, grant him my initial embrace, and make him my pet to savor his essence. Immediately, Victoria's enchanting eyes widened, her body shivering involuntarily, her expression betraying an overwhelming excitement. Haha, then you must strive earnestly. Perhaps I shall seize him first. The silver-haired beauty, Fiora, continued to provoke that as she spoke. A smirk revealed her sharp teeth. Silence, both of you. You sound like a pair of harpies. Do not sully the glory of the Valencia family. The tall, handsome man in the middle could no longer endure their bickering and scolded them. His noble appearance was accentuated by his slicked-back hair, white gloves, and evening attire, enhancing his extraordinary demeanor. However, despite his exquisite features, there was an overly delicate quality to his visage, paired with his pallid skin, creating an unsettlingly sharp impression. Dear Julian, do not be angry. My sister and I are merely jesting. Fiora, noticing her male companion's apparent irritation, stepped closer, gently linking her arm with his and whispering sweetly in his ear. Humph, the prey I lost will be reclaimed by my own hands. Once I capture him, I shall return to atone to the Count. Victoria, the golden-haired beauty, scoffed, casting a dismissive glance before turning to leave. Stop. Where do you think you are going? Our powers are restrained by the will of this world. Do not act recklessly. Julian questioned her as she attempted to depart alone. Humph, the Count himself informed me that the 7 days are nearly up, and the world's will shall soon weaken. What have I to fear? To Julian's chagrin, Victoria paid him no mind. With a whoosh, her blood-red cloak unfurled like a pair of immense bat wings, transforming into a crimson arc as she soared into the sky. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage with other factions. Do not jeopardize the family's grand plans. Ignored and disregarded, Julian, who had always maintained an air of elegant arrogance, erupted with rage. Veins bulged on his face, and his fangs elongated menacingly. The once handsome, cold visage twisted into a terrifying snarl as blood surged within him, preparing to chase after her. Dear, do not pursue her. The Count has already sounded the call to assemble. We must attend the banquet. Neglect the Count may lead to his displeasure. Fiora stepped forward, restraining him. Her words seemed to strike a chord within Julian, gradually calming his fury. Fine, I shall heed your counsel. When she returns, I will certainly report to the Count and ensure she is suitably punished. Julian relented, leaving behind a menacing remark. Haha, is it not you who indulged her too much? Both of us are new brides appointed by the Count, yet she has never shown any awareness of this. Since our arrival, she has not even allowed you a touch, and you let her have her way. Fiora feigned anger and playfully reproached him. My dear, are you feeling jealous? My love for you remains unchanged. Julian bore a delicate smile as he gently enveloped Fiora in his embrace. Oh dear, what are you doing? The Count is still waiting, Fiora exclaimed, her voice laced with a flirtatious tone. Fear not, there are still a few minutes left. You know my capabilities. We have ample time. Julian's smile gradually morphed into something more lascivious as he began to caress her. A soft moan escaped Fiola's lips, her complexion flushing with warmth, momentarily shedding her pallor as she eagerly reciprocated his advances. Outside, a swarm of vampire bats joined their wings and claws, forming a vast canopy that enveloped the two. The chill of the rain could not dampen their fiery passion to end their desperate flight for survival. They ultimately emerged unscathed. Few, it seems we are momentarily free from pursuers. Julian expressed his gratitude to the esteemed viewers in the live stream, particularly acknowledging Director Wolf. Without your guidance, confronting those vampire bats would have resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. Even if we managed to prevail, to show his appreciation, the host prepared some small gifts for everyone. Seizing the opportunity, Thunder conveyed his thanks to the audience and decided to share a few trinkets. Oh wow, the host is giving away gifts again. I must be lucky to have stumbled upon this. Are they the kind that can be instantly delivered right before our eyes? We previously misjudged the host. It turns out there truly exists such miraculous technology. I, for one, remain skeptical. Unless I win something and it appears right in front of me. Haha. Quick, call your friends over to lower the odds of winning. As soon as Thunder spoke, the live chat erupted with discussions. He found it peculiar that everyone had begun to believe in him after initially dismissing him as a mere scriptwriter. Upon inquiring through the chat, he learned that the source of this newfound faith originated from Lin Xiao. It appeared that ever since Lin Xiao had engaged with the Spiritual Regulation Bureau, he had sensed that matters were far from simple. Utilizing his connections, he had gathered insights into the Bureau's unique status. Consequently, he had purchased the bottle of perfume from Vivian.as for Li Yuqian. Being a second-generation heir, he had no financial constraints and thus did not sell his. Using the 2 bottles of perfume at his disposal, Lin Xiao had his cousin conduct an analysis, discovering that it contained a unique formula not found elsewhere in the world. They attempted reverse engineering and surprisingly developed 2 new fragrances, though they could not compare to the 2 obtained through the lottery. They managed to replicate about 70 to 80% of the original. Lin Xiao's cousin then showcased these 2 new perfumes at a fashion item event, receiving widespread acclaim. Even before hitting the market, they had already attracted numerous pre-orders. The internet in their homeland was extraordinarily advanced, and somehow, this incident was uncovered. Those with ulterior motives delved deeper and traced the clues back to Thunder's live stream. Thus, a series of sensational articles were published, causing the topic to trend immediately. Chapter 73. The Destination in Sight. The abode of the affluent. While many still believed that Lin Xiao orchestrated this spectacle to promote his new perfume, it did not hinder Thunder from reaping the benefits of the trending topic. Moreover, through this period of live streaming, Thunder had garnered a loyal following, including Li Yuqian, Lin Xiao, and Vivian, though they had not connected the dots to the bizarre notion of time travel. They genuinely believed in the high-tech capabilities of the host. By the way, Director Wolf, you need not participate in the lottery. I will directly gift you something, Thunder said with a grin. He then revealed 2 items. One was the previously used orange emergency survival kit. Earlier, thanks to Director Wolf's suggestion, Thunder had utilized some smoke bombs from it, but it still contained a powerful flashlight, a flare gun, a compass, a small medical kit, and other essential items. As a popular science blogger, Director Wolf often ventured into the wild for material, and these items would undoubtedly be useful to him. The other item was a palm-sized piece of iridescent fish scale, extracted from a peculiar fish. Thunder had initially intended to keep it to craft a suit of armor, estimating that the quantity he possessed was sufficient to create one. That he decided to gift some away. Knowing that Director Wolf would be intrigued by such curiosities, transmitting these 2 items did cost Thunder some points, but he had enough stock to spare. Whoosh! The 2 items instantly vanished from his hands. Far away in a residential area of their homeland, a rugged-looking man was enjoying breakfast while following the live stream on his phone. That it was none other than Director Wolf himself. Suddenly, the 2 items materialized before him, landing on his dining table. What the? Director Wolf exclaimed, nearly dropping his utensils in shock. What is this? Is this real? He stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. The orange emergency kit and its contents had been processed by the system to eliminate all textual information. Is this host a human or a ghost? How does he do this? Grasping the emergency kit in one hand and the iridescent fish scale in the other, Director Wolf was utterly flabbergasted. Without further thought, he immediately requested a connection. Connection established. Having anticipated that Director Wolf would take this route after the perfume incident, Thunder promptly accepted. Host, how is this possible? Am I dreaming? The image appeared in Thunder's live stream, and beads of sweat trickled down Director Wolf's face as he trembled while holding the items. Oh my, not again. Is there anyone who can verify whether this is real or not? I personally don't believe it because I haven't received anything myself. Has Director Wolf been bribed too? Is he in on this scriptwriting scam? Indeed, the skepticism in the live stream outweighed the trust. I swear, if I colluded with this host to write a script, I'll remain impotent for the rest of my life. Faced with accusations of being a paid collaborator, the steadfast Director Wolf could no longer contain his indignation. What the hell? You dare to make such a vile oath? I am starting to believe it. Is it really worth such a price? To have someone sacrifice their happiness for a performance? Yet, this had no effect at all. Haha. In this world, belief begets existence. Disbelief renders it void. There is no need for us to explain every detail. With 2 gifts remaining, I will randomly screenshot the chat and send them to whoever appears. However, this time, the gifts consist of only 2 compasses and 2 pieces of iridescent fish scales. Divided into 2 portions, Thunder had grown accustomed to this. He did not expect everyone to believe him. As long as he had traffic and popularity, topics and debates were also a form of traffic. And as long as they did not harm society, what harm could it do? He dispatched the 2 items. The recipients, named Fishing Uncaught and Happy Little Frog, were both newcomers to the live stream. Their reactions mirrored Director Wolf's, expressing bewildered astonishment. Thunder offered no further explanations, nor did he have the time to do so. Although they had evaded the vampire bat's pursuit, their journey was far from peaceful. They encountered various roaming beasts, including swift wildcats resembling tigers and hordes of zombies besieging a nearby house. They also heard the sounds of survivors battling and calling for help. However, after their previous skirmish, both were too preoccupied with their own safety. Even the empathetic Catherine dared not contemplate further. He needed to assist Catherine in dealing with the monsters pursuing their motorcycle. Fortunately, they encountered no significant dangers. And ahead lay a broader avenue. The buildings and streets along the roadside began to appear clean and picturesque. Almost there, Hollywood awaited them. A massive billboard-like sign emerged along the road, depicting a beautiful and luxurious residential area. Nearby, a group of handsome men and beautiful women served as spokespersons. From the text above, Thunder discerned that those individuals were indeed celebrities of this world. So this is the abode of the wealthy and famous? Thunder finally realized. You just now figured it out? I told you earlier that we live in the mountains. Catherine chuckled at his delayed comprehension. This area was the wealthiest and most luxurious residential locale in all of Los County, ranking among the top in the world, inhabited by the affluent and elite. Not far from here lay Hollywood, the epitome of the film industry, renowned for its breathtaking scenery, where many world-famous film companies resided. Leveraging this industry and its beauty, the area attracted numerous stars and global luminaries to settle down, fostering a thriving economy. It boasted commercial venues featuring major global brands, casinos, art galleries, stadiums, and even top-notch facilities such as police stations, fire departments, and hospitals. Truly a self-sufficient paradise. However, I am not particularly fond of the hedonistic lifestyle here, which is why I seldom reside in this area, Catherine informed him, aware of his unfamiliarity with the local environment. As they conversed, a colossal tunnel appeared ahead. This was the essential route leading to Hollywood, the Star Tunnel. Through this passage, one can enter that vibrant and opulent world of indulgence. Chapter 74. The Path Ahead Blocked. The squid-like Benjamin as Bien San Luan approached the Star Tunnel. The 2 of them sensed something was amiss. They beheld that the tunnel entrance had been entirely sealed off by 2 enormous metallic doors. What is happening? Why has this grand door been closed? The 2 halted Bien San Luan before the door, exchanging puzzled glances. You were unaware of the existence of this door. From Catherine's tone, it seemed she was equally uninformed. While she was aware of these 2 doors, in her memory, they had never been closed. Catherine furrowed her brow and remarked, I understand now. It must have been the people inside who closed it. Suddenly, Catherine appeared to recall something and spoke. The people inside? Indeed. Did I not mention earlier that those residing within are affluent and powerful tycoons, celebrities, dignitaries, and societal elites? They must be fearful of the monsters from the outside invading their sanctuary. Thus they have shut this door. In doing so, they need only manage the monsters within. Catherine elucidated that is it truly possible to operate in such a manner. Thunder was quite astonished. Of course, the very essence of this tunnel and these doors encompasses a defensive nature. Catherine asserted. What shall we do then? Are there any alternative passages? Thunder frowned, his mind unsettled, sensing impending danger. One could navigate around this mountain by sea and reach the Starlight Coast from there. However, we lack a vessel. Thus, this route is unfeasible. As for flying in, we do not possess an aircraft either. Catherine shrugged her shoulders. You cannot be serious. Does that mean our journey is in vain? Thunder felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Having been so close to victory only to falter at the final hurdle. Haha, I was merely jesting. I certainly have a plan. Upon witnessing his exasperation, Catherine suddenly burst into laughter. Just wait. After saying that, she walked toward the side of the tunnel entrance. Thunder curiously followed her. He observed as she felt along the mountain wall, then opened a concealed compartment. Inside lay a visual intercom device. She swiftly entered a series of digits on the keypad, seemingly a password. Subsequently, the screen of the intercom illuminated. Who is it? A figure of a portly officer clad in a black uniform appeared on the screen. He held a large hamburger in his hand, munching while speaking. Hey, Ed, you're sneaking a snack during work hours. Be careful, or I might report you. Catherine clearly recognized the individual and playfully teased him. Is that Miss Cavendish? Good heavens, you're still alive. The portly officer Ed exclaimed in surprise, dropping his hamburger upon seeing Catherine. Haha, I'm quite resilient. I managed to escape. How about you, Ed? Ah, how well can one be? It's all chaos everywhere, but our island remains relatively safe. Let us set aside that for now. Please open the door for me. I wish to enter. After a brief exchange, Catherine insisted. This, Miss Cavendish, the community guard team is currently responsible for defense inside, for outsiders to enter. I must apply for authorization. Ed replied, looking quite troubled. What do you mean? Am I an outsider? I am a distinguished owner. All of you are here to serve us. Upon hearing this, Catherine's temper flared. Yelling at me is futile. All I can do is urge you to quickly seek the person in charge for approval. Do you wish to continue arguing? Or would you prefer I leave sooner? Ed shrugged, appearing innocent. You. Catherine felt as though her fist had struck cotton, rendering her powerless, her face flushed with indignation. Hurry and take care of it. If you succeed, there will be generous rewards. Sensing the situation was not in her favor, Catherine altered her tone, tempting him with promises. All right, please hold on. This officer Ed was clearly a slacker. Upon hearing of rewards, he immediately scampered off. Just a moment. It won't take long. Everyone here knows me. I have everything under control. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed for losing face in front of Thunder, she awkwardly added it's all right. Thank you for your efforts. Thunder responded with a smile. Soon after, Officer Ed returned, accompanied by a tall, well-dressed Caucasian man. Dear Catherine, it is a pleasure to see you again. The man, somewhat unremarkable in appearance, approached with exaggerated flattery. Benjamin? Is that you? Upon seeing him, Catherine's expression soured, her brow slightly furrowing. Indeed, I am currently responsible for the passage review here. The man seemed oblivious to Catherine's displeasure and continued to smile. Congratulations. Now please open the door. My friend and I wish to enter, Catherine stated. Haha. Dear Catherine, if it were you or your parents, I would grant immediate passage. However, for outsiders, I am afraid. According to the newly enacted community regulations, I must be accountable to all residents. Benjamin shook his head. What do you mean? Catherine was instantly furious. Both she and Thunder discerned that he was unwilling to grant them entry. This is merely a standard notification. If you wish to enter, you may do so alone. But others must leave, Benjamin stated plainly. However, dear Catherine, if you are willing to, I can offer you a deal with your mother. Before he could finish, Catherine erupted in rage, unleashing a tirade at the screen. She then promptly switched off the intercom. Those wretched scoundrels. After this outburst, Catherine appeared to still harbor residual fury, her whole body trembling with indignation. Does this fellow have a vendetta against you? Thunder observed the tension between her and the man. This fellow is a member of the squid-like race. He was once my university classmate. This species has an inexplicable sense of superiority, constantly feeling they are above others, flaunting their uniqueness, and calling themselves the chosen people of God. He has persistently pursued me, but I find him utterly revolting." Catherine expressed her disdain, her loathing evident in her tone. "Damn it, with him causing such a ruckus, it seems we cannot gain entry." Catherine huffed indignantly. "Haha, do not despair. We may yet have other means." Thunder remained undeterred. "Do you have a plan?" Hearing his tone, Catherine paused for a moment. "Indeed, I have a few methods. Let us give it a try, though I am uncertain of their efficacy." Thunder remarked, walking toward the side of the mountain that he explored the vicinity of the tunnel entrance and then beckoned, producing an item in his hand. Chapter 75. The Digger King achieves success. Infiltration successful. Is that the little device you used for reconnaissance before? Catherine focused her gaze and recognized the object as a mechanical mouse. Indeed, its full name is the Mechanical Digger Mouse that IT not only serves for reconnaissance, but also possesses the ability to tunnel underground. "I will send it to see if it can find a breakthrough," Thunder declared, releasing 5 mechanical digger mice to explore along the mountain wall near the tunnel. Will that work?" Catherine's voice was filled with skepticism. Observing the diminutive size of the digger mice, she doubted their capability. "Just wait and see." Thunder said nothing further, patiently awaiting results. Squeak, squeak. Before long, one of the digger mice transmitted a signal. "Activate vision sharing." With a mental command, a brand new view materialized before them. It was the perspective of one of the digger mice, which Thunder projected onto one of the camera feeds in the live broadcast. They saw it navigating through a narrow crevice, diligently clawing away the obstacles ahead. The star tunnel had been carved out along the mountain's edge. Every indication suggested that they were attempting to find a way to breach the mountain wall and enter the tunnel. Crack! A faint light suddenly appeared. The mechanical mouse emerged into a cramped room filled with various wires and cables. It seemed to be a distribution and maintenance chamber. Moments ago, the mechanical mouse had burrowed through one of the pipes embedded within the mountain. "Excellent! We have found the breakthrough." Thunder's brow twitched, unleashing his grand plan. "Come forth, giant digger mouse." Boom! Catherine felt a rush of darkness before a massive shadow loomed before her. Is that the mutated Mouse King? Staring at the colossal creature before her, Catherine was taken aback. This creature bore a resemblance to the mutated Mouse King in her mind. Haha, not quite. This is merely similar in appearance to the mutated Mouse King. It is part of the same system as the previous digger mice, Thunder briefly explained, issuing commands to the giant digger mouse. Boom! The giant digger mouse's eyes suddenly glowed, emanating a mechanical red hue. It swiftly approached the mountain wall, scanning it intently. Those red mechanical eyes began to analyze the wall, subsequently identifying a suitable location and rapidly excavating with its front limbs. Crack, crack, crack. The excavation speed is remarkably swift, swiftly revealing a circular tunnel that vanishes beneath the surface. Its line of sight is shared with Thunder. Done. Follow me. Shortly thereafter, Thunder greeted Catherine. Are we really going to drill in here? Catherine gazed apprehensively at the dark cavern before her. Fear not. This cave is quite short. Directly below lies the distribution room of the tunnel. Without hesitation, Thunder burrowed into the opening himself, demonstrating the way. Observing him disappear into the passage, Catherine gritted her teeth and followed suit. Whoosh inside the tunnel. It was as if a giant mechanical mouse had carved it into a slide, propelling her downward with ease. Before Catherine could react, she slid out of the tunnel, landing directly into Thunder's embrace. The entire experience felt akin to riding a waterslide at an amusement park. We'd have truly entered. Catherine's eyes lit up at the sight of the densely packed wiring before her. The tunnel had been excavated from the mountainside, leading directly into this distribution room. It felt reminiscent of tomb raiding. Indeed, those two large doors could hardly be opened by mere mortals. I estimate that the power system here is designed to open the alloy gates, Thunder remarked. He then opened the door to the distribution room and cautiously peered outside. What lay beyond was a spacious, dual-direction, 4-lane road. However, most of the light sources had been extinguished, with only a distant overhead lamp casting a faint glow. It seemed the overseers had no intention of allowing outsiders in, opting instead to turn off the tunnel's illumination. Yet, this inadvertently facilitated Thunder and Catherine's movements. Let us depart from here, Catherine proposed. Wait a moment. I'll have the burrowing mice cover the entrance just in case, Thunder instructed, summoning the burrowing mice to seal the excavated opening with stones. Once the mice were gathered, he felt reassured to leave. The two adhered closely to the tunnel's wall, proceeding with utmost caution to ensure their safety. Thunder released 2 mechanical mice to scout ahead. The tunnel stretched long, approximately 4 kilometers according to Catherine's estimation. Their enhanced physical abilities made this distance feel trivial. Fortunately, there were no signs of human presence, nor any lurking monsters. They advanced swiftly, soon encountering another set of double iron doors, identical to the previous ones. Here we are. This is the exit on the inner side of the tunnel. Nearby was a small door that could be opened from within, serving as an emergency escape route, Catherine exclaimed excitedly. Thunder followed her as she felt along the wall, eventually opening a standard-sized iron door. Beyond it lay a narrow passage capable of accommodating 2 to 3 individuals. At the end of the passage stood another iron door. Pressing against the door, they listened intently. No sounds emerged from beyond, suggesting it was unguarded. Creaked gently pushing the iron door open. A rush of cold, rain-laden air swept in. Before them sprawled a picturesque bay, accompanied by a small dock where several yachts were moored. In conjunction with the tunnel behind them, it resembled the quaint Whittier town back home, constituting a self-contained world. However, a formidable row of barricades now obstructed the bay's access to the open water. Look, the defenses set up by the inhabitants are meticulous. The waterways are sealed off. Even if we had a boat, we wouldn't be able to get in, Thunder remarked, gesturing forward. After all, this is a community built at great expense. With careful consideration for security. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, the atmosphere here was strikingly serene. Coupled with the previous incident involving the rotund officer Ed indulging in hamburgers, and the leisurely demeanor of Benjamin, the squid-like individual, it became evident that the monsters that had descended here were either few or had already been subdued. Quick, hide. A vehicle is approaching. At that moment, Thunder's keen senses detected vibrations emanating from ahead. Grabbing Catherine, he ushered her into a nearby thicket of ornamental trees that a straight dual direction. 4-lane road extended from the nearby sealed alloy gate into the distance. They peered around the bend. A distinctly marked police car sped into view. Screech! The vehicle came to an abrupt halt before the closed gates, and 2 figures emerged. Chapter 76. The awkward live broadcast of the car check. Is that Ed? Upon recognizing the figures disembarking from the police car, the 2 realized they were familiar faces. The very same officer who had been devouring hamburgers earlier. Cursed weather. Have I entered the Arctic? I'm freezing to death. Ed emerged from the police vehicle, clad in long-sleeved uniform, yet visibly shivering. Cursing under his breath, he retrieved a waterproof jacket from the car and put it on. Damn, Ed. It's all your fault for antagonizing that devious character. Dragging me into this mess with you. The other officer, in stark contrast to Ed, was tall and muscular, exuding the aura of a brute. Enough, Peter. I don't wish to hear another word about that little man. Okay. Ed clearly expressed his displeasure. Hey, Ed. Peter, what brings you 2 here? Just then, a small booth resembling a guard station opened by the water's edge, and a figure stepped out. This individual, also in uniform, appeared to be in his 30s. Short in stature and rather unkempt. Hey, Sean, Ed has offended the little man Benjamin and has been sent here to cover your shift. I'm caught up in it too, the tall Peter teased. Haha, that is fantastic. I've been alone here, nearly suffocating. I long to return to the warmth of my home. You haven't spotted anything unusual while keeping watch, have you? Ed and Peter approached Sean to hand over their duties. No, I've been diligently monitoring the surveillance. Nothing has transpired. Sean quickly waved his hand in denial. Then why did you take so long to come out? We've been parked here for ages. Peter, evidently suspicious, pressed on. Well, haha, nothing escapes your notice. Come out. Liz, we can return to the community now. Sean called out towards the booth he had just exited. Hey, Sean. Ed, how are you? A red-haired woman peeked out from within, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Liz, it's you? What the hell, Sean? While we're freezing outside, you're in there cozying up with your girl, and we had to witness it. Was that intentional or just careless? The 2 quickly deduced why Sean had taken so long to emerge. He had been occupied with his girlfriend, causing the delay. Hey, I haven't even mentioned how you 2 interrupted my good time. I was just about to engage in a fierce battle with Liz, going until dawn. What nonsense. We 3 grew up together. We know you all too well. Just a pretty face, but no substance. Exactly. Both of us are superior to you. I can't fathom why Liz chose you in the first place. Liz, if you ever need assistance, I'm here for you. Trust me, Sean is not worthy of you. The four clearly shared a close bond, engaging in playful banter. All right, enough of this. I was indeed with Liz inside, but we didn't notice anything particularly unusual. Everything is normal, Sean insisted earnestly. However, his gaze briefly met Liz's, unmistakably indicating he was not entirely truthful. Concealed in the shadows, Thunder and Catherine exhaled in relief. They hadn't anticipated the presence of a lookout station between the bay and the road. Tasked with monitoring both sides, had Sean been diligent in his duty when they slipped out through the small door, they would surely have been detected. Yet, fortune favored them this time. The lad had been preoccupied with his girlfriend, completely oblivious to their presence, and even lied to his companions. All right, I'll trust you this once. Remember to steer clear of that lunatic Benjamin once we return. He's likely gone off the deep end again. Understood. Let us head inside to warm up, grab a cup of coffee, and complete the handover. Sean, eager to return with his girlfriend, led Ed and Peter towards the guard booth, oblivious to the two figures swiftly slipping into the police car's trunk. Fortunately, the vehicle was an SUV, providing ample space in the back for the two to squeeze in. Before long, a man and woman climbed into the car, starting the engine and driving along the road. Thus, Catherine and Thunder found themselves fortuitously hitching a ride. After about half an hour of travel, the vehicle came to a halt. Outside, faint voices could be heard. Sean, you're quite lucky to come back early. Haha, those two, Ed and Peter, are out of luck. I got the better deal. The external conversation was between Sean and his returning colleagues. Routine procedure, just a vehicle check. Protocol to prevent outsiders from mingling. Outside loomed another checkpoint. With guards engaged in dialogue with Sean, the hearts of the two hidden in the trunk raced instantly. They exchanged glances, steeling themselves for what might come. Should they be discovered, they would spring into action. Oh, dear David, my most cherished friend, could you do me a favor? My girlfriend is in the back. Let us refrain from any scrutiny, shall we? Just a small token of appreciation. I'd like to treat you to a cup of coffee. As the saying goes, heaven does not completely shut off all avenues for a person. Just as the two were filled with trepidation, outside, Sean was bribing the guards that it suddenly dawned on them that Sean's girlfriend, Liz, was also in the car. Clearly, he too was wary of being caught, hence his resort to connections. Sean, you sly one, bringing your girlfriend along while on duty. Let this slide this time. I didn't see anything. Just be cautious on your way. Take the route through the commercial street, and find a secluded spot to drop your girlfriend off early, lest she be discovered. The surveillance over there is undergoing maintenance, and won't be operational until nightfall. So no one will see her get out. This guard, named David, evidently received a satisfactory bribe, even suggesting a plan to assist Sean. Brother, I can't thank you enough. Let us share a drink together soon. Sean, elated, hurriedly bid farewell to David and sped off. Thunder and Catherine exhaled a sigh of relief. This journey had truly been fraught with twists and turns. Fortunately, Lady Luck smiled upon them today, allowing them to navigate through several close calls. After driving for another 10 minutes, the sounds of people gradually filled the air. Creak the car came to a gentle halt. Darling, you should get out here and head home to wait for me. I'll check in at the police station and return to find you. When I come back, we can delve deeper into the intricacies of life together. Oh, dear Sean, there's no one around here. Why don't we explore a bit right here instead? It's been ages since I've engaged in such activities in a car. Oh, no, darling. You are simply too enchanting. I'm on my way. Creaked the two, hidden in the trunk, suddenly felt their faces flush. They hadn't anticipated that these two would be so impatient, embarking on a profound exploration of life's essence right there. Chapter 77. A heavily guarded community. The secret infiltration of two individuals? What the heck? A live broadcast. Is it this explosive? Music Notes channel. After all these years, I've finally waited for this moment. Oh my goodness, I just opened the live stream during my lunch break. And I had my phone on external speaker. I'm mortified. This streamer definitely has some powerful backing, and it's solid too. A broadcast like this hasn't been shut down. Amazing. Streamer, I'm sending you gifts. Quickly switch the camera. This is too valuable. The foolish ones are still shouting to switch the camera, while the clever ones have already activated their screen recording. Streamer, I am an editor. Let us collaborate. You provide the footage, I'll do the editing, and I promise you won't lose out. A 50-50 split sounds good. You take the 5. Security? Where's the security? Hurry and stop this wicked streamer. Upstairs. We advise you to be quiet. Watch out, or I'll reach through the internet cable to slap you. In the past, only beautiful maidens were allowed to flaunt their figures. Yet we talented men were not permitted to express ourselves. How regretful. Yet, in this chatroom, we shall unleash our poetic prowess. This live stream has solid backing. No one is shutting it down, and there is footage to watch. I'll definitely be back often to converse freely with everyone. What a delight, what a delight. The chatroom erupted in chaos. This scene, since the inception of the Music Notes channel, was the first of its kind, so brazenly blatant. The fact that it had not been shut down was enough to etch its name in history. Outrageous. This person was becoming increasingly brazen. Is there no justice left? Is there no law anymore? The data monitoring team at Music Notes Company was in a state of fury, with the director and staff collectively condemning Thunder's live stream. Unfortunately, they had no means to sanction the other party, merely venting their frustrations. Well, director, should we shut it down? Stop monitoring? An employee cautiously inquired. No, that's unnecessary. The Internet Monitoring Department has notified us that this live stream is being recorded in its entirety, and we must fully cooperate. Whatever happens, it's none of our business. The director's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he helplessly replied that, oh no, I forgot it was still live. Quick, let us go. Thunder, equally bewildered, only realized the stream was still active, and hastily opened the trunk to sneak away with Catherine as the heat of the moment intensified. The parking area was a secluded alley, devoid of any onlookers. The two glanced around before swiftly disappearing into the alley. The live stream chat was filled with cries of despair. Some threatened to unfollow, while others tempted with gifts. Thunder could only feign ignorance. Making a hasty retreat at last, they had managed to blend in. Before long, the two found themselves walking along a bustling street, their faces still betraying a hint of unease. What should we do now? Thunder inquired. His initial objective was to hitch a ride on Catherine's family's private jet. So now that they had arrived, it was only natural to follow her lead. Let us head to my house first and get settled, Catherine suggested as she began to step outside. Wait, take this. Thunder handed her a hat, one he had just picked up from a resident's doorstep in the alley. What's this about? Catherine asked, puzzled. Given our recent experiences, the surveillance here appears quite strict. Throughout our journey, we've encountered at least 3 checkpoints. I'm concerned that the residents may have their information documented if we're captured on camera. It could lead to unnecessary trouble. There's an old saying in my hometown. Caution ensures a long journey. Thunder explained. Okay, I'll follow your advice. After a moment's thought, Catherine donned the hat. The two, now wearing hats, lowered their heads to evade the surveillance as they proceeded. The people here seemed utterly unconcerned, with shops operating normally and young folks leisurely strolling about. After walking a short distance, Thunder furrowed his brow. Catherine was equally perplexed, but soon, time revealed the answer. Ahead, at a crossroads, 2 armored personnel carriers were stationed diagonally, flanked by 10 burly men clad in full gear. The two quickly veered away, only to encounter several officers detaining a few individuals, seemingly conducting checks. Those detained produced card-like items for the officers to scan with their machines before being released. They exchanged glances, and seizing the moment while the officers were distracted, they slipped into a nearby alley. Indeed, it seemed those people possessed some form of identification. The two were resolute. Damn Benjamin. There's no way we can obtain any proof now. He will surely make things difficult for us. He might even have us arrested. Catherine seethed. There's no need for that. As long as we secure a plane, we can leave at any time. Why complicate matters? Thunder reassured her. Thus, they began to navigate through the alleyways, sidestepping the main street while advancing cautiously. Although there were some hurdles along the way, they managed to remain unscathed. Almost there, just ahead is Piffuli Mountain, Thunder noted, following Catherine's pointing finger. The path ahead began to rise gently, winding upward. Wait, look here. Thunder pulled her aside, gesturing. Before them, yet another series of barriers were set up, with 2 booths on either side and 5 or 6 guards stationed. Damn it. Those are the security guards for the mountain resort, Catherine exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, as these guards were also checking the identification of those entering the resort. It seemed this place had implemented strict precautions, even more so than outside that a small delivery truck was attempting to enter, and the guards were meticulously inspecting it inside and out. This meant their hopes of sneaking in by hiding in a vehicle were dashed. While such measures were generally beneficial for the residents, They now stood as the last barrier obstructing their path. We can't go through the main entrance. Can you think of any gaps nearby? We'll have to find another way around. Thunder queried, looking at Catherine. Let me think that we're currently on the east side of Piffuli Mountain, which is the only route into the mountain. The west is a sheer cliff by the sea, about 100 meters high, smooth and steep, making it impossible to climb. The south connects to the Hollywood film base via Star Avenue, which is crowded and unsafe. That leaves us with the north side, where there's a commercial area separated by a tall wall, but we can use your mole to break through. Catherine shared her thoughts. Thunder had no objections and followed her toward the north. Before long, a towering 10-meter-high diamond wall, built against the mountainside, came into view. To their surprise, an electric fence topped the wall, separating the entire mountain from the commercial district below. Mole, come out and get to work. Thunder glanced around to ensure no one was watching and released the mole. Several moles scattered in different directions, utilizing their red mechanical eyes to scan the area. Chapter 78. A home broken into. The old Mo family clickety-clacked. The moles sprang into action, burrowing a hole in the corner of the high wall. The two wasted no time, diving through the opening and covering it with debris. Behind the wall lay a sloping hillside, densely planted with various flora. With no clear path ahead, they could only forge ahead, battling through the thicket. I never imagined returning home would be this challenging. Catherine, while pushing aside the nearby grass, expressed her frustration. Shoo! Silence! There's a sound. At that moment, Thunder quickly gestured to her. The two immediately ceased their movements. Beep beep, a distant car horn echoed from ahead, fading away shortly after. It was the road leading into the mountains. They hastened their pace, carefully making their way out. Before them, a broad and straight mountain road unfolded. Let us go. Noticing the absence of onlookers, they quickened their steps. Sprinting forward, after navigating a few turns, they headed westward. We're almost there, just around the bend. A smile graced Catherine's face. Turning the corner, a fork in the road appeared. At the end of the path stood an expansive and luxurious residence. Lush landscape plants adorned the entrance, centering around a quaint 3-story vintage villa that a gentle sea breeze wafted in from the front. Ha! I'm finally back, Catherine laughed, standing by the railing in front of the house. Wait! Thunder suddenly pulled her aside. What's wrong? Taken aback by his abrupt action, Catherine was startled. Are you sure no one is living in your house? Thunder asked in a low voice. Yes, no one is, Catherine replied casually. Immediately, she realized her oversight and swiftly turned to look at her home. To her dismay, the entrance was littered with household trash. Furthermore, several windows on the upper floors appeared to be open. Is someone in my house? Catherine's face in the blink of an eye. Thunder had swiftly dealt each of them a blow. The force of the strike was perfectly calibrated, targeting the knees of those clad in shorts. Although their bones remained unbroken, the pain rendered them incapacitated, collapsing to the ground in an instant. This group had lost their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the couple was left for Catherine to contend with. How audacious they were to lay hands on her. Infuriated by their audacity to not only seize the villa but also to assault its owner, Catherine's fury ignited. With a swift motion, she evaded Mario's grasp and seized a heavy, vintage bronze ashtray from the nearby coffee table. The ashtray appeared sturdy enough to shatter bricks. With a quick maneuver, she circled to Mario's side and brought the ashtray down forcefully upon his head. The sound resonated. Duong. Mario, caught off guard, had assumed that with his longer limbs, capturing the seemingly frail Catherine would be a trivial task. Little did he know of her agility. He fell victim to his own underestimation. Struck by the ashtray, he experienced a momentary dizziness, his stability faltering as he tumbled to the ground. Oh no, my dear, you wretched woman, screamed the enraged Sophia, witnessing her husband's downfall. The facade of civility was shattered. Mother, father, I am in agony. Kill them. I want them dead. Diego, the sleazy man lying on the ground, seemed to take a moment to catch his breath, no longer calling for help, but instead seeking revenge with eyes filled with venom. I will devour you whole. Sophia's eyes glinted with ferocity as her hand moved, revealing a vibrant red chili pepper. Personal space. You are an evolved being. Realizing her intent, both Catherine and Thunder, also evolved beings, reacted instantly. Sophia swiftly consumed the chili, chewing vigorously. With a primal roar, she trembled as she swallowed the pepper. Immediately, her skin began to thicken and roughen, transforming into a grotesque, desiccated facade reminiscent of a withered tree. Her limbs grew robust, sharp claws sprouting forth, while her mouth elongated into a crocodilian snout. Her eyes morphed into slitted pupils akin to cold-blooded creatures. The sight before them was reminiscent of a plump, upright crocodile, minus the tail. Whoa, is that a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? I wonder if that crocodile skin is genuine. If so, it could yield quite a bit of leather. Up there, your expertise reminds me of an old acquaintance. Might you be surnamed Huang? Oh, how did you know? I am Huang He, the director of the Jiangnan Leather Factory. Here is my business card. Indeed, the live stream revealed a gathering of talented individuals. Amidst the banter, Sophia launched her attack. With a thunderous stomp, her massive leg crushed the expensive hardwood floor beneath her. She opened her elongated snout wide, aiming to bite Catherine with a ferocious snap. Humph, what of your powers? I fear you not. Catherine remained undaunted, elegantly sidestepping to avoid the gaping M-A-W-A-S. The monstrous jaw missed her. She swung the ashtray with all her might towards Sophia's knee. The impact reverberated, clank. Yet, Sophia's tough exterior absorbed much of the blow. However, the strike still landed on her joint, causing her to stagger and lose her balance, crashing to the ground. With a resounding crash, the dining table shattered under her weight. Darling, Mario, witnessing his wife's fall, became enraged. He quickly consumed a mushroom-like plant, chewing it before swallowing. The transformation was immediate. His muscles expanded rapidly, his previously slender frame ballooning to a robust physique. His red t-shirt erupted, revealing a physique akin to that of a boulder. This family possessed two evolved beings. Thunder furrowed his brow, contemplating assistance, but Catherine shook her head, signaling her self-sufficiency against these two behemoths. With a roar, Sophia rose once more, her resilient skin protecting her from harm. I shall roast you alive, she bellowed, no longer relying on brute force. Her mouth opened, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath. Goodness, a crocodile that breathes fire. Catherine cursed under her breath, evading the attack just in time. The flames missed her but ignited the curtains behind her. Thunder rushed forward, tearing down the curtains and fanning the flames to extinguish them. This villa, secluded by the sea, was quiet enough that the outside world might not hear the commotion. However, a fire could attract unwanted attention. As Catherine dodged the fiery assault, a shadow loomed overhead. With a thunderous crash, Mario's colossal arms slammed down, cracking the luxurious marble floor. The couple had combined their efforts to confront Catherine, yet their shared trait was their lack of speed. Catherine and Thunder quickly discerned that their opponents lacked combat experience, relying solely on their powers. Consequently, Catherine easily evaded the strike. Though unharmed, Catherine found herself covered in dust, a bit disheveled. Do not presume you hold all the advantages. Fury ignited in her eyes once more. With a flick of her wrist, she drew her water balloon gun and fired several shots at Mario. The adage rings true. The closer the distance, the faster and more accurate the shot. Each water balloon struck Mario's back. Ugh, he cried out in pain. Blood oozing from his wounds, he spun around, swinging his arm like a windmill, aiming at Catherine with wild punches. The water balloon's impact, at such close range, was comparable to a standard 9mm bullet. Not overwhelmingly powerful, but sufficient to inflict damage. Nevertheless, it did not deter Mario's resolve. Catherine skillfully retreated while engaging him, her senses heightened as she perceived heavy footsteps behind her, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Without turning, she charged at Mario, executing a slide tackle that slipped beneath him. The resounding crashes that followed were the result of Sophia attempting to tackle Catherine from behind, only to miss and crash into Mario instead. The weight of their transformed bodies caused the entire villa to tremble. Fool! Catherine seized the moment, her form flashing before the couple. Eye in her hands was not the water balloon gun, but a cylindrical object, her most formidable weapon, the air compression gun. With two resounding blasts, the air compression gun discharged, striking each of them squarely in the abdomen. The effect was akin to a compact shotgun. At such close range, gaping wounds appeared, blood gushing forth. Despite their formidable defenses, the softest parts were severely compromised. They howled in agony, clutching their wounds as their forms gradually reverted to their normal state. Catherine, leveraging her superior combat experience, had decisively taken them down without even employing her control skills. However, as their wounds began to shrink, the bleeding slowed. This transformation can indeed halt injuries when reverted, Thunder observed quietly. Contemplating the implications, impressive, a flawless double kill, such beauty, such combat prowess, and wealth. Where does one find such a woman? Find. Why seek when one can simply appreciate? As long as I unleash my charm, the other party will undoubtedly fall into my embrace. Pa, do you think you are me? With the beauty of Pan Un and the grace of Song Yu, a dragon among men? You shameless scoundrel, you made me vomit my overnight meal. These two are nothing special, they appear so ostentatious. And for what? Just this? Just this. Hiss ha, licking the screen. I hereby declare, from today onwards, this lady is my wife. Witnessing Catherine's remarkable prowess. Single-handedly subduing two beasts with apparent ease, and excitement surged in the live stream. This was largely attributable to the system's multi-angle editing and the crystal-clear quality of the visuals. The viewers in the live stream often found themselves questioning whether they were witnessing a game or something even more real than a science fiction blockbuster. However, rational individuals would not venture into the realm of the supernatural. Even if you told them it was indeed reality, seeing is not always believing. No, please, that you cannot, that you must not kill us. The couple, clearly devoid of combat capability, had succumbed into unconsciousness, rendering them speechless. Yet, this did not stop their son, Diego, from crying out. The two turned their gaze towards him. My parents, they are registered ability users in the community. If they die, the community will come to capture you. You must let us leave here, and we will act as if nothing ever happened. Diego, the antidote is solely in my possession. If you comply, I shall ensure their survival. Chapter 82. Poison manipulates the heart. Subsequent arrangements. What? How could you do this? You lack a sense of contractual integrity. Upon hearing Thunder's thunderous words and sensing his chilling murderous intent, Diego was struck with terror. Huh? This scoundrel dares to speak of contractual integrity with us? The locksmith opens the door for guests. Do you truly think you are worthy? Worthy or not, it will forever be impossible. Bah, it is nearly the same. The foreign devil's concept of contractual integrity. Merely a jest to amuse ourselves. Isn't that a gift from those shepherd dogs? By the way, their remote breeding technology is astonishing. Look, despite the poor relationship between the black and white eagles. This lad, being a descendant of the Mo clan, still buys into this nonsense. Did you not notice earlier? This kid is a second-generation Mo, raised among the white eagles, already a white-hearted fool. The designer of this game is quite perceptive. The AI of these NPCs is impressively integrated. Thunder had yet to smile, yet the viewers in the live stream were already scoffing. With a resounding slap, Diego was sent spinning several times. Then, Thunder seized him by the throat. You now resemble a telephone pole with a feather. Your audacity is growing. We merely contemplated sparing your lives. What does contemplate mean? It means you must accept whatever I say with a smile. Or else you shall be punished. Ignorant fool. Thunder harbored no fondness for this lewd character, speaking without an ounce of courtesy. Ha. Diego, grasping at his throat, could not utter a word, frantically clapping his hands in a plea for mercy. You should swallow one too. Seizing the moment Diego opened his mouth to breathe, Thunder shoved a pill into his mouth and then tossed him to the ground. Cough. Diego clutched his throat, gasping for air. In that fleeting moment, he had distinctly felt the other's murderous intent. Yet it was not over. Thunder moved to his siblings, forcing each to swallow a pill as well. Remember, the lives of your entire family rest in my hands. This antidote exists solely with me. Should I perish, all items within this space shall vanish, and your family will accompany me to the grave. Thunder's words pierced through the hearts of the others like arrows, leaving them in a state of panic. The effect was evidently taking hold. Even if those in the surrounding tennis courts, sky gardens, helipads, and infinity pools are all readily available, should one find themselves trapped here. Sealing off the main road they arrived on would render this place a defensible stronghold. The popularity has surged to over 8,000. Excellent. With less than 2,000 left to complete the mandatory task. The current circumstances suggest it won't be an issue. There are still a few days remaining, and Thunder is not in a hurry. Let's initiate a round of draws to convert resources into combat power. For that is where the true value lies. Upon returning to his room, Thunder had his own plans. He initially aimed to gather 10,000 points for a high-level draw. However, with a new scheme to execute tomorrow, it seemed prudent to prepare a bit more. After all, should the unfortunate scenario described by Teacher Zhao arise, where lives are lost and funds unspent, where would one find the opportunity for regret? Not being particularly lucky himself, he decided against a single draw and opted for 7 consecutive draws instead. Intermediate draw initiated, deducting 7,000 popularity points from the host. Intermediate draw in progress. 10.9 8.0. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Beginner Attribute Enhancement Potion 1. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Red Star Brand Temperature Regulating, Self-Adaptive, Self-Cleaning Tactical Jacket, Set 1. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Red Star Brand Carbon Fiber. Self-Adaptive, Self-Cleaning Running Shoes 1. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Red Star Brand Temperature Regulating, Self-Adaptive, Self-Cleaning Tactical Jacket Set 1. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Red Star Brand Carbon Fiber, Self-Adaptive, Self-Cleaning Running Shoes 1. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Intermediate Ability Enhancement Card 1. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Private Space Expansion Card LV11. What are these? Thunder glanced at the system notifications, feeling somewhat perplexed. Aside from a Private Space Expansion Card LV1 and a Beginner Attribute Enhancement Potion, he had not encountered the other items before. How curious that, despite utilizing the Intermediate Draw, he received a Beginner Attribute Enhancement Potion that is there no intermediate version. Looking at the familiar enhancement potion in his hand, Thunder expressed his bewilderment. He was not greedy. Merely curious. After all, having been unlucky for years, how could he dare entertain such thoughts? Nonetheless, it mattered little. The Beginner Attribute Enhancement Potion had no usage limit and could not be obtained through monster hunting. Only via draws and treasure chests. Thus, acquiring it was indeed a gain. Satisfied, he placed the expansion card and enhancement potion into his private space and examined the other items. Red Star Brand Temperature Regulating. Self-Adaptive, Self-Cleaning Tactical Jacket Set. A product of the conscientious Red Star Group. A true embodiment of quality and affordability. Perfectly tailored to body proportions. It includes a complete set of sportswear and undergarments, which can be self-cleaned simply by removing and redonning. The self-cleaning function can be utilized twice every 24 hours. This set comprises an entire package of attire, featuring a black and red color scheme that balances subtlety with taste. The fabric feels exquisite to the touch, perfectly adhering to the skin, suitable even for sensitive skin. Red Star Brand Carbon Fiber, Self-Adaptive, Self-Cleaning Running Shoes. A product of the conscientious Red Star Group, limited edition for the Year of the Dragon. With identical functions as above. The shoes, similarly in black and red, are embroidered with a dragon motif, exuding depth. With two complete sets of clothing and shoes, it seemed like fate. Is the system perhaps spying on me? How else could it provide such fitting items right after we devised our plan this afternoon? Thunder gazed at the two sets of items, feeling an added surge of confidence. The most valuable item from this round of draws was undoubtedly this. He looked at the shimmering silver card in his hand, captivated. Intermediate Ability Enhancement Card. Can elevate talents of D grade or above, including D grade, by 1 level, up to a maximum of B grade, with no possibility of skipping levels. This card represented a higher-tier version of the Beginner Ability Enhancement Card he had previously used. Abilities are one of his vital means for survival in this world. Cards that enhance abilities are exceptionally rare. Currently, both of his abilities are at D grade, and the appearance of this Intermediate Ability Enhancement Card means he now has the potential to elevate them to B grade. Each enhancement brings significant changes to his extraordinary capabilities. Thunder indeed did not foresee his luck turning around today, as his previously unfortunate streak had seemingly culminated in a fortunate outburst. Chapter 84. The Radiant Blade Bearer. Diversity and fusion first. Let us enhance the talent, and then allocate the attribute points as well. After days of running, he had leveled up several times, yet his attribute points remained unallocated. Using the Intermediate Ability Enhancement Card. Intermediate Ability Enhancement Card successfully used. Blade Assault D grade upgraded to Radiant Blade C grade. Radiant Blade Bearer. C grade can fuse one sharp material at each of 3 locations. Both arms, both legs, and back, allowing it to become a part of the body. Utilizing the inherent properties of the materials, agility is increased to 130 points, and the skill Glacial Radiance is acquired. Glacial Radiance transforms oneself into 5 beams of glacial light, dispersing in 5 different directions, with a maximum range of 200 meters, stops upon encountering an obstacle, and allows the host consciousness to attach to any one of the beams, enabling instant reappearance. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Your body is the embodiment of sharpness. Success. Observing the newly acquired ability, Thunder clenched his fist with determination. This time, he opted for the functional blade assault to enhance. His choice was based on recent battle experiences and their effectiveness. While electrical abilities sound impressive and are indeed powerful, their consumption poses a significant issue, even with enhanced recovery speed and potion assistance. It cannot sustain prolonged combat. Moreover, his current electrical attack methods are limited to conductive shocks and electric ball launches, necessitating agile physical coordination to complement them. Otherwise, if an adversary learns of his abilities, they could easily counter him with insulating materials and engage in guerrilla tactics, making him a target. Thunder estimated that while this ability excels in stealth and surprise attacks, it is premature to rely on it as a primary offensive method. With the apocalypse having only just begun, it remains firmly in the early game phase that in every film and game, magic-type abilities are typically late-game professions. However, the functional blade assault is different. It not only benefits from the enhancement of sharp weaponry, but also boosts agility attributes, diversifying physical capabilities for prolonged combat. Additionally, its accompanying mobility skill, though with a longer cooldown, proves excellent for survival and surprise attacks, making it quite exhilarating to use. Given the current scarcity of resources, he chose the more sustainable and multifaceted blade assault for enhancement. Fusion of sharp materials. How should that be understood? He attempted to utilize the arm he could previously transform, but it no longer worked, indicating that there were no fusion items. Sharp. With this thought, Thunder opened his private space and retrieved several items to experiment with. A machete, a fish spine, a claw, and a long tooth. These were all spoils and materials collected along his journey. Would these be suitable for fusion? He first picked up the machete. This item is made of ordinary alloy, possessing good hardness and sharpness. Fusion material detected. Please select whether to fuse and the fusion location. The system's prompt provided him with an answered SO. That was what it meant. Having received the desired answer, Thunder felt a bit apprehensive. What would it feel like to integrate these items into his body? Walking around with a few blades protruding from him, would he become a humanoid walking blade warrior? The essence of a grand sword, the power to slice through steel and the breath of all things. MR.1. Thinking this way, it seemed somewhat intriguing. Nonetheless, his old abilities had vanished, and not trying was not an option. He decided to give it a shot. After all, his luck had been decent lately. Surely he wouldn't be that unfortunate. With that in mind, Thunder picked up several weapons and took a few practice swings. He discarded the machete, reasoning that it was easier to wield it directly than to fuse it to his hand. He decided to try the claw instead. This item was previously obtained from the limb of a guard claw insect, and it wasn't technically metal. However, its sharpness and hardness far surpassed that of the ordinary alloy machete. Fusion material detected. Please select whether to fuse and the fusion location. The system confirmed that the claw could be fused. Fusion to the outer side of the left forearm. Confirm fusion. With a thought, Thunder initiated the fusion. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The claw shimmered and vanished without a trace. Moments later, a tingling sensation coursed through his left forearm. Fusion complete. Please attempt to use it. Is it done? In just 3 seconds, Thunder had yet to fully process the result when the system informed him. Come forth. Drawing on his previous experience of transforming his hands into blades, he commanded with his mind. Whoosh! A flash of light erupted from his left forearm, and a gleaming silver claw materialized. Is this the result of the fusion? The claw, approximately half a meter in length, resembled a crab's claw, but with even sharper and more serrated edges. Snap, snap. Thunder focused his thoughts, and the claw was able to open and close freely, functioning like scissors. Moreover, it merely adhered to the outer side of his forearm, without replacing his hand, meaning he could still wield weapons with his left hand. This is getting interesting. A vivid image surfaced in his mind, gripping a firearm or weapon in his palm, firing away, and with a crack, another set would sprout forth, restraining the enemy's weapon. Then, he would wield yet another weapon in his hand. Who could possibly defend against such an onslaught? The art of warfare is indeed a deceptive path. This contraption serves not only as a frontal weapon against foes, but also as a means of subterfuge. Truly ingenious. Excellent. Let us continue. Thunder then selected another weapon, this time opting for a 1-meter-long fish spine. The sharpest fragment detached from the jawbone of that peculiar fish, fused seamlessly onto his right forearm. Fusion complete. Please experiment at your discretion. Out it came. With a metallic clang, a gleaming long spike suddenly emerged from his forearm, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The color was uniform, indicating it had been empowered by otherworldly abilities, transforming into a novel material. Not only was it enhanced in hardness and sharpness, but also remarkably lightweight, akin to a biological armor. Moreover, he could manipulate the length and size of this item, provided it did not exceed the original size of the fused object. Thunder swung it left and right, watching as the pincer and long spike expanded and contracted, finding it quite entertaining. When the left pincer closed together, it resembled a shield. Paired with the right hand's long spike, he wielded a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, exuding an aura of formidable power. In close combat, this would be immensely advantageous. Thunder felt a deep satisfaction within. Chapter 85. The Temporary Disguise Pill. Taking the initiative subsequently, Thunder meticulously selected several sharp objects from his spoils. On his left leg, he integrated a crossbow bolt. Upon testing, he found that the bolt remained concealed until he kicked his leg, at which point it would shoot forth, catching opponents off guard. On his right leg, he fused a segment of the strange fish's tail fin. This fin resembled an unfurled fan, its edges exceedingly sharp, covering his ankle. A sweeping kick would send the fin slicing through the air, cleaving everything in its path. He truly became a walking weapon of the human world. As for his back, he integrated a pair of the strange fish's pelvic fins. These fins were substantial and remarkably resilient, with equally sharp edges. Once affixed, they resembled a pair of wings. When spread, a turn would unleash a whirlwind, sweeping through a 3-meter radius and engulfing all enemies within. Simultaneously, they could fold up, enveloping Thunder and providing a degree of protection. Ha! Out with the old, in with the new. After fully arming himself, Thunder felt immense satisfaction. This ability appeared troublesome at first glance, but with the right tools, it proved exceedingly useful. The key was the ability to replace components. In the future, when he found superior materials, he could directly swap any part. With the issue of abilities resolved, he stored all weapons within his body. Another item appeared in his hand, a vial of primary attribute enhancement potion. His current evolution level had surpassed level 8, stamina, 78, strength, 45, agility, 132, intelligence, 41, unallocated free attribute points, 20. This was his current attribute point distribution. After upgrading his abilities, his agility had increased by 30 points. For now, he deemed no further enhancement to agility necessary. The potion in hand could add 40 points, and with an unallocated 20 free attribute points, he had a total of 60 points to distribute. First, he allocated 22 points to stamina, reaching a neat total of 100. Then, he added 25 points to strength, rounding it to a total of 70. Lastly, he assigned 9 points to intelligence, bringing it to a tidy 50. Stamina, 100, strength, 70, agility, 132, intelligence, 50, unallocated free attribute points. For, after distributing the attribute points, he felt a clear feedback coursing through his body, washing away his fatigue and rejuvenating his spirit. He double-checked his items and equipment for accuracy before entering a meditative state, allowing the night to pass in silence. The following day, Thunder ventured to the basement to check on the old family. The couple had awakened, but their internal injuries left them weak, unable to access any medicinal treatments, and thus they could only continue to recuperate. Their son, Diego, had evidently informed them of the poisoning incident. Upon seeing Thunder, they were left with nothing but fear, daring not to react excessively. "We're going out for a while, and will return shortly. If I discover any wrongdoing on your part, the consequences shall be yours to bear." He said no more and turned to leave. In the garage, Thunder and Catherine drove an old, dilapidated car belonging to the couple, winding down the mountain road. "Here, take one." Midway, Catherine, following Thunder's instructions, parked the car at a concealed corner. Thunder handed her a pill. "What is this?" Catherine asked curiously. "One of the spoils I obtained from slaying monsters, called the Temporary Disguise Pill. Consuming it allows one to alter their appearance and physique to match their ideal form, with effects lasting 12 hours. However, during this period, the body must not come into contact with water, or the effect will be immediately nullified. Once it wears off, the next use of this pill must wait for another 12 hours. Thunder provided a brief explanation. In truth, he had not acquired this item from slaying monsters, but rather it had appeared in the system shop after an upgrade, since he had been fleeing for his life previously. He hadn't given it much thought. However, upon receiving the couple's identity cards yesterday, It suddenly came to mind that today's plan revolves around the pill and the couple's identity cards. You hold Sophia's identity card, while I have Mario's. After taking the pill, we will transform into their likenesses, then head to the security team's station, executing our plan as discussed yesterday. Thunder handed the cards to Catherine.ic. When you spoke to me yesterday, I sensed something was amiss. Now I realize you already had a contingency plan. You Eastern men are truly detail-oriented, making one feel quite secure. Catherine enlightened, giving Thunder a thumbs up, showering him with praise. Soon after, they consumed the pills, each holding a photo and beginning to visualize. With a flash, a bright light enveloped them. Subsequently, their appearances began to shift as Catherine's stunning beauty faded, transforming into Sophia's classic image of a short, plump woman with slightly dark skin and wavy hair. Thunder, on the other hand, maintained a tall and lean physique, with his skin tone and hairstyle nearly identical to hers, since both were clad in the Red Star sportswear and shoes won from Thunder's lottery draw yesterday. The garments adjusted seamlessly to their forms. The car resumed its journey. Approaching the mountain entrance checkpoint they had passed yesterday, they took deep breaths, maintaining composure as they slowly approached. Stop. Identification, the fully armed inspectors shouted as they advanced towards them. The duo presented their identity cards. The inspectors first scrutinized the cards with their naked eyes, recognizing the combination of Sophia and Mario's contrasting figures, clearly familiar with them. They then inserted the identity cards into a machine for verification. All checks confirmed accurate. One inspector returned the identity cards, gesturing for them to proceed. Beautiful. We succeeded. As the vehicle gradually departed, Catherine excitedly pumped her fist. Initially worried about potential mishaps, she now felt a rush of exhilaration. Observing Catherine's elation, Thunder could only chuckle. Indeed, the thought processes of foreigners differ from ours. From there, they encountered no obstacles. The car continued southward along the main road, soon merging onto the internal road known as Light and Shadow Avenue. This road connected the Peafuli Villa and Hollywood, accessible solely to these two locations, resulting in sparse traffic. Before long, a sprawling complex of buildings came into view, at the entrance of which stood a massive steel archway adorned with classic images of film characters. In the center, a line of white eagle script proclaimed the legendary Hollywood film base, successfully reached. Chapter 86. The Security Team Service Hall, discovering target objectives. Look, that's the office building of the Film Base Service Center. Not far beyond the grand archway lay an expansive parking lot, capable of accommodating at least 10,000 vehicles. Before the apocalypse, vehicles were not permitted to drive within the film base. All vehicles arriving here had to be parked in this lot, from where they would board vehicles provided by the base to reach various locations. This was also one of the revenue-generating strategies for the film base as a secondary tourist attraction. Fortunately, they did not need to enter the building immediately. The office building was situated to the north of the parking lot. However, they did not enter the building right away, opting instead to meander nearby. The two exited the vehicle, mimicking the couple's gait, swaying as they walked. Their expressions feigned curiosity and bewilderment as they glanced around. Have you spotted anything? No. Aerial vehicles are not small objects. They should be easily visible. They are likely not within this area. Keep an eye out and maintain a natural demeanor. While conversing casually, they continued their exploration. Hey, you two, halt. Just as they were about to delve deeper, a shout echoed from behind them. The two individuals halted in their tracks, feigning confusion as they turned around. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind them, and a squad of fully armed guards emerged. You two, what are you sneaking around here for? Barked the leader, a tall and burly man with short hair, towering over them. Perhaps influenced by local customs, upon arriving at the film studio, the duo found themselves affected by the surroundings. Respected sir, have we done something wrong? Catherine exclaimed, feigning terror, clasping her hands over her chest, and responding with exaggerated caution. I ask you again, what are you doing here? The short-haired man was unimpressed by her act of vulnerability, raising his hand. Several ominous gun barrels were aimed directly at them. No, please don't shoot. We are here to report in. Thunderous Mario made his entrance, bending low, trembling all over, as he held out his identification card. Catherine mirrored his actions, emphasizing their unity, reporting in. You are ability users? The short-haired man, evidently an insider, grasped the situation immediately. Yet, he showed no leniency, producing a small device into which he inserted their identification cards to verify their identities. You lot are also ability users. Truly, God must be blind. After confirming their identities, the man's tone remained harsh, laced with disdain. Report to the office building. What are you doing here? He tossed their cards back to them. Relentless in his scrutiny. Respected sir, we are here for the first time. So, we are unfamiliar with the way. Catherine continued her charade, increasingly enjoying the performance. Today marks the 7th day, and you two truly have impeccable timing to pick up a task. The man's tone dripped with contempt, his intentions far from benevolent. But sir, wasn't it said that as long as you come within 7 days, it would be acceptable? Thunder sensed an underlying meaning in the man's words. I have no time to waste on your nonsense, you pathetic wretch. Ryan, take them to report in, and make it quick. He spat disdainfully, offering no reply to Thunder's inquiry. With that, he turned and left, taking his comrades with him, leaving behind a somewhat youthful armed guard who gestured for them to follow. The two exchanged glances and silently complied. The journey was short, leading them into the main office area, which was a vast reception hall. This space had once served as the service hall of the film studio, where visitors purchased tickets, rented vehicles, and received guided tours. After the apocalypse, it had been repurposed. In the center of the hall stood a circular service counter, behind which several young women attended to the tasks at hand. These two are here for their first task report. Please take good care of them. The armed personnel, Ryan, spoke with the same condescending tone to one of the women. He then departed without further ado. You two, hand over your identification cards, the young woman instructed them. Mario, Sophia, unranked ability users. She inserted the cards into a console before her. You've arrived too late. All solo or duo tasks have been claimed. Currently, only team tasks are available. She gestured for them to examine the massive screen behind her, which displayed only 3 tasks. Explore the photovoltaic power station. Eliminate potential enemies. The photovoltaic power station, located on St. Mountain in the northwest of the film base, has encountered unknown disturbances, resulting in paralysis. Personnel dispatched for investigation have suffered over 10 casualties. Upon accepting the task, you must enter and identify the cause of the malfunction and eliminate the interference. Required personnel, 10-20, current claimants, 0. Energy-related task reward points, 100 points. Survivors automatically receive an A-grade rating. This task topped the list, described in vague terms. Yet, the duo sensed an undercurrent of danger, with 0 claimants and over 10 fatalities prior. It was evident that ability users were not fools, who would dare to accept such a perilous task. They exchanged glances, finally comprehending the implications of the earlier soldier's words. Here, tasks could indeed be chosen freely. When tasks refreshed, arriving early offered a broader selection, increasing the likelihood of securing a safer mission. Those like the old couple who procrastinated until the last moment, thinking they could outsmart the system, often found themselves facing the direst challenges. The community's guard offered benefits to ability users, but these came at a cost. One had to risk their life to earn them. Choose quickly. You must return to hand in your task by midnight tonight, or it will be deemed incomplete, and next week you will automatically be assigned the most difficult task, the young woman stated coldly. The duo continued to scan the options displayed. Explore the stranded cargo ship. A transport vessel laden with new energy sources has run aground in the western high seas. It carries a substantial amount of clean energy purchased from the eastern continent. Yet radio and network communications are unresponsive, and strange fish lurk nearby, preventing access. You must travel by airship. After accepting the task, board a medium-sized transport airship to retrieve as much clean energy as possible. Rewards depend on the quantity recovered. Required personnel, 5-10, current claimants, 4. This task. Upon reading this task, both individuals immediately turned to one another, discerning their mutual thoughts through their shared gaze. Chapter 87. Task selection, awaiting departure. The other tasks left them indifferent, but the mention of the airship ignited a spark of excitement in them. Moreover, with 4 claimants already, they could join in and meet the minimum required number for departure. Considering the time left, it was unlikely anyone else would come to claim the task, so their inclusion would allow them to set off right on schedule. With the understanding they had cultivated, no words were necessary. They exchanged nods. Thunder approached the service desk, conversing with the staff to claim the task. All set. The task is now registered in the system. Upon your return, there will be someone to check the supplies, and rewards will be dispensed based on what is recovered. You may wait in the lounge over there. The transport airships will be operational outside. Ready for departure around noon. The staff member returned their identification cards and ceased further conversation. The two glanced at the time. It was around 10 a.m., not long to wait. Following the staff member's directions, they arrived at the lounge. This spacious area featured high ceilings and was adorned with sofas and chairs. Few individuals occupied the space, totaling no more than 10. Their attire and demeanor indicated they were also preparing for tasks. Upon their entrance, the others remained indifferent, displaying a cold demeanor. They preferred it this way. As imposters, encountering familiar faces could lead to exposure. The duo discreetly surveyed their surroundings, avoiding the range of surveillance, and settled into a secluded corner. "Are you planning to make a move on that airship?" Catherine asked, her face alight with excitement. Thunder, observing her inexplicable enthusiasm, felt a bit speechless. "Why do you seem so eager?" "Well, I am considering it. I reckon the location where the airships are stored must be heavily guarded. You saw the patrols along the way. With just the two of us, we wouldn't be able to forcibly seize one. However, if we leverage the opportunity presented by a task, we might have a chance." Thunder articulated his thoughts. "That's fantastic. How thrilling." "I'm all in," Catherine interrupted him, enthusiastically pumping her fist, brimming with anticipation. Thunder found himself momentarily speechless. This woman, who appeared dignified and graceful, harbored a wild spirit beneath the surface. It seemed every person had their duality. Seizing the moment during their break, Thunder opened a live broadcast. Individuals began to trickle into, "Oh ho, the streamer is working overtime again. Each day brings a new scene. Streamer, can you ask your superiors when the testing will be opened? The game seems to be running smoothly, without a single bug." "Absolutely. One person testing is insufficient. You need the collective strength of the masses." "What the heck? Who are those two with pig faces? Has the protagonist changed? Darn it. Where did the beauty go?" As the audience members entered, they immediately noted the altered scenery and resumed their familiar requests for testing permissions. However, when Thunder adjusted the camera angle to include himself and Catherine, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Hello, dear viewers, it's your streamer. No one has changed. We've just accepted a task, which is as follows." Thunder succinctly introduced their objectives for the day. "Can it transform? Is that the stunning Catherine beside you? Wow, this is quite the contrast. I need to start a website to calm my nerves. See you in half an hour. Streamer, can this pill be used as a prize? Share some benefits with the brothers. Haha, what a dream. This stuff is all in the realm of the metaphysical. The items the streamer previously distributed were all real-world objects. Is it all just a script? Do you truly believe that? Surely, it must be Lin Xiao's ploy to venture into the realm of game streaming, a gimmick financed with his wealth. Otherwise, how could he and Xiao Wei be the first to acquire items? Both being internet celebrities? The internet is a curious entity. If you believe, it exists, and if you do not, it does not. Regardless, we haven't spent any currency here. We primarily focus on companionship, hence there is no loss on our part. Indeed, one must have dreams. Who knows what might materialize? The streamer hasn't uttered a word, yet you seem to have it all figured out. I increasingly feel that this streaming room is not as simple as it appears. I have a keen eye for people. A keen eye for people? Are you a fortune teller? Pray tell, when shall I encounter a wealthy lady resembling Fei to support me? If you get it right, I shall gift you my Global Rich Ladies Contact Handbook. Such a treasure exists. I humbly request a copy, and I shall pay for it. As expected, the barrage of comments veered off topic once more. Haha, this is merely a game-setting item. What can be teleported is indeed genuine, Lei Ting half-jokingly remarked. Nevertheless, our streaming room has been buzzing with activity lately, nearing 9,000 viewers. If everyone could help the streamer push the online count to 10,000 in the coming days, there might indeed be rewards for everyone. With less than 3 days remaining for the completion of the second mandatory task, Lei Ting felt confident but still wished to proceed with caution. Rewards? Did I guess correctly? Is the streamer really going to give something away? What will be given? Do give us a hint. Let us see if it's worth it. The interaction sparked excitement, and the atmosphere in the streaming room reached a small crescendo. Well, let us keep the streamer's lips sealed for now. After all, revealing too much in advance is not a good habit. Lei Ting teased with a smile. The internet is indeed a melting pot. I still recall the streamer's very first day, less than a week ago, transitioning from an innocent young lad to a slick, seasoned character. He has become quite adept at teasing the audience. Indeed, the environment plays a crucial role. I remember when I first entered the workforce, I couldn't even look up at clients. Blushing crimson when teased by those middle-aged ladies. But now, my friend upstairs, may I inquire where you are currently employed? Do elaborate. I am quite intrigued. Laughter filled the streaming room, just as Lei Ting engaged in lively conversation and animated the atmosphere. A sudden commotion broke out. Bang! The entrance to the service hall was flung open from the outside that a figure rushed to the service desk, exclaiming, "Quick! Are there any tasks ready to be undertaken? Count me in." The newcomer tossed their identification card to the staff, impatiently tapping the service desk. This individual was evidently someone at the bottom of the ladder among the capable, although the staff felt displeased. They dared not offend a capable person too much, hastily assisting them. Bang! As the individual received their identification card back, the entrance to the service hall was once again burst open. Chapter 88. The Trendy Christina. Task companions gathered. Haha. Pig, you fools dare to chase me here. The newcomer boasted. I have already accepted a task, and I'm ready to set off. A friendly reminder. This is the ability user service hall. You are not capable, so be cautious about causing a ruckus here, or the security team may deal with you. The individual leaned against the service desk, waving their identification card defiantly at the new arrivals. The crowd was drawn to the commotion at the entrance, and from their vantage point, they could only discern a petite figure with pink twin tails, along with a group of burly men resembling a biker gang. Christina, you despicable little wretch, return what you have taken. The leader of the muscular men, a middle-aged man with red hair and a matching beard, donned a biker jacket adorned with spikes, an unmistakable biker aesthetic. Pig, don't be impulsive. This is the ability user hall. We cannot engage with her here. Several companions, sporting similar attire and peculiar mohawk hairstyles, quickly restrained their leader. Who are you? Dare to create a disturbance here. Depart immediately. We have already alerted the security team. The staff, sensing the situation escalating, issued a stern warning. Pig, let us go. I recently learned an ancient saying from the Eastern continent. A person of capability avenges themselves. 10 years is not too late. Let us retreat for now and wait on the outskirts. She will return eventually, and when she does, we shall make our move. If she does not return, then she is as good as dead outside. And you needn't concern yourself with her. The younger members chimed in, naturally wary of provoking the security team. Right? Let us withdraw. Christina, you wretched girl, wait for me. Pig, taking advantage of the support from his companions, led them away swiftly. The uproar was over as quickly as it began. Madam, refrain from causing further trouble. Given that this is your first task, we shall not report it. However, should you continue to be a nuisance, we reserve the right to add prior offenses to your identification card. The staff directed their ire toward the instigator. Haha, sorry, I understand. I want to do it again. The woman, evidently a seasoned trickster, adept at bending rules, bowed in apology, her demeanor playful, as if she had not taken the warning to heart. Subsequently, she hastily made her way to the rest area as she approached. Lei Ting and the viewers in the streaming room caught a clear glimpse of her appearance. They beheld a girl with long pink hair tied into two ponytails cascading to her waist, one of which was dyed purple. She wore a peculiar pair of metallic sunglasses, one frame shaped like an N and the other an O. Her upper attire consisted of a pink fitted tube top, exposing a fair amount of her slim waist, which barely hinted at her less than ideal figure. The lower half featured blue, tight-fitting denim shorts, accentuating her curves, and she donned white stockings paired with pink shoes, radiating youthful exuberance. Additionally, she was adorned with numerous sequins that sparkled under the lights. She carried an oversized, worn-out bear-shaped backpack, nearly as big as herself. Standing between 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall, her physique was rather average, resembling that of a high school student. However, her flamboyant attire signified that she was no ordinary individual. Upon entering, she surveyed her surroundings without uttering a word, choosing a corner to sit down. Lei Ting observed her exhale deeply, seemingly finding temporary relief. He then fell into a contemplative silence. Aha, this girl has character. I quite like her. She somewhat resembles a character from an old film. What was it called? One of the female roles. Harley Quinn. Kiko, there is a slight resemblance, but she is definitely more well-endowed. I have a knack for spotting that. Goodness, the makeup on her face is as thick as a coat of plaster. Can you all truly see that? Nonsense. You youngsters wouldn't understand. Having experienced countless beauties, one can discern the true essence. To be fair, the narrative design for this new NPC seems quite elaborate. Surely there must be a storyline ahead. Streamer, you should go and flirt a bit, pick up some tasks. The audience in the streaming room offered Lei Ting suggestions. Before he could respond, it appeared that the girl had sensed the gaze upon her. She suddenly looked up and made eye contact. In a bold move, she raised her middle finger, delivering an obscene gesture toward Lei Ting. Haha, staring at the young lady like that. You've been deemed a lecherous uncle. Catherine teased with a smirk. Lei Ting sighed in exasperation. The flying vehicle for the explorer. Greetings to all. I am Captain Mark of this transport vessel, and this is my first mate, Jack. In this mission, we are entrusted with the responsibility of transporting everyone to their destination. That I hope that each of you will exert your utmost efforts to gather renewable energy and reap greater rewards. If there are no questions, then we shall. Buzz. Just as Mark's words lingered in the air, the entire space seemed to tremble momentarily. The crowd was astonished to find that the world appeared to have come to a standstill. Everyone was rendered immobile. Chapter 89. Global announcement issued. A new version approaches. Global announcement. 24 hours remaining until the end of the novice protection period. At noon tomorrow, the world will's barrier will gradually weaken over time. The strength of monsters will increase, and the quality of dropped items will correspondingly improve. Upcoming features: wild survival treasure chests, temporary shelters in the wild, system auction house functionality. Wild survival treasure chests randomly spawn in any area outside of towns. With the first phase releasing chests of hardwood, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold levels. These chests will invariably be guarded by formidable monsters, and the keys to unlock them are also held by these creatures, necessitating their defeat to obtain the keys. The contents of the chest vary widely, with higher-tier chests yielding superior quality and quantity of items. Risk and opportunity coexist, and while monsters pose a threat, the greatest danger lies in greed. Act within your means. Temporary shelters in the wild randomly spawn in any area outside of towns. The first phase offering small and medium-sized shelters, which appear unremarkable externally, but contain inexhaustible resources and energy internally. Though items cannot be removed from the shelter, once inside, no one and no monster can attack. The first person to enter a shelter becomes its actual controller and can expel or accept subsequent entrants. Small shelters last for 7 days, while medium shelters last for 15 days from the moment individuals enter. During this time, the shelter's teleportation device can be used at will, allowing for exit and return. Once the duration expires, all occupants will be randomly teleported to any safe location within a 10-kilometer radius, with the option to choose whether to be transported, a welfare checkpoint, for even in despair. One must catch their breath. System Auction House, a new feature expansion in the system space, allowing everyone to log in with real names or anonymously, accompanied by a messaging function. It comprises 3 main modules. 1. Auction function. Using evolution points as currency, individuals can auction off unwanted items to convert them into evolution points. 2. Barter function. Exchange unwanted items for equivalent items from others. 3. Bounty function. Set a reward amount in advance and publish purchasing tasks to attract others to complete them. Important note: all items are sent via mail, which can include messages and attachments. Soulbound items cannot be traded. For items to hold value, they must circulate. For more information, explore on your own. Countdown begins. 23, 55, 45. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the crowd, persisting for a full 5 minutes. Fortunately, the voice that instigated this sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly as the countdown commenced. The world resumed its normal operations, and individuals felt their own states return to normalcy. Yes, it was the voice heralding the apocalypse. Global survivors collectively recalled that deeply ingrained memory of terror. Yet, the countdown looming in each person's mind continued to serve as a stark reminder that this was a tangible horror. Individuals hurriedly exchanged glances with those beside them, witnessing profound fear reflected in each other's eyes. For a moment, the aircraft continued its flight, but silence reigned among the passengers. The atmosphere was thick with tension. To Thunder's astonishment, this information was broadcast live in the streaming channel, complete with a dedicated camera segment to display it. Is this a version upgrade? So the past week was merely the novice protection period? 3 new features added. Looks promising, enhancing playability. So much text, I can't handle it. I need to take a moment to relax, perhaps with a pretty girl. The treasure chests sound excellent. I adore treasure hunting in the wild. Just last week, I found some treasures outdoors. Everyone should come to my stream and see if anything catches your eye, not for profit, but to make friends. Damn it. What a coincidence. I run into you, a country bumpkin. Brothers, don't believe him. He is just a tomb raider. He does nothing but dig up graves and commit vile acts. Huh, a real-life gold digger. Quickly, let us call for help. I prefer the wild shelters. If I can find one first, at least I'll enjoy a week of free vacation. Plus, I can expel or accept others. Haha, I'll gather a harem. Only letting in the pretty girls. Bro, don't be too rigid about gender. What about someone fresh from Thailand? I'm Wong Gang. Get lost. Wong Gang, step aside. Let the others stay. Yes, this is indeed a version upgrade. Well then, esteemed viewers, please continue your discussions while I navigate through this challenge. Thunder sought a way to deflect the situation. Meanwhile, he delved into his mind and summoned his streaming system. System Overlord, the difficulty has escalated. Are there any additional rewards? This system is his greatest support. When faced with challenges, seeking support is undoubtedly the right course of action. Please complete the mandatory task, and the system will also upgrade synchronously. It truly responded. The system's reply came swiftly, so much so that Thunder doubted his own hearing. Wonderful, so you can upgrade as well. Thunder clenched his fists in excitement and inquired eagerly. Yet this time, the system fell silent again, reverting to its aloof demeanor and ignoring him. Thunder, what's wrong? Noticing the fluctuations in his expression, Catherine quickly asked, "Doe, I'm fine. I was just contemplating the content of that announcement." You heard it too. Any thoughts? Not much for now. The rise of monsters and increased difficulty mean we must continuously grow stronger to cope, that I believe this voice intends to prevent everyone from remaining too complacent. Its purpose is to incite us to resist. As for the other features, to involve random spawns in the wild, which cannot be forced. However, the auction house merits thorough examination. This step seems designed to encourage collaboration and collective progress. I suspect that moving forward, survival may no longer be feasible through solitary efforts. Thunder shared his thoughts with Catherine, who nodded in silent agreement. Greetings, you two esteemed adults. At that moment, a playful voice interjected. Capturing their attention, they looked up to see a trendily dressed girl named Christina, beaming with an exaggerated smile as she approached them. Who are you calling an old lady? Catherine, incensed by the term, momentarily forgot her current guise and retorted angrily, "Doe. Dear, don't be upset." Thunder quickly intervened, giving her a meaningful glance. Simultaneously, he turned his gaze toward Christina. Chapter 90, Unexpected Information. Christina's request, this young lady. I believe it is inappropriate to refer to a beautiful woman as an old lady. In my eyes, she is the most exquisite woman in the world. Thunder unleashed his finest acting skills in that moment, seamlessly embodying the role of a devoted husband standing up for his wife. That Catherine's head snapped up to regard him, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. However, their display was met with a cold sweat from Christina, who found it absurd that a hefty, dark-haired woman and a slender, dark-skinned man were publicly displaying affection in front of her. These two peculiar characters left her momentarily speechless. My apologies, madam. I was presumptuous earlier. I did not intend to offend your appearance. Your beauty and depth of character are well recognized by this gentleman. The quick-witted girl quickly shifted to lavish compliments with exaggerated grace. "Do you have a request?" One does not strike a smiling face. Given her change in demeanor, the two felt it best not to show any further displeasure. "Well, we are all here to undertake tasks. Would it be possible to form a team together?" Christina stated directly. "Form a team? Aren't we already together?" Thunder replied, somewhat puzzled that it's a coalition-type team. Christina continued to smile, turning her back to the other four individuals as she retrieved a holographic tablet. While conversing with the two, she discreetly typed a message on the tablet, cleverly obscuring her actions from the others. Thunder and Catherine saw that the words on the tablet clearly read, "Keep talking." Dante pause. There's danger. A flash of astonishment crossed their eyes, but they quickly resumed their casual conversation. Christina then wrote, "Those four are together. They plan to hijack the aircraft and escape." Upon reading this message, Thunder and Catherine's hearts skipped a beat. Were they encountering rivals in the same line of work? The two continued their charade of casual chatter, maintaining their composure. "Domai. It is exceedingly warm within this aircraft, and my makeup is utterly ruined. Dearest, do you happen to have any tissues?" Thunder hastily retrieved a packet of tissues and handed them to Catherine. Catherine, too, took out a lipstick, feigning a touch dash up that eye. In truth, she began to write on the tissue. How did you know? My abilities are unique. I overheard it. How can we trust you? Because you, too, wish to seize the aircraft. Upon reading her words, the two found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure, their expressions shifting dramatically. A fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Thunder's gaze. What do you intend? Catherine continued to write, To collaborate with you and escape from here. Why us? Because I have seen those individuals online. Two of them are fugitives with murder charges, and I certainly do not wish to lead sheep to the wolves. I have investigated both of you and found that you are merely ordinary service industry workers, posing no threat, and I am the same. Reading the words inscribed by the other, Thunder and Catherine felt a tumult of mixed emotions. The fact that the individual possessed the means to uncover the identities of everyone aboard the aircraft indicated a remarkable capability. Fortunately, their disguise had not been unveiled, and she remained unaware of their true identities. However, all of this was merely one side of the story, and they could not place their complete trust in her. Search the web for the name Simpson Brown, and you will realize that I speak the truth. This clever girl clearly sensed that they did not believe her. Catherine swiftly conducted a search, and her eyes brightened. The group of individuals she had observed upon boarding the aircraft included a particularly imposing man, whose stature was unforgettable. The internet revealed that he had been implicated in the murder of his wife and her entire family over a year ago, with all evidence pointing towards him that he was sentenced to numerous life terms, amounting to a millennium in prison. However, he was a renowned football player, quite successful. With substantial wealth, he contested the ruling, hiring a lavish legal team to defend him. The team found a loophole with one witness, leading to a request for a retrial. Simultaneously, they obtained a dubious medical certificate citing congenital heart disease, arguing for his release on medical grounds. Through these maneuvers, he was indeed allowed to post a hefty bail and was released. Ultimately, he deceived everyone. During his medical leave, he hired several bodyguards and vanished from the area under supervision. This escape only solidified his guilt and added several charges. The online information available was not only detailed, but also included wanted posters. The man seated silently in the corner, despite wearing a hat, fake beard, and makeup, could still be identified by the tattoos on his neck and his physical traits as none other than Simpson Brown himself. The wanted notice was issued precisely the day before the apocalypse erupted. What remarkable luck he had to evade capture amidst the chaos. The security team undoubtedly recognized his identity, but chose not to apprehend him, instead elevating him to the status of an empowered individual. That it seems his journey has been fraught with fortuitous encounters. However, it remains a mystery how he ended up in such a populous area as Hollywood. It stands to reason that the other three individuals accompanying him are likely his hired bodyguards. What kind of collaboration do you propose? Catherine continued to write. I will join forces with you to take control of this aircraft, and you will facilitate my escape from here. Once we have departed, we shall part ways. How does that sound? Christina continued to write. Catherine and Thunder exchanged glances, seeking each other's counsel. They had developed a tacit understanding. Such pivotal decisions were typically made by Thunder. Very well, we will agree to your terms, but should we discover any treachery on your part, the alliance shall be immediately dissolved, and we shall be enemies. Thunder wrote coldly. Okidoki. Christina winked playfully at Thunder, displaying a mischievous demeanor. Thunder quickly diverted his gaze, refusing to meet her eyes. This cunning girl had too many tricks up her sleeve. He could not allow himself to fall into her trap. Attention, empowered individuals. We will reach the designated maritime zone in 10 minutes. Please secure yourselves and fasten your seatbelts. We will gradually descend onto the surface of the sea, and there will be a forceful impact. So take care not to injure yourselves. Just then, a warning from the pilot echoed through the cabin. Chapter 91. The cargo ship journey, each with their own agenda. Haha, this mission has become intriguing. As if Fanway encountered Guyu on a train, there's not a good person in sight. The pilot trembles in fear, surrounded by wolves. In the live broadcast room, the audience, observing from a god's eye view, grasped the entire situation. Before long, a white silhouette appeared upon the vast ocean ahead. As the aircraft drew closer, a 10,000-ton cargo ship became visible, densely packed with containers. Hold on tight, everyone. We are preparing for landing. The pilot shouted, and the aircraft began to gently spiral downwards. Boom! A tremor reverberated, sending a jolt through everyone. Are you all right? We have successfully landed. Please follow me. The co-pilot, Jack, cheerfully entered the cabin, opening the door and stepping out first. The main pilot, Mark, remained behind to guard the ship. Zing-click with a few deft maneuvers on the exterior of the transport ship, a simple transfer ladder extended, connecting to the cargo ship's side. Follow me, and hold on tight. The crowd followed in his footsteps, stepping onto the transfer ladder and grasping the handrails. The inclined ladder slowly moved, ferrying them to the opposite ship's side. Few all right, empowered individuals. The next phase is in your hands. I will remain here on guard. Here are a few short-range communicators. Each of you should wear one, and if any issues arise, you can communicate with me directly. Jack distributed small devices resembling commemorative tokens to everyone. Aren't you coming with us? Catherine inquired. No, madam. Someone must coordinate. Mustn't they? Jack replied with a smile, exuding a genial demeanor. Where is the mission target? Christina asked. I'm afraid. Miss, that is precisely the purpose of your visit here. Jack maintained his smile, appearing remarkably good-natured. You mean to say we must search through thousands of containers to find that cursed new energy source? Christina exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yes, but rest assured, the packaging of the new energy source is distinctly different from these ordinary containers, making it quite easy to identify. Once you locate it, simply notify me via the communicator, and I will arrange for its transport. Jack patiently explained, already outlining the subsequent arrangements with an air of calm. However, enough, miss. If you still have so many questions, I fear you may not complete the task today. Your time is limited. Christina attempted to voice further concerns, but was interrupted by Jack. Thunder furrowed his brow, remaining silent. From the tone of the other, he detected an unusual undertone. Let us proceed, dear. We should search for it. And the sooner we find it, the sooner we can return. The children are waiting for us. Channeling his inner dramatist, Thunder signaled to Catherine that it was time to depart. Christina ceased her inquiries and followed suit. Meanwhile, Simpson and his entourage, having received their communicators, had already made their exit. The three swiftly vanished into the labyrinth of containers as they traversed to a secluded area. Thunder was about to speak when Christina gently gestured for silence. Halting him, the two exchanged perplexed glances. Christina remained mute, pointing at the communicators on their chests. Suddenly, they understood. They removed the communicators, placing them on the ground, and moved aside, circling behind a container that I suspect that communicator has tracking and listening functions. It must be dealt with, Christina whispered. Why not just leave it behind? Catherine asked. Puzzled, we cannot. If the tracking device detects that we remain in one location for too long, it will certainly lead to trouble. Moreover, if we find the new energy source, we will need it for communication. Do not worry. Give me 5 minutes, and I will handle it. Keep watch for me. Christina flashed a confident smile, retrieving all three communicators. Click! From her bear-shaped backpack, she produced a small box. Upon opening it, layers expanded, revealing an array of tools. She placed a tablet on the ground, tapping it to launch several software tools. Then, she donned a pair of trendy, N-shaped glasses perched atop her head. Beep, beep, she pressed a few buttons on the glasses, which began to emit a soft blue hue. A radiant beam of light projected from the lenses onto the communicator. Numerous patterns and numbers immediately began to dance across the tablet screen. While examining the information on the tablet, she deftly extracted tools. From the moment she donned the glasses, her demeanor transformed entirely. Previously, she had embodied a carefree, punkish girl. Now, she exuded the poise and acumen of a seasoned engineer. Her hands moved with remarkable speed, executing actions on the communicator that left the two bewildered. Thunder promptly unleashed 4 burrowing moles, dispatching them to patrol the vicinity. Okay, done, Christina remarked with a smile, having barely passed 5 minutes. Although I have no idea what you just did, it certainly looks impressive. Catherine, too, set aside her initial skepticism, murmuring her approval. Haha, no need to be anxious. Feel free to speak your mind. This contraption has been modified by me, and I currently possess the highest authority. Only what I wish for others to hear can be heard. What they do hear may not necessarily be the truth. Moreover, I have reverse-controlled the ports, allowing us to overhear their conversations as well. The corners of Christina's mouth curled into a dragon-like grin, clearly pleased with her technical prowess. What? In just 5 minutes, you managed to turn this thing to our advantage. This time, not only Catherine, but also Thunder and the audience in the live stream were taken aback. What exactly do you do? Catherine sensed that the other party's identity was far from ordinary. Let us not delve too deeply into specifics, but MY specialties lie in machinery and networks. This trivial gadget is a piece of cake for me. Just trust that I am sincerely cooperating with you. Rest assured, I will not bring you harm. Let us go if we linger any longer. The other party may grow suspicious. The location function is still operational. With that, she tidied up her belongings, repositioned her sunglasses atop her head, winked at the two, and skipped ahead. Catherine and Thunder exchanged glances before following her. Meanwhile, Simpson and his crew were slowly making their way through the inner cabin beneath the deck. Boss, we've exited the open sea. Why not just eliminate them directly? Are we truly seeking that elusive new energy source? One of the underlings inquired softly. Of course I intend to seize all the new energy sources for myself. If we go empty-handed this time, we certainly won't garner any attention. I plan to use these new energy sources as a token of allegiance, presenting them with a grand gift. This way, my brothers will be able to start at a higher level over there. Once we establish our foothold, Simpson concluded his statement with a chilling chuckle that echoed ominously within the inner cabin. Chapter 92. New Energy Vehicles, a product of the Eastern Continent. Where is everyone? How come there's not a soul in sight? I don't know. The security team hasn't disclosed any additional information. With so many containers, how are we supposed to find anything? The trio surveyed the densely packed containers. Feeling somewhat aimless, the sailor who doesn't aspire to be captain is not a good cook. Host, I used to run a ship myself. Allow me to share my experience for your consideration. At that moment, a comment in the live stream caught Thunder's attention. He had previously set up keyword alerts. Any mention of suggestions or experiences would appear in a separate feed visible solely to him. Typically, the uppermost deck does not house valuable items. As the earlier individual mentioned, conspicuous goods are usually marked with special packaging. Therefore, I recommend you explore the lower decks. The environment in the inner cabin is better, and important cargo is likely stored there. That's right. Just like how airplanes and high-speed trains have first-class and business seats. Given that we are specifically tasked with locating new energy sources, it stands to reason they would also utilize a separate passage, making the likelihood of finding them on the lower decks significantly higher. With this thought, Thunder's mind sparked with realization. Thank you, Captain, Sailor, Chef. Thunder expressed his gratitude and shared his thoughts with the others. All right, let us start our search from the lower decks and work our way up. The odds are better that way. In agreement, the group swiftly opened the hatch and descended to the lower levels. Has someone been here before? Not long after descending, Thunder detected a faint scent of smoke. Then, he spotted a still warm cigar, but on the floor ahead, it must have been from Simpson and his crew. They were smoking this type earlier on the airship, Christina remarked. Why would they head straight down? Logically, they should have circled around the upper levels first, only descending when they realized there was too much cargo. Catherine pondered aloud, her words deepening the air of mystery surrounding the situation. I have a bad feeling about this. Let us move in the opposite direction to them that we shouldn't follow in their footsteps. Who knows if there are traps waiting for us up ahead? Christina suggested. Thunder and Catherine nodded in agreement. The three quickly altered their course, heading towards the opposite side of the inner cabin. Before long, they entered a spacious area where an array of sleek vehicles came into view. There were spherical designs, soapbox shapes, sedan-like structures, and even car-like forms without wheels, among others. What kind of vehicles are these? I've never seen anything like them. They look so impressive, Thunder exclaimed, clearly unfamiliar with the luxury cars on display. Asking on behalf of the audience in the live stream, these are new energy vehicles manufactured by a major country in the Eastern Continent. They have abandoned traditional internal combustion engines in favor of energy crystal technology as their power source, resulting in faster speeds, enhanced safety, environmental friendliness, and greater intelligence. Previously, traditional energy was monopolized by the group of nations led by the White Eagle Nation. The Eastern Continent, facing energy shortages, devised this alternative route to overtake them. In just a decade, they have completely forsaken traditional energy, freeing themselves from energy extortion and no longer being held hostage. It is said that the Eastern Continent now employs new energy even in their combat machinery and vehicles, consuming less while achieving greater efficiency. Christina elaborated enthusiastically. This batch consists of civilian-grade smart vehicles, apparently intended for export to Samba country, Catherine pointed out, indicating the nameplate above. New energy? Does that refer to electricity? Thunder inquired, puzzled. Not exclusively. Electricity is merely one form of new energy. There are also biomass energy, solar energy, tidal energy, and so forth. The Eastern continent has developed more advanced energy blocks, and I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. In this regard, the White Eagle Nation and the rest of the world have fallen behind, Christina explained. Has the new energy technology in this world really advanced to such a level? Thunder mused silently. Look over there. Aren't those flying vehicles? Catherine pointed to several oval-shaped vessels that resembled UFOs. Those are low-altitude flying vehicles. Indeed, they are, Christina exclaimed, rushing forward in delight. Are they truly flying vehicles? Then why don't we just take them? One for each of us, and we can simply fly away. Thunder suggested eagerly, don't get ahead of yourself. Look above. There are no ignition keys, clearly indicating that the systems are not activated and cannot be started. Moreover, all these new energy vehicles require energy crystals. We still need to go find those, Christina replied with a hint of disappointment. Her conclusion as a mechanical expert left the two feeling quite disheartened. Thunder's eyes darted around, and he discreetly lagged a few steps behind. Seizing the opportunity while the two women moved ahead, he swiftly sidestepped and placed his hand on the smallest mini-smart vehicle. This intelligent vehicle resembled a spherical shape, with a large curved transparent glass front. Through the glass, one could see a single driver's seat inside. The armrest featured 2 light panels, and there were no other operational buttons. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the spherical flying vehicles seen in Dragon Ball when Vegeta and his companions arrived on Earth. Whoosh! In a flash of light, the smart vehicle vanished from sight. This process went unnoticed in the live stream, as it had been shielded from view. Thunder had successfully stored it in his private space. Even with the space expanded tenfold, the spherical vehicle filled it to the brim, leaving no room for anything else. Russell. Did you hear something? Catherine, walking ahead, inquired of Christina. No. Did you hear something? Christina replied nonchalantly, engrossed in admiring the low-altitude flying vehicle beside her. Everyone stay still and keep quiet. Thunder said with a serious expression. He then quickly released several burrowing moles, sending them ahead at a rapid pace. Get ready to hide and await my signal. The two women, sensing his grave demeanor, quickly concealed themselves behind the cluster of vehicles. Sharing vision, the livestream screen began displaying several additional small windows, showcasing the perspectives of all the burrowing moles that tick-tock, that a series of rhythmic sounds emerged from the corridor ahead. Chapter 93. Eerie Corpse. Mysterious creature, what is making that noise? Thunder commanded the burrowing moles to search various rooms. The sound was emanating from a particular room. The moles drew closer to the source of the noise, revealing a chamber resembling a warehouse or storage room. Inside were numerous cans, dehydrated vegetables, and other supplies, yet no sign of human presence. The sound is definitely coming from here. But where could it be? The drilling moles circled around, yet found nothing. Tick-tock, at that moment. Several droplets of liquid fell onto the ground before the drilling mole. It looked up. What is this? The camera zoomed in, revealing a horrifying scene before the onlookers. Suspended from the ceiling of the room were several shadowy figures. However, the angle at which the drilling mole raised its head was insufficient for a clear view. Let us go take a look. With a thunderous call, Catherine and Christina followed closely behind a dead body. Upon entering the room, they immediately spotted several corpses hanging from the ceiling. They swayed gently, akin to pendulums, with droplets of water cascading from them to the floor. Wait. Thunder keenly sensed something amiss. Whoosh! He threw a small knife, striking the weight that held the corpse with pinpoint accuracy. The body began to plummet. Crack! The sound of it hitting the ground was subtle, yet accompanied by the clink of hard objects colliding, lacking the solid thud one would expect from flesh. What happened to this person? Both women gasped in shock. The body was clad in standard sailor attire, completely drenched. Yet, it was nothing but skin stretched over bones, leaving only a shriveled exterior and an internal skeleton. That was why it produced the sound of hard objects upon falling. Look, what are those on his body? Catherine pointed at some foreign objects adorning the corpse. Thunder utilized his machete to prod them for closer inspection. This appears to be some form of seaweed, he deduced, noting the remnants of sea grass on the body. Seaweed? Seagrass? How could these things be on him? The group looked up again, discovering that the other suspended corpses shared the same peculiar condition. Let us search for his fatal wound. The trio meticulously examined the body. Here, Catherine exclaimed after a short while. Pointing to a spot on the top of the head, which was obscured by hair, Thunder cautiously brushed aside the hair, revealing an opening the size of a thumb. It was punctured directly by a hard object. And there's no brain matter inside. They simultaneously arrived at the chilling conclusion. They were drained of life. Catherine and Christina paled, stepping back in horror. This is so brutal. Host, can't you at least censor this? I was just enjoying some tofu pudding. Same here, I was eating grilled pig brains. I wasn't prepared for such a shocking scene to suddenly unfold. The audience in the live stream was equally taken aback by the unfiltered, explicit imagery, quickly expressing their disdain towards Thunder. A shroud of terror enveloped them all. The two women, frightened, fled outside to catch their breath. Look, there are also a series of water stains on the ground here. Christina, with her sharp eyes, made another discovery. Thunder approached to inspect, observing a trail of large water stains extending into the dark passage ahead. Let us follow it. Thunder commanded the drilling mole, speeding ahead along the trail. The lighting system on the ship seemed to be malfunctioning, with only a few emergency lights in the hallways emitting a faint glow. Thankfully, the drilling mole employed bionic technology, allowing its eyes to possess infrared night vision, enabling it to navigate the dim environment. Ahead, a slightly ajar door revealed a faint glimmer of light. The drilling mole stealthily slipped inside. The room was spacious, dominated by a massive water tank occupying nearly half its area. Surrounded by a chaotic pile of cargo, the light emanated from the ceiling, where a spherical object hung, casting a soft, pale blue glow reminiscent of a dreamlike aura. Why does this thing look so familiar? Thunder pondered, increasingly convinced he had encountered it before. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization struck him. Could it be? As his thoughts raced, a similar object appeared in his palm, illuminating their surroundings with a matching soft blue glow. What is that? Both women inquired with curiosity. Thunder remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of dread. The object was a spherical gem, resembling a sapphire, the very night pearl he had acquired from slaying the monstrous fish earlier. Could it be? Gazing at the night pearl before him and the one in the room, they were nearly identical. He quickly urged the drilling mole to climb the edge of the tank for a closer look. The sight sent chills down his spine. Inside the tank, like pickled cabbage, lay numerous sailor corpses stacked together. Their mouths were agape, tongues protruding, eyes glazed over, clearly lifeless for quite some time. Yet, unlike the previously discovered paper-thin corpses, these maintained a normal weight and form. Splash! Before Thunder could recover from his shock, a massive shadow surged from the tank. Whoosh! It moved with lightning speed, akin to a whip, ensnaring the drilling mole and pulling it back. This drilling mole, of medium size, approximately 1 meter in length, instinctively activated its defense mechanism, biting at the shadow that gripped its body. Though it bit down, its sharp metallic teeth merely tore through the air. Subsequently, it was thrust into an inky abyss. Zzz, the screen went dark, and the signal abruptly cut off. In an instant, the drilling mole was lost. This is bad. Run! Thunder felt a surge of panic, a strong sense of impending danger washing over him. The two women, sensing his fear and urgency, quickly turned and fled without a second thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thunder brought up the rear, producing several incendiary bottles, aiming them at the approaching corridor, and without hesitation, hurled them forward. Boom! Flames erupted instantly, forming a temporary wall of fire, blocking the passage. Rumble! Bang! 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 At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the far end of the corridor, quickly followed by an even louder sound that drew closer. What kind of monster is that? Although they could not see the creature, Catherine sensed something was awry. I don't know, but it must be something from the sea. Thunder could only speculate. The trio sprinted back to the expansive area where the new energy vehicles were stored. Following their usual protocol, they swiftly separated, each finding a vehicle to hide within. Thunder also released a drilling mole outside, directing it to scurry back the way they had come while emitting squeaks to attract the pursuer's attention. The three held their breaths, hearts racing as the sounds grew nearer. Finally, a massive, elongated object emerged. Could it be a python? The resemblance was striking. The first long shape appeared, followed by a second, then a third. Soon, a multitude of elongated forms surfaced, supporting a massive red, spherical mass. Slowly coming into view, it resembled a tank-sized octopus, even surpassing the monstrous fish they had encountered earlier. 12-limbed mimetic cutthroat octopus. a mutated behemoth octopus infected by unknown energy. Possessing multiple special abilities. Extremely dangerous. Information about the creature flashed across Thunder's electronic scanning eye, though the details were scant. What the hell? That's one enormous octopus. No wonder those long shapes seemed familiar. They read tentacles. 12 tentacles. If we could acquire that, it would be incredible. You're a bit twisted there, buddy. I was talking about grilled octopus. What are you on about? Realizing the true form of the creature nearly caused the audience to choke in terror. The mere sight of an octopus was unsettling, let alone one of such a colossal size. Fortunately, the creature arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly. The 12 tentacles scurried away at an astonishing speed, disappearing into the depths of the corridor. Phew, we've finally drawn it away. Clearly, the monster responsible for the demise of those sailors and explorers was this creature. The trio, drenched in cold sweat, crawled out from their hiding spots. What's our next move? Where did you lead it? Catherine inquired. Did I let the drilling mole lure it below? We need to retreat to the deck quickly. It isn't safe here. Once we're up, Catherine, you control those two pilots. We'll have to commandeer them, Thunder replied solemnly. Rustle. What sound is that? Just as the two were conversing, Christina perked up, her ears attuned to the passage from which the giant octopus had emerged. Do you hear that? Is there a noise? Hearing her, the others immediately fell silent and turned towards the corridor. Glub. At that moment, a basketball-sized orb gradually appeared, its pink hue looking soft and adorable. What is that? Christina asked, intrigued. Glub. The orb expelled a few bubbles before slowly opening up. Several small tentacles emerged, and two tiny eyes opened on the spherical creature. Judging by its shape, it was unmistakably a miniature version of the large octopus encountered earlier. Could this be Takayaki? How adorable! Christina gazed at the round and plump figure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and caress it. Retreat. Danger. Suddenly, Thunder swiftly moved forward and pulled her aside. Just in time, the plump, rosy octopus abruptly opened its beak and sprayed a jet of dark liquid towards her. If Thunder hadn't acted quickly, Christina would have been directly hit. The black liquid splattered onto a nearby new energy vehicle, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. What is this? Christina's face turned pale with fear, her words stumbling. Dodecapod mimetic stinging octopus juvenile. The immature octopus possesses two attack methods: ink spraying and venomous tentacles. This was the information Thunder had scanned from the creature moments ago, allowing him to conclude that it was not benign and to save Christina in the nick of time. Soon, the passage began to fill with more small spherical octopuses. Their numbers were no less than 80, if not 100. They continuously spewed bubbles, creating an unsettling sensation. Goodness, we've stumbled into an octopus nest. That water pool was their hatching ground. The large one is their mother. My word, octopuses cultivated from human flesh and blood. How terrifying. The three individuals exchanged glances, unable to reach a decision. For safety's sake, they decided to wait a little longer. With that, Thunder produced the luminous night pearl that a radiant light emerged, illuminating a significant portion of the space. The scene before them gradually came into focus. Directly in front of them stood a row of three elongated silver-white containers, their design possessing a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. This is, upon seeing the containers, Christina exclaimed, racing forward. Thunder and Catherine shared a glance before hastily following suit. They noticed that the tops of the containers bore no inscriptions, only a massive logo. The logo depicted a blazing flame, with large characters emblazoned in the center. Yanhuang Gaoka? Thunder was struck as if by lightning upon seeing those characters, which were inscribed in pure block letters, identical to the script of his homeland. Could this be the new energy capsule we have been seeking? Catherine inquired. Indeed, Yanhuang Gaoka is the organization from the eastern continent that produces this new energy. What is contained within must surely be what we are looking for, Christina asserted confidently. However, there is a program lock on top, and without the command key, it cannot be opened. Thus we cannot confirm its contents. Catherine remarked. Not to worry, just give me a moment, and I shall find a way, Christina replied, a smile gracing her lips as she set down her small bear backpack and began to tinker once more. Chapter 96. The New Energy Crystals, an unexpected discovery. Christina retrieved her toolkit and her signature flat light brain. She connected two slender wires to the lock mechanism of the container, then began to operate her light brain with focused intensity. It would take approximately 10 minutes. She uttered this statement and fell silent, engrossed in her task. Thunder observed that while she diligently worked on the light brain, her demeanor exuded a vastly different aura than her usual self. Since we must wait, why not explore the vicinity? Catherine suggested. With idle time on their hands, the pair began to wander around the chamber. Look, there are so many finished mineral products here, Thunder exclaimed, having spotted a large pile of finished mineral bars stacked against the wall. However, lacking expertise in minerals, he could not identify their names. Meanwhile, Catherine stumbled upon some jewelry. What a pity! If these were available before the apocalypse, they would have been splendid products, but now they have lost much of their value. In chaotic times, gold remains the most reliable currency. Catherine casually returned the items to their place, her affluent background rendering such treasures unremarkable to her. Come see, it appears there is another door here. At that moment, Thunder made another discovery along the wall that it's an emergency exit. Typically, such important chambers have 2 exits. Catherine noted as she approached to examine the door's markings. Where does this lead? Thunder inquired. Uncertain, you hold the identification card. Perhaps you should try it, Catherine suggested. Thunder attempted to use the identification card on the door, but it displayed insufficient permissions, indicating that another access card was required. Success. Just as they were about to try again, they heard Christina's excited shout from behind. So soon. Only a little over 5 minutes have passed. The two hurriedly rushed back. With a mechanical clatter, the protective doors of the container swung open, revealing a passage spacious enough for 3 individuals to enter side by side. Inside the container, a neatly arranged stack of square, pale blue energy crystals awaited. Each cube measured precisely 10 centimeters on all sides. Is this that the new energy? Thunder and Catherine gazed in awe at the energy entities before them. Indeed, this is the new energy crystal produced by the Eastern Continent. It is rumored that they acquired some advanced technology from the backside of the blue satellite planet, Blue Moon 2, which enabled them to develop this energy storage technology. However, the Eastern Continent does not acknowledge this and has not disclosed further details about the technology. Just before the apocalypse struck, this technology had achieved a breakthrough, and this batch before us is the civilian version available for external sale. Despite its small size, the energy contained within far exceeds expectations, being remarkably eco-friendly, stable, and efficient. Once used, the crystals shatter and decompose, causing no environmental pollution. Christina picked up a crystal, examining it closely, her eyes alight with excitement. Now that we have found the items, let us discuss how to arrange for their transport. The trio faced yet another dilemma. Our personal space is too limited. If we carry them ourselves, we can only take a small quantity. But entrusting them to that bunch of ruffians in the security team? I cannot abide that, Catherine expressed with frustration. Earlier, their cold indifference while seeking help from Mark and Jack had left her resentful. I too wish to take them all. If we had this energy, we could establish a haven that would last at least 100 years. Christina concurred. In that case, let us take them all. Thunder contemplated before suggesting. Huh? What do you mean? The 2 women turned to him in unison. We shall proceed as such. He shared his thoughts with them. Excellent. Let us do just that. The 2 women readily agreed, having long viewed the security team with disdain. Very well. Let us execute this plan. With their minds aligned, Thunder retrieved the communicator and began calling for the transport ship, while Christina took charge of relocking the containers and modifying the key information. I am Mario. We have located the new energy crystals, but we are trapped in a valuable goods chamber and require assistance, Thunder stated directly, using an open channel so all could hear. I am Mark. Is the information verified? If you are fabricating a military report, you will bear the consequences. The pilot Mark responded, half confirming, half threatening. The appearance is a set of silver-white containers, marked with Yanhuang Gaoka, totaling 3 sets. Thunder relayed the container's details. Good. Confirmed. Maintain stability and do not move. We will open a passage for you from the outside. Mark evidently validated their information. Before long, the sound of metal cutting echoed from the other side of the chamber. The 3 quickly stepped aside as cutting lines began to appear on the metal wall. Clearly, Mark and his team were on the outside, utilizing tools to cut through the ship's outer shell to create an opening. With a resounding crash, after about 20 minutes, the wall collapsed, and a gust of briny sea air rushed in. Indeed, they were met with the ocean. Crack, crack. Several figures swiftly entered. What is this? Robots. The 3 squinted, realizing that the approaching figures were not human, but rather humanoid robots, fully composed of metal and machinery. These were the intelligent robots that the White Eagle Nation has been fervently developing in recent years, capable of functioning in various scenarios. They possessed quite an impressive number. Christina remarked, somewhat astonished. Hello, abilities users. You have done well, and thank you for your patience. Following the robots, Mark and Jack made their appearance. Jack quickly stepped forward to verify the authenticity of the containers. He then gave Mark an approving gesture. Mark, seemingly either intentionally or unintentionally, lingered around the three. Excellent. Verification complete. You have successfully accomplished your mission. Please wait a moment while the engineering robots handle the transportation of these resources onto the ship, and then we shall depart together. After confirming the items, Mark breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the three. Mr. Mark, look, there are still many mineral bars here, and over there lies a pile of jewelry. Should we not take them all? Catherine, playing the part of Sophia, seized the opportunity to approach, feigning greed. Indeed, sir, we do not need the mineral bars, but we could split the jewelry 50-50. What do you think? We three take 5, and you take 5 as well. Thunder, assuming the role of Mario, also ingratiatingly stepped forward. Christina was momentarily taken aback before a thoughtful expression crossed her face. Chapter 97. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unbeknownst to the Oriole, there are still these items. Mark and Jack had been focused on the new energy containers and had not bothered to check the surroundings. Upon hearing the suggestion, they immediately began to survey the area. Excellent proposal. After we finish moving the new energy, we shall divide these treasures. A glimmer of fervor flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, the intelligent robots had begun to methodically transport the containers. They could lift one container with a group of 10, moving them to the newly created wall opening, where a conveyor belt had been set up just as before. Once placed on the conveyor, the containers would be transported directly to the awaiting transport ship below. The three exchanged cautious glances, remaining vigilant. The robots worked swiftly, and soon all 3 containers were on the conveyor belt. Now, fragrant mist. Before Mark and Jack could finish their sentence, a cloud of pink mist enveloped them. Both men felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, collapsing to the ground with a thud, with a clatter. 2 futuristic firearms and a palm-sized LCD screen fell from their grasp. Indeed, these 2 scoundrels were also preparing to make a move against us. Fortunately, we struck first. Catherine remarked with a bitter tone. They fear our resistance, concerned that a conflict might damage the supplies here. Christina stepped forward to retrieve the fallen screen. Meanwhile, Thunder took it upon himself to strip the 2 of their belongings and bind them tightly. Using a security card to unlock the door and unceremoniously toss them into the cabin. We've struck gold. This compact holographic device can control those intelligent robots. Christina exclaimed joyously as she held up the small screen. You intend to take these intelligent robots with you? Thunder inquired, furrowing his brow. Why not? Such useful labor, along with these mineral bars. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave them behind? Christina responded as if it were self-evident. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. This place is fraught with danger, and we should not linger. Catherine expressed her dissent. Nonsense. Soon we will. Christina was about to say something when abruptly, a figure appeared behind her without warning. A burly arm swiftly constricted around her neck, rendering her powerless. She felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, unable to utter a word. Dear, do not struggle. I mean you no harm. The figure behind her pressed a gun against Christina's head. Speaking in AS with a swift motion, the fishbone was extracted, blood gushed forth, and a life was extinguished with a soul-stirring finality. Eliminating an evolved being grants the victor all of their evolution points. The defeated has dropped items, which have been automatically transferred to your private space. Please check. More loot. Having struck down Simpson in a single blow, Thunder stood momentarily stunned by the system notification. This ability to slay evolved beings was akin to vanquishing monsters. Before he could fully comprehend, the colossal octopus had already drained the life from one of the bodyguards. It did not indulge alone. Instead, it discarded the remnants at the cave's entrance. Soon, a swarm of octopus hatchlings descended from its tentacles, eagerly devouring the fallen. My goodness, this mother truly fulfills her role diligently. While she feasts, she doesn't forget to leave her children a taste. Are there any octopus keepers among us? Please enlighten us. Is this truly their method of feeding? Those who have raised octopuses confirm that they are omnivorous, so it is indeed plausible. What flavor would an octopus raised on human flesh possess when roasted? Perhaps half seafood flavor and half something else. That sounds unappetizing. The other flavor has a hint of sourness. Apocalypse, you upstairs are quite knowledgeable. Where did you acquire this information? Of course, it's from television. Would one truly taste it? As the saying goes, lacking knowledge, one must at least possess common sense. Lacking common sense, one should watch more television. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the octopus's extravagant feeding habits. Run, what are you waiting for? Thunder shouted decisively, urging his companions to flee while the creature was still occupied with two bodyguards. Better to let a friend perish than oneself. The wall's breach was no longer viable, so the trio retrieved their access cards and reopened the defensive door, retreating back into the cabin. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Mark and Jack, tightly bound and struggling as they regained consciousness. Let them be. The trio held no sympathy for them, having just moments ago been targets of their malice. Each delivered a kick, sending them back into the rear compartment before sealing the door. Now, the octopus had 2 more meals, and they gained precious time to escape the vehicle storage room. We need to find a means of transportation. I've pilfered a few new energy crystals, Christina declared. You all go ahead. I'll scout for the exit with my burrowing mole. Thunder responded. The 3 quickly split into 2 groups, each embarking on their respective missions. Thunder moved swiftly, aided by the burrowing mole, and soon discovered the exit, which turned out to be the very passage they had descended earlier. It had been blasted open by unknown explosives and subsequently enlarged through brute force. Preliminary deductions suggested that Simpson's group had initially detonated the passage to escape, and the giant octopus had followed the noise, further widening the exit. The ensuing events revealed their confrontation with Thunder. Mark and Jack, hoping to profit from the chaos, only to find themselves ensnared by the lurking octopus, ultimately sealing their fate. Chapter 99. Open fire and slay the octopus. Whoosh whoosh. 2 car-like flying vessels emerged from the depths of the passage. Halting beside Thunder, the design of these flying machines bore a striking resemblance to the vehicle piloted by Bulma in Dragon Ball. They appeared like cars, with wheels retracted beneath the chassis, capable of low-altitude flight using anti-gravity. When landing, the wheels could extend for road travel, and with thrusters at the rear, they could also function as speedboats on water, truly a triad of land, sea, and air. Get in quickly, Catherine called from the driver's seat of one vehicle, while Christina occupied the other. How can you drive too? Thunder swiftly slid into the passenger seat of Catherine's vehicle. Christina had brought along 5 intelligent robots. Catherine replied with a hint of exasperation. Thunder then realized that Christina's vehicle was a 6-seater, perfectly accommodating the 5 robots. Hurry, let us take the passage we couldn't exit before. Thunder pointed, and Catherine pressed the accelerator, propelling them forward. Operating these flying machines was surprisingly intuitive. Akin to driving a car, the 2 vessels soared out of the cargo hold. Where to? Catherine inquired. Let South leave this place first. We can discuss the rest later. Thunder replied casually. You all go ahead. I'll maneuver the transport ship. Just then, Christina encountered another hiccup. Hey! Thunder and Catherine barely had time to react before her vessel charged directly towards the transport ship. That girl simply couldn't resist those energy crystals. What does she want with them? The duo exchanged exasperated glances and continued onward. From their vantage point, they could see the entire ship. A gaping hole marred the side, revealing a massive octopus clinging to it, writhing like a mound of flesh. Goodness! The dim lighting below had obscured its grotesque appearance. The creature's body was not smooth like an ordinary octopus. Instead, it was adorned with numerous protruding flesh spines, reminiscent of sea cucumbers. Simultaneously, its form shimmered and shifted colors under the sunlight. Boom! At that moment, Christina successfully activated the transport ship, which began to slowly move. However, just as the vessel started, chaos erupted. The massive octopus, engrossed in its meal, suddenly turned its attention to the fleeing transport ship. With an uncharacteristically high-pitched roar, it unleashed a torrent of ink-like slime. Splatter! The viscous substance struck the rear of the transport ship with alarming precision, causing smoke to rise ominously from the impact site, accompanied by a foul stench. Damn it! It's attacking the transport ship. Christina, get in the flying vessel. That ship is targeted. Thunder and Catherine shouted in alarm, hastily descending to hover near the transport ship's cockpit. You don't need to worry. I can handle this, Christina shouted defiantly from the cockpit, refusing to budge. She stood resolutely, manipulating a small holographic device, while 5 intelligent robots had already taken their positions on the transport ship's controls. Following Christina's commands, the robots initiated a series of actions, causing the ship to transform. Clang, a high-speed cannon and a naval gun turret emerged from the transport ship, revealing its defensive capabilities. Just then, the octopus's ink-like slime cooled down, readying another projectile. Fire! Boom! 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 The cannon unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the ink, shredding it into fragments that scattered into the ocean, in a show of reciprocity. It was now Christina's turn. Empowered by formidable firepower, Christina felt emboldened. She issued another series of commands, directing the naval gun to target the giant octopus for a direct hit. Boom! The intelligent robots, with their exceptional computational abilities, accurately calculated the trajectory, striking the octopus squarely. It emitted a pained howl, indicating it had been wounded. Again, the naval gun fired 3 more rounds, further enlarging the hole in its body. The entire transport vessel began to tremble, though its substantial tonnage prevented it from capsizing. Let us go. After several rounds, the giant octopus momentarily ceased its movements. Christina, remaining composed, recognized the opportunity and ordered the intelligent robots to secure the transport ship and retreat. What is that? In the sky, Thunder and Catherine, as the smoke began to clear, discerned the state of the colossal octopus. Its single eye had been obliterated, its body charred and blackened, resembling something burnt to a crisp. The creature lay incapacitated on the deck, nearly motionless. It had sustained severe injuries. Thunder quickly assessed its condition, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. I'll dive down and finish it off, he declared to Catherine. What? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Catherine exclaimed in shock, her urgency rising. Don't worry, my skill is ready. Escaping won't be an issue, Thunder reassured her confidently. Seeing his determination, Catherine decided against further delay, swiftly piloting the flying vessel to hover above the deck. Wait for me. Thunder flung open the passenger door and leaped into the as he soared. 2 wing-like fins sprang from his back, an evolution of the side fins he had fused with from a peculiar fish. These fins were long and slender, their edges sharp as blades, reminiscent of a flying fish's side fins. Though they lacked true flight capabilities, they allowed for a short gliding descent, utilizing the gliding ability of his fins. Thunder landed deftly atop the octopus. In midair, he brandished several incendiary bottles, hurling them indiscriminately onto the octopus below. The giant octopus, already gravely injured, was left with barely enough strength to resist the flames. It struggled, attempting to leap into the sea to escape. In no way am I letting you get away. Thunder swiftly maneuvered to its side, his dual fins slicing through the air like a tempest. Snip, snip. The tentacles of the colossal octopus appeared as though severed by a blade, neatly truncated. Death. Now that it had descended, Thunder decided to exert even greater force. His body spun rapidly, transforming the dorsal fins into a fan of blades, directly aimed at the octopus. With a cacophony, a spray of bluish-green blood erupted. Several more tentacles of the giant octopus were sliced away, leaving it with nothing but its head. Eliminated the 12-armed mimic octopus. Earned 5,000 evolution points. Acquired item drop, now stored in private space. Please check. Evolution level has been enhanced. Chapter 100. Force task completed. Testing slots opened. A series of system prompts chimed in. Thunder had not only vanquished the giant octopus, but had also leveled up in the process. This moment, his evolution level surpassed halfway. Through level 9, the evolution points awarded by this massive creature were indeed substantial. Impressive. Well done. This looks far more dashing than the ugly team's Falcon. The ability to evolve is truly promising. Streamer, gifts have been sent, hearts have been clicked, the live stream has been shared. Please arrange to send the testing code ASAP. The audience in the live stream was fervently excited. In nature, living beings harbor an innate fear of creatures larger than themselves. Triumph over such a monstrous entity ignited a thrill and exhilaration of the highest order. Although Thunder had slain a severely weakened giant octopus, he had ample reason to feel proud. Decompose. Finally, completing the process of waste utilization, Thunder swiftly boarded the aircraft. Catherine immediately piloted the craft away, their collaboration seamless. Ahead, Christina also maneuvered the transport vessel a considerable distance away. You two are truly mad, Catherine remarked, still shaken. Initially, she thought it was only Christina who was recklessly prioritizing resources over life. Little did she expect Thunder to be equally daring. Haha, I made a calculated decision. Defeating such a colossal beast should yield significant benefits. Thunder spoke from experience. The last time he defeated a massive fish, he had reaped numerous rewards. His current arsenal of biological weapons was a direct result of that encounter. Now, we shall. Boom! Just as Catherine was speaking, a tremendous sound erupted from behind them. What was that? The two quickly checked the rear-view camera in the aircraft. To their horror, the central control panel displayed a terrifying scene. Beside the cargo ship, a colossal wave surged from the sea. Several gigantic tentacles shot forth from beneath the surface, ensnaring the vessel. These appendages were far longer than those of the previous giant octopus. Moments later, an even larger octopus emerged from the depths, resembling an iceberg floating on the water's surface. Its body was nearly as long as half the cargo ship. The earlier octopus was barely a fraction of its size. Roar! The enormous octopus, upon sighting the remnants of its fellow octopus scattered on the deck, as well as a cluster of smaller octopuses nearby, emitted a mournful wail that was the heart-wrenching cry of one who has lost kin. The sound pierced through the air, chilling and horrifying. What in the world? Is this the North Sea behemoth? So terrifying, so terrifying. Even through the screen, I can feel my heart racing. How am I supposed to face grilled octopus after this? Indeed, the ocean is the root of all fear. These creatures grow as if they consumed golden fertilizer. Streamer, I've sent gifts. What are the coordinates? Share them. I'll fly over immediately. The enthusiasm in the live stream reached unprecedented heights. The colossal octopus, captured by the system's multi-angle photography, provided the audience with a truly immersive experience akin to a realistic 3D film, well worth the price of admission. The number of simultaneous viewers in the live stream exceeded 10,000, with total donations surpassing 100,000 points, achieving the second forced mission objective. Host receives task rewards. 1. Intermediate Ability Enhancement Card 1. 2. Intermediate Strengthening Potion 1. 3. Portable All-Terrain Survival Vehicle 1. Phase Reward. Unlocking experimental testing slots. First phase activation code quantity, 5. New forced task issued. 1. Within 30 days, increase the live stream audience to 60,000 simultaneous viewers and achieve over 1 million points in donations. Completion reward. Unknown. Failure penalty. System reclamation. With a minuscule chance of dimensional penetration, potentially bringing the apocalypse into the live stream dimension. What? The task has been completed? Receiving this notification suddenly made Thunder forget about the giant octopus looming behind him. The rewards were incredibly generous. Gazing at the rewards interface, Thunder was momentarily taken aback. Was this the treatment a non-fortunate soul like him could receive? The coveted Intermediate Ability Enhancement Card and Intermediate Strengthening Potion needed no further elaboration. But what exactly was this portable all-terrain survival vehicle? Regrettably, it was still in the air, and he couldn't experiment with it just yet. Otherwise, he would have immediately taken it out for inspection. Most thrilling to him was the phase reward. Could the so-called testing slot activation code be what he envisioned? The possibility of allowing others to join him in this experience. Thunder was puzzled and inquired. As the host speculates, the system will issue 5 terminal gaming pods and 1 central control console, requiring the host to find a safe location for placement and provide energy. Thereafter, the host can send the terminal gaming pods to live stream viewers they wish to invite, allowing them to enter. After which the system can collect their brainwaves and physical data to create clones identical to their original selves to fight alongside the host. Given the abundance of rewards this time, the system made an exception and provided him with an explanation. Excellent. It truly aligns with my thoughts. I can summon players. Upon realizing this, Thunder felt more exhilarated than receiving the rewards themselves, alone in the apocalypse. He felt an overwhelming solitude. Even though there were always individuals with whom he could battle, they were all strangers, not compatriots. The deep-seated nostalgia for his homeland, when stirred, surged forth like a tide. System, if you follow this line of reasoning, could you potentially clone my information and send it back to my homeland? He immediately extrapolated and presented his idea. That question involves excessive permissions. The system is unable to respond, unable to answer. That suggests there might be a possibility, albeit uncertain, a 50-50 chance. Splendid. This was the best news of the day. Thunder's heart soared. As long as it wasn't a definitive no, there was hope, with even a glimmer of hope. There lay the meaning in his struggle that in the future, he would strive even harder to expand, to attract more viewers and enhance both himself and the live stream's capabilities. Lastly, there was the new forced task. This time, the deadline was considerably extended, yet the difficulty had also increased significantly. Achieving 10,000 viewers initially was not particularly challenging, as rapid early growth was quite normal. However, escalating from 10,000 to 60,000 was not a simple matter of addition. The growth rate would diminish substantially as for the donation amount. While it seemed to have increased tenfold, it was not insurmountable. With more viewers, donations would multiply in return. The most critical aspect, however, was the failure penalty, which raised considerable concerns. Thunder stared at the final line of text, momentarily speechless. Chapter 101. The Octopus Pursuit. The White Eagle in tow. Previously, he thought the system reclamation was the worst punishment. How could there be a chance of dimensional penetration added to it? Losing the system would merely mean reverting to his original state. But if the catastrophe were to seep into his homeland, that would be a grave sin. Thunder furrowed his brow deeply. Thunder, what's wrong? Just then, Catherine noticed his expression constantly shifting and asked with concern, It's nothing, just some thoughts I had. Oh no. Before he could finish, they both gasped in unison. The newly emerged giant octopus had begun to pursue Christina's transport vessel. Its massive size allowed it to move swiftly. Don't come over here. Christina on the transport ship was utterly petrified. She had not anticipated that the giant octopus was part of a pair. Having slain its mate, the husband had come seeking vengeance. Quick, target the main cannon and fire. She swiftly commanded her actions, with several intelligent robots executing their tasks. Point 2 continued navigating the ship, while the other 3 operated the weapons in defense. Boom! The first cannon fired. Roar! It seemed the gigantic octopus sensed the impending attack, and a massive tentacle shot out from the water with great force. Like a whip, it accurately struck the incoming shell. Bang! The shell and tentacle collided on the water's surface, resulting in a burst of sparks. Roar! Bluish-green fluid sprayed from the octopus's tentacle, indicating it had sustained some injury. Yet, given its immense size, such wounds were hardly debilitating. It continued its pursuit. This time, it had learned its lesson, diving below the surface to chase from below. Consequently, the main cannon immediately lost its target. Although this transport vessel was equipped with weaponry, it was a retrofitted system. It lacked advanced detection capabilities, making it incapable of accurately scanning enemies concealed beneath the waves. Additionally, it possessed neither torpedoes nor depth charges, rendering it powerless even if it did detect the foe. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Accelerate. Christina also came to this realization, manipulating the intelligent robots to apply oil to the deck, hastening their escape. Bang! Before long, a resounding roar of water echoed from below once more. Tentacles surged from the depths, relentlessly assaulting them. The gigantic octopus, moving with unprecedented speed beneath the waves, was rapidly closing in on the transport vessel, launching continuous underwater attacks without revealing its head. Oh no! It's over! Christina aboard the ship was paralyzed with fear, only able to command the intelligent robots to evade, hoping for a miracle to occur. No, while there is still a bit of time, I'll go down and bring her up. Otherwise, she is doomed. Thunder said to Catherine. All right, I'll fly down. Catherine agreed as well. No, you keep piloting, fly forward. I'll glide down. Wait, I'll use the portable wormhole to come back up. After Thunder finished speaking, he opened the door and leaped out swiftly. In midair, with his fish fin glider unfurling behind him, he glided gently towards the transport ship, landing steadily thanks to his agility. Christina, come with me. This ship is not salvageable, Thunder declared as he entered the cabin. Uncle, you're here, but there are treasures in here. I can't. Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, the transport vessel shook violently. Then it came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? Oh no, the ship is entangled by its tentacles, and we can't move forward. The two were immediately horrified. I'll go cut off that tentacle. You head to the deck and prepare to escape, Thunder exclaimed and dashed out of the cockpit. Upon exiting, he saw the tip of a tentacle coiling around the railing at the ship's stern, while half of the octopus's head emerged from beneath the water's surface. Let go of me. Thunder swung his claw down. Crack, crack. A flurry of cuts severed the smallest tip of the tentacle. Boom! Simultaneously, Christina also commanded the functional robots to fire a projectile at the head that had just surfaced. With a stroke of luck, the shot directly struck the massive octopus's eyeball. In pain, the colossal creature thrashed its tentacles, creating towering waves. Losing that point of leverage, propelled by the accumulated kinetic energy and the monstrous waves, the transport vessel shot forward like an arrow, gaining a little distance from the giant octopus. "Catherine, hurry, what is that?" Thunder was about to call for aerial support when he suddenly noticed a dark mass in the distant sky. The approaching figures were moving swiftly towards them, clearly drawn by the commotion of the battle. "Oh no, Catherine, run, they're coming for you!" Thunder shouted in alarm. The black dots rapidly closed in, revealing their general forms. It was a flock of enormous bald eagles, the very symbol of the White Eagle Nation. These creatures had evidently undergone mutations. Their size could only be described as overwhelming. Each one was as large as a transport ship. There appeared to be a dozen or so. "No, you all need to come up. We must leave together," Catherine urged anxiously. "If we all leave together, we won't make it. I'll draw them away. You run ahead. We'll contact each other through the forum later. I have a plan." Thunder shouted hastily. Catherine gasped. This moment, the bald eagles were already upon them. A dozen of them flapped their wings. The gusts of wind caused the flying craft Catherine piloted to begin shaking. Left with no choice, she had to turn the craft around, flying in the opposite direction to avoid the onslaught, and preparing to return for the two of them later. "Damn it, it's a risk we must take. Christina, keep firing at them." Gritting his teeth, he rushed towards Christina. Christina, though confused, complied swiftly. Boom! Boom! The two consecutive shots failed to hit the giant octopus, but created massive splashes of water nearby. Quack! Quack! The water splashes and cannon fire drew the attention of the flock of bald eagles in the sky. Subsequently, they spotted the frenzied, tentacle-waving cyclopean octopus. The target was too large to miss. They split into three groups. One pursued Catherine. Two chased the transport vessel, while the rest headed straight for the gigantic octopus. Thunder, using himself as bait, drew this force over, preparing to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Quack! Quack! While the individual bald eagles were smaller than the colossal octopus, their numbers were formidable, and together, they launched an assault on the visibly weakened giant octopus, their momentum equally daunting. Roar! The giant octopus, enraged from the injury to its eye, saw the audacity of the attackers and retaliated. It ceased its retreat and, with 12 thrashing tentacles, engaged the flock of bald eagles in battle. Chapter 102. Escape and safe landing. Quick, quick, quick. Run, run, run. Christina exclaimed joyfully at the sight, her intelligent robots never ceasing their flight. Watch out for the two above your heads. The bald eagles were aerial predators, and Thunder, unable to fly, was at a disadvantage. Moreover, even if he could fly, he wouldn't dare to engage them directly due to their size. The machine guns and main cannons were always on standby. As soon as they entered firing range, I would unleash a barrage. These seabirds were more cautious than sea beasts. They cherished their feathers and wouldn't attack unless a fatal strike was assured. Christina explained. Caw. With a cry, the bald eagles began attempting to dive in feigned attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The machine guns fired rapidly, forcing them back into the sky. Two bald eagles adjusted their positions, preparing for another strike. Thus, a standoff ensued, with one ship and two birds gradually distancing themselves from the battlefield of the giant octopus and the flock of bald eagles. Meanwhile, Catherine had vanished, her whereabouts unknown as she was pursued by the eagles. Rumble! Perhaps the heavens had not forsaken them. After an indeterminate distance, the sky began to change and a mass of thunderclouds gathered above the sea. Wonderful! There's hope. Christina rejoiced, executing a series of operations that I will shut down all electronic devices on the ship, leaving only the most basic power output. We'll hide beneath that thundercloud, and the bald eagles will surely retreat. She explained to Thunder that you're the captain. You decide. Thunder, not understanding these matters, complied. The transport vessel surged into the shadow of the thundercloud. Indeed, just as Christina had predicted, the two bald eagles, upon seeing the thick thundercloud ahead, refrained from approaching, opting instead to circle above for surveillance. Christina took the opportunity to halt the vessel, shutting down all power. And they simply floated below. After circling for a while, the bald eagles dared not enter the thundercloud, turning away and departing instead. Ha! It worked. Seeing her plan succeed, Christina jumped with excitement. Phew, we finally escaped. Thunder also let out a long sigh of relief. He had prepared for the worst. Had the ship been damaged, he would have leapt into the sea with Christina, utilizing the water-repellent function of the water-repellent night pearl to hide underwater and later devise a way to contact Catherine for rescue. However, being in the vast ocean, venturing into the water recklessly was exceedingly perilous. Let us go. This thundercloud looks like it's about to unleash a heavy downpour, Thunder said with concern. Christina complied, instructing the intelligent robots to restart the engines. Rumble. Thunder rolled again, and on the vast sea, small ripples began to form. The two exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious once more. Hold on tight. Christina set aside her usual levity, her demeanor serious. The transport vessel accelerated swiftly. However, this time, it seemed their previous stroke of luck had abandoned them. The thunderclouds stretched endlessly before them. The sky had completely darkened, and fierce winds gathered the dark clouds, save for the absence of seabirds. Everything else matched the ominous atmosphere. The waves on the sea grew increasingly turbulent. The two began to feel as though they were on a roller coaster. Thunder, crack, drip, drip, drip. Lightning split the sky, and rain poured down in torrents. Finally, the long-anticipated rain arrived, cascading down as if the heavens had opened. The transport vessel was lifted high and then crashed down heavily. Christina, clearly unwell, could no longer contain herself and vomited. Oh my, this truly feels like the most authentic engine experience. The shaking is just like reality. I'm a sailor, resting at home while watching this live stream. I thought I was back at sea, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Do sailors get seasick too? Is that even a question? Who can withstand the forces of nature? So what should the ship do in such a situation? What else can we do? We must endure against the wind and waves. If we stop the engines, the ship will capsize immediately. The audience in the live stream shared the sentiment, some starting to feel unwell themselves. Everyone, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. I'll cut the live stream for now, and I'll update you with good news later. Thunder, feeling equally unwell, understood the audience's emotions and decided to shut down the live stream, opting to discuss matters once they reached a more stable location. He couldn't allow the audience to have a negative experience, lest they leave and jeopardize his base. Splash. The two had already secured themselves in their seats but still felt as if they were on a roller coaster, experiencing an intense sense of weightlessness. The sea looked as if it were boiling, the sky and earth a vast expanse of gray, the seawater reflecting the darkness of the sky as the relentless winds and turbulent waves battered against them. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. With a crack and a hiss, a colossal wave surged forth, lifting the transport vessel high into the air before it crashed back down, amidst the violent turbulence. It was no surprise that the two fell into unconsciousness. The ship, akin to a solitary leaf adrift in a vast ocean, was swiftly engulfed by the surging waters. My head aches terribly. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lei Ting finally regained consciousness. Blinking through the fog of confusion, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Where are we? His mind felt as though it were muddled, nearly shaken into a paste. He shut his eyes once more, resting for a considerable time before feeling slightly better. He unbuckled his safety belt and retrieved a luminous pearl. The glowing light illuminated the chaos surrounding him. The vessel had come to a standstill, yet the sound of rain persisted outside. Christina was still slumped in the chair beside him, lost to unconsciousness, along with her 5 intelligent robots, which lay scattered across the floor. Christina, are you all right? He called as he approached and gently shook her. Christina stirred, her voice drowsy. Did I drink too much again? Who brought me back? She opened her mouth, speaking in a daze. What are you thinking? Wake up quickly. It seems we've temporarily docked. Lei Ting replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon hearing Lei Ting's voice, Christina's eyes brightened as she snapped back to reality. Where are we? Are we safe? She unfastened her safety belt, rubbed her sore limbs, and slowly rose to her feet. Lei Ting moved to the edge of the cabin, peering through the cockpit window. Outside, the world was shrouded in darkness, the rain obscuring the high-strength glass. I'll go take a look. He stood and made his way to the door, pushing it open with a forceful shove. Whoosh crash, a fierce wind swept in, laden with torrential rain. Lei Ting hurriedly shut the door, retrieving a raincoat from the space within. Upon closer inspection, he found himself on a sandy beach. The transport vessel had been washed ashore. Stranded in this place, here, was land. Chapter 103. The RV makes its appearance. Stunning physique. The sky wept heavily, the chill reminiscent of late autumn. After surveying the surroundings, Lei Ting concluded that they were on a typical island. He hurried back inside the transport vessel to inform Christina of their situation. You. Who are you? Christina startled and leapt up, questioning him loudly upon his entry. Huh. Me? Lei Ting was taken aback, quickly realizing the effect of his temporary disguise had been washed away by the rain. Unbeknownst to him, he had reverted to his true appearance, and Christina, having never seen him before, mistook him for a stranger. I'm the old guy from earlier. My name is Lei. The situation unfolded as follows. He laid out the entire sequence of events. Christina listened with skepticism until he demonstrated his unique abilities, at which point she began to believe him. Such a remarkable tool exists. What a pity my abilities are not combat-oriented. I seldom slay monsters and have not obtained anything worthwhile. She expressed envy for their capabilities while accepting Lei Ting's explanation. After all, a decent-looking young man was far more appealing than a middle-aged, greasy old MNSO by your logic. We are saved. Upon hearing that they had landed safely, her spirits lifted considerably. It seems so for now. How is your inspection on that side? Lei Ting inquired. Can this ship still function? They had previously divided their tasks, with Christina responsible for assessing the vessel's condition. As it stood, it appeared unserviceable. The propeller was damaged, several instruments on the control panel were malfunctioning, and the nautical charts could not be accessed. However, my 5 intelligent robots are intact. Christina sighed. Do you have any equipment that can connect to the network? I'd like to see if I can reach Catherine, Lei Ting asked. Yes, just a moment. Christina retrieved her previous tablet and, after a few manipulations, successfully connected to the network. Lei Ting instructed her to log into his account and send a message to Catherine. In the friends list of the forum, Catherine's avatar was grayed out, clearly indicating she was offline. That it seemed she was also facing difficulties. He hoped nothing dire had occurred. A hint of gloom crossed Lei Ting's face. Don't worry. That sister is surely resourceful enough to escape any peril. I have a keen eye for people. With Dawn still some time away, Christina suggested, let us rest for now. When the sun rises, we can properly explore this place and ascertain our exact location. Indeed, that's all we can do. Since the only space available is this cockpit, we might as well make do with it for rest. Christina continued. No need for that. I have alternative methods. Lei Ting chuckled and stepped out of the cabin. Curious, Christina followed him. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Lei Ting's hand, and he produced an item. He tossed it onto the beach with a thud. A cloud of green smoke billowed out, revealing a towering dark silhouette. The glow of the luminous pearl illuminated its form, which turned out to be a gray-black armored vehicle. Approximately 12 meters in length and 4 meters in height. It was outfitted with protective panels and reinforced wire mesh on the windows, with tires arranged in 4 rows, totaling 16. The structure exuded a fierce and imposing presence. What is this? Christina inquired, astonished. This is a portable all-terrain RV I obtained from defeating monsters. I hadn't had the opportunity to use it until now, and today seems like the perfect occasion to give it a try. Lei Ting casually explained. He then opened the driver's door and stepped inside. The driver's compartment was spacious, featuring floating seats that could be adjusted in all directions, with bulletproof glass encasing the area. Above, there was a large overhead bed. The cabin seamlessly connected to the rear compartment, which housed a foldable sofa that could transform into a bed, a liftable dining table, a kitchen, a food storage area, a wet-dry separation shower, and heating and cooling systems, all fully equipped. At the rear, there was a wide, discreet horizontal bed, along with a set of hidden stairs leading to the rooftop. The control panel indicated that the vehicle was fully stocked with water, fuel, and electricity, capable of utilizing various fuels and renewable energy sources for multiple driving options. Oh my. This is incredibly comfortable. Once the door shut, the cold, damp air was kept at bay, and the interior felt cozy. Christina joyfully spun around, having expected to endure the frigid simplicity of the transport vessel's cockpit, only to be pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight. First, dry off. We don't want to catch a cold. Lei Ting handed her a clean towel from the bathroom. I want to take a shower. I feel filthy all over, Christina exclaimed excitedly, ready to strip off her clothes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lei Ting's face flushed crimson as he instinctively tried to stop her. Such a provocative scene was overwhelmingly stimulating for someone as inexperienced as him. If the viewers in the live stream caught sight of this, he would surely be ridiculed mercilessly. My apologies. I got too excited and forgot there was someone else here. You're not allowed to peek. Christina playfully winked at him before swiftly entering the bathroom. Although she claimed not to allow it, Lei Ting noticed she didn't lock the door. This girl was quite bold and carefree. The bathroom had decent soundproofing, preventing any further provocation of Lei Ting's fragile heart. He wiped off the rainwater and took a seat in the driver's area, gazing out at the pouring rain. Lost in deep contemplation. I'm done. You should wash up too. After an indeterminate amount of time, a fragrant breeze wafted in from behind. Lei Ting turned, his face instantly turning beet red. There stood Christina, wrapped in nothing but a towel, her long, fair legs exposed as she dried her hair with a blow dryer. The sight elicited an instinctive reaction from him. Okay, I'm going. He hurriedly bowed his head and dashed into the bathroom. Christina, noticing his flustered demeanor, wore a sly smile, as if she understood something. Lei Ting washed quickly. He had no choice but to hurry. Christina's clothes were carelessly tossed into the laundry basket, and the accidental glimpses of her exquisite form continually assaulted his senses, making it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain composure. Chapter 104. A beautiful morning, excitement among friends. Are you ready? Why are you still in your clothes? They're wet, and I noticed there's a dryer inside. So I'm drying them, Christina asked curiously when she saw him emerge without changing. This outfit is also a reward for monster hunting, equipped with self-adapting and cleaning functions. See, it's perfectly fine. Lei Ting demonstrated. How wonderful. What kind of monster do you have to defeat to obtain such gear? Oh, I just remembered. The outfit that sister was wearing looks similar to yours. It seems like a couple's outfit. Are you two a couple? Christina suddenly recalled that Catherine was also wearing the same style of sportswear, albeit in a different color. No, we're merely companions who met along the way, helping each other out. Much like your situation, Lei hurriedly clarified he wished to dispel any misunderstandings and avoid taking advantage of the girl. Oriental men are often reserved and understated. Is that so? It seems that sister has a fondness for you, Christina remarked teasingly. Haha, you've misunderstood. You should go dry your clothes. The large bed in the back is yours, while I will take the forehead bed in the front. There's a partition in between, and you can close it off. Lei quickly concluded the conversation. He then proceeded to boil a pot of hot water using the kettle beside him. After drinking a cup of hot water, he felt significantly more at ease. Next, he retrieved some ready-made food and placed it on the adjustable table. Christina emerged, her eyes widening in surprise. Did you not prepare anything? Lei inquired with curiosity. My ability is supportive in nature, a combination of mechanics and network engineering, without any real combat prowess. However, I've fashioned some gadgets that can barely ensure my survival. Haha, Christina replied, producing a pair of glove-like items and placing them on the table. Lei observed that they resembled Iron Man's gloves, albeit clearly made from inferior materials, appearing rather cheap and rudimentary in design. Look, these are my self-made multi-functional tactical gloves. They feature arc activation, strength doubling, and weight adjustment, among various functions, allowing me to defend myself. In truth, they are merely a prototype, with many modules yet to be added. Unfortunately, I am quite impoverished and have been unable to acquire better materials and power sources, thus hindering my improvements. When I saw those bars and new energy sources on the ship earlier, I couldn't help but wish to take them all. It would enable me to conduct further research. I didn't think it through and ended up dragging you all down. I truly apologize, Christina confessed, a hint of shame in her voice. Lei finally understood her obsession with those resources. She relied on them to enhance her self-defense capabilities. There's no need to dwell on this now. I hope that next time you have such thoughts, you will consult those around you rather than acting on your own, and it can lead to harm for both yourself and others. Lei said earnestly he was not the type to alter his principles simply because he encountered a beautiful girl. Lend me your tablet for a moment. I'll reach out to some contacts. You should get some rest, he said, taking Christina's tablet and climbing onto the forehead bed. Christina chose not to speak further and returned to the rear horizontal bed, leaving the partition unclosed. The night passed in silence. Ding, detecting host's mental state restoration, suggesting to start live stream. Host, wake up. It's time to complete your KPI. Huh? In his dream, Lei abruptly opened his eyes. Was this not a dream? Confused, he looked around, only to remember where he was. He had stayed up half the night, and there was still no news from Catherine on the forum. Exhausted, he had fallen asleep. Start live stream. Though it was a dream, the live stream had to commence, as it was his lifeline. Sofa, stool, floor. I'll sit on you. Are you all in the mood for this? So fast. Streamer, you've been a bit unprofessional lately. It's already noon, and you're just starting the stream. The boss might deduct your salary. Oh, look, it seems the streamer has changed scenes. This place looks a bit cramped. Not as good as my 180 square meter bed. I'm sorry. Everyone, for the inconvenience. The person upstairs is a patient from my clinic. He was swindled by his wife and mistress, and a paternity test revealed none of the 3 children are his. He is mentally unstable. Just brought in a few days ago, and today he forgot to take his medication, which led to his escape. What? Is there anyone more unfortunate than me? I was just swindled by a bad woman. The room looks, I can't believe it. Goodness, what in the world? Suddenly, the viewers in the live stream began to react as if they were all mentally unstable, frantically sending incomprehensible comments. What is going on with you all? Lei asked, bewildered. Lei, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. Whoa. Upon hearing Christina's lazy call from behind, he instinctively turned around and then let out a gasp similar to that of the viewers. There stood Christina, wrapped in a bath towel, sleepily standing in the middle of the living room. Rubbing H. Thunder promptly conveyed the situation on his side to her, assuring that both of them were momentarily safe. Where are you now? Can you come over to regroup? Thunder continued to inquire. Ray, I encountered some complications here and may not be able to come over for the time being. I just contacted my parents, and on Karina Island. Numerous monsters have emerged from the sea. The island's defense forces are struggling to hold their ground, and everyone is preparing to evacuate. My parents' plane was seized by a few traitorous bodyguards, and they are injured. I need to go and rescue them first, Catherine replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. What? Is that really happening? Upon hearing this news, Thunder was momentarily taken aback, yet it did not surprise him that a week had passed. And the unique societal issues of the apocalypse were gradually becoming apparent. Social order was slowly crumbling, and the self-serving nature of humanity was emerging. Human nature tends to seek benefits. Such developments were inevitable. Though he disapproved, he could comprehend the situation. Then go quickly. The safety of your parents is paramount. Thunder responded without hesitation. All right, I am on my way now. Please stay safe, Catherine replied. Once you find your parents, leave as swiftly as possible and avoid any conflicts. Unfortunately, our transport vessel is damaged and unusable. That I will first determine my location, and then I will send you the coordinates. You can bring your parents over to regroup, and we can discuss further plans. Thunder laid out his arrangements to Catherine. After finalizing the details, they temporarily ended their communication. How is it? Is everything all right with Sister Catherine? Christina, who had been listening nearby, inquired. She is okay. Her parents are facing some issues and need to be rescued first. Let's stick to our original plan and explore the surroundings to confirm our current location before discussing anything else, Thunder stated. All right, I'll wake up the intelligent robots on the transport vessel and see what usable supplies we can find. Christina, being an impulsive and action-oriented person, immediately stepped outside. Thunder also donned the raincoat from the store and followed suit. As he stepped outside, a chill swiftly invaded his nostrils, invigorating his senses. This snow is coming down quite heavily. Thunder, being from the south, had only a rudimentary understanding of snow, having rarely seen accumulations on the ground. Gazing around, he noted that visibility was also quite low. I'll take a look at that mountain over there, he called out to Christina, who was busy inside the transport vessel, pointing in the direction of a cliff by the sea. It appeared to be the highest point in the vicinity. Here, take this. Once you reach the mountain, it will determine the coordinates based on wind direction and other factors. Just report the coordinates back to me, and I can estimate our position. Christina handed him a compass-like device, a mechanical positioning instrument from the vessel. Even with an abundance of electronic devices, vessels typically retain some mechanical instruments for emergencies. All right, be careful, Thunder replied, unfolding the device swiftly and disappearing into the snowstorm that as he raced along. He spotted some rabbits and pheasants, small creatures that had evidently grown significantly larger due to mutations, however, with his own objectives in mind. He did not disturb them, opting instead to quietly evade their presence. At his pace, he quickly reached the summit of the cliff. Looking out, he beheld the vast expanse of the ocean surrounding him. Behind him lay an even broader expanse of land, with a mountain range faintly visible through the snowstorm. This height was insufficient to glean any useful information, only confirming that he was indeed by the sea. Thunder took out the mechanical compass and began testing it against the wind. Chapter 106. Confirming the survival location, commencement of camp construction. That a plethora of incomprehensible coordinates began to appear on the compass. Thunder recorded them diligently. After surveying his surroundings, he realized that the snowstorm was intensifying. Diminishing the feasibility of further searches, he hastily descended the mountain and returned to the transport vessel, where Christina was directing her 5 intelligent robots in some tasks. Can you check if this is useful? Thunder handed the recorded information to Christina. Sure, just a moment. She input the data into her tablet, and with swift movements, a map-like holographic projection materialized before them. The transport vessel has been damaged, but I copied all the nautical chart information from it. Combining it with your data, I conducted a system analysis and arrived at the following conclusion. This position is where we currently are. Christina pointed to a triangular light spot on the map. Is this a small island? Thunder asked, struggling to comprehend, yet he could deduce some information based on the surrounding oceanic distribution. Indeed, this area is known as the Devil's Sea. She continued. It earned this name due to the numerous reefs and small islands surrounding it. But the most notorious of them all is the place known as Devil's Island. Christina pointed to an isolated island in the upper right corner. Explaining to Thunder further, a Devil's Island? The one with a prison on it. The name immediately sparked recognition in Thunder's mind that it was too straightforward to forget after hearing it once. You know of this place? Absolutely. That's the one. This area used to be nameless, but due to Devil's Island, it became collectively known as the Devil's Sea. However, the islands and reefs in this region lack natural freshwater, and the surrounding waters are quite deep, often inhabited by aggressive marine creatures such as sharks, making it an inhospitable environment for survival, hence the moniker Devil's Sea. Christina elaborated, freshwater, but I just saw some wild chickens and rabbits on the island. Thunder inquired with curiosity. While there is no natural freshwater, rainwater can accumulate in puddles, and streams may occasionally appear, along with morning dew, which sustains some small animals. That is sufficient, Christina clarified. Where is Carina Island? Catherine mentioned she was going there to find her parents. Carina Island? That is quite a distance away, not nearby at all. That if we were to fly at full speed, it would take approximately 10 hours. Christina remarked as she located the position on the map and marked it for him. Thunder glanced at the map, noting a vast expanse of ocean separating them in another direction. Now that we've confirmed the location, what shall we do next? Christina inquired. That you're asking me. Don't you have your own plans? Didn't we say we would each go our separate ways after securing the flying device and leaving Hollywood? Thunder was momentarily taken aback. We haven't fully escaped yet, have we? We are still trapped on this island. Christina blinked innocently, saying it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Host, I am baffled. A true ironclad man, identification complete. Indeed, I wonder how your brain developed. If it were me on this island with this girl, I could create a nation. Youngsters just love to boast. Wait until you actually try it, then you'll wish you could hide. No wonder the host lacks popularity. You are completely oblivious to the secrets of gaining traction. Exactly. If it were me, with such a solid background, I would be a hot topic no matter how I broadcasted, creating benefits for my brothers. The audience in the live stream expressed their disappointment. Well then, are you done here? Let us find a sheltered spot from the snowstorm. Thunder suggested. The wind and snow here are too intense, and the area is too open. The RV is a conspicuous target. If we encounter any danger, it could easily be exposed. Moreover, if the tide rises, this place won't be safe either. Thunder had begun to learn a few things, understanding that there were capable individuals in the live stream, and listening to their advice was wise. Currently, it was prudent to find a place to settle down temporarily, retrieve the usable supplies from the vessel, and then find some tools to attempt repairing the transport vessel, as it was their only hope of leaving this place, Christina stated. Thus, the two of them boarded the off-road RV, with Christina taking the wheel as they drove along the coastline towards the interior of the island. After a bumpy ride, they quickly left the beach and entered solid ground. Look, it seems there's a cave ahead. Thunder pointed towards a stone cliff in the distance. The vehicle sped forward. Vines cascaded down the mountainside, obscuring the cliff's face. If Thunder had not been observant, he might have easily overlooked the cave beneath. Exiting the vehicle, he approached the entrance, shining his flashlight and tossing a stone inside. The cave entrance was quite spacious, and the interior appeared to be relatively large. A crack echoed, confirming there were no living creatures within. Let us explore inside and see if there are any beasts or monsters, Thunder suggested, releasing 2 burrowing mice equipped with infrared detection for exploration. Before long, the mice relayed their findings. The cave was indeed spacious, with turns inside but no dangers present. Bears, Thunder ignited a torch and ventured deeper into the cave, with Christina following closely behind. After about 10 meters into the cave entrance, they encountered a sharp 90-degree turn. Thus, the howling winds and blizzards outside were effectively kept at bay, unable to intrude within. Venturing further inside, they discovered a vaulted space towering several meters high, encompassing approximately 10 square meters. This place is rather delightful. It would be quite secluded if only there were a ventilation shaft, one of them remarked. The two quickly surveyed the area. I instructed the burrowing moles to widen this space, creating a larger area, along with an escape route and ventilation ducts. Later, you can maneuver the RV inside, effectively sealing off the outer cave and ensuring our safety, Thunder proposed. Naturally, Christina had no objections. Without delay, all the burrowing moles, including the Mole King, were released to undertake the excavation task. Meanwhile, Christina busied herself controlling her 5 intelligent robots, which took on the responsibility of transporting the excavated earth and stones. Thus, the burrowing moles expanded the area, while the intelligent robots efficiently moved the debris outside, constructing a small stone pile at the cave entrance to obscure it. After an entire afternoon of diligent work, they successfully organized the cave before nightfall. The intelligent robots also transported several boxes of new energy crystals from the transport ship into the cave. Simultaneously, the transport ship was relocated to a secluded bay and camouflaged. With that, all safety measures were completed. Chapter 107. The cave's newbie village. Testing quota draw. These intelligent robots are truly impressive, Thunder remarked, gazing at the newly expanded and decorated cave with satisfaction. Initially, they had presumed that Christina's 5 robots possessed only basic transportation capabilities. To their surprise, they discovered that these robots could connect to the network, downloading various functional versions, thus achieving a multi-purpose effect. Christina had uploaded construction templates, and they immediately transformed into construction workers, making the cave far more habitable. At this moment, the cave bore no resemblance to its former self. The burrowing moles had carved out multiple rooms, ensuring that each person had their own bedroom, a small living room, and even a restroom. Additionally, several spare rooms were prepared. During the excavation, they uncovered that the opposite side of the cave faced a sheer cliff that plunged 100 meters into the sea. Consequently, they positioned the rooms and escape route on the cliffside by simply opening a hidden door at the back. One could glide down to the beach below using a parachute. The transport ship lay concealed in a nearby cove. Large openings were created in the rooms, fitted with retractable insulated glass, allowing light to filter in while providing a view of the outside scenery, ensuring ventilation as well. They also established a basic electrical circuit, drawing power from the RV. The energy supply was enhanced by Christina's minor modifications to the RV's energy system, utilizing the new energy crystals, which proved to be highly efficient, alleviating concerns about daily electricity needs. In the living room, they even excavated a fireplace, complete with a chimney, and piled it high with firewood gnawed by the burrowing moles. The remaining materials were basic living supplies purchased by Thunder from the marketplace. Thus, a self-sufficient small refuge was successfully established. What a feat! We can finally rest easy, they exclaimed, gazing at their newly established cave dwelling, feeling a rare sense of relief. The continuous flight had left everyone on edge and utterly fatigued. As night fell, the north wind howled outside, and snowflakes danced in the air. I decided to check the forum to see how the outside world was faring. Christina took the tablet and opened the forum to peruse the latest updates, as this was their sole means of accessing external information. Meanwhile, Thunder redirected his attention back to the live stream. Is the host now playing Wilderness Survival? I quite like this new gameplay. I'm not interested in fighting. Just provide me with resources, and I can survive a lifetime. You're overestimating it. If you don't fight monsters, where will the resources come from? If you don't level up, others will surpass you. And no matter how many supplies you hoard, you'll be robbed. I'm not worried at all that I have a pig farm on an island, and hardly anyone comes by. That despicable host just let a stunning blonde leave. And now another playful purple-haired beauty appears, teasing us with variety. Exactly. If you keep this up, host, you'll surely fall from grace. Take me along. I'll help you share the burden. Puffed. You up there? Your calculations are so loud I can hear them from abroad. What? The host's live stream has attracted overseas viewers. Please, we're just abroad, not on another planet. The internet is interconnected, and this live stream can be viewed without a VPN. It's the only one in the domestic version of the entire platform. making it quite conspicuous. This further confirms that there are powerful backers behind this live stream. Are you driving up there? Count me in. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained as they watched Thunder and Christina busy themselves with the robots and burrowing moles throughout the day. Contrary to the stereotype that men watch short videos primarily for beautiful women, risque content, or humor, studies have shown that what captivates them most are programs focused on practical skills such as hoof trimming, repurposing old items, wilderness survival, and innovative inventions. Their performance today perfectly aligned with the formula for viral success. Combining beauty and hands-on skills, it was evening back in their homeland. Everyone had finished work and dinner, marking a prime leisure time. Consequently, the live stream audience reached new heights, with over 20,000 viewers online, double the previous count. Observing this phenomenon, Thunder felt it was time to unveil his big announcement. Dear viewers, allow me to say a few words. Many of you have inquired about the testing qualifications for our game. We were in the debugging phase. We were concerned about leaving a negative impression, hence the internal testing. After this period of evaluation, we found that the overall operation is satisfactory and the model appears stable. Therefore, we have decided to gradually open testing slots, with the first phase set for 5 individuals. As soon as he uttered these words, the live stream's chat exploded with comments. What, did I hear correctly? Testing is opening up? I can't believe it. Finally, my patience has paid off. It was worth waiting for this live stream every day. The host company is quite stingy, only 5 slots. With over 20,000 viewers, that's a lower acceptance rate than public service exams. Brothers, don't spread the word. There are only 5 slots, and with so many wolves. The competition is fierce. Rest assured, I've already secretly deleted the app from my roommates' phones and computers. Well done, my brother up there. I'm joining you. During this time, the system, employing its cinematic multi-angle editing techniques, had transformed Thunder's escapade into a sci-fi masterpiece, garnering countless accolades. Many video bloggers had also creatively repurposed footage from his live stream, further amplifying the hype. This moment, the live stream still had a substantial loyal following. While there are only 5 slots available, I must clarify that not all will be chosen randomly. A live stream requires both popularity and financial backing to sustain momentum. Therefore, of the 5 slots in this phase, 2 will be reserved. First, we will consider game bloggers with a solid fan base, as their collaboration will provide a more professional gaming experience for testing. Secondly, we will reserve a slot for our top supporter. A decision that should be clear to everyone, as we cannot afford to offend our financial backers. The remaining 3 slots will be available for random selection, but to ensure fairness, they cannot be transferred. Whoever is selected must participate themselves, or their qualification will be revoked. Thus, please consider your real-life circumstances. It's best for those with ample free time to enter, as we do not wish to disrupt anyone's work or life. Chapter 108. A generous donation of 50,000. An unexpected benefactor. Thunder's words did not dampen the enthusiasm of the audience in the live stream. The comments continued to surge like a rising tide. I thought about it. I'm from the Pearl River Delta province, and my daily work consists of collecting rent for my family. Although I have 10 buildings to manage, it's a bit tiring. I plan to switch to online rent collection, which will free up my time. I envy the person above. My family's livelihood solely depends on my father's hard work. He runs a small company, and we barely manage to buy 1 building a year. I'm in my 30s now, but I just retired last month from a leading tech company. I have some savings, and I'm a professional in IT. So I have some insight into bug detection. This aligns with my expertise. Having money is impressive. Do you share the same deep connection with the game as I do? I only work 3 days a month. The rest of the time, I live in an internet caf. In terms of experience, I have you all beat. As Thunder read through the dismissive comments, he finally realized he had underestimated the vastness of the world. The live stream was filled with capable individuals, second-generation landlords collecting rent, wealthy heirs, and even unknown celebrity offspring. These were the fortunate victors born into privilege. Among them are the extraordinary figures such as the Sanha Dashun, who earn their living by working 1 day and resting for 6. The laid-back elites who have grown weary of the relentless competition and have chosen to retreat to their hometowns. And the highly educated intellectuals in their 30s who have achieved financial independence and retired early. These individuals, despite being mere cogs in the societal machine, possess remarkably open-minded philosophies. They assume that everyone must toil tirelessly. Caught in the grind of incessant competition, Yet many actually meet his expectations. Of course, it is not that work is inherently undesirable. Rather, his limited exposure to the world beyond his hometown leads to a narrow understanding of many matters, which is quite normal. Suddenly, within the live stream of Lei Ting, a user with the unfamiliar name Shanshan de Hongxing showered Lei Ting with gifts. The reaction to this gift was nothing short of extraordinary. All users watching the live broadcast on the Info app were greeted by a continuous barrage of notifications filling the sky. The so-called Emperor title serves as a symbol of status within the live streaming realm, representing the most expensive singular service in the industry. To activate such a title requires an investment of 100,000 units of local currency, with a monthly renewal fee of the same amount. Additionally, the best note is the most valuable gift within the Info company's offerings, priced at 10,000 units of local currency each. Thus, the user known as Shanshan de Hongxing had, in a single gesture, bestowed the astonishing sum of 500,000 units of local currency in gifts upon Lei Ting's live stream. Why 500,000? This is due to regulatory limits established by the governing body, which states that the maximum daily expenditure for gifts on any live streaming app is capped at 500,000, with strict real name verification. Failure to comply results in the immediate suspension of both the live streaming account and the gift-giving account. Such regulations were instituted in response to the rise of illicit activities associated with live streaming, where unscrupulous individuals exploited the platform for money laundering and clandestine gambling, transforming entertainment into a vehicle for crime. At that moment, Lei Ting was in disbelief, staring at the multitude of notifications while his mind processed the system alert. Had he truly just acquired 500,000 points? Had he unwittingly completed half of the mandatory task? Who was this affluent benefactor? This question echoed in the minds of all who witnessed the announcement. While the Info company's live streams typically generate vast sums of revenue, this is predicated on a substantial user base. Such an overwhelming display of generosity is rare, typically reserved for certain MCN guilds during promotional events to boost a particular streamer's visibility. They focus on a strategy of continuous engagement over time rather than a single, overwhelming influx of gifts, which stabilizes viewership. Thus, it was evident to those in the know that Lei Ting's stream had encountered a genuine tycoon. Instantly, an influx of curious onlookers flooded into the live stream, eager to understand the phenomenon. The viewer count surged from 20,000 to over 30,000, surpassing the threshold of the mandatory task. As the unexpected turn of events unfolded, Lei Ting was still processing the implications. Realizing he should determine the identity of this benefactor, he expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the remarkable generosity he had never before encountered. Is this the actual host? Not that girl. It seems not. She has been sitting there playing on her tablet. Perhaps she is his girlfriend or a guest. Wait, look at that gift-giving tycoon's account. It shows as newly registered. Indeed, there's no profile information, just a default avatar. This seems too blatant. Is this not simply data manipulation? Let us hope it's a true tycoon, but it might just be a ruse. Boys, let us file a report. We must not condone such malpractice. You're joking, right? This live stream doesn't even have a report button. Can such a major company like Info actually have bugs like this? At this juncture, some newcomers began to stir the pot. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the live streaming industry. With a limited market, envy and jealousy often rear their heads. By reporting a rival, one could potentially siphon off traffic and gain an advantage. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. Lei Ting's live stream lacked any reporting feature, rendering their efforts futile. Once they revealed themselves, Lei Ting swiftly banned their accounts, restoring tranquility to the environment. Just then, a notification chimed in Lei Ting's private mailbox, indicating he had received an imperial message, which opened automatically. This was a privilege bestowed upon those who had acquired the Emperor title, ensuring that messages were delivered without fail. Curiosity piqued. He opened the message from Shanshan de Hongxing. Hello, host. I apologize for the intrusion. We are from the Lingjiao Bureau and wish to discuss a collaboration. However, your private messages are closed, so we could only reach out this way. Lingjiao Bureau? The management department has rewarded me. This is madness. Lei Ting momentarily staggered at the revelation. Yet, he had no reason to doubt. The Lingjiao Bureau is not widely known, and it would be audacious for anyone to impersonate them. Moreover, they were privy to his true circumstances, a knowledge that remained largely concealed from others. Greetings, esteemed leaders. May I inquire about the purpose of your contact? He replied. Please. No need for formality. We seek a test participant. Just one if possible. This involves arrangements from the higher echelons of the Management Bureau, relating to the future trajectory of our nation. We hope the host can assist us. Higher echelons of the Management Bureau? Upon reading those words, Lei Ting furrowed his brow. His apocalypse-themed live stream had seemingly attracted attention from those in power, a development he had not anticipated, though he had only been in this new area for a week. He still felt a sense of responsibility toward his compatriots. All right, I agree, but I have several stipulations. The personnel you send must not infringe upon my or others' freedoms, and they must act as ordinary players without disclosing my true identity. Additionally, I will not be responsible for ensuring safety. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, assist if you can, but my own survival is my priority. If these conditions can be met, I will grant you a participant. Lei Ting laid out his terms clearly. For the sake of his compatriots, he was willing to collaborate with the Ling Jiao Bureau, but that did not mean he would relinquish complete control. His survival depended on the live streaming system, which was his foremost priority and boundary. Absolutely no problem. The individuals we send will act solely as game players under your guidance. Furthermore, we have a robust support team behind us. Any challenges you encounter during your survival efforts, we can offer technical advice and support, though the ultimate decision remains yours. Their response was refreshingly straightforward, as if they had anticipated Lei Ting's concerns. Very well, provide me with an address, and I will send you a terminal game pod with instructions for use. You may then coordinate the operation. Thus, the two parties reached an agreement, confirming the first participant. In the Special Operations Office of the Ling Jiao Bureau, Director Liu reported, "We have secured the participant. Excellent. We have achieved our first phase objective. Now, I will announce the individual who will utilize the testing slot. Xiao Zhao, this task is entrusted to you." Director Liu reclined lazily in her chair, crossing her long, slender legs as she addressed Zhao Shengnan. "What? Me?" Zhao Shengnan was taken aback. She had not anticipated being chosen for such an important role. Indeed, this participant represents the bridge we are building with the other world, making it critically important to select someone outstanding in every aspect. You have a background in criminal investigation, possess technical knowledge, are physically capable, and are quick-witted. We all agree you are the most suitable candidate. Director Liu smiled. Director, I am rather young and fear I may not be up to the task. The typically confident Zhao Xingnan now appeared somewhat bashful. Very well, let us exchange roles. I shall indulge in this game while you oversee the entire proceedings, Liu Xiyu said with a smile. That is even less feasible. I shall reach out to the other party instead. Between the two options, Zhao Xingnan ultimately opted for the former. You must always keep in mind the several suggestions provided by the other party just now. Forget that you are a staff member and do not let anyone else catch on to any clues. This is the foremost point of caution. Additionally, record as much information as possible from their side. During your daily breaks, you are responsible for relaying this information back to us for our analysis. The Special Operations Group convened once more for a detailed task allocation meeting. Qing Haidebet Plateau Yalajuo. Spend 1 million note coins to unlock the Emperor title. Qing Haidebet Plateau Yalajuo. Gift the host the best note 40, just as Lei Ting concluded a private message. He noticed the live stream chat flooded with messages identical to those from the previous tuning bureau. That name was all too familiar. It was none other than the #1 supporter. Lin Xiao. His gesture was evidently a response to the shining red star, solidifying his position as the top supporter AS for Lei Ting. This translated to the required amount of donations for the current mandatory task, which had been successfully fulfilled. Next, he merely needed to enhance the show's effect and elevate the viewer engagement. Qing Haidebet Plateau Yalajuo. Host. The testing has finally opened. Congratulations, a small token of appreciation. Wishing the host even greater success. Lin Xiao sent just this one message. However, through his recent experiences, Lei Ting had long transformed from an inexperienced newcomer. He immediately grasped the other party's intent. He too desired a testing slot. Grateful for Lin Xiao's generous support, he responded accordingly, and Lin Xiao fell silent. Everyone understood the unspoken agreement. These 2 slots were what Lei Ting planned to manipulate discreetly. He intended to reserve 1 slot for a gaming host with a substantial follower count for collaborative engagement. The first person who came to mind was a certain saintess, Vivian. Last time he delivered her medicine, he had casually fabricated a lie about collaborating with her. This deception needed to be rectified. And fortuitously, this presented a splendid opportunity. Ever since the last medicine delivery to save her sister, Xiao Wei had become a staunch fan of Lei Ting's livestream. As soon as his streaming task concluded, she would eagerly await in his chat, assisting in creating a lively atmosphere and boosting engagement, voluntarily helping out. This led many in the stream to speculate that they shared some undisclosed secret. After contacting Xiao Wei, she was overjoyed and readily agreed. She was indeed eager for this slot, yet out of gratitude towards Lei Ting, she hesitated to voice her desire directly, fearing it might leave an impression of greed. Now, her dream was about to come true. As for the remaining 2 slots, he genuinely intended to hold a lottery. Is everyone ready? There's no better time than the present. I shall commence the draw today while everyone is here. 10, 9, 8.1, stop. With the appearance of the live stream screenshot, and under the system's careful orchestration, all 5 slots were produced. Everything was firmly within his control. Chapter 110, Global Situation, Roleplay. What the heck? There's a conspiracy. I never win. Goodness, host, isn't that a bit too blatant? Can't you at least pretend? What a coincidence. Unfollow. Unfollow. As the lottery results emerged, a wave of skepticism swept through the live stream. Xing Haidebet Plateau Yalajuo. Shining Red Star, Sanus Vivian, Mr. Li with money, and the first tough guy of Liaobei, Fan De Yi Biao. Aside from the unexpected newcomer, Shining Red Star, the others were all familiar faces in the live stream. The latter 2 were, in fact, among the earliest viewers. Haha, dear esteemed viewers, do not be alarmed, it is merely fate. Lei Ting chuckled awkwardly. This outcome was somewhat unexpected. He had not anticipated that the last 2 would also be familiar acquaintances. Esteemed viewers, who's treated like that in their own home. 9494. Even if you call us princesses or princes, it won't help. Drinking Yunnan Baiyao won't mend the wounds to our spirits. The audience in the live stream was having none of it. Lei Ting understood their sentiments. After waiting a week, such was the result, and it was natural for them to feel disheartened. System overlord. Can we perhaps increase the number of testing slots next time? I fear this might backfire. He could only appeal to the system. The speed and quantity of subsequent testing slots will continuously increase to adapt to the unforeseen changes brought about by the Apocalypse upgrade. Given the implications for the live stream, the system naturally provided a response. Although temporarily unhelpful, it at least offered some reassurance. Everyone, please be patient. Our boss has stated that the speed and quantity of testing slots will be expedited in the future. We kindly ask for a little time, as it has only been a week. We too wish to provide you with a better experience. In today's live stream, every viewer counted. I will distribute a cash red envelope of 300,000, ensuring each person receives something from the audience. For the audience, Lei Ting's donations did not share the official split of note coins. They were all his. Thus, his current donations were relatively ample, allowing him to initiate a generous cash giveaway. The winning slots numbered in the tens of thousands, guaranteeing a 100 chance of winning a red envelope. Although the amounts varied, it was purely a matter of luck. After this operation, the previously united audience quickly quieted their dissent. Those who won larger amounts were elated and began to speak in his favor. Though those with smaller winnings felt discontented, it was better than receiving nothing, leaving them reluctant to protest further. Thus, the situation was barely diffused. All right, today's live stream concludes here. To the fortunate few who have secured testing qualifications, I have added you as friends in private messages. Please send me your addresses so that we can arrange for the game pod to be mailed to you. We shall contact you further on this. Noticing that it was getting late, Lei Ting wrapped up the trivial matters and closed the live stream. Is there any news on the forum? Lei Ting turned to see Christina seated on the living room sofa, fiddling with her holographic computer. Some information. Take a look. She pressed a button, projecting her browsing data into the air. There are reports from individuals residing in the northern hemisphere, near the Arctic Circle, where the snow has accumulated higher than the people themselves. Food and heating supplies are scarce. Many have found it impossible to stay there and are migrating southward. The situation in the south is not much better. We are located in the southwest, where even during the normal summer months, temperatures can reach nearly 40 degrees, yet now we are also engulfed in snow, with temperatures plummeting below zero. According to the forum officials, it appeared that snow had descended globally at the same time. Christina displayed some photographs captured by others, revealing a much graver situation than their own. Consequently, as the northern populace surged southward, the pressures in the south would likely escalate. Soon, conflicts and disputes would not merely arise between humans and monsters, but also amongst humans themselves. Lei Ting frowned and remarked, indeed, there are also changes among the monsters. Some have taken refuge from the cold, temporarily hiding away, while others have begun to migrate southward, seeking warmer climates. Much like humans, Here are some photos and videos captured by others. Take a look. Lei Ting scrutinized the images. He saw a group of enormous, long-haired feline creatures migrating in unison towards a particular direction. On another side, a massive serpent, stretching over 10 meters, slithered into a human-excavated underground refuge. Where the occupants were fleeing in disarray, a throng of white skeletal remains moved silently under the guidance of a figure mounted on a skeletal warhorse. Such scenes unfolded incessantly. It seemed evident that ordinary neighborhoods, residential buildings, and cities were no longer suitable for habitation to withstand the harsh cold. Some monsters would be forced to alter their habits, invading urban areas or underground spaces to occupy human dwellings as a means of survival against the chill. Consequently, humanity would also need to scout for suitable locations to establish their own sanctuaries and fortifications. Lei Ting stated coldly, "Yes, this is precisely the issue we must consider moving forward. We must secure a safe haven of our own. However, we currently lack sufficient manpower and require more reliable individuals." Christina replied, "I have thought of Catherine and Eric. They are both quite dependable. Unfortunately, distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. I shall reach out to see how they are faring. Do not fret. In a few days, we will have 5 new recruits joining us," Lei Ting said with a smile. Where are these newcomers from? Are they reliable?" Christina paused for a moment, taken aback. "I was just about to inform you of this. I still need your assistance. Follow me." Lei Ting led her to a newly excavated large space within the cliffside. Inside, there stood an old-fashioned computer, a model long since vanished from the market. In front of the computer lay 5 elongated, transparent devices arranged neatly in rows. "What is this? A crystal coffin. What purpose does it serve?" Christina was utterly perplexed. "Crystal coffin. This is a paired terminal reception pod for summoning. This is a high-tech product I obtained from defeating monsters. It can be used to summon certain otherworldly human allies." Turning back, the 5 newcomers will appear here. However, due to the nature of the setting, these 5 will believe they are playing a game. They have been summoned to combat monsters and save the Earth as players. Therefore, we must ensure they remain unaware of their true identities, and both you and I shall assume the roles of game NPCs to interact with them. Thunder had already prepared a script to explain this to her. Chapter 111. Successful summoning. Otherworldly players. Such a miraculous item drop? No problem. I absolutely adore playing games. Christina, without a hint of doubt, displayed her excitement. From Thunder's description, she felt as though she was immersed in a nurturing simulation game, which seemed quite intriguing. One must admit, this girl has a remarkably carefree spirit. She appears devoid of worries, perpetually cheerful throughout the day. Yet, such a disposition is indeed suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. This is not paradise. No one is willing to care for a princess. Since you are willing, let us discuss the details. I have already edited a segment of memory for those newcomers, leading them to believe that we are fellow survivors. They will recognize you and Catherine, along with my entire survival journey. Thus, you need only follow your own pace in life and treat them as true companions. Furthermore, there is one crucial point. They are clones. Therefore, even if they are attacked to the point of death, they can resurrect the following day. Do not be taken aback by this. Thunder first prepared Christina for this revelation. To prevent her from overreacting and inadvertently revealing the truth, no problem. Leave it to me, Christina assured with a pat on her chest. Now, you should rest. I will take care of the aftermath here. And we will attempt to summon them tomorrow. All right, I also need to assemble some of my own things. See you later. The 2 parted ways, each attending to their own tasks. The night passed without incident. The next day, Thunder was awakened by the alarm clock. Upon glancing out of the round window, he noticed the snow showed no signs of stopping. The temperature was noticeably colder as well. He donned his clothing and stepped outside the cave entrance. Originally, a windbreak wall had been constructed from excavated soil and stones, serving as an entrance, leaving only a small door for passage. Beside the small door, Christina had arranged 2 intelligent robots, switched to alert mode, to stand guard. However, now that small door was also covered in white snow. Goodness, overnight, the snow had piled up past his calves. Shared vision. Previously, he had stationed several ground moles around the cave's perimeter for surveillance. Now, connecting to their vision revealed a blanket of white. They too were buried in snow. He controlled them to burrow out of the snow, adjusting their positions for vigilance. Those climbing trees climbed, those scaling cliffs did so. Seizing the high ground and acting as surveillance cameras, after managing everything, he returned to the cave. Today was the weekend, and he prepared to fulfill his promise to summon those 5 fortunate souls. The terminal game pods had already been transmitted to everyone's homes yesterday. Since today marked the first day of summoning, he needed to clearly communicate the rules and matters to everyone. Thus, scheduling the group summoning for today. Christina had also risen early. Even having done her makeup, her powdery purple hair was elegantly styled in an updo, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses without lenses. And she donned a fitted white lab coat, transforming her usual trendy appearance into that of a poised professional woman. Live stream activated. The moment the streaming room opened, viewers began to pour in. He had previously announced that today would be the first full-scale test, and many were eagerly watching the clock. "Good morning, everyone. Since you are all here, let us commence the first test," Thunder greeted. "Damn, I barely slept last night. Consumed by envy and jealousy. I'm skipping work today just to see those lucky few." "Host, you're a fool. I'm a towering figure with a height of 8 feet and a waist of 8 feet. And you haven't given me a chance. Haha, I completely understand everyone's sentiments that IT has been decided. Consider this an introductory tutorial, and later, I will arrange something for everyone." Thunder chuckled, brushing past the comments. He then turned to Christina, giving her a knowing glance. "Dr. Christina, the environment is becoming increasingly dire. The monsters outside are multiplying, and our survival space is being constricted. We urgently need to alter our circumstances. Do you have any solutions?" Thunder inquired with utmost seriousness. "Respected Captain Thunder, we have conducted reverse engineering on the monsters we have slain and developed a mysterious device that can summon heroes from another world to fight alongside us." Christina replied coldly. The two had seamlessly engaged in roleplay, swiftly immersing themselves in their characters. "Oh, is that true? Are we to gain new allies?" "Indeed, Captain. Allow me to demonstrate," Christina said, moving to the old brick-style desktop computer nearby. Her fingers flying over the worn keyboard, the screen of the desktop began to display an oval-shaped planet. Subsequently, numerous light points appeared upon it. Eventually, 5 of those light points began to flicker rapidly. Expanding swiftly, the screen revealed 5 photographs, representing 5 individuals, 2 women and 3 men. The 5 images transformed into white light, illuminating the entire screen. Whoosh, beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, 5 elongated sleep pods on the ground began to emit a faint glow. Boom! With a loud crash, the doors of the 5 sleep pods slowly opened. 5 figures gradually sat up from within. They were clad in only simple, form-fitting fabric, protecting only their vital areas, with no other coverings. What the hell? Playing something so thrilling this early in the morning. Wow, isn't that Sister Way? Indeed, she's got the flat plane going on. I sensed something was off during the last stream. Look, the short-haired beauty beside her, with fair skin, stunning legs, and perfect proportions. Truly exceptional. Everyone claims this streaming room as backers. Today, I believe it. No censorship. What a conscience. Hiss. Ah, hiss. Licking the screen. Is that Lin Xiao? I can't tell. His figure is so impressive. Where can I find a husband like that? Rich and handsome. That skinny rake isn't that foolishly kid. Is he? He just blocked me from delivering takeout upstairs yesterday. Haha. Screenshot this. I'll humiliate him later. Whoa. Look at that old man. Left Azure Dragon. Right White Tiger. Front Skeleton. Back Xuanwu. So damn cool. Not to mention, look at his height. He must be nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles like rock. Not inferior to the governor. Is he a bodybuilding champion? The other viewers in the streaming room, upon seeing the 5 fortunate players making their entrance, immediately became excited, eagerly critiquing them. Each of these 5 individuals possessed unique characteristics. Some even had fan bases, naturally garnering considerable attention. Thunder was momentarily stunned. He had not expected the summoned individuals to appear in such a rudimentary state. Chapter 112. Self-introductions and rule explanations. Please don't look. At that moment, the 2 women realized what was happening and quickly covered their bodies with their hands. Hurry, take your clothes and put them on. Thunder swiftly purchased winter clothing from the store for everyone, urging them to dress. System, why did you only provide them with a few pieces of fabric? This is quite inappropriate. Thunder lamented. The collection of bodily and brainwave data and their reconstruction necessitates the most optimal conditions, devoid of any obstructions. Otherwise, it could lead to deformities and other irregular forms. The system explained. It seemed it had already taken considerable care of everyone. Haha. Everyone, do not blame me. This machine has collected your bodily data and brainwaves, effectively cloning a new version of you, akin to 3D printing. If there are too many obstructions, it may result in unforeseen errors, Thunder clarified. Cloning and printing, the group moved about, realizing they felt no different from their real bodies. Yes, your real bodies are still lying in the game pods at home. If you don't believe it, You can open your streaming rooms and have your family check on you, Thunder stated. Can we stream too? The group inquired. Of course. Your purpose here is to test and assist in promotion. I would be delighted to see you all initiate streaming, he replied. Your brainwaves are already linked to your streaming rooms. With but a thought, you can begin broadcasting. Moreover, your current bodies are clones, meaning you will not truly die. However, it is essential to cherish this, as your pain sensations are identical to those in your original bodies. Simultaneously, if you sustain injuries, you can return to these sleep pods for repairs, though this will cost evolution points. If you incur fatal injuries, you will be forcibly logged out, and if your companions can recover your bodies, they will only need to pay the repair fee to restore you and allow you to continue. However, should your bodies not be retrieved, consumed by monsters, or shattered into pieces, you must wait at least a day for the machine to create new bodies for you to log in again, which will also require evolution points for the reconstruction. Thus, the prospect of death or severe injury entails an additional cost for you to continue the game, so it is imperative to take utmost care of oneself. Do you understand? Thunder, having succinctly summarized the key points of the system for everyone, articulated this. Isn't this akin to experiencing a real death? It significantly detracts from the gaming experience, doesn't it? Sister Xiaowei expressed her apprehension. This is the genuine experience of life. If one could resurrect immediately, the gaming experience would be diminished, lacking any sense of authenticity, and I apologize for such a genuine feeling. Lin Xiao proclaimed with pride. The sensation of the body is astonishingly real. One cannot believe it merely through videos. It is indistinguishable from reality. The sparkling star, known as Zhao Shengnan, continually moved her body, exclaiming in wonder, "Ta! As long as the baseline is resurrection, there is nothing to fear. It's not a one-life mode. After all, sister, allow me to touch and see if it truly feels that real." Liu Qian remarked with a lewd smile, reaching out towards Zhao Xing'an. Seeking death, Zhao Xing'an fumed, her expression darkening in an instant as she swiftly retaliated. In an instant, she seized Liu Qian's outstretched hand with a firm grip and twisted it in the opposite direction. Ouch! It's broken! It's broken! Let go! Let go! This technique, a police capture move, was executed instinctively. Liu Qian's wrist was twisted painfully, causing him to kneel immediately. Zhao Shengnan stepped forward, twisting his arm behind his back and pressing her knee against his neck. In a flash, she subdued him, leaving the crowd in astonishment. Wow, this girl is so fierce. That's a police move. I've been caught with it several times. I can't be mistaken. The upstairs is very criminal. Very torturous. Is this girl a police officer? She looks just like a college student. So cool, I want to be her fan. She is my wife. Locksmith's old profession. Do you think you're worthy? Pa. Hey, girl, don't be so rigid about gender. Give us a chance. The audience in the live stream was also taken aback by Zhao Shenan's reaction, but most were in awe. She was both dashing and beautiful, possessing undeniable skill. Who could possibly resist? Before even exiting the main entrance, Zhao Xingnan had already garnered a group of admirers. Alas, Xiao Zhao's temperament has this not exposed her true nature? Had I known, I would have gone myself in the office of the Special Operations Office of the Spiritual Investigation Bureau. Lu Siyu, accompanied by her team, watched the unfolding events. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She had initially instructed them to collect information discreetly, but it was discovered in no time, and now this girl had created such a scene upon her arrival. Lu Siyu resolved to educate her thoroughly upon her return. This young lady, perhaps you should release him, lest you break his arm. Others present also felt the awkwardness, hastily advising her, realizing her overreaction. Zhao Shengnan blushed and pushed Liu Qian aside. Liu Qian groaned for quite a while. Well, you brought this upon yourself, being so ostentatious. You've hit a wall. I shall reiterate. While this is an open-world realistic theme set against a post-apocalyptic backdrop, where anything is possible, we must still adhere to a moral baseline. We are not beasts and cannot act with impunity. Thunder added. Anything is possible. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of the crowd shifted. However, each harbored their own thoughts and refrained from voicing them. Please modify your names. I have set up usernames for you, and you have one opportunity for free modification within 3 days. This was a suggestion from the system after hearing Thunder's advice. And they were each given a nameplate necklace bearing their names. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for names, deciding to hold off on the opportunity for the time being. All right, the introduction is nearly complete. Let us take a moment to get acquainted. You all know me and Dr. Christina, so there is no need for further introduction. Please share your information with us. Thunder instructed. Lin Xiao and Xiaowei and Li Yuqian are all ordinary individuals. Although they come from different professional backgrounds, none possess any notable traits. Zhao Xingyan's situation is unique. She fabricated a lineage of a martial arts family, and Thunder provided her with cover, the final individual. Fan De Biao from Liaobei captured everyone's attention. Standing over 2 meters tall and appearing to be in his 30s to 40s, he was the largest among them, with a square face and a thick neck. He epitomized the northern man. His muscles resembled rock, yet lacked any superfluous bulk. He didn't even possess the typical beer belly of middle-aged men, showcasing a set of 8 bulging abdominal muscles reminiscent of a young Schwarzenegger during his bodybuilding championship year. While everyone else donned thick down jackets and thermal underwear to fend off the cold, he wore only thermal underwear and long pants, topped with a simple jacket, appearing as if he were off for a spring outing. His demeanor was calm and untroubled, devoid of any hint of chill. Chapter 113. The Real Experience. Death at the Door. I am a forest ranger from the northeastern region, accustomed to living in the deep mountains and forests. So I have grown accustomed to this temperature. It's quite manageable. You may call me Old Fan. My real name is also Fan. Fan De Biao said with a smile, his demeanor very amiable. Earlier, he had even instructed himself on how to combat monsters. Thunder sensed that he had quite the story to tell. Well, since everyone has introduced themselves, let us familiarize ourselves with the controls and the environment. Thunder transformed into a novice guide, leading the group outside. Upon exiting the cave, a biting cold wind howled, chilling to the bone. This sensation is identical to my experiences in the forest region. It feels incredibly real. Upon stepping outside, Old Fan took a deep breath, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Following Thunder's instructions, the others mentally activated their live streaming sessions. Among them, and Xiaowei, possessing a celebrity nature, had the most followers. Exceeding 10 million. Lin Xiao, with over 5 million, came next. His account was managed by his company, and he had never streamed himself before. This marked his first appearance in real life. Of course, how much of that follower count is inflated remains a mystery. As they activated their streams, the loyal fans immediately began to interact with them. Thunder harbored no concerns about them stealing his traffic. The system had already made arrangements. All traffic generated from his post-apocalyptic livestream would be attributed to him. However, this was contingent upon them being real individuals and not digital avatars. Unfortunately, tips would not sync, and he would need to work for those. Let us go. Time to hunt monsters and collect loot. Li Yuqian exclaimed excitedly, dashing into the snowy expanse, scooping a handful of snow to form a snowball, which he hurled into the distance. You should all take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings first. Don't get yourselves killed right away. Thunder, observing his brash demeanor, felt a twinge of concern. It's fine, it's all empty here. What could possibly ouch? He hadn't finished his sentence before letting out a scream. A white figure zipped past him, leaving a barely perceptible trace in the snow as it lunged toward the group. Watch out, a monster. Thunder immediately sensed something was amiss, summoning a blade to his hand. With a swish, a glint of cold light flashed, and 2 segmented, rope-like forms appeared in the air ahead. Falling to the ground, and still writhing, everyone focused their gaze. They realized it was a diminutive snake. Its body continuously shifted between transparency and white, ultimately dissolving into 2 puddles of blood, lifeless on the spot. Killed a mimetic shadow snake. Gained evolution points 5. The killer's level exceeds that of the monster by 5 levels. Evolution points gained are halved. Exceeding by 8 levels results in no evolution points being awarded. This was a snake capable of mimicking its surroundings. It had just altered its color to blend in with the environment and ambush Li Yuqian. The group rushed over to investigate. In merely a few seconds, Li Yuqian's face turned ashen, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing. Do the snakes here not hibernate? A player Li Day has died due to financial loss, suffering a 10 loss of current total evolution points. This player has no evolution level or evolution points, thus none will be deducted. The condition of the body is intact. 10 evolution points can be paid to restore it. Will you pay? The group stood in shock. They watched as he tossed the snowball, only to see him perish before their eyes. They were currently in a default team mode, so all system notifications were audible to everyone. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. What? Is this snake that ferocious? It just camouflaged itself and blended with the surroundings before ambushing that unfortunate brother. Is this the beginner's difficulty? To die from a single bite upon stepping outside? This snake plays dirty. While others hibernate, it's out hunting stealthily. The atmosphere among the crowd grew tense. They turned their gazes towards Thunder. Don't look at me like that. I have no idea either. It must be due to the version update. Didn't I mention it yesterday? The beginner protection period has ended, and the difficulty of the monsters has increased, along with the corresponding evolution points. Previously, I earned just 1 evolution point for killing a small submerged demon, and now, as you can see, it's 10 points. Thunder pondered, convinced this was the reason, but we're still beginners. Isn't this difficulty rather excessive? And Xiaowei voiced her unease that challenges make things interesting, and the increase in evolution points is clearly an opportunity for us to catch up with the players ahead. Old Fan chuckled. Upon hearing this, the others appeared deep in thought. Li Dai, you few, can anyone lend me 10 evolution points to help me revive? At that very moment, a barrage of comments from Li Yuqian appeared in the live stream. The young man, upon meeting his demise, was rendered mute and promptly ejected from the session. He hastily returned to the live stream seeking assistance, only to be met with a chorus of good-natured mockery from the viewers who had failed to secure testing slots. I'll lend you a hand, someone offered. Here, only Thunder and Christina have any evolution points left. Though this fellow may be a bit out of sorts, he has undeniably contributed to the entertainment value of the stream. Thunder is willing to expend 10 points to revive him, deducting 10 evolution points, restoring player Li Yuqian. Estimated revival time, 0:59, 55, just wait. Revival takes an hour. After that, we'll explore the vicinity. Thunder relayed the outcome to him. Li Dai has money. Oh my. Can I pay to revive instantly? If I wait an hour, all of you will have already left me behind. Whose fault is that? I warned you. This is a visceral experience, a post-apocalyptic world. You chose to disregard it, so consider this a lesson learned. Li Dai has money. Damn it, I was careless and didn't dodge. Thunder, intentionally using him as a cautionary example, ignored him and led the group outside. Thunder, won't you provide us with any beginner weapons? Others inquired. Yes, I just forgot to hand them out earlier. Thunder distributed a watermelon knife to each person. In truth, the system did not provide any weapons or equipment. Thunder had temporarily purchased them from the store to accommodate the group. He possessed superior weapons in his inventory, but refrained from equipping everyone with the best gear, as it would hinder their growth. Should they perish upon entry and lack teammates to assist in revival with evolution points, they would have to wait at least a day for the system to automatically revive them. This would help them value life more greatly. The group, wielding watermelon knives, stood bewildered, utterly inexperienced in such matters, save for Old Fan, who took action. He carefully approached a nearby tree trunk, using the knife to chop off a branch over a meter long, adorned with leaves. Then, brandishing the branch, he began to strike the snow, creating noise. When we traverse through woods or fields, we make noise to alert hidden snakes and insects, preventing surprise attacks. This way, the creatures will either flee upon hearing us or, if they do attack, their movements will also give us warning. This stick can serve as a makeshift weapon for blocking, aiding our evasive maneuvers, Old Fan explained. Chapter 114, Striking Grass to Startle the Rabbit. A fortuitous encounter, I see. So this is what it means to strike grass to startle snakes. Someone remarked. I've seen a documentary where people in swamps use sticks to probe for crocodiles and defend themselves. The group grasped the concept, and soon everyone was mimicking Old Fan, each wielding a long stick. I'll lead you on a quick reconnaissance of the area. However, I'll refrain from engaging directly. Let us see how you fare working together. Thunder stated, continuing to advance. You go ahead. I'll stay back and keep watch. I still have some tasks to complete. That communicator you have, when the player revives, I'll have him contact you. Christina, not intending to join the others, conferred with Thunder. I've got it. No worries, Thunder replied after a brief inspection, and the group cautiously made their way through the snow. Look over there. Suddenly, Zhao Shengyan pointed to a snow-covered patch of grass and whispered. The group turned their gaze to see several creatures resembling rabbits, albeit larger in size, frolicking in the snow with fluffy, long tails. Violent jumping rabbit, a mutated rabbit altered by unknown energy, temporarily increasing its power and speed when agitated, engaging in close combat, and fleeing rapidly if it senses defeat. Thunder's electronic scanning eye processed information about the creature. It doesn't seem too formidable. Shall we test our strength against it? Lin Xiao suggested. But how could we harm such an adorable little bunny? And Xiaowei protested, feigning compassion for the creature. If you're so concerned, you may as well stay back. If it drops equipment or evolution points, you'll have nothing. Lin Xiao retorted disdainfully. I suppose I'll join then. Leveling up is still quite enticing. In the face of potential gain, allegiances shifted easily. I'll withdraw from the group and provide support from the rear. You all can test the waters, and if it proves too challenging, I'll step in. He added, My evolution level far surpasses yours. Defeating it would diminish your evolution points and slow your progress. Thunder remained still, allowing the others to advance. The four cautiously approached their target. Old Fan plucked some grass from the ground, preparing it as bait, and the others followed suit. If only I had my bow or hunting rifle. This would be a cinch, Old Fan lamented. The rabbit, possessing keen senses, quickly detected their approach. However, instead of fleeing, it halted, eyeing the group with suspicion. Come here, sweet bunny, come eat some grass, eat well so you can provide us with gear, and Xiao Wei called out. Adopting a harmless demeanor as she slowly drew near, the rabbit, noticing the grass in her hand, cautiously approached her. Xiao Wei extended the grass, her arm trembling slightly. Fortunately, the rabbit began to munch contentedly, displaying no signs of aggression. Now, Lin Xiao exclaimed, delighting in the opportunity, raising his watermelon knife to strike. The rabbit, startled, swiftly leaped aside. Roar! Its appearance began to shift, its once clear eyes turned blood red, and its fur bristled. It emitted a low growl akin to that of a feline. With a powerful leap, it lunged at Lin Xiao. Damn! Lin Xiao instinctively swung the knife in a wild arc, but his lack of combat experience meant he couldn't even graze the rabbit's fur. In his retreat, he slipped and fell. The rabbit, airborne, opened its mouth wide, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Snap! It clamped down on Lin Xiao's watermelon knife. Lin Xiao felt an immense force as the knife was wrenched from his grasp. Just then, two other watermelon knives swooped in from different angles. The violent rabbit dodged the first strike but was met with the second, which seemed to have anticipated its retreat. Thud! A flash of cold light glinted as the knife struck its neck. Blood spurted forth. Roar! Despite being injured, the rabbit did not perish. It bared its teeth and prepared to retaliate. Unfortunately, with the knife embedded in its neck, it was unable to advance. Get back! A colossal foot, nearly 50 yards in size, came crashing down, striking the rabbit's head. The force allowed the knife to be withdrawn, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The violent rabbit collapsed, its head hanging limply as it struggled for a moment before falling silent. Killed violent jumping rabbit. Gained evolution points 2. Dropped items. Please be attentive to pick them up. The same notification echoed in the minds of the four. The rabbit was a low-level monster. If taken down solo, one could earn 5 evolution points, 5 times the points Thunder had garnered from slaying the submerged demon. However, as they were a team, they each received 2 points, totaling 8, thanks to the experience bonus from cooperation. Upon seeing the rabbit's decapitated body lying on the ground, and Xiao Wei nearly lost her composure and pretended to retch, the other 3 maintained their composure but did not appear well. Look, a card dropped, Zhao Shinan exclaimed, picking up a card. The group gathered around to inspect it. It depicted an object resembling a spear, alloy spear, a product of industrial processing, lightweight, hard, standard, compliant, usable in melee or thrown. A spear, let's see how it works. Zhao Xingyan thought to herself as she activated it. A flash of white light revealed a 1.5-meter-long spear, sharp at both ends and wrapped in a textured grip, gleaming silver in her hand. How light, she marveled. Despite being labeled as metal, it felt almost as light as a branch, yet its durability and sharpness were undeniable. Ha! What a splendid start, gaining equipment right away. And Xiao Wei exclaimed, recovering from her earlier nausea. What a pity there's no special ability card. Lin Xiao expressed dissatisfaction. Having anything is better than nothing. Your beginner status likely contributed to the higher drop rates. Thunder teased us so. Who will use this? The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to allocate the spear. Give it to me. I've hunted in the forest before and have some experience with ranged weapons. Old Fan stepped forward. The group readily agreed that in these early stages, resource allocation was critical for efficiency. We should take this rabbit back. Let us enjoy some roasted rabbit meat later, Thunder suggested, gesturing toward the rabbit's carcass. The system had provided them with templates of this world, granting them personal space akin to everyone else, although they had yet to awaken any special abilities and needed to either acquire ability cards or wait for natural awakening. Chapter 115. The Fiery Demise of Lin Xiao. Another one bites the dust. The group continued their journey, and ahead, they once again encountered a red-tailed golden pheasant. This pheasant appeared similar to the ordinary ones, though larger in size, trailing a long tail behind it. At first glance, it seemed to pose little threat. It looks harmless. Let us give it a try, one suggested. Stealthily, they approached, but unbeknownst to them, Thunder was engrossed in an interaction with his live stream, oblivious to their proximity to the creature. Suddenly, a crack, and Xiao Wei accidentally stepped on a dry twig, producing a sound that caught the pheasant's attention. It swiftly turned its head, locking its gaze on the group. Quack! A discordant, duck-like croak erupted from the pheasant, startling everyone. How astute! It has noticed us, someone exclaimed. What are you afraid of? Look at it. It's dark and menacing. Let us charge forward and take it down cleanly. Lin Xiao's face lit up with excitement as he led the charge. Brandishing his knife, having lived a life of luxury for so long, he seldom engaged in such hands-on endeavors, and now he felt wild with anticipation. Unexpectedly, the pheasant's eyes flashed with crimson light, and instead of retreating, it lunged towards Lin Xiao. Boom! A sudden turn of events unfolded as it glided towards him, its beak agape, revealing a flicker of red light. In an instant, a fiery orb erupted from its mouth. The fireball struck Lin Xiao directly, and he let out a dreadful scream as he fell backward. Quack! Quack! The pheasant, emboldened by its success, did not relent. With red light gathering in its beak, it clearly prepared to unleash another fireball. Damn creature! You shall perish! Just then, Old Fan bellowed in anger, launching his spear with precision. Thud! The spear found its mark, piercing the pheasant's throat and causing the fiery projectile to explode within its mouth. The pheasant collapsed, lifeless. You have slain the fire-breathing pheasant, earning 3 evolution points. Items dropped. Please remember to collect them. Quick! Check on Lin Xiao. The group hurriedly surrounded him. Feel so hot. Lin Xiao gasped, flames engulfing him. Before becoming rigid and motionless, player Lin Xiao has perished, losing 10 of current evolution points. This player has no evolution level and has 2 evolution points remaining, all of which will be deducted. The corpse has been damaged by fire, sustaining a 16 degradation point. 16 evolution points are required for restoration. Do you wish to pay? The group exchanged glances, dismayed. Another one down, and we don't have enough points to cover it. He has had worse luck than Li Yuqian, and his body is even damaged, incurring higher restoration costs. What on earth happened? Thunder hurriedly ceased his stream and rushed over, surveying the scene with an expression of disbelief. A bunch of rookies. They've taken down 2 monsters and lost 2 players. This is hardly sufficient. Is the difficulty really that high? I've seen streamers dispatch monsters as if slicing through vegetables. Effortlessly, someone remarked. Of course not. The streamer has honed his skills through real battles, accumulating rich experience and strategies. These folks seem to be playing house. It's hardly surprising they keep falling, another replied. Haha, Lin Xiao has fallen too. It appears that even the wealthy are not superhuman. The chat erupted with ridicule, and the remaining few felt embarrassed. Let us not dwell on this. I'll cover the costs for now. Just be more cautious next time. When I started, I was in a protective phase, and the monsters were not as formidable, which may account for the difference, Thunder advised once more. After paying the evolution points, Lin Xiao's corpse vanished in a flash of light, absorbed by the terminal for restoration. Now, everyone take a look at this, Old Fan said as he approached, extracting the spear from the pheasant's head and picking up a card from the ground. Remarkably, perhaps due to their fallen comrade, the drop rate was unexpectedly high. They had slain 3 monsters and obtained 2 item cards. Sturdy oak shield, a shield crafted from solid oak, treated for fire resistance. Enhancing durability. This shield appeared to be capable of protecting half of one's body, looking rather ordinary but square in shape with a strap for securing it. If Lin Xiao had wielded the shield earlier, he might have been able to withstand the attack and avoid such a fiery fate. The group regarded the shield with mixed feelings. Their venture had not begun well, and they felt the sting of mockery from the live stream. After a brief discussion, they decided to give the shield to Old Fan for the time, being it was lightweight, suiting his physique, allowing him to wield it without hindrance while still being able to thrust with his spear or throw his javelin. When we encounter another monster, stay behind me. I'll draw its attention and set the pace. You can flank it from the sides, Old Fan proposed. The group agreed that they needed a new strategy. The 2 women voiced their approval, while Thunder remained silent, observing. He found Old Fan reminiscent of Eric, as if he had stories to tell. With their tactical plan established, they advanced once more. Look, Zhao Xingnan whispered. Pointing ahead, 2 ferocious rabbits appeared, entwined in an unusual manner. Upon closer inspection, they realized the creatures were indulging in the essence of life. A perfect opportunity. Let us take them out while they're distracted. Old Fan exclaimed excitedly, raising his shield in one hand and his spear in the other as he cautiously approached. Wait, what are you 2 doing? Blushing like tea kettles, he called out to the 2 women, who were frozen in place, their faces flushed. Haha, Sister Xiaowei, Be more professional. You're a veteran, so stop pretending to be a pure student. Indeed, it's just nature's way. There's no need to be shy. That girl seems genuinely uncomfortable. I can read people well, and she likely hasn't had much romantic experience. Came another remark. Come on. Where do you find such lucky circumstances these days? The live stream erupted with playful banter. The two women quickly regrouped, hiding behind old fan. Listen carefully. Wait for my signal before you engage, he instructed again, stealthily closing the distance. The two rabbits remained blissfully unaware. Go. Old fan squinted, aiming carefully before suddenly launching his spear. Chapter 116. Gaining proficiency. Everyone gets involved. Roar the spear, precisely aimed, struck true. The two ferocious rabbits, lost in their revelry, were caught off guard as the spear pierced through them, pinning them to the ground. The sudden pain jolted them awake, but their bodies remained entwined, unable to separate in that moment of shock. Charge, old fan shouted, rushing forward. The sturdy wooden shield was raised high. Its edge transformed into a lethal blade as he aimed for the neck of the rabbit pinned beneath. With a resounding crack, the neck of the top rabbit snapped under the force. Meanwhile, Zhao Shengnan advanced decisively, leveling her knife before thrusting it into the belly of the lower rabbit. Stab, stab, she thrust repeatedly, ensuring the creature's demise, splattering blood across her form. On Xiaowei, witnessing the gruesome scene from behind, felt her legs weaken, nearly dropping her knife. You have slain the ferocious jumping rabbit, earning 3 evolution points. You have slain the ferocious jumping rabbit, earning 3 evolution points. The sound of 2 kill notifications echoed, signaling the monster's defeat. Excellent. Well done. Thunder, who had been watching, couldn't help but commend them. He recognized that the two women had performed far better than he had at the start, despite his own abilities. The small demon he had faced was clearly less formidable than these ferocious rabbits. The duo's synergy had led to an effortless victory, showcasing their proficiency far beyond that of the average novice. Typically, inexperienced players would shout and flail wildly, much like Lin Xiao had earlier. Or, like in Xiaowei, become paralyzed with fear. It was clear that these two had a solid foundation. Great job. Old fan praised Zhao Shenan, though he lamented the lack of drops. She merely smiled in response. Your spear throwing was impeccable. You nailed it. Indeed, this guy is quite formidable, living up to his name. And that short-haired girl displayed remarkable courage. Her knife work was akin to that of a seasoned assassin. Is she this brave? I wonder if her family knows. Haha, Sister Xiaowei, the older woman, only knows how to squeal. She nearly dropped her knife. Stop bickering. We're all in the same boat here. It's just normal behavior for an ordinary person. The audience in the live stream expressed their opinions as well. These monsters inflict significant damage, yet their defenses are lacking. As long as one seizes the right opportunity, vanquishing them is not particularly difficult. After several encounters and subsequent victories, the trio gleaned valuable experience. Sister Hongxing, how are you so formidable? I was too scared to move just now. An Xiaowei, observing the accolades from her audience in her own live stream, felt a sense of embarrassment wash over her, her face flushing with heat. Xiaowei, you failed to immerse yourself in the reality of the situation. You were still treating it as a game where death is merely a chance to respawn. It is only natural that you were hesitant. You must adopt a different perspective. You are in a post-apocalyptic world. If everything were real and your life were at stake, if you do not eliminate these creatures, you will not grow stronger. If they come after you, you will surely perish. What would you do then? Zhao Shengnan wiped the blood from her face and spoke with a smile. Well, then I must fight. I do not wish to die. An Xiaowei, not lacking in intelligence, pondered this reasoning and began to grasp its significance. However, the gap between understanding and taking action remained substantial. This was a hurdle she would have to overcome on her own. As Zhao Shengnan could not assist her, go on. Stab them a few times to practice your aim, Lao Fan instructed, pointing at the carcass of a savage rabbit on the ground. The Xiaowei's eyes were filled with trepidation. If you do not have the courage, then I shall revoke your opportunity. We are currently testing. We cannot rely solely on our teammates to win. The creatures we encounter will only grow in number and difficulty, and there will come a time when no one will be able to protect you. You will have to rely on yourself. Consider this. You must protect not only yourself, but also your family. What will you do? Lei Ting stepped forward, well aware of An Xiaowei's family circumstances, intentionally using this to provoke her. An Xiaowei, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication of Lei Ting's words. She recalled her sister and mother. All these years, had she not been living for them? Viewed from another angle, Was she not indirectly protecting them? With this thought, the fear in her eyes began to diminish. All right. She took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart and slowly approached. Raising the watermelon knife high, she closed her eyes and plunged it down with fervor. Thud, crack, several strikes landed on the ground, though a few found their mark, leaving 2 rabbits in a state of bloody disarray. Enough. Lao Fan seized her wrist. She had her eyes shut and nearly stabbed her own leg. Ha! Han Xiaowei gasped for breath, gradually opening her eyes. Ugh, seeing her hand stained with blood, her instincts prompted her to retch. Though nothing came out. Yet, after this ordeal, she felt somewhat better about her condition. Gazing at the gruesome remains on the ground, she found her fear had lessened significantly. All right, let us proceed. Observing the situation, Lei Ting instructed everyone to gather the rabbit carcasses and prepare to continue their journey. Hey, I'm back. At that moment, a shout from behind announced Li Youqian's arrival. His 1-hour respawn time had elapsed, and he quickly logged back in. Wow, you all have weapons now. He looked at everyone with envy. Lei Ting tossed him a watermelon knife and had the others add him to their team. The group pressed forward, entering a dense thicket. Be cautious. I have a foreboding feeling. Lao Fan scanned the woods ahead, warning the others. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Several slender black shadows descended swiftly from above, sweeping towards the group like serpents. Fall back. Lao Fan quickly positioned himself in front, raising his shield to protect his body. To his surprise, the slender shadows did not attack him directly, but instead circled around his shield, lunging for his limbs. In an instant, his arms and legs were ensnared, rendering him immobile. Chapter 117. The Grand Finale. Lao Fan quickly save him, and Xiaowei and Li Youqian were startled by the sudden crisis, momentarily frozen in place. Only Zhao Xingnan remained composed. Step aside. With her brows furrowed, she advanced rather than retreating, wielding her watermelon knife. She swiftly struck at the shadows. Crack. The shadow, appearing agile, was cleaved in 2 by Zhao Xingnan's strike. The tree vines. The group glanced at the long, rough black shapes that had fallen to the ground, realizing they were indeed several tree vines. The only difference was that the tops of these vines had split open into several sections, revealing jagged, menacing spikes within. What on earth is this? It's trying to eat us. Li Youqian exclaimed in dread. What are you waiting for? Come help. Zhao Xingnan continued to slash at the vines, ensnaring Lao Fan's arms. Just then, a thicker vine shot out from behind, resembling a tentacle, lunging towards Zhao Xingnan. This tactic of attacking the rescuer prevented Zhao Xingnan from reaching Lao Fan. The tentacle-like vine relentlessly pursued Zhao Xingnan, its tip similarly splitting open to reveal sharp teeth, seemingly intent on devouring her whole. With no other option, Zhao Xingnan had to weave around the nearby trees to evade. Seeing Zhao Xingnan being restrained, and Xiaowei was the first to react, though still fearful. She gritted her teeth and charged forward, swinging her knife wildly at the air. Hey, watch where you're swinging. Don't hit me. Lao Fan, usually composed, was taken aback by her reckless behavior and quickly cautioned her. Oh. This exclamation snapped and Xiaowei back to her senses. She quickly crouched down and began chopping at the vines binding Lao Fan's ankles. Crack, crack. Though her strikes lacked finesse, she made up for it with speed, managing to sever several vines in the chaotic flurry. I'll cut the ones on your arms. At that moment, Li Youqian, who had been frozen in shock, saw Xiaowei muster the courage to attack and felt his face flush with determination as he rushed forward. Although he was late to join, his male physique gave him an advantage. After overcoming his initial fear, his strength and accuracy in wielding the knife improved, even surpassing Xiaowei's efficiency. Crack, crash. Finally, through their combined efforts, the vines binding Lao Fan were completely severed. Damn it. This thing is poisonous. Lao Fan's complexion was not good. A pallor spread across his face, and his body trembled slightly. Back away. Yet, true to his reputation as the fiercest in Liaobei, he gritted his teeth and bit his tongue, drawing blood. The sharp pain reinvigorated his senses. Seizing an alloy spear from the ground, he charged forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingnan was using the trees as cover, weaving skillfully to evade the attacking tentacle, which had become entangled around a trunk. Ha! Lao Fan lunged forward, gripping the spear tightly before thrusting it with all his might. Thud! The spear pierced the tree trunk, nailing the top of the vine securely to it. Hiss, hiss. The tips of the split vines emitted a haunting hiss as they struggled in vain. Finally, it's over. As they watched the final boss fall, a sense of camaraderie and triumph washed over them.